that lucky. We ain't flipping heads every day for fucking goddamn 2 years.
Yeah, like these servers that we join, they should be only like good for a little bit of foot traffic, but the home server should be the main event. Like we should actually be focusing on growing that and then being there instead of like having to be in these away servers that we've been on.
Yeah,
It's
these away
good.
servers just me to get people on the main server, but we're like chilling here, which is cool to a degree.
Yeah.
But we need to be like fucking Starship Troopers. Do you want to know more? And fucking drag them to the home server.
A good bug is a dead bug.
You
Yeah.
can also be more provocative, right? Like, are there aliens on a flat Earth? Fucking do bullshit
Yeah.
they're interested in, right?
Yeah, dude. I'm saying like it's gonna be awesome once we reignite the fires in there,
Ghosts can't exist on a globe.
So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna probably have to go through all the mob list and the gold list and the silver list and see like who's who and who's doing what. Once everything gets back up again.
Yeah. If you're a ghost, dude, how do you not just go off into space? You don't have gravity making you follow the curve of the Earth. You're a fucking ghost. How do ghosts work on a globe?
Yep. And the merch possibility, because I made a T-shirt with a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the back, and it had hoax in the front. But doing live streams with like merch, to like symbolize the brand, kind of put the brand out there. I wouldn't mind doing streams for 24/7
Now, how
like
are we
that.
gonna distribute the funds, though? That's fucking, what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but I mean,
I actually,
you,
this is very weird you're
bro.
talking about this because I was thinking about this morning, like about this exactly what you're talking about, and
Yeah,
like fucking money, dude. Money just changes motherfuckers, bro.
yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
not
I
even talking
know.
about like getting money. I just like as soon as money is involved, people become fucking suspicious and like you're fucking stealing the money, you're taking the money, you're after the money. Like,
Yeah.
just
Well,
fucking hate that shit, man.
but here's the thing, though, man. It could still be a movement, and any organization, anything doesn't matter what it is. It takes money. Like it doesn't matter what it is. No,
Yeah,
you
I
can't
know.
go from zero to like hero and not have any money involved. Like just everything free. It's not the way the world works, bro. It doesn't work that way. And it's an ideal, it's a dream that somebody thinks, oh, we can just. It doesn't have to be about money. Like, dude, how are you gonna get like a production crew? How are you gonna? If you're serious about doing this, it's gonna cost money. Like that's
I
a
think we've proved our integrity at this point after freaking this
yeah.
long.
Like there doesn't need to be like, oh, is Indio gonna be just grifting? Like, dude, all that's bullshit, dude. Like, just people want to do that to keep you down, bro. That's the kind of shit people say. And then
The only
meanwhile,
I'm gonna steal the money is you. You'll never see me again when I steal the money.
no,
There's a big fucking
meanwhile, dude,
pile.
all these other companies are like growing really quickly because they know how to like adapt to a business model. And meanwhile, we're not be able to move because we're not about the money, So it's like, it's stupid, dude. I think at some point,
He's
people have to
flat.
grow up, dude.
He's flat.
Sorry, I get upset about that because like all that talk about, well, we're not doing money. Well, dude, if you want to have really nice like videos and things to put out, it's gonna cost some money, dude, somewhere.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it takes
Earth
time,
is
bro. Like
flat.
you can't. Huh? Say that again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Earth is flat.
Okay, thanks, Captain Obvious. Yeah, we know. How do
Are
you
you
know?
whispering ASMR or which one?
There he's freaking jacking off his mic.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, the thing is, yeah, if you want good production quality, man, that's the thing. Like time is money. There's no doubt about
yeah,
that.
But everybody's gonna be sitting back and like, yeah, I don't know how you're gonna get the money, but maybe you could do a GoFundMe or something. And it's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but look at what we're against, dude. Like fucking, I don't know. You
That's
gotta
why I
think
feel
like
some kind of
some
way
of the
about that,
videos.
man.
If you type flat Earth on YouTube or whatever, you get you get like Jake Paul. They got like fucking. They probably had like $100,000 production budget for their
Yeah,
fucking goddamn videos.
we could be good like that good if people weren't just like so worried about that. You know, they're like, oh well, we got away from the globalist economy, so we don't want to be like those guys.
No, well, that's not my
Like,
attitude. I just don't. I know internet communities and they tend to rot from the inside. You know what I mean? They cannibalize themselves. And when you involve money, that's just like gasoline on the flame.
well,
That's
I
just
think
been my
about it like this,
attitude
man.
because I don't. It's more personal. It has nothing to do with the money itself. It has to do with like human nature. You know, it's not like it's not about the money. Me being against money. Me being it's nothing like that. It's just that. I mean, at this point, I'm not worried about it. I know all you guys. I know you guys like. I mean, I don't know you guys. There's like $10 million in the fucking account somewhere. I know I could trust you. I know I could trust you. You know, there's certain people I'd have no problem with trusting. Give them the keys to that shit. Uh, I'm just saying is that just money. I've seen a lot of internet. I've been on the internet a long time and watched a lot of communities just fucking implode on bullshit that had nothing even to do with money. And I can only imagine adding money to it.
Yeah, there needs to be a way that it gets kind of regulated by a council or something. You know what I mean? So it's not just like
Yeah.
one guy one guy's just hoarding it all somewhere and like he's got the say so for it all. You know, it needs to be kind of like, I mean, for lack of better words, democratized. You know, like you gotta.
I was, I was part of a 9/11 community, and it was like an internet forum. I can't remember what the fucking name was. I'm fucking senile as fuck, bro.
India, what's the crypto word for it? Like when you have a bunch of people together and uh you want to like vote on something, right? You
Consensus.
yeah, it's consensus, right? But it's like there's a specific token like you're a part of, and then you that token being a part of that like or owning that token gives you a say
Like a
so, like a portion.
like a voting right or
Yeah,
something.
like a voting right. Yeah,
They got tokens
that's
that
a
do that shit.
yeah. There is. It's like having skin in the game. You know, people aren't just talking shit; they're actually invested in this. Like it's an investment, like a stock. You know, you buy the stock
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. That's actually probably a pretty good idea. I mean, you could probably, if it's not already been done, which it probably has.
yeah. There's a crypto version of that though.
All payments go into this fucking pool that's in this crypto.
Yeah,
Yeah, and just you have a bunch of beneficiaries pay dividends, whatever. With it, well, obviously some subset of that's going to be dedicated to actual productive
yeah.
enterprise instead of paying people out.
That's why I'm telling you, dude. Crypto has the way to do this. Like, it would be the best way to forward. Like, you could get like some sort of cryptocurrency and have that be the way that people contribute to this. And then it gives
Anyway,
them the voting right and a say
let me
so. And you know what?
let me tell you about this 9/11 forum. Like, it was never talked about money, nothing like that. Okay, so it was an internet forum. It was on a fucking, I think, I can't remember the name. I can't remember any. This is back way back in like 2003, 2004. Anyway, it's a very popular 9/11 forum as far as like traffic. Even when all the other 9/11 shit, picked up and died, this shit was still fucking going. Something happened where the database got corrupted, and so that's how like it was partially corrupted or something happened, and dude look for someone to fix it. So I'm like, I'll fix it. And like I got fucking put in this like email chain And these motherfuckers were making bank off this forum, and they were all. And I got like saw all these emails of like they're all bullshit over it's down because they're making like mad fucking revenue off this website. And I had no idea that this was driving the shit. And it wasn't that they were shills or they were working for the government. It was just like their priority switched, right? They went from fucking I got a 9 to 5 to fucking I'm making, 10,000 a month off a fucking website, fucking throwing ads at people. This website got a lot of traffic, and then like it just like kind of like opened my eyes to shit on the internet. Like, kind of never know what's going on behind the scenes. Now this is a little different, I guess. I'm just saying that was just a like fucking eye-opening experience.
Yeah, but if you involve a consensus mechanism, then it hits like its own. It self-regulates. You don't need to have like bodies of people trying to investigate or like a type of quality control.
I could have. I didn't expose them because I just like walked away. I was just like, I got some pretty goddamn good posts in that shit too, but I just walked away from it. The place that eventually died, I think it was called 911truth.org or something, maybe. I don't think that was the name. Look at my old email. It was called No Planes or something.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, Web3 is the best place for this idea to actually blossom. That somebody has a better idea.
I think we need to consider hitting up other platforms, streaming to Instagram, TikTok, whatever.
%. I'd back that play all day long. Majority or the bulk of the normies are on TikTok. And I think YouTube has a lot of them, but I think X is a good way to like draw them in. TikTok.
Yeah, I'm not. My objection is not principle. It's just more practical. But you said you got a way to fucking, or you're aware of you can use in crypto to stop the fucking grift. That's perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, there's a.
I mean, I thought about it many times. Like, we could do some. So one test I want to do. I want to do a high altitude fucking balloon with basically a 3D camera, right? But fucking with the cameras far apart, right? So you remember that Chinese freaking spy balloon a few years ago that they supposedly shot down with an F-35?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so I had a giant gondola on it. So what you do is you take a camera on each end of the gondola and make a stereoscopic freaking image of the Earth. So the Earth would end up looking. So basically, what you're doing the same way a VR headset works, right? You make a giant what they call an interocular distance. It's a distance between each eye. So if you take this giant if you do a high altitude balloon and you separate them, the cameras, right, the left eye and the right eye far, it would be like having a large head, right? Basically, as if you were a giant looking at the Earth. If you put on 3D glasses or did it in the VR, like there's all sorts of ways to transform this. So this is one test that you'd be able to tell instantly if the surface of the Earth was curved if you could increase your eye separation, right? You know how they always say you're an ant on the beach ball. Okay, we're gonna make what it looks like to be not an ant, right? we're gonna increase the stereoscopic fucking range so that like you have better better ability to perceive depth. Because our depth perception is based upon how far our eyes are apart. The farther eyes are apart, you get better depth perception. So this is like just a trick you could do. It's not even a trick. It's a test, dude. Like they say, hey, you can see curvature there from high altitude. Okay, we're gonna take 120. We're gonna take a balloon. It's gonna go up to fucking 60,000 feet, and we're gonna create a fucking stereoscopic fucking image of the Earth. And you'll say, I'll take 3D glasses, and you could actually sell this, dude. You could sell 3D prints. You could sell the 3D environment. You could just run it in one of these ready-made freaking programs like in Unity or one of the other ones. Even Unreal, I think, they have these micro games, right? The games are only like a few megabyte.
Unreal Engine.
Yeah, but they're self-contained, right? That like you don't have to download a giant freaking program because it would only be just the viewport. All you're just doing is the 3D render viewport stereoscopically. Like I said, you could use 3D glasses. You could use a VR headset. You'd even be able to make if you had a whole bunch of data points, you could actually make the entire 3D environment. Now that's a whole nother way you can add cameras, right? So we can add cameras and actually make by combining, if you know the angles and all the directions the cameras are pointing, you can reconstruct a 3D image by just making an array of cameras. So there's a whole bunch of shit you can do. Like, and it's like it's silly. There's technologically driven shit. There's non-technologically driven shit that you can do. It's like, but yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, AB. It's like, where's the funding for this?
Exactly that. The type of mechanism, I think it's called delegated proof of stake. I was looking it up. I'm not sure if that's the exact mechanism that I was talking about, but it's similar to that.
We'll figure it out.
But I'm saying though, because people are mainly concerned about the whole idea that it becomes a grift. That if you need money for things like production value, you're gonna have to get it from a pool somewhere. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, like this balloon
how
project,
things is,
it wouldn't even cost like. My understanding is when Mr. Drive and Survive did the balloon thing, it cost them $900 to do a single balloon. The helium, the cost of the balloon, everything together was $900. Now, mind you, this is 5 years ago, so it probably, I guess, with inflation, maybe like $1,300, $1,400. But we're gonna need like a couple balloons. We're gonna need something to stabilize it with. It's gonna have to be thought out. So I would say the price would probably be like 10 G's, and this is probably an overestimate. 10 G's in cost, the material cost, and then the labor. It's probably fucking 150 hours of labor between the design and the construction and all that stuff, troubleshooting, setting it up, all that stuff. No, it might be over $10,000. So I'm gonna want to use good fucking cameras. I could just use 45 millimeters. Those are fucking good cameras. I'm making a 45 millimeter. They make any autofocus film cameras? Well, I mean, like I said, like, dude, like this is just one idea. That's just one idea. I mean, anybody else? I said this shit 5 years ago. I was talking about this in the live stream with Riggs and other people years ago. That look, there's a lot of people because this is back when like Ranty and all these people, hey, give me freaking money. I'm gonna go buy a computer to stream on the internet, and people are giving them money, and that's fine. They can do what they want. But I was like, dude, we should just like do GoFundMe's for specific projects. Like, hey, this is the task we want to do. I'm not saying necessarily you GoFundMe, but that's the idea, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say
projects. Andy, I was going to say that with crypto, You don't need to worry about banks and limits and all that. Crypto is whatever you like have in there. So crypto can move at like essentially you have like a Swiss bank in your pocket. You can have any amount of crypto in your pocket right now, and that can be transferred. So it doesn't need to. You don't need to, call Bank of America and tell them to up your limit, or wait for banks to kind of give you the okay. You can just donate. Like there's no, you get me? There's no red tape.
Is
So
there any
it's
way we can like make a list of like say 5 tests, and then when people donate, right? Say like whatever you donate,
yeah
like say 70% is going to go to the test of your choice, and you can just check a box
yeah.
like this is where I want my money, or 30% to this one, 20% to this one, 10% to that one. You know what I'm saying?
You can build a contract that actually has all the stipulations that you'd like to see within the currency. So when
Well, just
things
give the
get
people
done, like
choice, dude, because like people might have confidence in one experiment, and some of these tests might be like Hail Marys, basically, as in the odds of it going bad are high, whereas others are more solid as in for the execution of it. Because you could do the hot air balloon test and you fly it up and the fucking gondola breaks or the balloon pops, or you know what I mean? Like, so something can go wrong and they'll have invested a bunch of money in a test that fails. Like, I'd like people to be able to like you assess the risk of each task, right, and then give it like a score, and then let people be able to choose where their money goes. Maybe they're high risk people, maybe they're low risk people. You know, I would like to. That would be badass, dude. I think.
That's why you want to include those probabilities in your tests, like you
yeah,
said, the balloon pops. You want to protect your materials, your cameras, and those things, and have multiple balloons because you want to expect that the first and second balloon will just pop middle way.
yeah.
Yeah,
We need
there's a
somebody. We need.
possibility I want to use hydrogen instead of helium, then the cost of that and the danger associated with that. But you get like something like 12% more lift with hydrogen than helium,
Yeah, you'd have to
and
ensure
it's
that there's a
cheaper.
committee. You'd have to ensure there's a committee with an oversight for all this. These type of arrangements, man. Like
Oh,
obviously.
like a committee with like 10 flat earthers and 10 MIT scientists that are all going to collaborate together like that.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
mean, that would be
yeah.
that would be the way.
That's what
That would
Shiva
be
said he was going to do. That I'm being sarcastic too, being facetious. Because
well.
Shiva said that's what he was doing. That he was going to get 10 flat earthers and 10 MIT Harvard physicists and engineers, and they're all going to agree on one test. And then they were going to pair up, and the flat earther and the physicist were going to do their own version of that test. And that's what everybody was going to do. And then they were all going to take all the data they all collected from that one test and then figure it out, right? But now instead we got Shiva, McToon, some other guy. Fuck, dude.
Yeah. So yeah, man. That's what I've been thinking about, like moving forward. Because yeah, it's time, dude. It is time.
Well, dude, New Year's coming up, 2026. Dude, we laid the groundwork. All the foundations were laid. All the brick is there. It's fucking earthquake proof. It's hurricane proof. Well, it's time to build a fucking skyscraper.
I'm thinking we need to get our heads together about like talking about making a contract. Get that contract solid so that you have everything in it what you want, what you want to see, like especially if you're going to plan for things like what you just mentioned, like high risk projects and that sort of thing. And then people will be able to like know what they're putting into. There'd be like a roadmap, white paper, everything.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like an actual. I mean, that gets people to donate when you when you got your shit together. When you actually have a place
Yep.
to go. Some people want to get in the car with you. You know what I'm saying? But
Exactly
when you're
that.
like, I'm gonna just willy like Ranty and Jaron and all these guys, right? They like I shouldn't single out Ranty. I was just thinking of him because he was always grifting for money, saying he was doing this, that, and the other thing, and never did it. Right? They had no direction with their tests. There was no like end goal on what they were doing. Same with FB Core, to be honest, is that yeah, they put in a lot of work. I'm not going to take that away from them, but there was really no direction on where they were trying to get to. Like, yeah, you do all these tests and what? I shouldn't say that. I actually take it back. Their goal was to get something published in the field. They were trying to get something published within the field of geomatic information services, like surveying and geodesy and all that crap. They're trying to get something published in that field. That was their end goal. Because I actually, they started saying at the end that we're not talking to any more frickin' Cobras. We're not debating this anymore. We're just gonna try and we're only gonna deal with people that that are in the field, that are like in the so-called scientific field of geodesy and geographic information services. We're not going to deal with, because you remember what they said. We're testing the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid, and they did all that
Yeah.
shit right. And then you have some fucking bonehead coming in here. They didn't use the right model of refraction. Shut up, bro. You're fucking punching way out of your weight class, dude. You're fucking flyweight
Yeah.
trying to punch the super heavyweights.
We already talked about that a long time ago. It's time to like, yeah.
Like you're punching into the dude's belt buckle. Like what the fuck? I gotta step away for a second. I'll be back.
India. I'm sorry.
Oh, if it's quick, I can deal with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what about tests with a long tube, with a matte material or absorbing light material, like that paint that absorbs light, black paint, and a long straight tube? We make sure that it is a straight tube, and you make an observation, a long distance observation. There will be no way they will claim refraction, that the image was refracted up and it's straightened inside the tube. Because if it is light bending, it will bend inside the tube and it won't reach the lens of the camera at
Yeah, I
the
agree.
end of the tube.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be
I might be able to do this test myself. I know where to do it. So
that would be cheaper, in my opinion. Just a long tube, you paint it with that light absorbing paint, that black
yeah,
paint. So you
you can
make
just
sure
buy
that
black. You can buy black PVC. So like, take like a black plastic tube. You can just buy black, um, like plumbing tube instead of white. You just buy black. But you would want to be matte. It might be shiny a little bit inside. But if you're zoomed all
no,
the way, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
it doesn't need to be shiny, because you just want to
No,
take
you don't
away
want it to be shiny. I'm just saying it might be
exactly.
too shiny on the inside.
Exactly, because you want to take away that ability of bouncing light from that from the inside surface of that tube.
You
So
could use
you
carbon
don't,
black, right? You could just fucking
yeah,
pour charcoal through it, right? And fucking just
yeah,
coat the inside. Then they can't
yeah,
say nothing about frickin' reflecting light.
at all. And the refraction will be dismissed also, because you want to be able to say that the light is bending inside the tube. So is it spiraling inside the tube, like making a spiral to hit the camera at the end of the tube? Let's say that the tube is what, 10 meters would be enough.
The tube, you got to get it so that the end, when you're all the way zoomed out, that it takes up the whole hole that you're gonna see all the way at the end. You got to be able to zoom in so that's even with the camera frame,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
I actually have a place to do this. It's gonna sound crazy, but there's a place on Revere Beach. Like, so you come out of the train station and you have to go upstairs. It like goes over. They built this so it goes over the railroad tracks. You go up, and at the top there's a bar, but it's an outdoor bar. During the winter, obviously, they don't use the outdoor bar. But you can set that up on their outdoor bar. It's like fucking, it's probably like, let me think for a second. It's at least 15 feet long. So it's probably like 3-4 meters long that you can just set it up. And, you know, obviously it's level, right? You can just set this up on the bar and you got a view of the ocean from about 100 feet above sea level.
Yeah, that
That
would
would
be
be
nice.
perfect. Plus, you could
Yeah.
go down. You can go down to 15 feet above sea level, and they got pavilions where you could rest this like 10 feet, like it'd be like 15 feet above sea level, and then you could go right down to this because it's the ocean, right? You're gonna have waves and shit. So if you're right at the sea level, the waves are gonna screw everything up.
Yeah, if there
You know?
is some waves, they will just create obstruction.
Yeah, and then you won't be able to So you're gonna have to be a little bit above sea level. The reason I like this place is because you can do it at 2 elevations pretty much at the same time that are in a line to each other. You know what I mean? I'll actually show you the spot on Google Maps.
Yeah, I actually found what I was thinking about. It's called a Dow deal.
What? A DAO? What is
Yeah,
that?
decentralized autonomous organization. When you get time, when you're done talking to Necro, that's actually what I was talking about earlier. Delegated proof of stake is another method, but a DAO is what I really meant. It works like in market tokens. Is using this.
I already have a video with one test like that, but
I've
unfortunately,
seen the John D one. The one in Brighton. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't remember if it was by John D. I'll verify that. Let me see. It was a tube, but metallic tube, but unfortunately there was no coating inside, so you can claim the reflection, you can claim anything. So
So the first image I drew an arrow. So that thing, that brown thing, that's a bar. That's a wooden bar, like a wooden surface, a wooden table, basically a giant wooden table. I don't know how long it is,
yeah,
but
I
it's
see it.
fucking long. It's long. It's obviously it's long. It's as long as that little building there. So I could set up the tube right on top of that, and in the second image is my view, like what it would be out to sea. Now, what I can do, so this is probably like 100 feet above sea level at this location. You go downstairs and then you're at the level of the beach. I can set up in one of these pavilions or even in this circle and also see this circle is like a little, it's nothing. It's just like they made like a little circle thing. You could set up there. That would probably be like 20 feet above sea level. And then like it would be on the same line of sight. So if something's out there, ship, whatever, then you can compare both of them. I actually have an infrared P1000. I haven't had a chance to test yet. So I definitely want to do this.
And
Exactly
yeah,
what you said.
I just found the video, and it was John D. It was by John D.
Because the longer the tube is, the more parallel the rays have to be.
Correct.
You're excluding more light.
Yeah.
And he didn't use like a super zoom camera. What does it even say what kind of camera he used? What was his zoom level on his lens?
It was a Nikon P5 510.
Yeah, but it didn't say like the zoom level of the lens, like how far is it, like 40 times zoom, 20 times zoom? Because the farther the zoom, the longer you can make the tube.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you got a HP 1000. I think it's 120 times zoom. So I could probably make the tube almost 2 times longer than what he used. He used probably like a 20-foot pipe. I could probably use a 40-foot pipe. Right? And then you can calculate, right?
It
You can
was
calculate the
2
angle.
the pipe was 2.5 meters.
Yeah, I could probably go 5 meters.
That would be nice. That would be really nice.
Yeah, and like I said, you can calculate the maximum diverging angle, right? So it's like the size of the opening to the opposite corner in the pipe, right? So both ways. So that would be like the max. Very sparse rays would actually be in that angle. But I'm just saying, most of the light would have to be nearly exactly parallel.
Yeah,
And
correct.
yo, it's
It will just debunk their refraction. What do they say about refraction?
Yeah, that's bending
Normal
light.
refraction or normal refraction, or standard refraction. Yeah, the standard refraction model that they have.
Well, that's what they tell me, but now do I believe it or not?
See,
That
you're
was
a smart
pretty good.
dude
Did you
right
catch
there.
that, or was that?
That's right, dude. Freaking look, bro. You just said like everything that needs to be said in 2 sentences. I fight with these guys all the time. They're like, "Why do you believe a flat Earth?" Like, bro, not the situation. The situation is you're running around experiencing a flat Earth, and someone who was like, "Oh, Earth's a globe," and you were like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the actual situation. Someone, have you been listening on YouTube at all? Sig?
What do you mean, like right now, or just in general?
No, in the past, like previous to coming here today.
I've probably come across it for a few minutes, but like no one really chats. And I was like, then I saw you guys
Yeah.
talking today, and I was like, I want to get back into where the people are talking.
Oh, cool. Well, I asked these guys, I'm like, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself? And they're like, no. Every single person has said no. So it's like they don't realize that it's just like they just someone just said something to them and they just believe them, and it's really that simple. It's no more complicated than that. But they try to make it some frickin' crazy convoluted sociological frickin' web of lies. Like, it's not like that at all.
Yeah, to add to that, it's like it is really true when they say once you see it, you can never go back. It just like frees your mind up. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I had that similar experience. It was like offloading garbage, man.
Like I was telling, I think DJ put up a picture of some of them were just poles, some were the windmills or whatever they call those things. And I was telling them like now when people instead of it just being a picture of that and like, oh, look at this picture of these windmills, my mind automatically went to the fact that I could see water going up behind them in the distance. Like it like automatic. It's weird. It's hard to
Yeah.
explain until you experience it.
Yeah, dude, it opens up a lot. Like, you actually start looking at the natural world again with like a little bit of wonder and a little bit of curiosity, you know. Whereas before, I was like, I didn't even notice that stuff. I really noticed the sun wherever it is, dude. I'm all over that shit. like the angle of the sun, the direction it sets, and the direction it rises, and where it goes. Like I'm always aware of it. I mean, I was always aware of it in a very rudimentary way, but now I'm like hyper aware of it. Whereas before, I kind of didn't even. I only used it really to okay, how long is it before the sun goes down? I could estimate that based on how bright it was.
Yeah, yeah. Another experience I had. It's just my own personal experience because it's looking at the sky type of thing. But for me, like, because maybe it'll help other people, but it's not like a flat Earth proof thing. It's just my personal experience. Because everyone wants to rip your head off if you say something. So I gotta have the disclaimer in there that this is just my personal. But anyway, when I when I go outside and I look at the moon nowadays, if anybody does it, because you just think of the moon like, oh, I just go out and look at it. No, but when you actually, now that you're in this like phase of your mind freeing up, when I look at the moon, it looks like a light. It doesn't look like something like the sun reflecting off it. It looks like a light bulb. And if you really pay attention when you go out there and look at it, you'll probably never look at it the other way again. But like I said, that's kind of like, you know what I
You
mean?
said
That's
the
my
moon looks like a
personal.
light bulb?
Yeah, the way I look at the view of the moon now is it looks like a light. Because when you try
Yeah.
and visualize it when you're inside, like, oh yeah, it does look like, but literally look at it and look at it like a light, and it's like it's really bright. It doesn't look like the sun reflecting off of it, off of gray dust. You know what I mean?
I actually saw a video, um, probably like 2 weeks, maybe a week ago, but it said that if you were on the moon, they're giving their little bullshit story. If you're on the moon, because the Earth is very shiny because it has water compared to the moon, that even in the dark part of the moon, that the reflection of the sunlight off the surface of the Earth, that it would appear as like twilight, even though you're in the dark side. So you'd be lit up and you'd be able to see just like daytime. In the phase part of the moon that we look at, they're saying on that surface, it's bright. Bright as twilight, bright as sunset. That the moon never actually gets dark in the first place because of the reflection of the Earth. Other than the side that's not lit by the side that faces away from us. This is their bullshit, dude. This is the funny thing about the heliocentric gold model. They need to just keep adding pieces and pieces and pieces, and then the pieces get more ridiculous as time goes on. So I don't know if there was this is a funny one. You're gonna like this one. So they say they launched something and sent it to the moon, and when they sent it, it was the day of a lunar eclipse. Now remember, when they landed it, right? It was called the Blue Bird or Blue Bug or Blue something or other. And so it's a rover on the moon that a private company launched. And it's on the moon during the day of a lunar eclipse. Now, from the moon, that's a solar eclipse, right? So they showed in their photos from the moon a ring of fire, right? The ring of the sun going around the moon, the Earth. What they said was the Earth, just like we see on Earth, we see the ring of fire. Well, here's the problem: the Earth is 1.7 times larger than the sun visually, and there's no way you could ever see a fucking ring of fire from the fucking moon. Like, but the thing is, they just make these stories more and more convoluted, man. Where they get like they, it's like a compulsive liar that forgets their lies. They can't keep track of them all because the machine is too complicated at this point for them to keep track of to stay consistent between all the claims. It's impossible now.
Yeah, it's like I always tell people, like, um, goes along the lines of what am I thinking here? Okay, they got this fear, right? but everything keeps changing to try and fit things. Like if it's so perfect, if you have a model and it's so perfect, why is everything changing? Why were the planets going in circles around everything? Then it turned into elliptical, and now it's like the Earth is perfectly round, but no, it's not. It's a little, the whole pear thing. But my complaint with like the bulging at the equator, that doesn't make sense to me. You're saying that even if it's billions of years, like it's insignificant that it's 13 miles or whatever they say, or 30 miles. But if it's spinning and it can do that kind of like pulling out the earth, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be standing on the earth. I don't think people realize if that's what they're trying to claim, that this spin is able to pull the equator out like that, we would not be able to stand on the earth. It doesn't matter if it's 13 miles, that's still a huge force. If that makes sense, like if you know what I mean, like
Yeah, it
it
makes
just
sense. Makes sense to me. And well, you know what they do, right? They cope. They go, well, it's not really slow, or it's only, whatever. The Earth is so big, or they come up with all these excuses, right?
Yeah,
On
they
why
put
they're
it
really not
into
being
like,
safe.
it took billions of years to get it to that point. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, yeah, well, in a billion years, it's gonna flatten out into a pizza.
You
yeah,
know, Jason,
that's
you know
what
what
they
made me
would
think of? I'm gonna ask one of these guys how many billions of years until the Earth spins itself into a disk, into a flat disk.
that'd be a good one.
Just like, well, dude, dude, you'll literally see the hourglass. Like, there can't be a flat Earth. No, nah, man, we just got the chronology wrong. The Earth is just freaking 2 trillion years old, man. It's a flat disk spinning in space.
But yeah, I could see them saying that. I could say, well, it's been billions of years. I even kind of figured it out in my head because I try and think what might be said. And it's like, okay, let's say they said it was a billion years. Even if it was a millimeter a year or whatever you would divide that into it or whatever, the point is that the force of it spinning caused that. No human would be able to survive that. It's just common sense.
What I have a problem with is the orbit, or 66,000 miles or 67,000 miles per hour, roughly. If 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 some object the size of the Earth is moving at that speed into gas on one side and away from the gas on the other side, there would be compression and a low pressure environment on the other side. It would be unattainable. You wouldn't be able to survive on an object like that.
Yeah, what's the one they use for that? Is that just like atmosphere and gravity or something somehow nullifies that or something? I forget.
Yeah, they don't. I have never heard any good explanation. It's just gravity's magic. It kind of makes sure not to pull too hard on one side and pulls extra hard on the other side, so it all balances out, and there's nothing. You can't measure any effect of the motion.
Yeah, and then it's like, I almost think they should have kept up with circles. What was circles, like 1500s, 1600s? I thought I remembered in grade school I learned that it was circles, and then high school it became ellipticals or something. But I guess the circle thing was like the 15 or 1600s. But to me, they would have been better off. Elliptical just really screws things up, especially with a 25-degree tilt.
So yeah, the reason why the Earth is a globe is because some yeah, so to say some people has traveled all the way up to space to take some pictures of the globe or of the Earth, like, and it's pretty much round, and it is a globe.
He's got a
So yeah.
point. I mean, back in 1968, this was in the 60s, obviously, so there was no the Photoshop or photo editing software back then, and they took a picture, and I
That's
think it was
not
one of
that's
the
not
first.
correct actually.
Hey Zero, how did people know that the Earth was a globe before they went to space?
I don't know, man. I was not born in that time, so I can answer your question, unfortunately.
So was the Earth flat before then?
Probably not, but you know, who knows?
Oh, and B-Man, could you tell the Soviet Union from that all of their manipulated photos that they couldn't have possibly done those, so they must have been time travelers because they couldn't possibly have manipulated photos before Photoshop was invented. Could you let the Soviet Union know that? You'll have to time travel yourself to do that. Thanks, B-Man.
I don't really know what
Yeah,
you're
they've been
talking about.
manipulating
I know
photos
that
since shortly after the invention of the film and
yeah, by
photography.
manipulating,
My stupid thing.
they stitch the different parts of the image
Yep,
together.
yep,
So they
and
get
it
full
looks it can look almost indistinguishable from a normal photo. It's still a manipulated photo.
What do you mean? But you're not really saying anything. Do you think they got like Stanley Kubrick to like make some really realistic sculpture and then take a picture of it? Like that's
No,
just
NASA
their
already has. We have documentaries of showing when NASA made lifelike models of the moon for the moon landings, for instance.
Yeah, that's really cool. But like the pictures there, you can look at it. Everyone knows it's been stitched together. You can't really take a full picture of the Earth because it's fucking huge, unless you want to travel out a really far distance, and then it's going to be hard to take a photo, isn't it?
Hey, I got something for you, bro. Okay, so during an interview with what was his name? What was the guy's name that was interviewing
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin? It was, on this talk show, there was the host was interviewing Buzz Aldrin, and he goes, "I saw you and Armstrong land on," and Buzz Aldrin said, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Stop." He's like, wait, what do you mean? I guess my memory's fuzzy. What? He goes, "No, you didn't see us land on the moon. You saw an animation. There was nobody there taking the camera, like with the camera, taking a video. There's nobody there."
Okay, well, this is a different conspiracy,
Okay,
isn't it? This is
so
complete
even
random,
if they
you
claim
know?
that any footage after that, right, was real, do admit that they did forge some footage, right? Not to deceive, but just for entertainment, like for purposes, educational purposes. They couldn't take a photo or video footage of people landing on the moon because they weren't there yet, right? So they made an animation just to give them, like, just to, for the audience's sake, that look, here's what we like. We can't show you what we're doing right now, but this is what it would look like, right? So much so that it fooled Conan O'Brien into thinking that he watched people land on the moon.
Yeah, I have that clip right here. I'll play it right now.
Go ahead.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop, and a few other things, and then Neil said, "Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed." Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah.
They didn't have Photoshop, right?
It'd be nice if you wore a tie. That was a tribute to me.
No, this is my.
Did he just say not a bad line?
Not a bad line.
Look.
Oh.
That doesn't really mean anything, but
What?
they could not a bad line doesn't really mean anything. You could say that about anything. I could say something really cool right now.
You want to hear him admit to a little girl that they didn't go there?
It was a different culture back then. Okay.
Hold on a second.
You're trying to use your 2025 brain and project it how fucking 1920s born people talked.
Yeah, that's cool, but I don't really care about the moon landing stuff.
Just say nah. Just say nah.
I don't really care about the moon landing stuff. That's that's another conspiracy, and that one has a bit more merit to it, I guess. But If you're talking about manipulating photos and videos and stuff like that, you could have said the moon landing video could have been a set. We don't know. We've been making movies since what, like the 20s,
We
1920s.
can actually know because you can use stereoscopic image analysis from all because we have so many pictures from the moon landings, and you can use stereoscopic image analysis where you overlay images which are looking in the same general direction but from slightly different angles, slightly different shifted positions, and so that relative perspective shift can show you how far away the distant background is. And it literally shows they're in a studio, and an expert has basically done this analysis, and I can give you a link to it.
Okay, so some guy's done this, but again, I don't really care about the moon landing because whether that's true or not,
I love how
it
you
has
just turned
completely
this
different.
expert into some guy.
I
You
don't
think
really
you're slick,
care.
bro? You're not slick.
You're not slick either, Indio.
Yeah. So, the expert said, "Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
some guy."
continue speaking.
Yeah.
So
not
I don't
some
really
guy. He said an
care about
expert.
the moon shit, okay? Because that has completely different motives to it, whether that's true or not. That's nothing to do with the Earth being curved. They wanted to land on the moon because of the Cold War and whatever. And if they wanted to fake that shit so they could, say that they got there first, it's nothing to do with the curved Earth. But yeah.
Yeah, but because you started by saying, well, they saw the Earth from like outer space, the only people who've ever gone outside of low Earth orbit, according to the whole paradigm, are the people who went to the moon. And so the rest of them have just stayed in low Earth orbit, according to the calculations. That's too low to the ground to see the Earth as a ball.
Pictures from low Earth orbit. Let me see this. Oh no, you can.
So the only people that even claim to have seen the Earth as a ball in its entirety.
Wait, he found the curve. Post it. Post the curve.
Can I post
people on the
images
ISS would only see 3% of the Earth.
No, they can't post. I can't post, Jimmy. They don't let me.
So the people on the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth if they could see the entire circle, the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a section of that, like a pizza slice of the circle. So they see less than 3% of the Earth, significantly less. Probably like fucking.
I'm looking at some
1/10 of 1%.
from what space station is this? Let me check. It's not showing me. I'm looking at some pictures from low Earth orbit right now. They look pretty. It looks pretty
I'm
round
sure you
to
are.
me.
You can
that's
put a
exactly what
link
they
in the
said.
chat.
These are pictures from low Earth orbit. I'm sure that's exactly what they said they are. But they're not from low Earth orbit.
1 second.
They can't be from low Earth orbit because they depict a scene that is impossible to be where they say they are. So from 250 miles above the surface of an 8,000 mile diameter ball, we can figure out what that would look like, and it don't look like that.
I don't know, man. He posted a very convincing link. I might be converting.
Hold
on. It looks so real.
I'm gonna pull a picture from that. So here's the picture. Here's the picture.
Wow, it's so real.
So now let's just work this out. So 200, if you rescale it, 250 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter, is the same as being 2.25 inches above a ball, 6 feet in diameter. Now imagine that you took your little iPhone and you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter. You took the little iPhone camera and put the little camera 2.25 inches above the surface of the ball. Would it look like that? Of course
they're not using an iPhone
way
camera.
closer to the surface than that image.
So what are you trying to say here?
If that was low Earth orbit, Earth would be tiny.
Okay.
Wouldn't look like that, dude. You understand? 3% of the surface of the Earth.
Probably using
if you could see the entire circle. Now, let's say this field of view is 90 degrees. That would be something like, I don't know, 0.5% of the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
So in
Well,
the side chat, right? Drace posted that. Now the guy in the image is a professional planetarium director. So he gave a presentation on this about what the ISS would see. This was a flat Earth presentation. Now, obviously, he's not a flat earther, but this is what he showed. That white circle on that ball, this is to scale. That would be the entire view of the ISS. You could see 360 degrees, but you can't. So you would see this a tiny sliver of that. Okay. Now think about the picture you just showed, bro.
uh-huh.
You think that little ball picture that I just took from that website would be the same view as the scale model of the Earth that this guy's holding? That those can be somehow equivalent views. So that white, like I said, the white circle is the horizon line. In his scale model, this is to scale, physical model. Just think about it for a second. Could that possibly be an actual image of the Earth? No. But the key thing isn't whether it's an image of the Earth or not. The key thing is there's impossible for you to tell what an authentic image is and what an authentic image isn't. You don't have the reference. You don't have any reference to go, hey, that image looks fake. Hey, that image looks real, because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So you have nothing to compare it against except for other images that people also claim are real. You can just compare them to each other. So you're in the realm, completely stuck in the realm of, you can't judge the authenticity by looking at the image itself, because you have no framework from which to judge it. The only way we can test these images is to see, hey, what's in the image? What do they depict? Okay, they depict a bunch of things. So we can go on the Earth, the places that are in the image, and see if whatever that image shows, that thing is actually there. So in the case of these images, we can test if the water's curving. If the water's not curving, then this image is impossible, because that's ocean. If the ocean's not curving, then this image is impossible. It's the only way these images can be evaluated.
The ocean has a bulge.
A water hill.
Water boner.
I mean, just complete the circle for a second. Here, I got a side view. It's even freaking worse than this. And the other one Jace posted, that's the this alleged Chinese space station photo, and they're only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. Their horizon is completely flat. Why is that?
That one definitely looks fake.
They all look fake.
Just saying.
I just think
posted
the
a
Chinese are
GeoGebra
better at math.
Well, one more, and this is the last thing I'm going to leave. So this is a GeoGebra construction to scale in kilometers. So that little dot above that ball, that's where the ISS would be relative to the surface of the Earth. Now, mind you, that dot is obviously gigantic because you wouldn't be able to see it, but it's barely above the surface of the Earth. But that's not what that looks like.
Yeah.
That looks like if you
because the
pan
Earth
down,
is
you
really
could see
big.
the entire width of the Earth.
No, you can. The Earth is big, and you can take a pretty good photo from that angle. It's a pretty good vantage point.
250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. How are you going to get that in your field of view?
You're not gonna get the whole thing, are you? Yeah, and
Yeah, but you
that's
could,
not the whole
according to
thing.
this image. You could definitely get the whole thing.
It's the horizon, is it not? Anyway,
Well, let
I'm
me
not
ask
gonna
you this.
bother with photos because no matter what photos I'm gonna send in, you guys are gonna say are fake.
If
So.
they're, because you can't, you applied no evaluation to them, dude. You type NASA.gov, whatever it was on there, you just believed authentic. Oh, it's on NASA.gov. It's authentic. That's your evaluation.
this.
Well, how else did you evaluate them?
Tell me this. Can you make predictions with a flat Earth model?
Oh God.
Yes.
What predictions do you make with a globe Earth model and provide the model,
Yeah, why don't
please?
you just show us the,
Oh,
the
I'll give
globe
you
Earth
one.
model?
You can
So
predict
let's
exactly.
make a prediction based
Hold
on
on,
the.
let him talk. I want to hear what they can predict. Hold on. What can you predict?
Back in 2017, whenever there was a solar eclipse or
Yeah, they don't use a globe Earth
over
model for that.
America,
Next.
they used the globe Earth model
No,
for
they don't.
the prediction. Yes, they did.
No, they do
Provide
not.
the model.
Yes, they did.
They use
Provide the
Saros
model.
cycle.
Provide the
They use
model. If
something
you
called
said that
Saros
they used no
cycle.
model,
Doing it.
sorry, Indio.
No, you
If
go
you
ahead,
say
guys.
that they used the model, provide the model.
1 second.
It's another example of someone having to search for what they already believe to be true. Now,
Yeah, I'm thinking so.
afterwards, they look for the evidence, but they already believed it. That's the crazy part.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Kepler's laws. That's what they use. Planetary motion and the Earth's orbit to the Sun and the Moon's orbit around the Earth, which is tilted at a 5-degree angle relative to the Earth's
Yeah,
orbit.
who told you that?
The prediction
ChatGPT?
process calculates. No, a really easy Google search.
Yeah, go
when
on
three
NASA's
celestial
website.
bodies.
They're the one. Hold on. All the eclipse predictions that are on NASA's website are by a guy named Fred Espernak. He used the Saros cycle. He didn't use Keplerian orbital elements. They don't actually work because, according to them, there's too many perturbations of the orbit to actually accurately predict when an eclipse will happen. You can just use the Saros cycle, which has been used for thousands of years, to do it. It's very simple. So I'm going to post in the chat a video from a guy that teaches at Cambridge University. He's a mathematician. He goes all through the whole reason on why the heliocentric model cannot be used to accurately predict eclipse times. So they don't use that. They've never used it because it doesn't work. You just think it works. This is another myth that's spread around. Oh, globes predict eclipses. No, they don't. They don't use that shit.
So are you going to examine the evidence, B-Man 92, and concede if you find that that your claim is inaccurate?
You're quite optimistic.
Well, yeah, I mean, gotta have some.
Every single conversation always ends up to some YouTube video that some guys made.
He's not just some guy. He teaches physics at Cambridge University. He's a professor.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
Like earlier.
He Googled it. His source was Google.
Like earlier, I gave him a
NASA.gov
PhD.
is a Saros cycle.
I gave him a PhD previously of the Department of Physics and Technology of Kharkov State University in Ukraine.
There we go.
Doesn't the
But you need
globe
to-
model have
hold
a
on.
3-body problem? So how would you
Okay, cool.
predict anything with that?
I don't really
They
know.
can't.
I don't really know what that is. But don't you need to include the?
You
the
can't
Earth's
predict the
rotation
orbits of 3 or
in the
more
solar
bodies
cycle?
when you know the initial starting condition.
You need to include the Earth's rotation. Predict
Yeah,
future
but
solar eclipses.
bro, you
In the
cannot
solar
predict the
cycle,
orbits
the one that
of...
you're talking about.
What about it?
No. There's no Earth
You need to
rotation in the
include
Saros
Earth's
cycle.
rotation.
So what they do
Yeah,
is
you
they
need to
take a
include it.
plane.
You need to
It's
include
called
it.
Bazillion orbital. Listen, it's called Bazillion elements. So what they do is take a plane and then they figure out where the shadow projects on the plane. In fact, Shane St. Pierre, Mortawan, who's a fucking anti-flat earther, had to pay him $1,000 because he said you can't do this on a flat Earth, and he did.
10,000.
It wasn't 10,000. It was 1,000.
It was 10,000.
It wasn't 10,000, dude. 1,000. Shane even said so in the post.
Sounds like after the fact exaggeration.
The point is they use the Saros cycle. if you just type on Google, since you're familiar with your alma mater Google, if you just type in NASA Soros, you'll get
Yeah,
the
where do
NASA.
you get your information?
Okay.
The same place he's directing you to.
Jesus fucking Christ. Books. You
Like
ever read one?
NASA.
Why? What's wrong with
But you
YouTube?
get your information from YouTube. What's
I
wrong
get
with
some of
Google
my
then?
information
Google
from
owns
YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah.
Who cares?
So yeah, exactly. Who cares? So stop dissing Google, bro.
Well, no, but Google, the
Uh-huh.
way Google indexes information has nothing to do with the truth. See, I actually, I can go on Google and go to MIT OpenCourseWare and take entire fucking courses on physics. So can you.
Yeah.
You can't do that on Google. If you could use Google, it's going to direct you to the thing I just said, or I can go right to it. The point is that if you
can do a bit
go on,
digging, you can get the
if you
exact
go
same
on,
thing that you're
dude,
talking about.
you're deflecting from the point. You're trying to change the subject. If you go on Google, type in NASA eclipse website. It's going to take you to eclipses in the solar cycle. Tells you all through how they predict eclipses. If you go all the way to the bottom, it says all these eclipses are predicted by a guy named Fred Aspernack. He gives talks on how he actually does it. They don't use a globe model. You just thought that. In fact, nobody ever told you that. See, people just fill in the blanks because they're shown a diagram of how eclipses, a diagram explanation of how eclipses are supposed to work, and then they fill in the blanks like there's some 3D model where they're predicting eclipses. They just filled that in their head. But nobody actually ever told you that. None of your teachers ever said, hey man, they use a 3D model of a globe, a moon, and the sun to predict eclipse times. And that they use Kepler's fucking orbits to predict eclipse. No one ever told you that. They couldn't do it because of the three-body problem with someone laid out. When you actually have a shitload of bodies, because the sun's supposed to be wobbling because of the orbit of Jupiter and blah blah blah, it would never work. And they say it doesn't work. Now the question is, does it not work because it's wrong, or does it not work because of perturbations of orbits? That's the question. But the thing is, we know how to predict eclipses. You know, you can predict eclipses using nothing but pi. I got that video too. Which is from the same guy, which is a math channel from a math professor.
Okay,
One of
so
the best universities in the goddamn world, which you could never get into.
The
You couldn't even get into this university, dude, with an infinite amount of.
I fucking know. I never said I was.
Okay,
I
then
would
why
never
you
said I was a
poo-pooing it?
scientist. And I just said, and I just found out there now. They did not use the Soros cycle. They used calculating eclipses done using the ephemeris. It's a mathematical
They
model
don't actually
describing the
do that,
motion of
dude.
celestial bodies. Utilizing the ephemeris, we can figure out the position of the sun and the moon at a time and then calculate the angle, separating them to determine if an eclipse happens. For the 2017 North American total solar eclipse, NASA used their supercomputers to predict it. Using their immense computing power, they even account for the elevation data for both Earth and the Moon. This is impossible to achieve from the Saros cycle.
Which one are you talking about? Is that the one they changed 4 times?
He's talking about the ephemeris, which is essentially a celestial model. It's about as old as the Earth itself, the ephemeris. You don't need a supercomputer to, decipher the ephemeris, for crying out loud.
You can use an anti-Ethereum mechanism.
Anyone can do it.
But, and that's a cool story, but I want to see the actual model they use, as in the formulas, the actual model. The model is like the formulas and the calculations and the variables that are plugged into it. I want to see that. Just saying you did that without evidence, right? Yeah, we did it this way. Yeah, show me.
There's
Show
some
me the
source
formula
code that you guys can use. There's some source code.
The source code for the supercomputer? What language is that written in? Lisp?
I think that's Python. Anyone can do it.
Supercomputers are using Python. Oh, Jesus.
No. Anyone can do it. I know the NASA used supercomputers for whatever they were calculating, but anyone can use this ephemeris, or whatever you call it, to
Ephemeris,
predict
yeah.
a solar eclipse. Ephemeris. The script uses Typhim to determine the positions of the moon and sun.
Wait, where are you reading this?
Debunking flat Earth misconceptions.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's what you guys do. You debunk
Yeah.
globe misconceptions.
No, okay, now we're gonna frickin' go all in on this. I want the actual model they used, where they said this is possible. No, I want the actual model, the mathematical model with a globe in it.
Okay.
With a radius of 3,959 miles, all that shit. Orbital distance to the moon, orbital distance to the sun, the projection of how it should look, all that shit. I want all that. I want that model.
NASA uses GPL development ephemeris.
Okay, we don't need you to catch up. Just give us the model you said exists. You said you asked me what's our model to predict eclipses.
Do you want a little
You
picture?
said
You want
had
a
a model to
cartoon?
predict
What do you
eclipses.
mean?
I want you to substantiate that.
Why are you asking us? This is your claim. You should know what it is.
They did. I wanted you to substantiate it, as in put
I
some
just
meat
said
on
that
the bone.
they use a mathematical.
Yeah, great. I want
equation,
meat, but yeah, you can claim that. That doesn't mean that's what you did. So I want meat on the bone. Cowbell? I can jump over the Empire State Building. That's a claim.
Yeah.
We use the globe model to predict eclipses. That's a claim. Now let's see the evidence.
You jumped over the Empire State Building?
Yeah, of course. Do it all the time. Oh, fuck.
Brother, in the link you provided, there's no model in there. You're gonna have to do better.
You want a little funny
Where's the
picture?
variable for the solar distance in that?
You claimed a globe
size
model.
of the Earth. Where's the variable for the moon distance? Where's the what are you showing us?
Maybe we're asking the wrong question, Indio. Hey, friend, what is the globe model? What is it?
It's a big globe.
You really should read before you post things, dude.
Where is this big globe of yours?
Your measurements are being taken from the center of the Earth. Place observer in the center of the. That's crazy, dude.
Place the observer in the center of the Earth. So, like, what, hell? Is that how you reify your globe into existence?
Oh shit! I stand corrected, Travis. It was $10,000. I must have my brain must have not even comprehended that shit.
Good job.
How do you explain the different constellations from the different hemispheres in a flat
Hey, you
plane?
want to bet Shane $10,000?
Yeah, this could be quite lucrative. We need more globers like that.
I mean, I could just repackage it and regift his bullshit, but give 10 G's for myself. Now, what were you asking about constellations?
Yeah, he wants us to explain why when he goes to different places, he sees different things above his head.
Fuck hey.
Well, if we're in the northern
Look,
hemisphere,
when you're in a house,
I see
you're under a
different
ceiling fan. When you walk
constellations
around your house, does the ceiling fan stay there? Just follows you around.
Fucking stupid, man. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you see different stars to whenever you're in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking at different parts of space.
Sorry, no shit. The ones in the north are circumpolar to the north celestial pole. The ones in the south are circumpolar to the south celestial pole. So when you move between the two and when you look up, you see them. When you go here, you see these ones, defined as you said, the ones in the north. And then when you go to the south, you see the ones that are defined by the south, by their circumpolar rotation.
Well, if you're on a flat plane, you'd still be able to see the North Star, wouldn't you?
Why?
Really?
Do you understand how perspective works and things above your eye line with distance from moving away from underneath them appear to converge towards the horizon? Right? That's why the clouds appear to touch the horizon at distance. Right? Why the star, why the sun looks like to you this convergence of the sky and the earth beneath. That's perspective. How you see the world. So when you move from, let's say, you are underneath the North Star and you move away from being underneath it, you'll notice it starts declining towards the horizon. As you look forward, you see the stars that are in front of you coming upwards from the horizon, till eventually you've gone so far that there's one above your head. Well, there's none there, but you get to the south and you look up and there's a celestial rotation. You obviously can't see the north one anymore because it's gone downwards towards the horizon beyond your ability to see it.
We go.
Yeah, like why the ceiling appears to get closer to the floor when you look down the corridor. It's not actually getting close to the floor. The floor's not actually ramping up to meet the ceiling at the midpoint of your view. That's just the way you see the world. That's why those street lights at the end of the street look smaller and lower than the one you're standing next to. So the reason why you see other things is you've gone to a different location where they do different things.
You literally said
defined
it. You said it yourself, man. The stars, they disappear because they go below your horizon as the Earth curves away.
No, does the ceiling go below the floor when you look down the corridor?
That's why the further south you go, the lower Polaris gets in the sky until it completely vanishes.
Excuse me, do you think the ceiling goes below the floor when you look down the corridor?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Perspective.
What the fuck are you talking
How
about?
things above your eye line with distance appear to converge to the midpoint of your view. It's why the mountain far away looks smaller, why the street lights at the end of the road look smaller and lower than the one that you're standing next to. You're talking about a star. When you stand underneath it, you look up and it's there. You walk away from being underneath it, and with distance, it starts descending downwards towards the horizon. It's not actually getting lower. It's how you see the world.
Yeah, because the world is curved.
Oh my God, he's just
a flat plane moving south shouldn't make Polaris slide down. It shouldn't make Polaris slide down the horizon. It should always be visible. You're literally watching curvature.
No worries, brother. You made a claim there. Let's get that out of the way. That's kind of the crux of the matter anyway. So can you show us where the Earth curve has been measured?
Oh my God. Fuck me.
Yeah, I know. What a ridiculous question, right? Who would ask such a stupid thing about a globe? Who has measured the curvature of the Earth? How ridiculous.
Is it like it's about what is it now? That the Earth is not spinning. That's the claim, right?
Yeah.
So I can only claim something which I heard from some professionals that might be a little bit outside of the like mainstream shit. I know how to say it because English is not my first language, but there's one piece of evidence that I could point to that might not be about the Earth spinning, but it might be evidence pointing towards that. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, like, I work with like in my field of expertise in where I work at, it's about like scales, like you're weighing things, right? You step on a scale, you weigh yourself, or anything. You know what a scale is, right?
Yeah, we know what weight is, mate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So there is a like the scale thing is like regulated, so you have to have a like an experienced person come to your place where you have your scales if you work in like industrial stuff, right? So they are calibrated. So like a scale has to be calibrated by a professional, right? And they came to my place and I asked them about how it works when they go to different like latitudes, right? Like if they go further south, they actually have to take that into account because the like weights that they have, like they have to calibrate it based on like the latitude or like
Yeah.
where
Well,
was it longitude?
well, that's the old. That's the new news. Let me give you that's the old news. Let me give you the new news. That lore has since been updated by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says because the Earth has a bulge, the bulge and the more mass that's under the bulge exactly cancels out the centripetal force that would throw you off the Earth. So it just ends up being the same anyway. So yeah.
I mean, that's not what the guys told me because they still have like they have like zones
if
that
there's more land, right? So there's supposed to be a bulge at the equator that's 11 miles high, so it's 11 miles more Earth, right? So that's going to have more pull, right?
20...
So hold on, Rusty. So the claim is that something will weigh less at the equator than the poles because of this Earth is spinning, right? And it's throwing you off. Okay, but now they're saying, well, that's not actually the case because there would be more mass there, and that mass compensates for the centrifugal force and would all equal out.
That's not what
the new shit.
the person was saying to me.
Well, he's full of it, dude. They'd be doing fucking gold arbitrage.
I mean, they are calibrating the scales, so they are equivalent
Every time
to
you turn on a
more northern
digital
hemisphere.
scale, it has to be calibrated every time.
Yeah, but why would that be when you go further south? Like,
You
I
can-
know
you
that
can
Neil
walk
deGrasse Tyson
into
has
the other-
said that we have a bulge at the equator,
You can walk
but
into
it
the other
doesn't
room.
matter
It
in
has to be
MA.
recalibrated. Every time you turn it off, when you turn it on, it has to be recalibrated.
Yeah, but
Has
when
to
you
be
go
zeroed
further
every
south,
time you turn it
there's
on.
like a... Yeah, but if you go further south towards the equator, there's a measurable difference.
Yeah, you're saying that, but that's
based
not
on
true,
something.
dude. That's not true.
Okay.
Somebody told you that because somebody believed that, but it's not true. Want me to show you it's not true? Okay, I'll show you extra data taken
I mean,
by science.
I asked I asked the guy that was at our place.
Well, I'll show you data.
calibrating the shit, and
So this
he
won't be word of mouth hearsay.
specifically
This will be
said,
data that people took with scientific scales, the measurements performed by scientists. Okay.
I mean, he was an expert in his field, so I would take his word for it.
So what?
To a degree.
What, sorting out scales? There was an old woman who used to do that where I worked. He had to recalibrate the scales every single week because of, standard weights and measures and so on. You can't be selling more or less of something and charging somebody a different price. So, yeah, just because somebody can press a few buttons on a scale doesn't mean they're some kind of expert in why the Earth does the shit that it does. They've just got a job of work, mate.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like kind of weird that depending on if you're further or...
Again, it's not true, dude. What you're about to say is not true. You just believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I heard it. I asked him.
You heard it.
He's wrong,
Sorry.
dude. What will you say? He's
Okay,
wrong.
so okay. Well, maybe he was
So
wrong.
this would be
I
the
guess.
test, buddy. This would be the test. You'd be at 45 degrees latitude, and then you'd take your scale, you'd weigh something, and then you'd go to the equator, and without zeroing it, you would weigh it again and then measure some difference.
Shut the fuck up! Earth is not flat. It's round. Retard.
Okay, have a temper tantrum. That's awesome. Anyway,
That's on me.
so this is what you'd have to do. But here's the problem: when you're in transit, when you've left 45 latitude and traveling to the equator, your scale is gonna lose accuracy. So you have to zero it when you get to where you're getting, which negates the entire thing.
No, yeah, but the fact that you have to zero it
because of transit.
That's a yeah, but because it like you want your scale to be at like at regular, you want to be at 0, right? And if you travel to the south, there's like a difference in the weight that it's gonna say.
No, there isn't.
Right? Okay, well, I guess.
Yeah, Rusty, what you're looking at here is what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But we're even better than that. Inyo can show you quite the opposite.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I just got one more graphic. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you, dude. Because like they did this as an experiment. You know, a bunch of so current scientific scale companies took scales and sent them all over the world to a bunch of scientific facilities, and they did this test, dude. So there's the graph. Well, hold on. There it is. You look in the side chat. You see the measurement graph, the predicted change of weight based upon latitude versus what was actually measured. It's just a freaking sawtooth nonsense. But I was trying to tell you the new hotness is saying that the mass of the Earth cancels out the centripetal force or centrifugal force because gravity's going to be stronger at the equator, but the rotation is going to counteract that gravity. So, but it's all evens out. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he's been telling this story that you told for 20 years, and he's been wrong the whole time. He admitted being wrong the entire time.
I mean, how are you going to invoke like centripetal force if you don't believe in it? Kind of weird, isn't it?
This is called an internal critique of the globe claim. I can probe an idea internally to check it for consistency and accuracy without adopting it.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Just like you can say like, on a flat Earth, X would happen, right? That's an internal critique.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, I wish that like the thing that I was putting forward is just a real life experience I had asking a professional in his field about the difference in weight based on your like on a
well, I mean,
way where
know something about professionals in their field that they're full of shit just like everybody else.
They're professionals in a field that doesn't exist.
No, it is a field that exists. It was just that maybe I asked him something that wasn't true in the flat Earth sense. Yes.
No, it's just his preconceived idea and probably something that he got told by somebody else when he was training to do his job or at university, because, you know, we all live on a sphere. Interesting fact about living on a sphere, apparently, if you move locations, scales work differently. What is heavy here is not so heavy over there, blah, blah, blah. Yet this is just what, at best, now an old wives' tale. It's not true, dude. It's just one of these things that people have picked up over time because, you know, we live on a sphere and these stories exist. And what they go to work, you ask a question, he pops up and goes, well, did you know that when we change location because we're on a ball that spins, blah, blah, blah. It's just storytelling, mate. It's an old wives' tale. Now, the story's changed. That's what Indio's pointing out. Different story now.
But it's
I was just
it's retroactive.
like in the fiction world, they call this retconning or retroactive continuity, where they update their story in the present to make excuses for things that have occurred since they last made their claims or story points. But look, most of the claims from Globers about any of this stuff is from an idealized model. You know, for example, a famous one is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City. They say that the towers are 1 5/8 inches apart at the top than the bottom in order to account for the curve of the Earth. That's a claim that was aired on television on a TV show called Modern Marvels. Yet, there's no evidence that they even are 1 5/8 inches out at the top, let alone that it was engineered to be so, and let alone that it needed to be so in any manner. All as they did was they took a idealized model of curvature of the Earth and just said if two objects were this far apart and the direction of down was a radial to the center of a circle, then this is how much they would be if all of those other things I just said were true. And then people just believe it. And then people will come and say, oh, did you know they have to take into account the curve of the Earth when they make bridges? Like, get real, dude. Pure fantasy. Listen, friend, it's not even possible to construct a bridge made out of the materials that they made the Verrazano Narrows Bridge out of to be intentionally 1 5/8 inches out at the top. It's not even physically possible.
How could they even check it?
Exactly. The building methodology.
If they checked it in the winter and then checked it in the summer, they're going to get different measurements.
Yeah, dude. The deck that the cars drive on that bridge elevates and declines the distance from the ground like 11 feet throughout the year. 11 feet. So if you're driving at the peak of the expansion, you're 11 feet higher. Sorry, 11 feet. 11
Lower.
feet higher.
Lower.
Oh, because it's suspension, so it's contracting. So you're being pulled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, whatever. You drive at one time of the year, you're 11 feet higher, and then the other time of the year, you're 11 feet lower. Yet they want you to believe that they engineered this thing to be 1 5/8 inches out at the top versus the bottom with cement and steel, right? And me and T-Dub looked it up. I can't remember the exact distance of the spans, but the concrete accuracy is like 1.75 inches over a span, which was like, in the tens of feet versus hundreds of feet that the towers are.
Well, you got to finish their argument, right? Their argument is the bridge would have fell down if they didn't do this.
Oh, yeah.
If they didn't make that tolerance, then the bridge would not work.
Well, when they were taking the engineering measurements of that bridge, they could only take it at nighttime when the temperature was even. They couldn't take them during the daytime.
They have this whole thing in building structures, like you just said. You have to do different things at different times, but you even have to build it at different times. The holes on the stuff don't even line up. You have to wait for the material to match temperature so that the holes line up.
Man,
then you can put the bolts in.
Well, because I would only see them doing like lining up because they do a lot of construction near here, iron works, right? So I'd see them using the come along in the crane to put the steel girders together, but I'd only see them do it like into the morning, like between like 6 in the morning and 11 in the morning, and then they would stop, and the crane would be doing something else all day. They wouldn't be actually assembling the metal anymore. Right, assembling the steel, like putting the bolts in. They wouldn't be doing any of that. They'd be like putting the decking, the floor decking, and all that, and that's how they kind of worked every day, where they would do the putting the steel girders up, the uprights, all that stuff, and then in the afternoon they would do like the composite decking, all the other shit that went along with it. I just thought that was because I don't know, their scheduling.
Yeah, there's even a wrench specifically designed for a lot of these dudes called the spud wrench, and it has a wrench on one side, and on the other end it has a tapered end that they literally stab through the holes to try to get them to line up. And now, if you know anything about bolting things together, you're going to have play, right? It's not going to be a perfect match over the entire span of all these things you're putting together. The little millimeters or micrometers off are going to add up over the distance. But these guys want you to believe that if they didn't engineer this bridge an inch and 5/8 out, and then even engineering it is one thing, let alone employing the engineering, because anybody who's ever actually built anything understands that they almost rarely go exactly to the engineering plans. So they expect you to believe they engineered it intentionally, and that the people who built the thing were able to actually manufacture the thing 100% accurate to the plans, and that if they didn't do it with 100% inch and 5/8 accuracy, the bridge would fall down and everyone would die because the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's laughable how dumb these people are.
What?
Oh,
You think
Russ,
people
you're not
actually believe
aware?
that?
No, they
People
come in
don't
here and
believe that, no.
argue it. They come in here and argue it against us that this proves the Earth is a globe, dude. So yeah, they believe it.
That a bridge exists because the Earth is a globe? No, I don't believe that.
No,
Well, maybe, I guess. Yeah, there's a bunch of. I'm not
No,
claiming
that the
that.
bridge has to be. Listen, the claim is that the bridge has to be engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth that results in the towers being splayed out at the top an inch and 5/8 versus the bottom, because otherwise the bridge wouldn't work correctly. That's their claim, and this is how I know the Earth is a globe, because nobody on the bridge died and the bridge didn't fall down.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that. I know that. I know that reasoning. I don't think it's true
Yeah,
though.
pretty stupid. Yeah,
I think
no, it's not only is it not true, it's stupid.
Yeah. I don't think they have to take that into account. That the Earth is a globe. They don't have to take that into account.
Yeah, just the weight of the steel cables to form the towers.
And David jumped to the conclusion that, now let's imagine the towers are tipped away from each other. That would just be normal, tilting them away, so that some of the downward force is, instead of pulling it laterally, it's going more down, right, into the what do you call it, footing. Too long didn't read version is, the more upright the tower is, the more lateral stress will be placed across the tower, across that span. If you tilt them back, then the ropes hang, and that initial part is going along, like more parallel to the tower itself.
Yeah, Guess how much lateral inward deflection of the tower top was during when they fully loaded the towers.
Oh, dude, I
This
bet
is the
like
same thing as
2 feet.
the reciprocal zenith argument. Only Globers using that argument say they need like 30 to 70 miles to measure the divergence. But here you got bridge guys who can do it over the span of a mile.
Yeah, with frickin' tape measures, man.
Yeah, they had to build the towers 36 inches taller than normal because the weight of the bridge shrank them, and a lateral inward deflection was 18 to 20 inches.
Yikes. Yikes.
So this 41 millimeters or whatever they accounted for the curve, completely destroyed by this 18 to 20 inches.
Glover
Now, so
response
wouldn't
is, you flat earthers deny everything.
now I gotta wouldn't you want the towers of that bridge to be kind of standing straight up, so you would put the stress of the cables like equally on each side, so that they wouldn't be separated at the top at all when you're an engineer? Like you wouldn't want them to like lean to one side,
Depends.
or basically apart from each other.
Well,
Right.
it depends on the bridge. It depends on the bridge. So some bridges, the towers are canted away from each other on purpose for the way that they're doing the load. So it just all depends on how it's designed. We used to have a guy that hung out with us who was a civil engineer, and he actually built bridges. And he would come in here all the time whenever anybody was talking about the bridges, and he would say, "Dude, I build bridges and can cant them, and this is the type of bridge, and this is how much we have to cant it for the distribution of the load, and the flexion, and all these other different things to take into account." And the idea that we have to take the Earth curve into account is retarded, literally impossible.
I think that too, as a glober. I think that there's no point in using bridges as a
Yeah, because it's
proof.
like it's one of
doesn't
those
matter.
things that, check it out, bro. It's like it's one of those things that if you think the Earth is a globe and you try to include it, it's going to be irrelevant, because the actual building of the bridge, it's going to be, whether you include it or don't include it, it's not going to matter at all. It's almost like it doesn't exist. Actually, it's exactly like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But Overlord, don't pilots have to account for the pitch of an aircraft when they go from New York to Paris?
No, they have to account for it when they fly over the towers of the Verrazano Narrow Bridge as they leave JFK. If they don't, then they'll run into the second tower. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
Didn't it
Too
happen
soon?
there?
Sorry.
It's called the Brian's turbulence criterion.
You know what? One of the first major, really popularized bridge catastrophes where the bridge failed had to do with? Anybody? Super world famous suspension bridge.
The one that was swinging in the wind there.
Yep. Aerodynamics.
Resonant destruction, actually. Tacana, caused by aerodynamic sway. It was the Tahoma Bridge, right? Tacoma?
Tacoma Narrows?
Yeah, Tacoma
Maybe.
Narrows.
It sounds familiar.
Tacoma Narrows Bridge, yeah. Famously collapsed 1940 due to aerodynamic forces from wind. The galloping Gertie for its up and down motion. Caused the bridge to oscillate in a twisting motion that became more extreme until the structure failed. The video of it is pretty freaking cool, though. I have to admit.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, like how much that it almost looks fake.
Don't it?
And
It's like a miniature almost.
the wind load wasn't that bad. It was only 42 miles an hour.
Is that the video where it's twisting left and right, left and right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Here, I'll give you some 40 there propaganda. You can watch it.
So you mean to tell me it wouldn't survive the sonic blast of a nuclear bomb detonation? Shit.
Hey, just looking at that bridge, though, I mean, it looks, that screenshot there, if you just disregard the fact that part of the bridge is missing and just look at the left side, it looks pretty strong. It's like, yeah, man, that's strong. There's no way it's coming down.
Maybe it's because the Earth turned flat at that moment.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying that what actually happened was a globe earther and a flat earther were arguing, and a globe earther was constantly appealing to a change in the radius of the Earth, so the Earth was actually growing and shrinking underneath the bridge, which caused the stress?
Possibly. It's one possibility, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's what the Globers believe. They believe that the horizon is a physical location known as the curve of the Earth, blocking things in the distance, but then all of a sudden it's in front of the thing, and then all of a sudden it's behind the thing, and then all of a sudden it's 10 times too far. So it's like, in their worldview, the Earth is literally changing sizes.
It could also be that the straw man that you're constructing has just punched away the support of that bridge. Perhaps.
What straw man would that be?
The shit that you just said.
Oh, wait a minute. So what you're trying to say is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of a giant ball? Okay, good point. You're right. It's not.
Yeah, it depends on the perspective. I don't know. Was there anything else?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? You mean if you move around, the horizon changes, or you can stay in the same place and the horizon changes?
Now the horizon is the horizon is a perspective thing. Like it's
So
not
that
a physical
means
place.
that the clown car of endless people that come in here, especially this week, which has been a hot topic, of ships going over the horizon, that's cap, right? That's just nonsense.
What? Are you streaming on YouTube right
What?
now?
How is that relate?
Yeah, because the horizon, if it's physical, then it blocks boats. But
It's
if
not.
it's just optical, then it's just an optical effect. It's not physical blocking a boat.
No. I think you
What cuts the boat in
misunderstand.
half? The horizon?
No, he doesn't
Yes.
misunderstand.
Okay, now
there
that
is a
thing is
physical
physical or optical?
thing.
It
The horizon is based on your observation. Like wherever you are, you have a
Yeah,
horizon.
that's why I clarified that before
It's
you
as far
tried to
as you
run
can
away with
see.
it. Yeah, that's why I started with, does it change when even though you're in the same place?
If
You
you're in the
didn't.
same place, well,
Yeah, if I just
it
I
can
go to the
change,
beach,
but
I just stand there for a week, dude. Will the horizon move around?
it can, yes, but
Okay, so it's not geometric.
generally not.
Generally? How do you know what happens in the general case?
What's the cause of the horizon?
Well, I mean,
just to be clear.
Just the perspective, but the perspective.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what he's saying. It sounds like he doesn't want to say that.
No, there is a geometrical horizon, but
okay, there it is right at the end. We
How do we
thought
find
when
that?
you said the
Have a different.
we thought. Sorry to be clear, Rusty. We thought you said the cause of the horizon was just and only perspective, as in angular resolution, loss of distance of the surface you're looking across. Right? We thought that that's what you said the cause of the horizon was. You seem to be what perspective, the way that we see the world, a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, I mean the distance that you can see is based on, well, of course, physical facts, but
like what?
Yes. About what?
Yeah, what physical facts?
Well, the most prominent one is the geometric shape of the Earth.
The most prominent one?
Really?
Yeah, then you have...
So the overarching factor in the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
That's the most prominent one, yes.
When you mean prominent
the one that you
one,
said
mean
didn't
like,
exist.
Yeah.
Because you said it was perspective instead.
Yes. I mean, it depends on where you stand, how far the
6 foot
horizon
off
is
the
away from
surface
you,
of
isn't
the
it?
beach. 6 foot off the surface of water at the beach. Like Indio pointed out, if he was to stand there for a week, what's the cause of the horizon and does it change?
Depending on the air between you and the horizon, yes.
Okay,
but
so weather conditions, the air, that's going to cause a factor as into how far you can leave distance, yeah?
Yeah.
Anything else? So we've got one. What's number two? When we are looking using an optic.
An optic?
Yeah, we've got the air that we're looking through. Is there anything else? I'm using the words optic to hopefully remind you that obviously we are looking. Is there anything else we should take into account when we are looking through the air at the Earth?
Yeah, the temperature of the Earth,
Okay,
of the air, yeah. Density.
I mean, you said the word earlier.
The height of
Height,
where
no,
you.
the height stays the same, but okay, we'll take into account the height.
Okay.
Yeah. You said perspective earlier.
Temperature of the ground too, right?
Yeah. You said perspective earlier. Do you not want to mention that again? And what do you mean by perspective when you say it?
That's the perspective that you have when you look at the ground based on your, like, when you say like that you are 6 feet above the ground, you're looking about the sea. In that case, like I'm just looking at the picture or a GIF at this chat now, and yeah, basically. So what else?
Okay, I'll give you a hint. Do things get smaller in the distance? I'll give you a hint. Do things get smaller in the distance when you look at them get further away?
Yep.
Yeah, what causes that?
Perspective.
Okay, so that's what you mean when you say perspective, things getting smaller in the distance till eventually you can't see them anymore. Right? So when we ask you what causes the horizon, do you think this angular resolution loss with distance should be applied to making an observation with an optic? Because that's going to play a factor into how far you can resolve the surface you are looking across at distance.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that things only get smaller.
And I know, but we're trying to clarify what the cause of the horizon is.
Okay.
So far, you've said the air and temperature, the height. I'm asking you if we should take into account some mathematics that suggests how far things appear to get smaller with distance.
Alright, yeah. Things get smaller equally based on distance. Alright.
Okay. So if we're looking across a surface, the Earth, is there going to be a limitation to how far an optic can resolve that surface until it's unable to resolve that surface? Looking horizontally. Yeah, your eyes.
My eyes, yes.
Yeah, cool. So do you think that's what would also cause the horizon?
Probably, yes.
Probably. Okay. Probably optics have got something to do with it.
Yeah.
You don't sound so sure.
No, I mean if I look out into the horizon, of course I
Which
can't
is caused
see
by
like a very
what?
small thing. By
Which is caused
distance.
by what?
By the distance that I'm looking at things.
Okay, so far you said the obvious factor was the curvature of the Earth. We've mentioned the air, the temperature. We've probably been speaking about, how we see the world and angular resolution lost with distance. Okay. Now, where's the curvature in this?
Well, that starts when I can not see that things only get smaller, but that things start to appear.
Things get smaller. Now we talk about the horizon.
Yes, but things get smaller from the bottom up. That's when things kind of start to get weird. Because
Do things
normally,
disappear
when
from the
you
bottom up before they get to the horizon? After the horizon? What's the horizon?
that's
Is that optical?
at the horizon, yes.
At the horizon. Do all things disappear from the bottom up at the horizon? That's not true.
I have never seen anything that I could clearly see, like from, if they of course like disappear beyond a table or whatever. Right, I can like, of course, like there's an obscure obstruction between me and the thing that I'm observing, but when I look far away, like I have like these like windmills that like generate power. What I call, like I can see them. They're pretty far away, but I can only see like the top of the windmills.
I get you.
Spinning above the horizon, right?
Yeah, they appear to have sunk.
And I know there's like not. Yeah, there's like not a mountain between us because I'm actually living like at a highest point in my area that I live in. So I can actually I can just see the blades basically go over the horizon.
Yeah, I get you. They appear to have sunk beyond the horizon.
So
now, when we go back to your list of things that can cause stuff, atmosphere, the air that we look through, the meteorological conditions, the density and the temperature, and do you think there's anything that within that spectrum of stuff that can be categorized or classified as sinking? Can cause an object to appear to have sunk with relation to the horizon at distance?
Yeah, I mean the air is of course possible to make it see again, like to make something appear as.
We'll talk about disappear. You said it appears to have sunk. It is sinking. Is there anything in the categorization of atmospheric refraction that talks about sinking?
In the case of the like windmills
object
that
in
I was
relation to
talking
the
about,
horizon.
then if it's sinking, it would have to be always be that way.
No, if the meteorological conditions change, that's not true. If the cause
but
of
like
the apparent
it would have to be
Rusty,
it would have to be like the.
Well, what I'm trying to get you to is you mentioned earlier the weather conditions, the temperature and stuff, because that can cause light to deviate when we were talking about the horizon earlier. If we're talking about things like atmospheric causances, like refraction, then there is a category of refraction called sinking that is categorized this way because objects in the distance in relation to the horizon appear to sink. Now, the cause of this isn't any physical. There's no physical obstruction between us, the observer, and the object in question, the wind turbines. The meteorological conditions appear to make it look to us like it's sinking.
Okay, so the meteorological conditions basically say that we live on a globe Earth, but they don't actually do that because we live on a
No,
flat Earth.
that's when we look at the categorization of atmospheric eruption, like sinking, like looming, towering or stooping, inferior and superior mirages, they have definitions. Within those definitions, there is a clear line of sight between you, the observer, and the object in question. The reason why it fits into one of these categories, why it looks like it's sinking, why it looks like it's towering, taller at the top, is because of the meteorological conditions. Within the definition, there's no earth curve in the way, there's a clear line of sight. The reason why these categories exist is to explain these phenomena. The explanation of these phenomena are the meteorological conditions. Again, there's a clear line of sight between you and the wind turbines. The meteorological conditions will probably fit the category of the causation of sinking because you're describing it to me. It fits that category.
Posted a couple of citations for you in the side chat.
Still
The images above that are not examples of that. I was posting that in response to him saying that beyond the point of the horizon, right, the object should appear to be become obstructed from bottom up. I'm thinking, well, what's going on here then? But yeah, that's going back, not to take his back to that, but to support what you're saying. There's your citation.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Do you want me to read it out, or do you want to read it yourself?
No, I see the picture, but it's still.
No, ignore the pictures.
How-
They're not to do with that citation. They're a different phenomenon.
Oh, my picture.
read that.
Yeah,
nothing
but
with windmill,
it's
so I'd like
still
to talk about these for a
something.
second.
Oh,
So
never mind.
this is a picture that's on Wikipedia showing "quote unquote" the curve of the Earth. This windmill farm. This is the Thornton Wind Farm. It's off of Belgium. Okay. Now, at first glance, you think, "Hey, those things are going over the curve of the Earth," but on closer inspection, if you look at this, you'll notice that the windmill, the two blades all the way to the left, that there's a problem. That the one that's farther appears higher than the one that's closer. Now, how is that possible?
What?
So the windmill, so the inset with the arrows, those are the two windmills all the way on the left.
Yeah.
Okay, this is zoomed in, so there's two arrows. The windmill that's closer appears lower than the one that's farther away. But that's not how perspective works. The farther away one should appear lower than the closer one. It tells you that
I
this
don't know the
whole thing is
location
an
that
optical effect.
these.
Well, it just tells you that this is caused by some meteorological optical effect. It can't possibly be the curve of the Earth. In fact, if you look really closely at the image, you can see almost a line that's right on the horizon. Never mind like almost like this blur line. Do you see that? Like right above the horizon. It's like a little, I don't know what you call it. It's like a little whitish, like discolored almost.
Oh, you think it's like photoshopped?
Well,
Fake?
Glober photoshopped it with a fucking very old camera. This has been on Wikipedia since like 2011. All I'm saying, we can present this photograph as Earth-proof windmills over the horizon, but then if you go closer, that can't possibly be that. And I've seen lots of other windmill photos where the windmill blades are going into an inferior mirage and all sorts of stuff. Fact of the matter is that dividing line of the Earth and the sky is not the geometry of the Earth, and can't be. because it's never at the
Liar.
location it's supposed to be.
Oh, wow. Okay. Few.
Well, I mean, I challenge you in any other globe Earth there, period. Show me a single horizon distance measurement that matches the globe. A single one. Now remember, then listen carefully what I said. Horizon distance measurement that matches the globe. Where the horizon is predicted by the globe Earth map to be a certain distance away based upon the elevation of the observer, and it's actually there and not someplace else.
That's kind of impossible, but
Yeah,
liars.
because it's not geometric, because the horizon is not geometric. It's easy to calculate where it should be, but it's never there. It's always somewhere else.
That's not the reason, though.
Well, I mean, you can't claim a geometric horizon doesn't exist if you can't see it ever.
Yeah, it literally doesn't exist.
Perhaps know
I'll
from
be right back.
infrared. Oh, okay.
You see the horizon?
One of the people that have been, railing on the horizon all week and ships over the horizon to come in here and listen to this guy.
Yeah, and he wanted an example where he can see an object past the horizon and see it in full view. Well, I gave him two.
Wait, do y'all see the GIF I posted on the side chat?
Check it out.
That keylogger.
You never seen a girl before, dude?
Do you see a horizon? Yeah.
No.
Do you see the curvature over there?
I would if they got up.
You like it? Huh?
Nothing for us. Looks so skanky. I mean, I'd hit it, don't get me wrong.
Leaf, are you a pimp?
Huh?
Are you a pimp?
You can ask your wife about that.
Oh. Pimping ain't easy, man.
Are you starting with that again, Leaf?
So what else is new, guys?
Oh, I wanted to ask you, did you catch Shiva Part Duh?
No, there's a part duh. Oh no.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either.
Oh crap.
Uninterested.
It's so bad. I mean, I think it's worth doing just to get it on record at least, but there could be entertainment value here.
I mean, McToon's involved, so you automatically, that's like minus 10 charisma points.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, he promoted Eratosthenes as his glow proof, so I guess he's going with the classics. Shout out to Obvious
He went with
Siblings.
azimuth and elevation angles as his gold proof.
Oh, of the sun, both of those angles together?
Yeah, the azimuth and elevation, right? So you can just like look out your window and use McToon's globe Earth model to see where the sun is supposed to be. Because McToon thinks he's gonna just grab something off the shelf and use it, and like if you're gonna use a globe Earth model of the sun, you're gonna have to invent it.
Yep. But that'll
mean,
work great until the moon gets in front of the way on the horizon. You know, that doesn't even work on a globe, right? Like, you pointed this out. You can go to SunCalc on the equinox in Tula Base and down in McMurdo or somewhere similar latitude, right? And the sun is rising to the north in Tula and a little bit to the south in McMurdo.
Yeah. And then if you go north, it's going in the other directions. It's like 86 degrees or something.
Yeah,
So
it's freaking wall-eyed. Like,
walleye.
How do you? How do you stand at the equator and face east and point at the sun at the same time if it's coming from two different diverging angles or
Is that why
converging
they call
angles
it a
onto you?
walleye? Because it looks at both walls at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. It's like that meme from Con Air, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what mathematical hypothesis is McToon going to put up? Is he going to do the equation of time? Huh? Is he going to compare the
I don't know
mean
what
solar
he
time with the actual?
He said something to me today, like Kevin said he was going to bring a flat Earth model and didn't. Or no, he didn't say it to me. He was just making this general post. But he said something to me, and I was like, dude, don't you remember like freaking 4 months ago when you were talking about like Antarctica, and I told you didn't have a globe model? Yeah, he's pretending like none of that happened. So I reposted it, so now he sees it again, and he'll ghost that thread too. I'll just have him keep ghosting threads of me telling him that time and date don't use the any globe model. Like, I mean, I don't know why they just don't fucking get that shit.
Right.
They
Right.
think
I
like
mean, you
the
can apply it
observer's
to
on
any
top of a
coordinate.
globe. It's like, no, they don't care what you're on. Like, they just don't. It doesn't matter because it's inside the celestial sphere. Doesn't matter where you are.
Right. Yeah, you're always at the point of origin.
They're never going to concede to that.
Yeah, and the only other thing you need to find is where are you relative to the celestial equator. And once you have those two, where's the celestial equator above the horizon? What's the angle? And that's
Yeah,
it.
shit.
Then that's all you need to do and get the time and date, right? And now you know where the sun is.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
It's going to be somewhere on the ecliptic. And that's going to intersect on the first point of Aries. And you only need to take a 23.5 degree thing off of that ecliptic, and you can plot a path. It doesn't matter where you are. You don't have to be on a globe. You don't have to be anywhere. Who's saying hello? What is people in here with badass mics, dude?
Sounded like
Albino, bro. Fucking long time.
You know, people have said, and like Dave Weiss and others, that the North Pole and the South Pole, wherever those are, that's where all the magic is. And I just keep coming back to where the equator is. Where the hell is the equator? Like, there's so much play, so much loosey-goosey bullshit happening, you could say, between the tropics, that I think if there's anything going on, that there's a lot of mystery, wherever that is. A lot of unaccounted for mystery.
Yeah, and they're pretty much the hardest places to map, right? Because you're just like overgrown freaking jungle. No matter where you go, like no matter what land the so-called equator crosses, it's just overgrown jungle. Good luck surveying that.
Right.
Imagine surveying through a rainforest. You can't even do the astronomical piece of it, right? Because you can't see the sky because you're underneath a canopy of trees.
Right, unless you're in Africa. I think between the tropics, there's just a shit ton of islands. So there's a lot of water. I keep coming back to how the spherical coordinate reference system, by its nature, by its use and utility, cannot project onto a flat world without distortion. So that being the case, since we measure Earth flat, we know that those coordinates will not add up over distance unless there are other kinds of corrections introduced. What are those corrections? And what are the consequences of them? Are they guiding people? Are they guiding things, ships and planes into gentle curves that they themselves do not pick up with their instrumentation? Does it all match the sky?
I don't care.
Well,
you know what I think they're doing? The same thing they did back in the frickin' 1400s. I think they have frickin' radio beacons and they're using basically a modern version of a Portland chart and taking headings into a direction.
Right.
And that's all they're doing.
So, yeah, I got you. Rum lines.
Yeah, you know the old Portland charts that will show like a location, right? And you got radiating lines out, and they just
right.
connect you from one place to another. Like, hey, if I frickin' just point my boat southeast from here, I'm gonna smack into frickin' Cairo, right? You know what I mean? As long as I maintain
Right.
that heading, I know where I go.
Right.
Especially in the airplane. You know what I mean? The horizon's like 200 miles away. You only got to get like within 200 miles. Like that's pretty. You know what I mean? Like, how far
No,
away
it's true.
do you see New York City from?
Yeah, from up there,
Yeah,
hundreds of
exactly.
miles. Right.
How lost do you have to be not to be able to find New York City just by pointing your plane in the general direction?
Right. Follow a coast. No, you're right.
I mean, even from Europe, right? Like you could just see, like, okay, what's my heading supposed to be from London? As long as you maintain that heading like within a degree, you'll probably freaking hit New York.
Right, but the Globies say that they don't do that. That we follow great circle routes, and I'm like, oh, do you really understand how complicated that would be, even if Earth were a globe? Because you're not following
Crisscrossing
one
air
heading.
traffic.
Yeah, but you're not just following one heading, right? You may be on a globe following one direction, but your heading is going to be constantly changing. It's going to be changing at different azimuthal and azimuthal rates depending on which direction you're pointed relative to north and south, like the degree away from north south you're going from the meridians.
Yeah, because you're like rotating too.
Well, yeah, there's that.
No, like as you're going over the curve, relative to like the direction you started, because you're kind of like you're rotating in like two axes, so you end up
You
kind
got
of
that.
like you said, your heading gets rotated too. This is where the same thing with the reduction of the horizontal direction surveying. When they take the vertical plane and they tilt it, that rotates the azimuth.
Right. Right. So you're pointed in one direction and the coordinate reference system is yawing.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Right. So calculating that out requires a constant rate of change. You're going to be using calculus. So it'd be much easier and more practical if people would follow like lines of latitude that aren't great circle routes. Then they could maintain headings, but then they're not going the most efficient route, right?
Said to
Assuming
go to
east-west.
who said that's even a consideration? Quite honestly.
Yeah.
No airline exists that isn't government subsidized. Were you in here at that time when I said that? And the
Yeah.
dude was like, not the
Yeah, man.
Qatari Airlines.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
And then you Googled it right in front of him.
Yeah, and it was like 100% government subsidized. It's like not even a private company.
Yeah.
Private
Thanks, oil
profits.
exports. Shoot.
Private profits. Public capital costs.
Like when Matthew Learns comes in, right, and he says, well, all the stars move 15 degrees per hour. And I'm like, oh, really? In your field of view? Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, it's kind of whack that Matthew Learns even resorts to parroting sometimes.
I know. Like, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, and I'm facing, like, I don't know, east at nighttime, the stars to my right are going to be displacing more in the sky than the stars to my left.
Oh, I'm gonna unmute Jen. He's muted. Yeah, I got you, Jen.
You know, particularly as the stars rise up from the horizon. Same with the sun. The sun is going to be moving slowly in the morning and then hauling ass directly overhead and then slowing down again as it sets from anywhere north or south of underneath the celestial equator any time of year. It's going to be variable. Now, the 15 degrees per hour comes from the reference frame where the globe imagines himself in outer space and sees the Earth spin at 15 degrees per hour, and then reasons, well, because it's spinning 15 degrees per hour, all the stars in the sky from that vantage point move 15 degrees per hour. You know, the only ones that supposedly do that would be the ones that are on the celestial equator, the declination of 0 in the sky, and you're directly underneath them, and they rise in the east and go over your head and set in the west. And if you hold out your arm and you can trace it by pointing at the star in the sky, your arm will move at 15 degrees per hour. This will not happen if you point north from the celestial equator at a star. Your arm will not move 15 degrees per hour as you trace where, like, circumpolar stars are in the sky from underneath the equator, right? So when Matthew Learns says that they all move at 15 degrees per hour for everyone everywhere in the earth at all times, he's just parroting this stuff that we hear all the time from globies. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the sky works. I've had the same discussion with Mez. You know, like, if you are at 45 degrees north latitude at nighttime and you look west and you look directly 90 degrees west. So you got, like, Polaris, like, in front of you and 45 degrees up in the sky, and you rotate your body 90 degrees to the left and you're looking due west. Any star that's above the horizon by any amount of degrees is going to be due south.
Is this essentially because they're traveling smaller circles in your field of view?
Well, that's part of it, yeah, because you're at 45 degrees north latitude. Your latitude, if you look west, is going to eventually curve to the right because it's not a great circle route. So the stars that you see way off in the distance, right?
That's right, dude.
Right?
They're concentric. They're ever shrinking concentric circles.
Correct. So I'm like, Mez, how do you calculate that? Is that going to be 69 degrees? You know, are you going to experience a 69 to 1 rule as you move closer to that star? Hell the fuck no. That's some complicated math, isn't it? I had this realization when I was working CellNav out with the fucking spreadsheet and in a 2023 edition of the Nautical Almanac, trying to calculate distances and stuff and do triangulations of points in the sky over cities at various times. And I'm like, holy shit, this is way more complicated than even Prototad makes it out to be. His fixes are easy compared to what could be practically done.
Well, I mean, I'll just refer back to the celestial navigation that the video that's in the main server where he goes through how to do celestial navigation, as in actually do it. They're not trying to do the shit that these guys talk about. They're not trying to, like, just go towards a point. They try to, like, the way he was describing it is they try to sail straight and take a bunch of measurements of stars to get that straight lines relative to position to the stars, right? You just basically like make a line on the chart,
Right.
and then you're like doing a different type of triangulation. You're doing a triangulation over the surface of the Earth, not just like finding the GP. They're finding like a bunch of GPs.
Correct. That's one of the methods you can do that with the sun, called the sun run sun method. You can do it with the stars. And then there's like the Hilaire method, the Mark St. Hilaire method, where you can do that with two, and you're basically taking two stars on opposite ends of the sky from each other, and you get like 6 of them, and you do an asterisk to get your position. It's almost like how the Polynesians did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty freaking nifty.
Yeah, it is. They try to make it so easy because the sky is complicated, folks, and it doesn't even behave like a sphere. Like they simplify it to a sphere, and it's still as complicated as I described earlier.
I was just about to try and I'm wondering how scuffed our actual true understanding of the sky is, from all potential locations on Earth,
I mean, this
We've
is
got
the way
all
I
the
do it. I'd be like,
well-populated areas, but
this is the way I do it. If I was like reinventing this shit from scratch, I'd be look at the nautical almanac. Say I want to go to Cuba like Christopher Columbus. Well, he was trying to go to India. I'm going to go where he didn't know he was going. So I'm going to go to Cuba. I'm going to estimate how long it's going to take me to travel there. Right, say 10 days. So okay, what stars are going to be over that in 10 days? And I would try to sail in such a way as I would meet the star. The star would be a fucking zenith at those
At that
10
time.
days, right?
Right on. Yep.
Like, boom, here I am. And look up, there's a star. And then hopefully that star's over fucking Cuba. Hopefully I'm not a day
that's
late.
exactly right.
And then I get screwed. But you could just start over even if you were a day late, right? You could just start from scratch.
You'd have to plan ahead. Exactly. You have your waypoints, and that's exactly what waypoints were. You have to be at a certain position at a certain point of time to get your fix and confirm that you're on track because you planned this out ahead of time.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay, on day 5, this star, Arcturus, should be like azimuth this, frickin' elevation angle that, right? And if it's there, then I know I'm in the right location, and you can figure out how much you deviated from your track, right? And you can try to get into that position that you missed. And you basically just zigzag. I think this is what they admit they do this. They just basically zigzag across the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as long as they're not zigzagging backwards, they're heading the right direction.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's a lot sloppier than they make it out to be than some of these guys, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder to do it on the fly than to plan ahead.
Yeah,
Huh?
they act like you just point a ship and they're like, oh fuck, dude, on the globe, the Great Circle, I just point northeast and freaking hit the gas and just fucking go in a straight line, and I just smash into where I want to go. You wish it was that simple.
Right. If you're
corniest. No, go ahead.
back to it is corny. Back to that example, right? Like, let's say I'm still at 45 degrees north latitude and I'm still facing west, due west. If I find a star that's to the east azimuth, like 45 degrees from there, then that's eventually going to be in the south direction too. It's going to bring, it's curving. So all of these directions that you're heading on are actually going to be curving on the coordinate reference system.
Could we actually say, I was mentioning this earlier, but straight line travel is a myth?
Yeah.
Yes. It's a bad myth.
Because that's been what the topic in a couple of days has been brought up. Why don't you just travel in a straight line? And I'm like, well, who's doing that? Because I don't think that you understand navigation if that's what you think is happening. And
Listen,
I think
the only straight lines you can actually travel are along the meridians. Period. Potentially, according to the coordinate system. Anything else, you can't freaking do it. Not without having constantly updated headings. to maintain a straight direction. And even then, you're going to be curving downward. And what frustrates me is when flat earthers accept the 60-1 or 69-1 rule. I'm like, oh, really? What happens when you do 69-1 and you go 360 degrees in a great circle route in any direction you go? What object are you actually mapping out? You're mapping out a ball, the surface of a ball, flat earther. I mean, so no, when we measure flat distances from A to B, we're debunking the map distances on a spherical coordinate reference system. Full stop. We're debunking their distance and their potential, therefore their true location and true orientation with respect to each other. Those are the consequences of measuring the Earth flat. They're big. Big consequences. So what's happening is you know, the true distances between point A and B are going to be less and less verifiable the farther they get. And the error that creeps in is going to increase too, but you won't be able to quantify the error unless you have a way to maintain measurements that aren't using the spherical coordinate system. You're going to have to do external validation. You're going to have to use planar surveys to see just how far off your spherical coordinate reference systems are going to be. But the problem is the whole fucking world thinks that GPS and spherical coordinate reference systems are the gold standard. So any planar surveys you cough up, they're going to say those are going to be off and those are going to be wrong. But it's the exact opposite that's true. Isn't that nuts?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so, I mean, you got it. Like, just in my mind, I contrast between what the average run-of-the-mill Gober thinks is going on versus what is actually going on, and they're so far apart from each other. Just like it's not even close. You're not even in playing the same game. You're just like, what about a great circle route? If I go in a straight line, I'll end up back in the same place. Like, just what buffoonery that is. And then celestial navigation is like, obviously it's complicated because it's killed a lot of people for failure to actually do it correctly. So, it is what it is. So, you got any goblins in here?
I think Invalder wants to speak, maybe.
That's what Antonio Super Rats used to call them all the time. And his live streams, his videos are still an untapped resource for many of us.
Yeah, Giga, you don't have to think the Earth is flat to be in our channel. We have Globers that have been hanging out with us for years. Because, I mean, you came in saying like you think the Earth might be flat, but I don't really think you think that. I mean, that was my question to you when then you went back to satellites. I asked you what evidence you've seen that makes you lean toward the flat Earth, because that was your premise coming in, that you were only hung up on satellites and hurricanes, but really you really believe in the globe, right? I mean, you're a glober, right, Giga? That seems to be the case.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I've never been to space. right here on the surface the whole time.
Yeah, so what leads you to doubt the globe then?
Let's see. Laser observations at the ocean. So you can see laser light much further than what is it, 8 or 12 miles, the globe Earth say. You should be able to see. You can see lasers for like 30 and 40 miles. And that shouldn't be possible if we're on a big ball, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the laser tests, are demonstrating lasers hitting a target at distances that would be impossible on the ball of dimensions claimed. That's right.
That makes me question the ball. But also, there's things that make me question flat Earth too. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you understand laser tests and long distance observations and you've looked at the multitude of different laser tests and long distance observations that have been done, each one which is a counterexample to the geometric claim of a 3,959 mile radius sphere, then these other incidentals that are happening in the sky and could just as easily happen on a flat surface are irrelevant to the lack of curvature on the ground. The globe's just not there. If the globe were there, then the curvature would be observable and measurable. So you don't have to go to space. You said you hadn't been to space, so I don't know, like, which laser tests have you looked at?
I can't remember what the name of them was. It was just some guys on YouTube, and they were filming it, the whole thing. It's been many years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I could show you some if you're interested, and you could look at them in more detail, because once you have an understanding of those, then these other questions about things in the sky, they can be interesting side notes, but they have no effect on the ground measurements, like you discussed. The laser
Right.
tests are conclusive. There's no globe. There's no curvature that's been measured. For example, I'll share the FE core laser test. Their longest test was 25 miles. There's a 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia. Can find that one for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it was like over 20 miles away. They were able to see a laser. It was like over the water.
Yeah, so those, for example, the longest laser test for the first link, FE core, the target should have been hidden by 297 feet of drop, but the laser hit the target. So the distances, the missing curvature, it's very large, 297 feet. So it's not even close. Yeah, and the Matrix put another one in there, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. That's cool. You've actually looked at evidence and you remember it. That's way ahead of most people that come in here.
You know what the best cure for hiccups is?
Being
Globe
scared.
Globe evidence cures hiccups immediately.
Oh, I thought it would be flat evidence for Globers who would cure it. They'd be so scared. They usually seem kind of scared of it, don't you think?
Yeah, they're scared of globe evidence.
They're scared of anti-globe evidence, or they're scared
No, they're
that
scared
there
of
is
globe
potential?
evidence.
Yeah, because it's not there. That why they're
Well,
scared.
they never bring it here, and they talk about all the things that aren't globe evidence. So they must be scared of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounds about right.
Exactly. Because the globe evidence that's required is directly demonstrably measured surface curvature. That's what they're scared of. That's why they always want to talk about things that aren't that, like the sky. Right? Because there is demonstrable measured surface curvature. 0. That's the value. There you go. So if they have to talk about it, they have to talk about 0 curvature as the value for the measured curvature. That's why they're scared to death of it. But our friend who was previously speaking isn't a Glober, so it doesn't apply to him.
I just looked in my DMs. I got a DM from Fight the Flat Earth that says, "When are we debating?" How should I reply? We're not booger eater, or should I just like post the gif of him eating his?
No, dude. Be like, I showed up to the place for the debate. You didn't show.
We already did. That wasn't you. Like I debated someone. They said they were Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that'll really drive him nuts. Send him an invite to the channel. Yeah, right here, right now, 9 p.m. Politics channel. Let's go.
Yeah. Or you can eat boogers. You're welcome.
He's got to bring his own though. He's not eating mine.
That was at 3:11 p.m. Too bad I missed it.
Tell him he has to donate all the proceeds to the gynecomastomic surgery center. For the guys that didn't catch that, that means dudes with boobs.
Thanks, mate. I was wondering.
And for the other people who really don't understand what's going on, that's dudes that are dudes that just look like they have these massive boobs because of their fat condition, not necessarily because they wanted to look like they have boobs, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I had to caveat that in these times.
Oh, Giga's back. Did you watch one of those videos? Is that why you're deafened, or is that just too optimistic for me to be thinking that?
A little optimistic. I did pull the video up. I've not watched it yet.
Okay, well, I hope you will. I hope you will.
Yeah, it says this one 21 miles out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's someone that did one over land, 35 miles over land on a Salt Lake bed.
Or were they at the same elevation? I guess so.
Wouldn't matter. It's a salt flat. It's the bottom of the lake bed, and it's the elevation profile is like maybe I can't remember exactly, but you're talking about 35 miles away. You're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of feet of differential. So it's not even close.
By differential, I mean if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to curve down and away from your observer's point at a specific rate.
What is it, like an inch for 8 miles, or what is it again? I forget. It's like
8
inches
per
per
mile
mile.
squared. See if I can do it real quick.
I love flat Earth. Do you
That's
love flat Earth?
great. That's beautiful. Yes, we love the flat Earth. It's so wonderful.
Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. I want a flat Earth disc for Christmas.
Flat Earth is not a disc. 23 Hashem. You're misinformed.
Oh, I'm learning more about flat Earth. Oh my God. Tell me
Yeah,
more.
you came to the right place.
Yes.
Yeah, the misconception of a disc in space, as popularized through ridiculous internet memes, is nothing more than a
So wait.
let's say
Is
propaganda
the Earth
campaign.
not in a
Propaganda
like?
campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
where is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Like,
That's the end of my sentence. Go ahead.
are we
Yeah.
the center of the universe?
Many say that. Many say that. Is that what you're saying, 23 Hashem?
No. I just burped because I'm drinking
No,
wine.
he's so gross. Somebody else can talk to him.
I'm sorry. No, they know me here. I'm a normal guy, but I'm drunk right now, so
Mm.
I'm a little bit exaggerated right now.
You
But
run all that ball Earth propaganda.
are we like okay? If it's flat, does nothing exist outside of the disc?
There is no
Yes or
disc.
no?
Oh, it's you again. Get muted. Yeah, get muted, bro. LARPing ass, LARP-tastic. He's a LARP earther. He only comes here to make flat earthers look stupid by acting like a flat earther and being stupid.
Yeah, I just told him there wasn't a disc. Yeah, then he said disc again. Then Matrix had to tell him no disc. I mean, how hard is that? No disc. It's not that hard. We'll go back to Giga. Maybe it's Giga, like 1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Put the math in there, brother.
It's more like giggity.
Says
Nasty.
So the 8 at 35 miles would be 816 feet of raw drop from a level line if the Earth was curved. But it's even worse than that because you have the off angle from the apex of the arc, right? To which would make your sight line increase even more. So I mean, this seeing a laser on the ground 35 miles away while you're on the ground. I mean, this is just not possible, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, they put it in a pickup truck, shined it back at the observer's location, and then drove the truck away, and they saw the laser the whole time.
By the way, that dude 23 Hashem has Earth is round in his bio, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Dude, he has Earth is round in the inflections of his voice. He has Earth is round, it is permanently attached to his lips.
Also, in
He
his
has
bio,
Earth is round in the contours of his shadow.
It also says in the next sentence in his bio, the government is full of great people. He might have just said the Earth is round twice.
Hey, did you know that Globers can actually prove the Earth curvature rate? Did you know that, Indio? I just realized that 3 minutes ago.
Wow.
Simple.
For you, Studio
I
Man.
want to see if you can figure it out. No, I just want to see if you can figure it out. Take like 30 seconds before I tell you the answer. So simple.
How globe earthers can prove the Earth curvature rate.
Yep.
They could measure it. Or did you want me to move more
Right.
specific?
And then they'd prove the Earth curvature value, correct?
Yes.
Which would be?
Proof of a globe?
No, 0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Karma called it. I was thinking.
I told you it was so simple, dude. Like, it's so simple. It's obviously simple and so simple, but then it's like, it sounds complicated.
It's R equals 0, man.
Well, actually, me and Dandelion were talking. I was saying, Globers are afraid. I can't remember why we were talking about fear. Globers are not afraid of flat Earth evidence. They're afraid of globe evidence because the only evidence would be direct surface curvature measurements, and the curvature rate of the Earth is 0.
We were talking about it as a cure for hiccups. You brought it up.
Oh yeah, I don't have hiccups anymore. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Dude, that drunk dude was like, I've been a flat earther. I've been in this channel for 2 years. Everybody knows me. That's what he said last time he was here.
There's one the other day that said he'd been coming in and out of here for the last 2 years or over 2 years, and you look at his bio, and his account was only created 2 months beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. Let me ask you this, Peter. Who is actually a good globe Earth debate partner? Notice I didn't say opponent. I said partner, because you'd be engaging in a debate, actually answering each other's questions, actually working together. Like, who would be a good guy to have on the other side?
Let me think. That guy, I had a good debate once on TikTok with this PhD relativity guy that looks like a nerd. Dr. Galaxis or something weird. He at least let me speak, so, at least we had an exchange there for 10 minutes.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Other than yourself, what person that globe earther that debates this topic is the most substantive? Meaning, they A, stick to the topic, actually present evidence for their claims, actually know what the evidence says about in their claims, and have actually evaluated whatever the fucking evidence is. Who does that as a globe earther?
Mordy did a good job debating Shane and that other idiot.
Mordwin?
The ether hallucinating boys, yeah. That was a good debate about maps.
I have to give him the title, even though all his shit is retroactive. See, what he does is he goes and tries to bullshit, and then he gets cooked, and then he goes reads the shit you should have read before you said it, and then tries to take another bite at the apple.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what he does, but at least he's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah. Well, okay, so not so bad. I think
he's just a shit debater, so I mean, not
Professor Dave would be
Alan,
good,
with all due
but
respect to them.
he'll never agree to.
Oh, he said it.
Are you kidding, dude? Professor Dave is the most disingenuous a-hole, dude. He's not a good debate partner. You kidding me, bro? Dude's a total loser.
Now, give me one good reason why I should let him continue. Just saying that name makes my skin crawl. He's a muppet. Fair dinkum. It concerns me that we've got this whole pile of this young generation that look up to Professor Dave because he's got so much knowledge and wisdom and he passes it on. And all I want to do is not throw up.
College agent left because I wouldn't sign his contract.
He's probably concerned that what was coming next.
He's allergic to Matrix. Matatrix. Listen here, Matatrix.
Matatrix. Matatrix.
Isn't it Matrix?
Yeah.
Mate.
Matrix. Sounds kinky.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, I can't think of a single upside thing to fight the flat earth that wouldn't be just completely ego driven. So everybody goes, "You kicked his ass." Like, so what? I wouldn't even feel good about that. It's not an achievement. Oh, I debated to fight the flat earth and I won. Yeah, and where's the rest of the story?
Yeah, it'd be like a high schooler going to the kindergarten playground. I beat them all up.
Yeah, dodgeball, dude. Just oh, Doyle rules. Frickin' just smashing him with the dodgeball.
If FTFE wants to crawl out of the primordial soup and climb his way up the ladder and come and visit us, he's more than welcome to do so. But I can assure you now, I am not going to chase him down. And I doubt it. I wouldn't expect anyone else to either, in all seriousness.
Hey, listen up, bro. He may or may not have had his leg amputated. I need to find out for sure because I could have sworn he was having it upcoming. He was on he was on a Creality show, which, oh man, who's that guy? Flatzoid. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to have this done soon," and he'd be willing to accept his prayers. And so I was like, "Wait a minute, is he had his leg amputated?" But I never validated whether that was happening or not. So I'm still out in the dark.
He took money for that. He owes us the amputation. Hey, did you see that QNF video about his amputation?
What? You stream it?
I've seen it, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Is it about FTFE's amputation or about QNF's amputation?
FTFE's amputation.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Like, you owe us an amputation. You took my money.
Wow, I gotta watch that, dude. Well, dude, listen, dude. If you ask for an amputation money from Christians and then ask for prayer, and then you don't get amputated, it's because it was a miraculous healing. It's a good scam. Man, I had to go to Mexico to get the doctor because I can't afford a U.S. doctor. And then they stole the money, and I was like, oh my goodness, I don't know what to do. But then my leg was miraculously healed from all your prayers. And now this new yacht in my backyard, I don't know where that came from. It was just a gift from somebody.
And on this latest episode of Judge Judy, the money or the leg?
Rick at you.
No.
Rick ahead.
Yes. Tell me more.
You guys are a bunch of stupid buttheads, and the Earth is a globe. Prove it.
Oh, Mansky's in a bad mood today. Gosh. I didn't
Kopsky.
expect that.
Bad mood today. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of copers,
You know,
here's
Mars
Really,
is
number two.
literally the
Nobles?
most childish thing one
I
can do.
know.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, it makes
It-
me want to talk like a valley girl more for Nables. Hey, Nables, gag me with a spoon.
That was like that can be done, but I was more so mimicking your southern accent.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had a southern accent. That'd be so cool.
I'm gonna stay by telling them what kind of accent you have.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've been accused of having a southern accent before. So, yeah, maybe once or twice.
You don't go too far south, you'll end up sounding like me.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I just want to point out. The other day, me and AV were speaking to Mez, and we wanted him to have a debate with Peter, right? And Mez was acting all like he didn't know who the fuck Peter was anymore, even though they were GF6 squad, right? Best buddies. And then they both fucking pop in there, right, at the same time. And they're on this drive to get Indio to give FTFE content.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they getting a royalty?
So, yeah, Peter, still highly sus.
Dude, I don't know if you know this. I told Peter on X, man, when he first started this little shtick he's doing. Tom said, Peter, you're never going to be considered a flat earther until you debate a glober. Like, actually debate a glober, like, on YouTube, the same way you debated flat earthers on YouTube. So, because he can't say that he's averse to that, because he's already done it.
I haven't even seen him, heard him put forth coherent arguments as to why he knows the Earth is flat yet in here.
True. I mean, that's true. But I wasn't even holding him to that standard. Because that's not enough for me. Not from him, because he could parrot the flat earth arguments. If he wants to convince me, him, that started I can't say it, GF6, insert the whatever F word you think appropriate after the G. Yeah, so since he was like in a cult against flat earth, he needs more than just parrot flat earth arguments to convince me. He needs to actually put his face, like he already has done, on the internet debating the other way, which he'll never do.
I'll put my face on the internet against flat Earth.
No, you don't understand. Look, Peter has debated flat Earth and put his face on the internet for the globe side. And now says he's a flat earther. So, in order for me to believe that, he needs to do the same in the opposite direction. I don't care about your face.
So he needs to put his face on the internet, and then
he already did.
And then dissolve.
He just needs to do the same thing in reverse. Do you understand? I'm holding him to the same standard he held himself to.
Does this guy even understand the context of the conversation here? Who are you?
He needs to argue
The
against
unfunny
flat
laughing
Earth
man.
in favor of the guard.
How much heroin did you do?
Sir, I've got a question. Sorry. How
Less
can you?
than you to believe in flat Earth.
I don't believe flat Earth though.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is flat. Like I don't have
Glad
to believe
there's
it.
some of this.
I
Yeah.
can just, I can just go, like, I go by the Atlantic Ocean. I can just walk over there and look at the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I understand your mistakes.
Want to know it looks flat? Flat things.
Okay, right.
You know what also looks flat? Big round things.
How do you know that?
Because I'm on a big round thing.
That's circular logic.
Yeah, you talking about
Flat things looking
fallacies.
flat?
You talking about fallacies doesn't make any difference because you
Yeah,
don't
it's still
understand
fallacious,
the
but it's
biggest,
still
which is the one that you're promulgating right now.
Which one?
The oldest conspiracy theory.
Which conspiracy theory is that?
The one where people thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth
No one ever
when they
thought
went
that.
sailing.
No one ever
Yeah, they
thought
did.
that.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did.
but I
If you
want a
read a
primary
history
source.
book, if you read a
Yeah, no, I
history
want a
book, then you
primary.
would know that.
No, I don't. Look, that is apocryphal. Okay, I want a primary source.
You want a primary source of
A
all of the
primary source is
historian.
someone writing that shit down that the contemporary people of their time thought they'd sail off the edge of the earth. Like something from the
You-
1600s, 1400s,
yeah,
1200s.
look it
That's how
up,
you do
brother.
history, right? What do you mean look it
Yeah,
up?
look it up. Look it up.
Where
I'm
do
not
I
going
look?
to
Tell me
spoon
where to
feed
look
you.
it up. Tell
I'm
me
not
where to
going
look
to
it up.
spoon feed you.
It's your
Anywhere.
claim. You need the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is your claim?
No, the evidence is
The evidence
everywhere.
is everywhere. Well, like,
Everywhere.
in my cupboard.
Okay, you're just going on mute. I'd rather talk to the other guy who had a legitimate question. Go ahead,
Hummus.
Hummus? Was that what it was? Hummus? Hopper?
Yes.
Oh, right. Someone called my name. Yes, I had a question. Right. So, I don't know how the flat Earth is still a thing after the 24-hour sun. Like, what on earth is
Oh,
going on over here?
okay,
It's just preposterous now.
Okay,
This
so
is planetary.
can you tell us how the 24-hour sun disproved the flat Earth?
You just
I asked a question. I want you to answer it. How
Okay,
did
this
the
is
24-hour
same
sun
beam that
disprove a flat Earth?
Right. Make a circular table. Go to the
Okay,
edges
we're
of
not
the
talking about a
table,
table. We said
and
the
try
flat
to
Earth.
simulate a sun.
Sorry,
How
why?
do you?
The inability
can
to make
you
a
grip-
simulation is not a disproof. Okay.
Sorry, India. Why is this table circular?
Well,
Why
it
are
can
we
be
making
whatever you
circular
like. It can be
tables?
whatever you like. The idea is that you've got some sort of table. You go to
The
the edges
idea?
of.
Your ideas are
Right.
not proof of anything. Now I ask you again, how does the observation of a 24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth? I don't care about your imagination.
You're on the edges.
I want a logically coherent
Right. If you
statement.
simulate it, you go to the edges.
A simulator of what?
The sun is supposed to go around.
Okay, a
Why
simulator
is
of
it
what?
still
What is it
visible all
simulating?
the time?
What
It's
is it
just
simulating?
bizarre.
What is it
It's just
simulating?
bizarre.
What is it simulating?
Okay, I want to say something, right?
I'm gonna ask you
Just-
for the fifth fucking
No,
time.
no,
What is
no.
your simulator simulating?
I want to say something. Just before I answer that, I want to say
No,
something.
you're getting muted. Dude, answer the fucking question. Or shut up forever. What is your simulation simulating? Hummus, what is your simulation simulating?
Oh, did you unmute me? Thank God. Goodness gracious, what the fuck is that?
Okay,
Fucking
you
embarrassing.
got one more chance to answer the question. What's your simulation
Let
simulating?
me say something before I answer.
No, you're not the mod. This isn't conditional on what you fucking say.
You're also fucking stupid. My goodness.
That's really a great argument. You really cooked us. You said we're stupid. Oh, you're amazing. I want to know.
Let me say
You made a
something
claim, and
before
I'm
I
just.
answer that.
Well, you made a
I'm not
claim,
a
and
scientist. I'm
no
a
shit. We
simpleton.
well aware of that.
I'm a simpleton, and I'm just echoing simpleton thoughts. So let me just
Okay.
echo simpleton thoughts. Okay. So prior to the 24-hour sun, you had multiple flat earthers say that, well, a
Who cares?
24-hour sun would pose serious challenges.
Like who?
Name one.
I think Baronism did that. I think Whitsitt did that. I think
No, he didn't.
multiple people
No,
did.
Whitsitt did not say that. You just made that
Okay,
up.
not Whitsitt. Jaranism did do that, though.
Jeranism said a lot of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
And
the
what does
idea
that
is
mean
that
if
it does
Jeranism
challenge.
says whatever Jeranism? We don't follow Jeranism. We've never followed Jeranism. Nobody follows Jeranism. The only one who seems to be obsessed with him are Globers.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
And
right.
even if see, this is what you Globers don't understand. You try to apply the way you think about the world to us. You think about the world. No, you think about the world in an authoritarian hierarchy in which the edicts come from on high and people believe it based upon something that somebody says. That's not how we formulate our worldview. Our worldview is created by the natural world and empirical evidence of that world, not what Jaron said. We
It's
don't care
not
what
about
Jaren
what
said.
Jaren said.
Who
I'm
cares what Jaren
collecting.
said? What does that mean?
Look, I don't care what Jaren said. I'm collecting people's thoughts. It's not an absolute thing. I understand that.
Jeranism is an idiot. Dude, listen. Most flat earthers think Jeranism is an idiot and have thought that for a long time.
Okay, right. Well,
going way
either
back,
way,
even before Beyond the Curve, that documentary, people thought he was a fucking idiot. Even way back then. You guys give him merit.
Okay, right.
You
Okay,
guys
right.
are obsessed with him. Real flat earthers ignore him.
Okay, right. Well, I'm still telling you.
Bulbers watch his shit. That's the crazy thing.
If you create, you know, your own little experiment, not an experiment, your own simulation, right?
Of what?
I told you, like you've got a little table. It's flat. It's
What are we
circular, it's
simulating?
square, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we're simulating.
It doesn't make any sense. A sun going around.
You're not making any coherent argument. You can't tell us what we're simulating and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. I agree. If you're making a simulation of a thing you don't know what you're simulating, that makes no sense. Then it's not a simulation because similar means similar and you don't even know what you're making similar to. So simulation of what, dude?
What do you mean simulation of what?
You said we.
My word.
Simulation of what we're experiencing.
What is your simulation a simulation of? This is your idea. Don't ask me to fill in your blanks.
Okay,
what is your little tabletop test? Simulate.
Okay, right. You're on the edges of it, supposedly.
Why?
And,
Why? What edges?
Well, that was the idea of that experiment, unless you believe it's some sort of hoax.
The idea? So simulating a round table. What are you simulating, dude?
When were they
Flat Earth that you think about that?
Bro, this is what you don't.
No, you're trying to gaslight me out of my experience.
No, you made up a flat Earth in your head and then tried to push it on.
I'm not going to fall for it.
No, brother. No, the flat Earth you don't believe in. We don't believe in that flat Earth either. So the table simulation that's simulating a flat Earth, that's a flat Earth we don't believe in.
Okay,
that's
right.
why I asked you.
Did the experiment take place on the edges of our...
The edge? What edge? Who believes in an edge?
This is why I stopped you at table, right? Because that would have a finite distance and have a shape to it. Like you circular table. This is where you keep getting edges from. No flat earther in this room is making a claim to the shape of the table. We can't do so.
How are we doing today?
Shh. Clearly talking. So
Clearly.
at the moment, a little bit annoyed you interrupted.
Clearly. I'd rather say.
Okay, right. Guys,
you understand what Ego's trying to point out, my friend?
24 hours don't even work on any sort of...
Any?
Well, darling, if the Earth was flat, would there be a sunset? Would the sun set?
Okay. Yeah, well... I think according to the flat Earth idea is that it's going to...
I'm not asking about the flat Earth idea. I'm asking you, sir.
This is where he's got a problem, right? He thinks that we think the Earth is a disc, like an AE map, like people have made claims to, and he thinks that this is a true representation of flat Earth. We don't make this claim to the dimensions of the Earth. To tell you it was circular and people were standing on the edge of it, looking inwards. We don't make that claim, dude. That's a map. That's a bit of, I don't know, a straw man, let's call it that, because it most definitely is. So that's not what we say the Earth is. So this observation of a 24-hour sun doesn't really debunk a measurement of the surface of the Earth anyhow. It might, from some people's point of view, debunk a map, but those people would be stupid if they reified a map, wouldn't they?
Okay, right. So the measurement of the Earth, you measure it as flat, but the globe
water
Earth
is a horizontal reference data.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I've seen this line of reasoning before, but the globe Earthers are going to say that, well, refraction.
They can say refraction all they want. They still don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
That's the problem. They can't justify the refraction claim.
Right. So the globe Earth,
How would they
idea
justify?
is
No.
the
This
belief
is
of
very
refraction,
fundamental.
right?
This is very fundamental. You just don't,
I admit
no. You're trying to whisper past
I'm
the
giving
graveyard
you
to get free room.
points, dude.
What's the justification for refraction? What is it?
So
What's
it's
the
flat and refraction makes it a ball.
What is the justification for refraction? Do you want to know what their justification is? That the Earth looks flat. That's their justification.
That's great.
Okay. Well,
is it not? Is it not the justification for it that the Earth looks flat? And the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is.
Okay.
Think about that for a second. They have no justification for that other than a flat Earth.
No. I've heard it said before. It's respectable.
You've never heard that before, okay? You've never thought about it that way before. You've never heard that before because only I've said that. Okay, the only justification.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's the idea depends on refraction.
It's worse than that, brother. It depends on gravity. So check this out, Hummus. You probably never thought of it.
What?
Check this out. No, just listen for a second. You might find this interesting. Okay, they say in the Goldberg idea is that gravity has a bunch of particles and then it forms the Earth into a ball. That gravity then makes the air form a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient causes light to bend around that ball in such a way that that ball looks flat. Now think about that. Gravity creates flat-looking balls.
Right.
Yeah, dude. That's how retarded their fucking worldview is.
Okay, look. I'm not saying that I'm not even a globe earther.
I know that I said their worldview, not your worldview.
I understand. Okay.
I know it's not your theory. We realize this. And nobody that comes and defend it, it's not their theory, but they defend it like they're the ones that invented it.
Sorry to interrupt. You must understand that any claim of refraction is just be the backwards engineering of any observation to the preconceived idea that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? No matter the conditions of the day, refraction takes place, so any observation has got to be backwards engineered to the Earth being a sphere and those diagrams. So we must bend the light in our mathematical formulas and little diagrams to conclude our worldview that we preconceive. Refraction's not a good answer, dude.
Okay. But I want to circle back to the 24-hour sun with all due respect.
Okay.
So I just bear with me.
Okay.
Bear with me.
All due respect, you change subject. Okay.
The guys that went, to that planet and they conducted their experiments and whatnot. The flat earthers, when they witnessed the 24-hour sun, all of them, I believe, they said that it poses, it throws a curveball, right?
Which is still a flat earther. What are you talking about?
No, I understand. They're still going to hold to their beliefs, but it did throw a curveball.
What does that mean?
Sometimes I don't have the time to research the topic.
That's what he said. What does that
mean? What do you mean hold to his beliefs?
And so I sort of appeal to the opinions of experts in certain scenarios until I've done my own in-depth research.
All it was a debunking of a preconceived. My friend. All it was a debunking of a preconceived idea. That idea was a reification of a map.
Right.
And again, this is no fault of anyone. Right. This map was really here when we all got here. Right. So don't really know where it came from. It's not my map, not India's map. It wasn't Whitsitt's map. It's not Jerinisan's map. Right. It's just an idea that maybe it looks like this, but it's just a reification of a map, and that map is a projection of a globe. So that's a globe map, really. But ultimately, from no fault of anybody's, this straw man was burnt down in Antarctica. People are coming to understand that we shouldn't really reify maps.
So, Hummus, okay, before this test was ever done, they were told no observation of the sun can prove what the Earth is. Just as a matter of logic. They were told this. They knew this. They should have known this. Because it's very simple. Can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Okay. You can't prove what the Earth is by looking at something that is not the Earth. You know that, right? So, very simply, simple logic. It's not even complicated. Another thing they should have maybe checked out is how the 24-hour sun's even predicted in the first place. You know what? They don't use a globe to predict whether a 24-hour sun would happen or not. They use a different model, a model in which you are the origin of coordinates no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And it's relative to the celestial equator and where the sun should be at that time of year. That's it. There's no globe. There's no flat earth. There's nothing. This is what time and date uses, sun calc, and all those things. And thirdly, on my X account, after the 24-hour sun, I posted a thing, and all the main freaking Glovers, it's a simple question. Yes, the 24-hour sun was observed. Please put it in a logical syllogism. How this proves a globe or disproves a flat Earth, and no one could do it. Because it doesn't do it and can't do it as a matter of logic. It's not possible. But the main thing is, you can't even claim that it matches a globe prediction because you don't have a globe prediction that it happens. You have an explanation, you have a just so story that it would happen, but you don't have any mathematical model that predicts it would happen. Because you can't even do that. How would you even do that? Think about it. You want to predict where the sun is on the sky. Hold on, dude. This is important. If you want to predict where the sun is in the sky in the globe model, how are you going to model that three-dimensionally? A fucking sun 93 million miles away? You sitting on the surface of the Earth, where the Earth is relative in the height of the orbital plane, where it is in the fucking what do you call it? In the obliquity of the fucking orbit, and you're going to position it, and then you're going to have to project that onto a fucking plane to see where the sun looks like it is. That would be an actual globe model of a 24-hour sun. No one does that. No one's ever done that. No one can do that. Okay, so you don't even have a globe model that would even predict whether that would happen. You have a half-ass observer-centric model assuming a celestial fucking sphere. And that's what exists. Not an Earth sphere, a celestial sphere. And maybe they should have told everybody this before they went on their little adventure to Antarctica to prove nothing. All they proved is there's a 24-hour sun at some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
And that's quite pertinent.
But it doesn't mean anything other than there's a 24-hour sun on some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
No, this is all malarkey. I mean, if you didn't witness the 24-hour
that's
sun,
nuh-uh is not a refutation, dude. Nuh-uh is not a refutation, brother.
It's just nonsense.
Yeah, that's not a refutation either.
What's the 24-hour? What does it mean when you see a 24-hour sun?
No, we're just dancing around.
What does it mean?
Yeah, you said I gave you substantive arguments, and you said nuh-uh.
No, I mean, look, you can't model it on a flat plane.
Yeah, I gave you substantive. Yeah, that's cool. What flat Earth is that you're modeling it on?
No matter what you do. So
what model are you using? What model are you using? Yeah, what model are you using?
Literally impossible.
I just gave you a model that works on a flat Earth. The model that's used now, time and date, which is an observer-centric model. That
so
works.
We're no longer using AE. We're using something else now, eh?
The AE works to tell you your local longitude and the time. That's it. That's all it's ever meant for. That's what it's designed for.
Okay.
It says that's what it's patented as a longitude and time calculator. You know that's what it's printed on the map, right? That's what the patent is for. Longitude and time calculator.
So you're saying
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the U.S. Patent Office is saying.
Okay. All right.
What the patent says. What's the map says? They printed right on it. You know, maps come with instructions on how to use them. The Gleason's maps got front and back instructions on what it is, how to use it. It's an extortion of a globe. Though there's other extortion means a twisting. So they added some features to it, which are a little different than a straight AE projection. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
No, okay, I'm not a globe, just to clarify. But okay, whatever.
Well, you have to understand that the coordinate system itself, latitude and longitude, are a projection of the celestial sphere. They're not a projection of a globe. Because you can't find latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use purely terrestrial means to find your latitude and longitude. You have to reference the sky. This proves that the coordinate system is based on the sky. Okay? It's very simple. And since the coordinate system is based on the sky, you don't need to assume anything is under you. All you have to do is look at the sky and disregard the ground. So the way a 24-hour sun is predicted now uses a certain model of being underneath points on a celestial sphere. A flat Earth, it's just as justified for a flat Earth to use it as a globe. In fact, it's more justified because we're measuring 90-degree angles from a plane. We're not measuring the 90-degree angles of the solar elevation and the azimuth from the surface of a curve. We're more justified to use time and date than you guys are to say this is the globe model.
Okay, right.
Do you understand that the globe model for predicting it? I just want to make sure you understand this. The globe model, the so-called globe model for predicting a 24-hour sun, doesn't actually use a globe within the mathematics.
We're getting quite complicated with all due.
It isn't complicated.
No, it is. You're delving into mathematics now.
No, listen. In the mathematics,
I can't verify any of this information. I need to
you can. You go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website.
No, dude. You're talking about mathematics now. Look, you're making things needlessly complicated. And
No, you're claiming. No, you Glovers are doing stolen valor. No, you Glovers are doing stolen valor. You're claiming you have a globe model of the sun and you don't. You're just claiming it.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay, post right now the globe model for the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat right now.
I'm not a glober. I'm simply posing problems.
Post their model.
Yeah.
Post their model, 24-hour sun in the chat.
He wouldn't be able to tell if a model would work or not because he doesn't know the globe, how it would work on a globe. So how can he say if it would work on flat Earth or not?
He doesn't know how it would work on a flat Earth either. He doesn't know how the sun works at all. That's the whole point of this.
If you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
I'm a questioning agent. That's what
Maybe just agent.
That's hilarious. I'm an agent.
It's really simple. What you've been sucked in by stolen valor. You've heard a whole bunch of you have. You've heard a whole bunch of times that there's a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun. There is not.
Look,
what don't you understand?
Famous.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Let me ask you this: do you think there exists a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That they're out there somewhere. I can go on the internet, look at a textbook somewhere, and find the equations to predict. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Do you think that I can go find a globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun somewhere out there in the academic literature based upon a globe?
I haven't looked at it. But
okay, so why do you think that the globe predicts 24 hours?
Well, why do you probably easier to explain it? It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's probably easier to explain it more so than an FE. And like I said, many, FE thinkers, they do admit that it is a curveball. That's all I'm saying.
No. You just tried to move it. You just tried to get in the same bullshit.
Look,
no, Hummus. No, it's not going to be allowed. Okay. No. You just had many FE people. You could only name one fucking person.
No, I swear,
and you just tried to go right back to the same bullshit guy you told in the beginning.
No, it is a curveball. Oh my
No,
god.
it's not. It's a curveball to Jeranism.
Right.
That's all
Well,
you've established.
Jeranism is a thinker, isn't it? Like he's done
Jeranism's
more
a
research
fucking.
than I.
Oh, really?
He's a proponent for the globe. Jeranism is a glober.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought. Did he change?
Changed a while ago.
He's a
He
grifter.
stopped calling himself a flat earther almost 5 years ago.
Okay, alright.
He made
called
enough
himself
money
a
on
true
flat Earth.
earther.
Now he's
That's
trying
what
to
he
make
started
money off
calling
globe
himself.
Earth.
Jeranism
don't
started
think-
calling himself a true earther 5 years ago.
Still don't think it's a curveball. Right?
I think
What do you even mean by that?
Like
no, this curveball to you, my friend.
unmodelable. It's unmodelable.
But the
It's
globe doesn't.
unmodelable.
You are correct. It is unmodelable in 3D space for the globe too.
No.
That's what I was just
Okay, fair enough.
explaining to you for over 5
not true.
minutes. That it
If that's
okay. That is true.
Fine.
Okay,
I'll
Hummus,
admit that.
post in the chat the globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun right now.
I never looked into it.
Okay,
Based
then
on
how?
my-
Then why
based
are
on
you
my
telling me
intuition,
it's
though.
not true? Because I have looked into it.
Okay, fine. Based on my intuition, though.
Your
I just-
intuition.
Because it's a
we're going to
fucking
go with
globe,
Hummus's
dude. If you're
intuition.
on a spinning globe, it's more explainable. Come on, just using your.
What does that even mean?
brain.
More explainable? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that it's true. It just models that
It
phenomenon.
sounds better. Makes you feel better. No, you
That's
don't
all
have
that
a
he
model.
knows.
You just keep
That's
saying
why.
model when you don't have a model. You got told there's a globe model.
No one
of
has a model.
No,
dude.
shut up,
Dude,
bro.
no one
Shut
has
up.
a model.
Shut up, dude. You got told there was a 24-hour sun predicted by a globe model, and that was false.
Right.
And you believe it, and you still believe it, and you're fighting for something that
Right.
doesn't exist. You're literally fighting for something that doesn't exist, Thomas.
No, I'm not a glober, nor am I a flat earther, so I'm immune.
But you're
to that.
fighting
I'm not-
for a belief that there is a globe model of it that predicts a 24-hour sun when there is not.
Okay.
How many times am I going to tell you this?
If what
You
you're saying is
adopted a
true,
belief that is untrue.
you are a person on Discord. I need to do my own research.
That's fantastic.
But I never looked into the other side.
Okay, I told you what would
Because
be
I was-
required to even do it, right? Do you think
Look,
a model?
I'm scientific. I eliminate all possibilities, and whatever remains.
You
probably
have
the
no. You. I am scientific. No, you're not.
No,
You're
I
very
truly
far
think
from
I
it.
am. I truly think I'm scientific.
Go do some science.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that thought.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate your aptitude.
All right.
You're making claims with no scientific basis, and you're calling yourself scientific.
No, on what claim did I make? That the 24-hour sign is unmodelable.
No. What you said was it's easily explainable, but that's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical observation, not explanations. So you have an empirical observation of a 24-hour sun. Well, you would need to fit that into some geometry to infer that the Earth is a globe from that. And such a geometric calculation does not exist and is not done because it's nigh impossible. Because you got to convert an orthographic coordinate system with fucking large numbers and large uncertainties because small angles, right? You have very small deviations of angle, which will cause a large deviation in the way something appears, right? So if you're off by, I don't know, 1/100th of fucking degree in the direction the sun is, right? The sun is going to be displaced at the other end by freaking hundreds of thousands of miles. Okay? Not only do you got to take this orthographic coordinates and then turn them into a projective coordinate perspective, right? A perspective projection to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because we're talking about what the sun looks like, right? Is that not what we're talking about? What the sun looks like?
Okay, right.
And we see in a projective geometry. So you have to convert the Euclidean orthographic coordinate system into a perspective projection, and then do that math, and then to see what it looks like. No one does this. It's fucking nearly impossible.
Okay, right.
Okay, so there is no globe model for where the sun should be. We use a simplified model based upon a celestial sphere. This is easily verifiable, and it's just as justified for us to use it as it is for the globers because it is agnostic about the ground. It doesn't say anything about the ground. It only says something about the observer. The observer is at the origin of coordinates. If the Earth is a globe in that model, the Earth is a point in space. A point, a geometric point with no dimensions. Okay? This is what the math says. So when you say there's a globe model of this, no, there's a fucking story. There's no globe model about it. Stolen valor, bro. That's all it is.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, claiming that a model that is not a globe is a globe model. Like when someone goes on time and date or sun calc or the U.S. Naval Observatory and looks up when the sunrise is, they think that that is using a globe model when it is not. They just make it up in their head. They have no basis for thinking it. No one ever told them that. They just fill in the blanks. Earth's a globe. That must be what they're using. The same with eclipses. Oh, eclipses? They predict eclipses. Oh, it must be a globe they're using. They're not using a globe for that either. People just fill in the blanks with their imagination. Do you think eclipses use a globe to predict them when they happen and all that shit? They use some heliocentric model with orbiting balls and all that?
Okay, I've got a question. Let's say
I had a question.
Let's say you went to Antarctica or whatever, wherever, right? And and let's say for example you didn't observe
Fucking eating a penguin if
a
I go to
24-hour sun, right? Let's say you didn't observe a 24-hour sun. Do you think you would use that as evidence?
No.
For a flat plan?
Wouldn't prove flat Earth.
Do you
That's
think
the
you
point.
would?
That's the point. You can't
use it to
disprove
disprove the globe Earth or something?
No. Listen, they could go to Antarctica and see the sun.
Isn't it valuable data though? That you
India already answered this question earlier.
You can see the sun.
Dude.
It's valuable data about the sun, though.
It's
not valuable data about the Earth.
India answered this question earlier. Why are you asking again? He gave you the analogy of looking at somebody else's house.
Needlessly complicated.
Don't look at somebody else's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. I can't process all the information that's coming at me.
Okay, so I'm just gently reminding you. Answer this question. Don't make observations of the sun to determine the Earth shape, much like looking at your neighbour's house to figure out the dimensions of yours. Come on, dude.
What?
You can't prove the thing by looking at not the thing. You understand that? What's so hard to understand about that?
You can't prove the thing by not looking at the thing.
No, by looking at not the thing. By looking at something that is not the thing in question. You can't look at something else. If I want to know what you are, I can't look at what somebody else is. Do you understand?
Right, and so what you're looking at, quite clearly, so you're looking at the Earth, and quite clearly it is that.
You're looking
but
at
now
the sun.
I'm looking at something else to try to prove that that original thing is not the thing. Is that the idea?
That's basic logic.
Okay,
not
right.
even an idea.
Okay, I've got
like the law of identity, bro.
I've seen this sort of reasoning before. What if
in the law of identity?
I should fucking hope so.
What if your senses? Why are you laughing?
Because you've seen that reasoning before, when you were in preschool and you put the square block into the square hole and you put the round block into the round hole. Yeah, you saw it then. Yeah, it's patronizing. I'm glad you identified it. Good job.
You're
Sir.
getting better.
My
You
goodness,
identified
you guys are
patronizing.
so
Well
patronizing.
done.
How rude. How rude. This is
Yes,
just a
he's not.
troll. And
He's
this
now
behavior is
identifying
like
reality.
echoed
He's
elsewhere. Like no one's
identified
stepping in.
rudeness
Yeah,
and
guys, no one's
patronizing.
stepping in.
Well done.
No
Well
one is. You
done.
fucking assholes. Goodness gracious.
It's funny
You're the
though.
troll with the gracious. You're so clever. Look at you. You're so clever.
Yeah,
I'm a
your voice
dumbass.
is changing.
We're
Your
clever
voice keeps
hillbillies.
changing. It's very weird.
No, that's because you muted me and I got angry. Don't do that, please. I was respectful all the way through. Please don't
Everything
mute.
that's been spoken about in the last 20 or so minutes has been basic
Oh,
logic and
fuck
reasoning.
Discord. Like, this is Discord. What do I expect?
Dude, if you were paying attention, it is real basic stuff.
No, okay, right. Maybe I'm a dumbass then. Treat me like a dumbass. Okay?
No, not treating you like a dumbass. Just
I am
pointing
a
it out.
dumbass. I
You
am a
probably
dumbass.
haven't thought. Hold on.
Right.
Trying to give you a bit of an olive branch. You probably haven't thought about it from the point of view before because it's a preconceived notion and a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere from many people's points of view. And they probably haven't really thought about it. But when you think about it, it's kind of really simple and it's basic. Really, it's logical. That's all we're pointing out.
Have you ever considered that the globe idea is built completely on fallacious reasoning? Right from the ground
No,
floor.
right. I'm not a globe earther. Quite possibly. That's true.
Well, it is.
Okay.
It's based upon affirming the consequence. You have to assume a globe, and then you go out into nature, and then you cherry pick and look for things that confirm it. In things that don't confirm it, you ignore or come up with some phenomenological thing that can't be measured or verified to say, hey, it looks flat, therefore refraction, or something like that. They do this all over the place. That's just one example, but this is done all over the place. It's like duct taping the globe together. Things like tides, seasons, and not there's all these anomalies, right? That they have some justification that, oh, it fits within the globe. With this, we're gonna just talk about there's some special phenomenon that happens. And how do we know the special phenomenon that happens? Because it doesn't match the globe here in this particular phenomenon we watch, such as tides, right? So people think tides are caused by the fucking moon pulling the oceans of the world. What they don't know is that most of the oceans of the world experience no tides at all. The vast majority, I would guess probably like 60% of the ocean has no tides at all. What do we do with that anomaly? How do they explain that away? Why isn't the moon pulling on that water? Why? We know the Earth's a globe. It's got to be something happen. No, they've come up with some crazy model with 20 variables called an anthropomorphic point or something. Right? So they have some convoluted model to how to maintain how this body of water negates gravity using 50 variables like current, temperature, wind, all these sorts of things, because you got to negate the tides there. So they create a complex model on how the Earth is not subject to gravity at that place. In the same way that it affects the other water. Okay, this is done all over the place, where they have these band-aids that they stick on shit. Selenelian eclipse. That's an eclipse where the sun and moon are above the horizon. And the Earth, the so-called shadow of the Earth is moving down the moon. It's called the impossible eclipse. They say, hey, dude, that's refraction causing that. But even so, that refraction explanation can't account for the shadow coming from the top because it's coming down from above the sun and the moon. But you're standing on the Earth, which is under the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are between from where the shadow is coming from and where you are. Physically impossible. Can't be caused by fucking a globe Earth. But, they just say refraction, and everybody's like, oh, refraction, fine. No, that makes sense. This happens all over the place. And the reason we're here is that people just don't understand. I don't know what people think why we're here, but it's a very simple thing why we're here. There's a bunch of claims on the table that people have made. And that has been pushed around Western civilization. We went out and we tested that shit, and the real world doesn't agree with what they're saying. It's literally that fucking simple.
There's a lot of preaching. tonight.
Well, I'm just giving you the basis. It's not a preaching. I'm telling you, like,
No, it's
the
quite religious, darling.
intellectual
It's quite
foundation.
religious. It's symptomatic of a
Oh,
religion.
shut it.
You
What did
don't
I
need.
say
You
that was
don't need.
religious?
You don't need to do all of this talk. Honestly, it's fatiguing.
It's not for
What
you.
was
it's
Yeah, he
quite
like
could have just
religious
said
when I
it's
said
flat.
we go
Deal
just
with it.
swine.
It's just I don't have time
Was
for
the
it.
religious part the
Just
part where I
go.
said we go check in the natural world? Was that the religious part?
Just swine.
No, it's just typical. I mean, goodness gracious.
Was that the religious
Pearls to
part?
There
swine,
are
Indio.
layers of doublethink, aren't there? It's
What
going
are
to
you?
manifest.
So now
It's
you
going to
can't address
manifest
in
long.
substance anything that was just said to you. So now you're going to talk
Right.
about us and make social commentary because you can't address
Yeah.
anything of substance.
I don't have
Why
time.
don't you actually address what I said?
It's just a lot of info, dude. Look,
Dude,
I've
I
got a
can
shorter
summarize
attention
all our
span, to be
conversations
fair,
very
like,
quickly. You brought up the
I
24-hour
I
sun.
need written shit to be submitted to me. I don't.
Dude, I don't
pay
write in
attention.
fucking Google
I-
Gaga. This is
yeah,
like baby
fuck
talk
that.
level, bro.
Yeah.
No, you
I
can't
like written
look.
shit.
You're confused about basic shit.
Maybe
You're
I
confused
am.
by the law of
May-
identity and saying the
maybe
law
I
of
am.
identity
So
is
I
like
want
you
to say something.
recognize that logic.
No, don't strangle me on that. It was just a misunderstanding. I know what you're talking about. It just took me a while to latch on because it's been a
You think
long
you-
day or whatever.
you have a bias?
People are going through different things in life, right? But anyhow,
Sorry to hear that. Then
yeah,
again,
dude,
you're
it's just
supposed to
it's just a
sound good.
lot of information, and
It's really not.
what can I do? No, no. Okay, you know what? It isn't. At the moment, it is for me.
Okay. Well, do you want me
Right,
to
for me.
summarize this so you can internalize it? I can summarize it in probably like 7 sentences. Okay? It's really simple.
Go
People
on,
went
I'll
somewhere,
pay
they
very
observed
close
the sun.
attention.
They made
Go
a
on.
false. They had a false premise that somehow this looking at the sun could prove the shape of the Earth. They also had another false premise where they thought there was a globe model that predicted the sun in the first place. Okay, they can't actually say how the 24-hour sun or any other sun could prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth, no matter what they observe. They can't say in any way how observing the sun do any fucking thing, no matter what it did, can prove what the shape of the Earth is. Sun could have done fucking loop-de-loops and fucking whirls. That wouldn't have disproved the globe or a flat Earth. At best, it could have disproved the heliocentric model that did loop-de-loops and whirls, but the Earth could still be a globe just flipping around in space like mad, right?
Right. Okay, so from what I gather, right, you've got the law of identity, and they're using a different, observation to disprove what's
Making an
apparently
inference.
apparent, and they can't even use the flat Earth, and there's all they can't even use the 24-hour sun. They can't model it effectively in a globe Earth. So why am I here complaining about it being modelled in the flat Earth? And both sides should shut the fuck up, because no one really knows anything now. Is that the idea?
No, it's more, I wouldn't. I'd say almost. You're a 75% there. You slightly
Okay, what's the
mischaracterized it.
what's the 25% that I'm missing?
Okay, the
Complete me.
25% is the model that's used to predict the 24-hour sun works. It's agnostic. It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth. And the main problem with looking at the sun is that any conclusion you're reaching about the Earth is an inference using inductive logic, which by its nature can't prove things at all. All you can do is say, I'm confident in this, it fits this model, it correlates with this other thing. That's all you can say. You can't make any claims to prove is or anything like that. You can just have some personal certainty about the inference. That's all you can have. So you can, like you said, you kind of revealed the truth when you said, well, I think this explains it better. Well, that's fine. But that's like the personal evaluation based upon how you feel. That's not objective in any way. Right? And these inferences aren't objective in any way.
Right.
The only thing objective we have here is there some people that went and stood on some ice somewhere and saw a 24-hour sun. That's the only objective statement we can say. The conclusions reached from that observation, other than the observation itself, descriptively. Why does it happen? How does it happen? They don't have enough information from that observation to reach any of those conclusions. And I pointed out they don't even have a model that is what you would call an actual geometrically physical model that geometrically physically represents the environment that they were in that makes that prediction. We have some abstract model which assumes the celestial sphere of infinite radius and observing from a point in the origin of coordinates. That's what the model is. Now think about it like this. This might sound confusing to you. You know what a grid is, right? A Cartesian grid, X, Y, X,
No
and Y.
doubt. No doubt.
You don't know what X and Y Cartesian grid is?
I do.
You never
I
seen
do.
a map before? You do?
No, I know. I know what a grid is.
Okay. So the origin where the X and the Y meet, that's the origin of coordinates. In the model for predicting the sun, that's where you are. You're at that point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on anything. You're not on a globe. There's not a globe underneath you. It's not the globe at the origin of coordinates. It's just you. And that model can work anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a freaking rabbit. You could be freaking on a, surfing the freaking big kahuna waves. It doesn't matter what you're on because it's based upon what you observe. It's based upon from your viewpoint. That's why you don't have to do the conversion that you would have to do for the globe model because it's literally modeled from your eyeball out. It's an inside out, not an outside in. Understand?
Right.
So, that being said, there is no globe model for a 24-hour sun. There's no flat Earth model for a 24-hour sun. There's only a point-based observer-centric model. But, like I said, they do have an explanation, right? Which is a cool story. I mean, we could make up a story too, but we just don't. Why don't we
With
make?
all due respect, I think it's because
would you
you
feel
can't.
better if we made up a story
That's my point.
like was palatable?
Okay, so now that we've
should we?
delineated what we're talking
Should we make up a story?
Yes.
No, let me ask you. We should make up a story that we can't prove.
No, this is needlessly pedantic in my view.
No. It
now,
goes to the
so
crux
now
of the
we
problem.
need to name it. I think
it goes to the heart of the problem.
It's pedanticism.
No, it's pedantic. No, you're using the word pedantic wrong, number one.
Am
We're
I?
getting to the heart of the problem. We have an observation. We can make an inference that supports a flat Earth and make up a whole fucking story about it. But that inference also would not prove a flat Earth either. And we'd be in the same position of the Globers, right? Making inferences about observing the sun and applying it to the Earth and not actually knowing anything. Just saying, yeah, well, it's a good explanation. It makes me feel better. We can make that flat Earth explanation that just makes everybody feel better. Okay, let's do this. I'll do it right now. The sky is like a hamster, like a hamster in one of those hamster balls when they walk around when you move around the world, the sky spins around you. Like you're a hamster in one of those little balls. Now imagine inside that ball, there are little stars poking holes in there, right? He's running around the ball in the dark and he's got holes poked in his little hamster ball. That's how we move around the Earth. There's a little hamster ball spinning over us. So there's your explanation right there.
That doesn't work.
It would work perfectly. Just stop.
No, it wouldn't. Because then half the Earth will be in darkness at any one time.
Yeah. No, dude. The hamster ball, half the hamster ball is black, bro.
Yeah. So half the hamster ball will be underneath the Earth.
Depending on where you
are. You won't be able to see the sun.
Dude, you can't see the sun in South America.
Try again. What's your other inference?
Can you see the sun in South America from North America?
No, but you can see the sun in South America from South America.
So your little argument meant nothing. So you're just going on mute, man, because you're just trying to run interference like you guys always do. So, and this was just a model anyway, by the way.
So you went on mute? That's nuts.
Do you know him? Do you know him? Do you know his history here?
I don't.
Okay, then don't white knight for him. He doesn't deserve
Okay,
it.
fair enough, but I'm going to
He
trust your judgment.
out of anybody, he don't deserve it. Believe me.
I'm going to trust your judgment blindly.
Well, I mean, you can trust the many, many, many recordings we have of him over the last 2 years of him just being an absolute fucktard. So we'll give you an example of something he did. Him and another Globe Earther and several others, they started a group called Globe Force 6. So there were 6 of them that would come in here and argue with us. Peter is one of them. Mez was one of them. Today, Mez claimed he didn't know Peter at all, that he never met Peter in his whole entire life. Mez is a compulsive liar.
What the fuck?
So, yeah, Mez never met Peter now.
The fuck, dude? These people, man.
Well, because they don't know them by their name. They only know them by like their, you know.
He was
I
Peter
won't
then
say.
too. He's always been Peter though.
To be fair, if you're going to talk about him like this, you should unmute him just so he can defend himself.
Hell no.
I'm not going to talk about him, so he doesn't have to defend himself.
You're gonna be worrying about your own mute in about 5 seconds, dude. Don't white knight for Mez, bro.
No, it's just like kind of like backbiting, when you can't.
No, I'm banning him so I can solve the problem. No, we don't have to talk about him no more. I don't even know how he keeps getting back in here, quite honestly.
That's the best.
Because you only banned him for 2 days.
Yeah. Oh, I can ban him for longer? How do I do that?
No, I think bans now default to 7 days.
Really?
It says 2 days in my chat. Anyway, the point was we could come up with some
maybe that's for guest rooms.
explanation.
For the creator rooms, it's 7 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we could come up with some cockamamie explanation. We could just make some shit up. If you don't think we can make up a fucking cool story for a 24-hour sun on a flat earth, dude, you seriously lack imagination. We could do it if you're properly motivated. But it wouldn't prove anything just because we have a story. And you might like our story better than the Globe story.
Okay, I understand your line of reasoning. I never thought about it. I respect it. Okay. Oh,
yeah. So there's this thing that like we often go through, in this topic of explanation versus the empirical evidence. Now, what we do is modern, let's call it science, for lack of a better term. They have a lot of explanations, and people think the explanations are the science, but the science is actually the data, right? The observational data, the results of the experiment, all those things. But that stuff's boring. Looking at fucking charts and graphs and freaking spreadsheets, that shit's boring. So people don't want to talk about that. But the data actually says they want to talk about the explanations. So a lot of times people come in here and they'll give us some explanation. And then we go, okay, where's the evidence for that? Meaning, where's the data? And they don't know what it is. They try to chat GPT or Google it or find it, and it's not out there. So what's passing as modern science is just a bunch of explanations, but science is empirical. It's based upon empirical evidence, not based upon storytelling. And that's what explanations are. They're just storytelling. In fact, it's so bad that people such as this. I'll give you an example. This is a prime example of the eclipse. The eclipse is, I saw a solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That no one's ever seen that, ever. You know why no one's ever seen that ever? Because you can't see a new moon. So no one's actually ever seen a new moon on the day of any solar eclipse ever. So descriptively, that's actually not true. So they confuse their explanation of why it happens with the description of what it looks like. See what I'm saying? One is true, right? I saw an eclipse. I didn't see the moon. That's factually true. The explanation it was the moon that caused that, even though I couldn't see the moon. But they don't say that because that don't sound as cool. Don't sound as cool as, well, it got blocked by the moon that I couldn't see. Then that makes it sound a little shakier. People might question, like, well, why? How did you reach the conclusion if you couldn't see it? And then they might go, oh, because we have a globe model that predicts when that happens. Okay, show that to me. And then they can't do that, right? You go, okay, you can't actually predict that when that happens with a heliocentric model. How do you predict that? Oh, well, just regularly happens at regular time intervals. That's how we predict it. Has nothing to do with a fucking globe or a flat Earth or any other thing. This is just typically what we deal with on a daily basis here. People with their fucking stories and explanations versus what does the actual data, the empirical data, what was it has been observed in the natural world. Here's another one. Outer space is a vacuum, and there's an atmosphere that's pressurized. And the gravity is holding the air away from the vacuum. Well, yeah, that's a cool story. What does the data say? The data says that's fucking impossible. Fuck the data. I got a story. It makes me feel better. I'm going to Mars, bitches. They ain't going nowhere. Because the place they think exists can't exist. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir there.
Oh, well, maybe Hummus is listening. I don't know.
Maybe. And I'm not gonna. Everything I'm saying is factually true. I'm not making anything up. I'm not putting in speculation. I'm not making claims. This is just basic fucking reasoning.
Right, yeah, right, okay.
Before I said no one's ever seen the moon block the sun during a solar eclipse, did you think you saw the moon?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's well known. Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. And eclipses happen at regular time intervals. It's a coincidence of 3 periods. It's called an eclipse year, the animistic year, and what's called like the metonic year. I'm not trying to look. I'm just saying that when these time periods are up, right, this cycle of each one of these 3 cycles, when they end at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment, there's an eclipse. You don't need to know anything about any space balls or heliocentric model or anything like that. They've been using this method of predicting eclipses for 4,000 years, well before the heliocentric model even existed. And this is another instance of stolen valor. Because if you look up how does NASA predict eclipses, you're going to get the solar cycle. Everything I just said.
Mm.
The bigger question is, you weren't taught this any of this in school, and the question is why not? I'm not blaming the teacher. I'm not blaming the school system. I'm not blaming anything. But how come is like, are these lies by omission? Should they have taught you the full truth? They sell you a used car, man. They're like, man, the engine runs great. Should they tell you the brakes don't work?
Yes, they should.
Yeah, might be a good idea. Safer for everyone involved and people not involved.
We have Fry. feminist, atheist, vegan, authoritarian, left, and anti-authoritarian. I think we've
That's
talked to you
bio.
before. Yeah.
Jesus, you're a little bit of everything.
Did you have any questions about the globe or the flat Earth, Fry?
Nah, not really. I'm just listening. I, I just wanted chat permissions though. I don't know why that was revoked.
Seems to be a common
Yeah,
theme
mine were revoked
lately.
too. Like 3 weeks ago by old dude, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Did you deserve it?
No, he just hates me. He thinks I'm a fake.
Wait, what about me though?
Who was it that
Didn't do
revoked
anything.
yours?
Fake Fry.
What's that?
Somebody probably hates you too.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to take. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll do it. I like you.
You're gonna fix it, good. I don't know how to take him away or put him back. I guess Indio knows.
Old dude is here, so I'm not gonna like pull rank on him. So you're gonna have to ask him yourself.
Yeah, no.
Maybe that's why he hates you. If you don't bow to his
No, he
door,
hates me because I think it's because I'm, like I'm proponent of wraparound, and I think he thinks I'm trolling or just like faking or something like that. So he accuses me of being a fake flat earther.
I
He
thought
just
you were
like
trolling
slanders
until
me.
you told me why.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but at least you have some basis. Because of Islam, right?
Rolling my boulder.
That and all the real world data, like every projection basically is debunked by real world observations. So like the only thing that brings them all together would be wraparound. Like you're either a globe, in my books, you're either a globe earther because of all these real world data points, or you're like a wraparound earther, flat earther, or you're just like you just haven't figured it out yet. All of the flat earthers that don't believe in wraparound, I feel like they're still late to the game.
Fuck
They need
is
to catch
wrap
up.
around Earth, dude?
Like Pac-Manning type thing, but not so obvious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you say that,
around
but
Earth.
you can't have a working flat Earth with all, like it's been debunked. Any kind of
You have no
projection that
idea
you
how the
imagine, any
sun
map
works,
that you imagine
how the
wouldn't work.
sky works, or how anything works. You have no idea. Saying it's impossible and you can't do this and you can do that. So since you can't prove any of it, it's silly for you to even talk like that.
According to what you know, it's impossible, percent. Okay.
What, sorry?
According to what you know, it's impossible.
No, I'm saying by the observations that we have, via deduction, like that's the
Which is
only
what?
option that remains. Because every, like whether it's a dipole model or AE map, whatever it is, they've
What are
all
these
been
models
debunked
of?
individually.
This is the same problem, is that these are models of the sky, they're not models of the Earth.
But the sky has GPS on the Earth, like with the sun has GPS on the Earth. So it doesn't like anyone who says,
I
"Oh, we
don't
can't
subscribe to all
tell."
that GP shit, dude.
What do you mean, man? Like on the equinox,
not
the
how
sun
people actually
has a
sail,
GP
dude.
along the path that they call the equator. It's
Yeah,
like a,
but bro, those GPs they're fucking approximations. It just gives you in the general area. They're not fucking actual points in space.
so you're
Look,
saying
dude, when
on
you
the
get within
equinox
50
when the
miles
sun
of
rises
fucking
from
the
the east.
Statue of Liberty, right? Say you get the GP for New York, dude, it's 50 miles off. You're still gonna get to New York City.
Yeah, no, of course. But I'm talking about on specific times, like the equinox, the sun rising from the east, setting in the west. Its GP is going along the equator. So
That's
say, like, for
that's
instance,
disputable.
what do you
Antonio
mean?
Stuberatz had a bunch of video from on the equinox, and the shadows were casting. They weren't casting east-west. There was a problem, and when the sun were at the solar point, there wasn't a shadow directly under. They have like an obelisk there. You know how you have Kahana noon where nothing casts a shadow? So at noon on the equator, on the equinox, nothing should be casting a shadow.
Subsolar point, yeah.
Yeah, so when it was at the subsolar point, it was casting a shadow. So it's debatable whether this happens. There's also other problems with the equator. I'm not going to get into. I'm sure you've heard it before from me. So there's issues with all this. Listen. I mean, there's this idea that somehow you can align the Earth to the sky, and we can in a very general way, in an approximate way, but it's not as close as people think. I mean, they've known this for a very long time. This is why we have that fucking curved plumb lines and shit, dude.
All right, forget
Tell
the
you guys
sky.
that I don't think you guys understand the import of what them curving plumb lines is doing. They are curving plumb lines to quote unquote fix the coordinates to the Earth.
What do you mean by curving plumb lines? You talking about like reciprocal zenith angles, or?
So what they say is, say you go to a spot and you're supposed to be like at the GP under a star. But then when you set up your theodolite and you look straight up, the star is not right directly above your head. It's not at zenith, somewhere else. What they say is, the gravity vector is tilted. Right, the direction of gravity, because that's how you set up the theodolite. Right, you level it, and level indicates the direction of gravity. That you're actually not vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. You're slightly tilted, and that's why you're not matching the celestial sphere, because the Earth has a lumpy gravity. So
that sounds
this
kind
is
of retarded.
all over the surface of the Earth. This isn't at one place. This is at every place you could possibly measure. There's an infinite freaking vertical deflections everywhere.
Why wouldn't they just chalk it up to refraction? You know, like minimal refraction.
At zenith, there should be no refraction if it's directly
I
overhead.
mean, that's if the air above is perfectly isotropic, but you can assume that there's some variation, so it wouldn't be perfectly,
Well, I mean,
above.
don't give them any ideas. They probably will chalk it up to refraction if you tell them enough.
But anyways, leaving this guy out of it.
The way
For
this
instance,
was,
with
just let me tell you how this was figured out. So what they did is this happened like there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth, and they go kind of through like all different tests that were done. So like sometime in the 1400s, they started at like the end of the boot of Italy, and like worked their way north. Now they used two different methods to determine distance. They used celestial navigation, and they used chains where they actually physically measured the distance by pulling chains. And then when they got to the end, they noticed that there was like a fucking 10% difference or 1%. Yeah. So they're like, hey, how could this possibly happen? And it took over time. It became, the lumpy gravity. That we have vertical deflections. So when we try to actually that the instrument isn't exactly perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And then we get the oblate ellipsoid, and because you got to think, if you have an oblate ellipsoid and you're on 45 latitude, that line, like say you took the tangent at 45 latitude and took the perpendicular line to that and drew it straight, it wouldn't intersect the core, the center of the Earth. It would be off a little bit. So you have these problems. This is what the globe is. It's just this fucking band-aid, duct tape here, sew here, staple there, all over the place. But the point is that we know that we can't get the sky to exactly align to the Earth one way or the other. We know that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in, things like GPs, and because it's so hard to sail anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but like even if you leave this guy out of it, like say, the dipole model, you have a straight line equator, and you have like the Pacific Ocean on both sides of the map, for instance, if that's where they want to, put the ends of the Earth or what have you. But we know that there's like freightliners and stuff like that going trans-Pacific every day, so they're either all, wrapping around, or like the map is just wrong, right? So the dipole model's out because you have to have some sort of wraparound on the equator, or the AE map. As you go down towards the pole from different continents, or up towards the pole from different continents, you're going to see that on on solstice that the sun's going to level out on the tropic. Like in the nights in the sky, it won't rise and lower. It'll just be a straight line on the tropic. And as you kind of come together from different continents, you're gonna meet up with these people as if it is a pole. So in the south that'd be an issue because it's supposed to be a ring all the way around. So the AE maps out. Like all these maps
I don't
are.
think anyone's ever done what you're proposing anyway, brother.
No, I mean even with this, I think when they went for the TFE thing, they went from different, like a couple of them went from different places, and they saw that the sun was leveling out as they were traveling south. So the idea would be that when they get to the pole, it would be completely, even in the sky. It wouldn't lower and rise.
Well, I will say this: they did measure the solar elevation angle, and it wasn't what the globe predicted. I do remember that. It was off by like 7 degrees or something.
I'm very, I'm certain that if they were to do this, they would see that, as they came from different continents, they would meet up. Like that the ring works as a pole for the AE map, at least. That there's wraparound in that aspect.
Maybe like there's an extra dimension.
Maybe, but I think that would kind of work towards wraparound too, because the Mobius strip is kind of like it's weird like that.
Look, I'm just not one of these people that think that. I'm not a uniformitarian person. I don't think that like the sky has to match the ground, and I don't think it ever will and ever does. I think we just have misconceptions about how reality actually works.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about sky. I'm talking about people in a boat traveling across the Pacific, or people, traveling down, towards the south.
It's always, but like it always comes down to, okay, what that person is experiencing, and trying to turn their freaking observer-centric experience into some external one, and then make some universal claim about all observers. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying it's not a subjective thing. I'm confident that
stars. They did some things. They moved a certain way. I get to the other spot, and you're like, well, if I over here, I take this other observer, and this observer saw the stars move a certain way. How would this other observer see the stars move? Right? Like, we're always trying to transplant our observation to some other place and try to make some uniform rule that applies across all of them. I just don't believe in that. I just don't think that's justified. Not only do I not like it, I just think no one ever thought this way. This uniform thing of like the celestial the celestial geometry and the terrestrial geometry, I've talked about this being the same. This is new. This is new human thought. This isn't old human thought, if you believe the timeline.
Yeah, no, to be clear, that's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm saying that if you have these different people traveling from south from different continents, on the AE map, they're all going outwards towards the southern ring, if you will, right?
Outwards relative to what? From where?
Relative to the north, the central north. They're all going to be going south outwards, right?
Which is designated by what? Polaris?
Whether you want to use the geographical north or the celestial north, the point is
I'm not even
traveling
sure.
south.
I'm not, but I don't think that Polaris. I don't think it's been shown that Polaris is above the geographical center of the Earth. I just don't. I've said this before. It could be completely fucking asymmetric.
Sure, but either way, if they're all traveling south, or like they're traveling away from each other on this AE map, they shouldn't ever meet up. And I'm confident that if they were to do it, they would eventually meet up. People actually traveling would meet up, not relying on sky or anything. Just they're traveling all in different directions.
Possible. Have you seen the map Yoder's posted with the magnetic field corrected map?
I can't say.
It was. He hasn't. Not today. He did post it today, but way earlier today. It's a magnetic field corrected map. So the magnetic field lines are straightened out, and then the latitude and longitudes are twisted to make the compass line straighten out, and it looks totally fucking weird, bro.
Okay.
And this is just if you go, okay, yeah, my compass, when it says north, it's actually pointed north. And the fucking stars, if they don't align with it, fuck them, we don't care. Right? So you could use this coordinate system. This is an absolute coordinate system that you can use anywhere. Just based completely on the compass, you wouldn't never need to look at stars.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to use latitude and longitude. That would be completely freaking useless. Not the celestial latitude and longitude. You might be able to concoct one with a north and south magnetic pole. No, you'd end up in the ocean or some shit twice. I mean, does that make more sense?
It makes sense,
That,
but
the magnetic poles are in the ocean, that they're both in the freaking ocean?
oh, I don't know how they would explain that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make more sense. Well, as far as like a uniformity thing. Because the geographical North Pole, it's like, that's water, and then the other one's land covered with ice. Right? So you got the Arctic, and then you got the Antarctic, and those are like quite different. Whereas if you go by the magnetic pole, they're at least in the same environment. They're both in water, underwater somewhere.
And it's like maybe the salt of the oceans is like playing a factor or something.
Who fucking knows, man.
Yeah.
I don't think that the Southern Ocean definitely has not been explored, probably at all. They'll explore. I think they explore like close to the continent, close to the ice or coastline. But like, actually, the seas are too rough. You can't like anchor a ship there and hang out. You'd be freaking deader than a doornail. We're gonna do some submersibles in the Southern Ocean. Oh yeah, we'll just sit up here up top with 60-foot waves. Like, no one's doing that. Maybe you submerge the entire ship.
Yeah. I mean,
but the
I'm not sure how relevant it is to what
I don't know
I was
how I
talking
feel about that, unless it's some extra dimensional thing, which seems weird that I'd accept extra dimensions before Pac-Man, but it's kind of the same thing.
It is, yeah. But my point is that it's just
the thing is, Glovers. Here's the ironic thing that Glovers wouldn't accept it. They'll believe in fucking wormholes where you can traverse the fucking universe. They'll believe in that extra dimensional space, but they won't fucking believe in extra dimensional Earth.
Yeah, they'll never believe in it because it presents as a globe basically, so they'll stay positive. It's just kind of like why Jaren went with the globe, because he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there would be this dimensional type stuff going on.
Dude, Jaren couldn't wrap his head around the fucking basic arithmetic, probably.
No, see, he's viewed the AE map being broken, and for him that was like,
he doesn't even understand what the AE map is.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand what it is. What was Gleason trying to do? What did he make? What's the patent say? How do you use it? Like, what is it? He doesn't even understand what it is at all. That's why it's like his opinion about whether the AE map works or not. He's not capable, or is too lazy to even evaluate what it even is. I mean, he's like the Glovers, dude.
I think he was.
Well, he's like the Glovers. He doesn't understand that, like, on the AE map, all the distances actually are correct if you measure the way the map says to measure. They actually are, well, I shouldn't say correct, but they match the globe. But he'll run around just like a Glover and say, none of the distances work. Right? He should know better by now. Like, by now, after being a so-called flat earther for 10 years nearly, he still doesn't know what the AE map, the map that he fucking pimped out, he doesn't know what that is. He's not, look, I don't want to call him a grifter, but I will call him fucking lazy.
I don't know, man, because like I'm not going to speak for him, but for me, the AE map is broken as well. I share that with him, but I have
it works for its purpose. It's not broken for its purpose. It works for its purpose.
For its purpose, yes, but as a representative of the true world, I think
he wasn't trying to do that. Gleason's wasn't trying to make a photograph of the world, dude.
I understand.
Or a drawing of it.
And I'm not speaking to what its original purpose was. It's just that flat earthers, a lot of flat earthers, at least before, proposed that the world was like that. The flat world is such that you have a central north and a southern ring all around. And I think that has been broken by real world.
Why they said that? Why they did that? Why they invested on the Gleason's map? It wasn't because of the evidence or anything like that. It's because they felt compelled to have an explanation for everything. Because you know the shtick. Explain this, explain that, explain this everything, and they thought they had to replace every element of the globe with some flat Earth version of it.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, any kind of map that you can, conceive, is broken without wraparound. There is no map, quadrupole, dipole, Gleason, whatever it is. None of them stand like the observations that have been,
Mobius strip, bro.
Yeah.
You know what a Mobius strip is?
Yeah, I do, of course.
Yeah. So you just flip around.
But
right?
I haven't seen a map that's a Mobius strip yet.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some topological frickin' space that frickin' Klein, what do they call it? Klein bottle or something. There's all sorts of weird topologies and shit that could work. I'm sure. Probably infinite number. I mean, that's why I said it's like, as far as you don't know, it can't work, but like, I'm not an expert in fucking topology and differential geometry. I know a little bit of differential geometry, but I'm not an expert in topology. There's some weird shit in topology that they do. They're like, that's a whole branch of fucking mathematics. Now think about that. There's a whole branch of mathematics just dedicated to the surfaces of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, dude. How can surfaces even be that complex where it should have a whole branch of mathematics? That's why when people say, hey, the surface of the earth has to be this or that, I know how complex topology is, and I'm like, maybe. What can I? Yeah. There's probably some freaking goddamn Japanese nerd writing a 900-page fucking paper on how fucking weird topologies can actually exist.
Yeah.
Some
Like the age-old question: is the surface of the sphere 3D or 2D?
I mean, I just don't even presuppose reality works that way. Like I think we got everything backwards. I'm just starting to reach the conclusion that we just got it all backwards. The whole idea that reality is like a blueprint drawing. That's how reality really is that it's like an engineering drawing, draw blueprints, build things, build houses. And that's a better representation of reality than how we actually experience the world in the observer-centric sense. They're projective and we see out and everything seems to be in our own experience relative to us. That is actually the way it actually is. And that we're like, well, fucking reality can't compute the fucking the observer effect for 9 billion people. Oh no, we can't compute that. Doesn't mean reality can't compute that.
Mm-hmm. So for the record, if you were to imagine, like, theoretically, people from like somewhere in the north all going in different directions, traveling in straight lines, different directions, do you think that they would eventually meet up?
I don't know.
Like, do you
think probably not.
I think they would.
Well, if they said, hey, we're all going to walk toward Polaris, they probably will meet up.
No, I'm saying they're traveling like opposite directions from Polaris, for instance.
Well, they're going to lose sight of Polaris eventually.
They're going to what? Yeah, they're going to lose sight of Polaris. And I'm saying I'm confident
maintain
that
their direction or orientation after that.
Well, let's just say theoretically they're dead reckoning or going in straight lines or what have you. Theoretically, right?
Go realm. I don't think that they would meet up, dude. I don't think there's a South Pole.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confident that they're traveling on a flat Earth, and still they will meet up. at the South Pole. You know, like.
I mean, do you need fucking money, man? You want to go ask fucking Alex Jones? He wanted to do an Antarctica thing. I think these directions are fucking arbitrary, and I think they're just based upon some coordinate system we choose. And I think if a bunch of people agree there's a point and we're going to call it, and everybody walks towards that point in the sky, they will meet up. But when they're separated, that point, their orientation relative to that point, what that actually is geometrically outside of everything, know if that's even knowable.
Okay, so given that there is some sort of uncertainty depending, like on the GP of the sun, for instance, on the equinox, you wouldn't say that
I don't believe in the equinox percent, dude. What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe in the equinox, dude.
You don't
There
believe
is no
well,
equinox.
What do you mean? The sun rises in the east, that's in the west. You know, like exactly.
Equinox means equal day and night. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night. Ever.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I just know that equinox.
That's like equinox, right? Equal night. Nox means night. So
I get, yeah.
Yeah, so
never thought about that, but
on
like
the
it's still
equinox,
east
at
to
the
west,
equator, and equator means place where fucking there's 50% day and night on the equinox, right? So they both reinforce each other, right? So you got the phenomenon, which is the equinox, and then you got the location where that phenomenon happens, would be the equator. The phenomenon doesn't happen, so that location can't exist. You understand?
What about
the location where that phenomenon happens?
Okay, I wasn't aware of the phenomenon, like it being equal day and night, but it makes sense etymologically. My point is,
Yeah.
as far as I know,
Well, I'm not trying to make an etymological argument. I'm just saying, even geometrically, like that should happen geometrically, but it actually doesn't happen in reality.
So in reality, it doesn't actually rise due east and set due west.
No, it's not 50-50. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, forget that. But I'm saying in terms of the azimuth, does it rise due east and set due west?
Yeah,
basically what I'm asking is,
I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if it's exact.
Okay, but I think we can agree that it's not going to be
another
zigzagging.
problem, percent. The equator, the east is defined as the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So you're in a definitional problem. Like, yeah, does the sun rise east on the equinox? Yeah, of course, because that's how we define what east is.
Okay, well, forget that it's
we run into this problem where these are all like definitional problems where we set up this whole fucking thing with these words, and it's like saying the sun rises east on the equinox. That's almost like saying the same thing twice.
Okay, fine. Forget that it's east. Can we agree that on like at least on that day or whatever, that the sun's rising and setting are polar, are exact opposites in terms of the azimuth?
As far as I know, that's what happens.
Okay.
So I don't have any direct evidence.
And I think we can both agree that the path isn't like a shadow of the sun or what have you.
I'll say yes, it happens.
All right. And I think we both agree that the shadow of the sun isn't like zigzagging. It's not like some weird irregular path.
Yeah,
it's consistent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just say
so
it goes in a straight line. It doesn't take an arc, a visible arc.
All right, you think it's a straight line?
Yeah, east-west, right? Rises 90 and sets 180. So that should be a straight line to you, from your visual perspective, right?
Okay, but like let's say we had a bird's eye view, it could still be curving and rising due east, or like not necessarily east, but the polar opposites. It could go 180 degrees, but still be a curve.
Yeah, but what I mean that it's a line, right? So if you were looking east, you'd watch the sunrise. It would rise in a straight line. Then once it got overhead, you have to turn around, and it would set in a straight line. Right.
Yeah.
It would drop.
My point is it would help us to know whether or not it's actually straight line or a curved line in terms of making the map. Because if it's a straight line, then like the Gleason's is out. Anything with a curved equator would be out. You understand? If it's a curved line, then the type of Mercator, anything with straight latitudes, at least for the equator, would be out. You understand? Like the dipole model, for instance.
I understand. How do we determine which one it is?
I think it moves straight. I think if I was thinking like one way you could do it is by stitching together like equatorial mounts that just travel on one axis, and they have like the sun perfectly in the center of the field of view, and they're tracking the sun's movement. And as one mount loses sight of the sun, the other one catches it, and they're just like stitched together for a large portion, a large distance, and that would confirm that it's straight-ish.
Gosh, that might work.
The other way would
I
be
want to
dead
see
reckoning.
someone fly under the sun at 1,040 miles per hour in like a F-14, right? And just keep the sun at zenith. Like, look at your speed, 1,040 miles per hour. Sun's right over your head. Just fly that for a while.
No, but you could still be flying in a very slight curve if that's the case.
Yeah. I know. I just like that. No, I would just like to see to verify the speed of the sun. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Because I've seen some stuff on like how fast the subsolar point moves over the surface of the Earth that didn't even match itself, much less the globe model. Meaning, these people, they did a tropic measurement, Kahana noon, right? When there's no shadow. So when the sun is going right along the tropics, they found 2 locations on the tropics, and timed when it was Kahana noon in one spot, and then how long it took it to be Kahana noon in another spot on the tropic. They did this at 2 locations. And the speed at which it traveled the subsolar point over the surface, according to the globe surface distance, didn't match. They didn't match each other.
Yeah.
And it was like way off. It wasn't even fucking close.
So it can't be something like attributed to topography, for instance. It was way off.
Yeah, it was off by like why would topography have to do? You're only measuring noon. The time difference between noon in one place and noon in the other place.
Well, I was thinking like it was the transition that they're measuring the speed of the shadow moving or what have you. Because if that's the case, like
when do we not see the shadow? Right now, Kahana's noon. We don't mark the term. We have a place that's along the tropic, frickin' say 10 kilometers away. Now, when you mark the time, it should not. You should be able to see a shadow on that stick. And then when that stick eventually shows no shadow, it's solar noon there. Mark the time. Now you can calculate based on that 10-kilometer distance how fast the sun moved from being above one stick to the other stick, right? And then you can calculate how fast the sun moved across the surface of the Earth. Now they did that in Hawaii and another place, and it turned out that one was different by a lot. I want to say like one showed like a surface speed of like 700 miles per hour, and the other was like 1,300 miles per hour. It was something like that. Don't quote me on any of this because I don't remember the figures off the top of my head, but it was significantly different. Significantly, like this don't even make sense. But it should be like identical. The miles per hour should be identical.
It should be, yeah. What's the Glober like excuse for it? Do you know?
Well, no, I've actually never showed it to any Globers. The guy that did it, he's like a frickin' Russian guy.
I feel like that would be a proof against the globe right there. I thought initially what you were talking about was that like they actually tracked the shadow of the sun, and they noticed that overland, some places it was speeding up, and overland it was slowing down. That's why I was saying maybe topography, because if it's going up a hill, for instance, you'd expect it to be moving slower, and then as it goes downhill, it would be going quicker. That's what I thought you meant initially.
His name's Sergei Mastuvov. I don't know where he found the kid in Hawaii. He doesn't even say what his name is. They just were like live streaming it. They're like constantly live streaming it. And this was done a while back. This is I could probably find a video somewhere.
But how would that work on a flat Earth too?
I don't know. It's just
like unless
weird observation.
there's some atmospheric magnification going on.
Well, the problem is that we have preconceived notions about what the sun's doing, which aren't correct.
Yeah, we know next to nothing.
Yeah, like they've made a model. They don't check this shit. You think they checked if the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator? Of course not. They never checked. This is what happens when you construct a world, which most of the elements of it are based upon a calculation. Like you have like a few data points of different things here and there, and then you construct this whole fucking thing out of calculations, and then you make claims like, well, if the sun's moving at 15 degrees per hour up the sky, and the Earth is a globe of 25,000 miles circumference, then the sun has to be moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles an hour. All those are calculations, right? Whoever went and confirmed that the 1,040 mile per hour sun motion is actually a thing. Yeah, like I brought this up to Professor Phil, dude. He fucking flipped the fuck out. He didn't like that. Everybody at the Tropic of Capricorn, Cancer, they're under the sun on the solstice, right? Like, I don't know. How would I know that? Where is it? Where's the Tropic of Capricorn? How do you know when you get there? Well, because you're under the sun on the solstice. Like, it's fucking circular logic, right? Like, how do you know when you got there? That's like a lot of these things. They're like, well, if you go to this spot, you're going to see this. Well, how do I know when I'm at that spot? Because you saw that?
That's a good point.
Like the dude yesterday with China. He's like, prove to me China doesn't exist. Well, I'll prove it to you. Like, how would I prove it to you? How are you going to know when we got there? How are you going to know when you're in China? How can I prove it exists to you? You're either going to make up the name China and say, I made it up, yes, China exists, or you're going to ask somebody else, hey, am I in China? That's the only way to know if you're in China, right? You can't know you're standing on some dirt somewhere. How are you going to know that dirt is China dirt?
What did he say?
Oh, he was just
spiraled.
I don't even know. Yeah, it was kind of incoherent. He thought he had a gotcha too because AB cooked them, Radwin cooked them, or Professor Triangle, and like then he came with that. Well, you can't prove China exists. Yeah, that's because China's an abstract concept agreed upon by people that there's some dirt somewhere that everybody calls China, and if everybody died, there'd be no place called China anymore. He says, prove to me. He asked me to prove that to him. What would he asked me to prove that China would not exist if everyone died? I'm like, bro, I said everyone died. Me and you aren't here. How am I going to prove anything to you? Dude, it was fucking crazy. It was pretty funny though, in a way. It's funny watching their brain just turn into mush.
Yeah. It's like sometimes the video's buffering, but it never plays, you know?
Yeah. I just couldn't believe it, man. He was just like, I'm like, if nobody exists, China's not here. Prove that to me. I said, if nobody exists, that means I don't exist, you don't exist. I can't prove something to you if I don't exist. I definitely can't prove it to you if you don't exist.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think it's a Mobius strip. Because then we'd have curvature. And
it's a Mobius strip that's so big you can't detect the curve.
It's a flat Earth.
That's the funny one where they like circumnavigation. You'd have to turn left or right. Nah, man, it's a circle that's so big you just seems like you're going straight. Same shit they say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would go for the Mobius strip because you'd still have like people on the opposite side. So flat earthers would be like, what's keeping them from falling? And globe earthers would be like, you know, it's too sharp of an edge.
All right. I have a question. What about like when boats go over the horizon and like their bottoms disappear first?
You know if that's curvature or not? That's a question to you.
Yeah. No, I know that's true. I've stood at the pier by my house and watched
How did you?
boats disappear.
And the next question: how did you determine that was curvature?
Well, how far away was it too? Where you stood on the pier? How far away
I
was
stood at
it?
the end of the pier.
The boats always go over at the same place, right?
Say again?
The boats always go over the curve at the same spot when you're on the pier, right?
Yeah.
How far away is that spot from where
I
you're
don't know.
standing?
I don't know how many miles. It's.
Oh, so we can't even argue the point. You don't know what you're talking about yet.
I mean, I'd have to search up how far the human eye can
No.
see.
The point was, how did you determine that it was going over the curve? And so Radwin's question was of distance. So the distance, if you understood what distance it was disappearing at, it would have been consistent with the geometric shape of the Earth being.
We
the
said it
radius
happens at
value.
the same spot every time, and I want to know what. So you should have taken all those times that you've gone there, the hundreds and thousands of times that you've gone and done this. You should have marked where they go over on a map, and then bring that in as proof.
Well, I only joined because I was trying to give a good debate on why they disappear and stuff.
Well, they
Okay,
don't.
yeah. So that's the thing, though.
First of all, your main problem is they don't. They do. They appear to do that sometimes, because of inferior mirages and shit. But it's not a consistent observation. That's why when Professor Triangle asked you, does it happen at the same time? We know that it does, or at the same place. We already know that that does not happen. Period.
And the fact that we know that it doesn't happen, and you're trying to figure out if it does or does not, and that's the most important part you should think about, because you were confident enough to say that the ship's going over the curve, but now upon this revelation, you can't tell us how any data that you can.
So you think
Bro,
like
this
the
is
sun
important.
and like the moon and
Ryder,
stuff?
Ryder, hold on. I know you want to hold on, brother. You want to move on to the next point. You understand that at this point, you said that you were confident enough to tell us that you know the ship is going over the horizon, as in the curve of the
Yes,
Earth.
I see it with my eyes.
I know, but you weren't able to determine how it actually is the curve.
Well, I don't know the specifics of it.
Okay, so then that means you don't know if it's going over the curve. That's the most important part about this.
What you've done is you've made an observation. Let's assume you actually made it, but I doubt it. I think you're full of shit. Okay, but that being not, yeah, you are. Okay. When you said you saw it at the same place every time, I knew you're lying. Okay, I believed you right up until that point. So anyway, the point is that you make an observation, the ship disappears bottom up, and you say to yourself, that can only happen on a curved surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. You're wrong. That's the
Why
thing.
do you think it
Your
happens, though?
evaluation is wrong because we can demonstrate it happening on flat surfaces. The exact same visual observation where it appears to disappear bottom up and sink into the horizon as if it's going over a curve. But we know the surface is flat that we're doing these experiments on.
So what do you think? Where do you think it goes?
What do you mean, where do I think it goes? Away
What
from
does that matter? I thought you were supposed to prove the fact that it's going over the curve. That's determining whether or not you know that it's a globe. This is important. You're asking him questions, brother.
Let me. Can I share my screen if I like pull up a video or no?
I mean, you can just put the video link. I mean, what are you going to show? Like,
Well, I'm gonna pull up a video on YouTube of a boat and show you that it happened.
No.
We have pictures of boats when it doesn't happen.
And then we're going to post videos of it not happening.
Doesn't happen. So now what do? Two of us have it not happening. You are only one person that has it happening. We're the majority, so it doesn't actually happen.
All right.
Yeah.
You're still going to fall in the same category of you not being able to present if it's going over curve or not. Even if you present the video, it doesn't matter. We're going to ask you specifics. What is the distance away from the observer to the ship? You're going to have to know some things about it, right? You can't just put a video in there and say Bob's your uncle. We're going to ask you questions about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to
All
say.
right, so we're going to want to know if what you're presenting is going to be evidence of the Earth being a globe. Like, how can you determine that? So if you can't determine that, then why are you going to present it? If you can, then go ahead. But if you can't, then don't. We want the affirmation that you can tell us that you know the Earth is a globe.
All right. So next
That's
time
all.
you want me to build up the background info before I go and tell you, is what
Well,
you're
that
saying.
would help. That would help because if you're going to tell us about how you know that the claim that you're presenting of something that is what you think is true, we're going to ask you relevant information about it, and you should be able to tell us. Otherwise,
All right.
it's just
Well,
you
I know it's true because I see
hoping.
it in my brain, or in my
Observer
eyes.
height, like observer height, distance to the horizon. If you can get that distance to the object, that type shit.
Yeah, all that's important.
So real quick, I'll just say something here. I did some research while you guys were talking, and
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sure. ChatGPT is not research, dude.
nah, buddy, I didn't chat GPT. Don't worry about that, okay? But it's
I'm just gonna
you
delete
stop
stuff
seeing the
if you
boat,
post ChatGPT. I'm just gonna delete your stuff, dude.
buddy. I didn't post any chat GPT. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Said if.
What are you talking about?
Finish
dude?
your statement,
Say
dude.
if, dude.
Finish your
I'm
statement.
saying,
dude.
if you're standing on
Concentrate.
shore, you will watch a boat disappear bottom up from 3 to 3.5 miles.
Oh, you looked it up.
Yeah, you looked it
What's
up,
the
and
fucking
guess
big
what?
deal, buddy? What's the
But
big deal?
look, bro. Good valuation. I've never seen that. Why not?
All right.
I feel like
So-
that's not true because there's a.
I got a
can see an
photograph.
island
I'll
that's
post in
30
a chat
miles
of a
away
ship
from my
30.
house.
I'll post a chat of a ship 30 miles away on the horizon. 30-mile
Yeah,
away horizon from 15 feet above sea level.
Yeah,
Have a
I
look
can
at the
see. I
flat
can see
chat,
an
bro.
island 30 miles away from my house.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, that's
Well, 'cause
but
you
when it
shouldn't.
goes beyond that, that's when it starts to disappear.
You shouldn't
So
be seeing
30
any
miles.
island from 30
He
miles
lives-
away.
He lives on a 1.5 million radius mile Earth.
You know what the drop is in 30 miles? How much?
No, I
how much?
don't
How
know
much
what you're
does that? How much of an object would be hidden at 30 miles away?
It depends how big it is. It's a big island, so I can see it from
like
far away.
how? But we can make a prediction on how much should be missing. How much would be missing at 30 miles? Just take a guess.
Like you want a percentage or what?
No, like say we have a 1,000-foot building. How much of that building's missing at 30 miles away? How much of the building we still see is sticking up from behind the curve of the Earth?
I'll probably see maybe 70% of it. Like I won't see the bottom.
What
I'll
does
see
that
the
mean?
top
We
half.
don't want a percentage. We want
I'll see.
feet, dude.
Okay, I'll see probably 500 feet of it.
Okay, well that's pretty close. You would see it's 470. Yeah, about 500 feet.
And would you see the top half or no?
Yeah, you'd see the top half, right?
Because the bottom half disappeared because it started curving.
No, it's not because of curve. It's because you don't understand how light works. That's what it's because of. Because we can replicate this same observation where something being cut in half on a known flat surface. It's a surface we know is flat. We don't have to speculate. We can take the little object, like a little boat, sail it away, a little RC boat, right, on a small, shorter distance, and watch the boat disappear, quote unquote, over the horizon. Well, there should be no Earth curve there because the distance is too short. Now, we can replicate this time and time again. You can replicate it too. So you're drawing a conclusion based upon a faulty premise that if your premise is this can only happen on a globe Earth, this can't happen on a flat Earth, so it must be a globe. That premise is wrong.
Okay, I have a question. How do you see the Earth like when you look at it from space?
Hold
is it
on.
just a disc? If it's all
Look
flat?
at it from where?
Outer space. If you're
No, we
looking
don't
at it
think Earth is a disk. There is no outer space. That's all Fantasyland shit.
You don't.
Oh my god.
I love
Oh my
it.
God.
I love it. I love
oh
how
my
you
God, I
just
said
did that.
heresy. I said heretic. He said there's no outer space.
I
I'm going
love
to
how
space.
you
I'm
did
going to
that.
Mars,
No,
damn
you're
it.
fucking stupid. There's no space either.
Okay, so where does the sun go? What about the moon?
What do you mean, where does it go? when you don't see it
Jumping
anymore?
around. Where does the listen, dude? This is what you sound like. Where'd the sun go? What about the moon? How come the stars are up in the sky? What about clouds? Why do they roll around? What's going on? My life it's just so confusing now.
No, I'm saying like the sun comes up and it goes around, and then the moon comes up and it goes around. Like
They take arcs, dude. It doesn't go around.
Okay, where does it
and
go?
you just kind
when
of
I look
debunk
at-
yourself
when it
because we
goes
see the sun move and the moon move, but you think you're spinning.
I'm saying where is
You
it?
think
Is
you're
the sun
moving.
out in space? Where's the sun?
It moves away from where you are.
In the sky.
And then where
It's
does
in the
it go?
sky. It moves away from where you are to be over some other place.
So the world just never ends.
What do you mean world just never ends?
Because obviously it keeps on. If you're saying it keeps on going, so where does it keep on going to?
Well, if I'm in North America, it'll go to Asia.
Really? Flat Earth in 2025, guys?
Look, does sun take a circular path over the Earth?
Oh, I'm not trying to like tout.
No.
Wait,
I want
no,
him to
hold on.
I want him to answer my question. Does
I am
sun
here to
take a-
destroy you, flat earthers.
Okay, you're here to get muted, apparently.
Oh my god, you got a baby.
Preston, you're gonna be muted next. We're sick of your frickin' peanut gallery comments. And fix your mic. Nobody can hear you.
Shut up, Palmo, you're Indian.
Okay, so you want to be banned. You're a fantastic rider.
So, oh, go ahead.
Things like circumnavigation, right? Is that a circle?
Can you explain that? And I'm not that smart, but can you?
Circumnavigation is like circling around the Earth.
Okay.
Circumnavigation was like sailing around the Earth. That proved it's a globe, right?
Okay.
Okay. Circumnavigation just means navigating in a circle. Can you navigate in a circle on a flat Earth, on a flat surface?
I don't think so.
Can you draw a circle on a flat surface?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So circumnavigation is just the name of going in a circle around a central point. And the central point we've chosen, at least in the north, is Polaris. So as long as you keep Polaris on your left, you'll go in a circle. The same way as if you like tied a rope around a pole and stretched it out and walked. You think you're walking straight, but you're just walking in a circle.
Okay.
It's really simple. And this is, hold on.
Okay.
This is what the sun is doing. Okay? It's just going in a circle. When it gets too far away from you, it gets dark where you are. Now, this isn't a great analogy, but think of it like you have a big, giant fucking warehouse and one light bulb.
I understand.
Think about you have one warehouse and a giant warehouse and a light bulb.
Sun is not a light bulb.
That light, shut up, Twanger. I'm gonna ban you if you don't shut up. Mute up.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. You're saying it goes like this. Look at the chat. I just sent a GIF so you can see if it loads. But
look, you can't. First of all, you can't represent the relationship. No, I don't. Okay, that's a representation. That's not what it does. You're not gonna be able to find out when it's fucking noon with that. Okay, it's a representation. Just like if I said represent day and night on a globe, you'd show a fucking giant fucking sun or a giant Earth and a little sun. Right, you would never be to scale. It would never frickin' show the tilt. It would never show anything like that. Right, it would just be a representation that just represents the idea. So yes, that represents the general idea, but that isn't like where the sun is. That can't be represented on a 2D map by anybody, even in the globe model. Can't be represented with a globe at all because the sun would be so far away. You would need a screen that's 40,000 pixels, and the Earth would be one fucking pixel. How are you gonna represent day and night with that? Good luck. Anyway, the point is that the sun and the moon, just like a light bulb one single light bulb can't light up an entire warehouse, the sun can't light up the entire Earth because the air absorbs light. Okay? This is well known. It's called optical extinction. There's a limit to how far light can travel through fucking air. And this is proven very simply. Look at the sun at noon, and you'll be blinded. Look at the sun. Hold on. And then you can look at the sun when it's on the horizon, directly at the sun. It's 23,000 times less bright than at noon. Have you ever thought of why that is?
Because it goes around the Earth.
Why is the sun 23,000 times less bright at the horizon than at noon?
Because it's brighter above somewhere else. No?
Okay. Think about it. You're looking straight up at the sun. You went blind. And now, but before you went blind, the day before, you looked at the sun on the horizon and did not go blind. Why didn't you go blind the day before?
Is it not the same thing every day?
The Earth is round.
Because you're looking through more air.
You're looking through more air. That's the answer. Okay. When the sun gets further away from where you are, the light has to go through more air. The more air it has to go through, the darker it gets. That's why we don't. That's why we have twilight, right? We have civil
Wait, hold on. You're
twilight,
making so
nautical
many points, and I have
twilight.
so many
Just listen
questions,
for a
you're not letting
second.
me talk.
Well, hold on. Just let me finish this, and you can talk all you want. So this is what, and you got off the boats thing, which I didn't forget about.
I was trying to go back to it.
So we have twilight. We have 3 stages of twilight because the light fades away. There isn't a freaking Terminator line that the Earth spins and boom, it goes from day to fucking night. Right? The Earth was a globe, right? Would light up 50% of the globe. You'd spin right out of freaking daytime into nighttime. It should be nearly instantaneous. But anyway, back to ships over the horizon. I myself have filmed the boat going from 6 miles out to 30 miles. Never disappearing, never going over the horizon, never doing anything like that. I know where the boat is because I was tracking it with marinetraffic.com, which uses marine radar to tell you where boats are out at sea.
Okay, let me say something. The horizon thing. So what do you think? The horizon is just where we can't see anymore, or what is the horizon to you?
It's where the it's not what it is to me. It's what it's defined as.
Okay, what
where the Earth
yeah,
appears to meet the
define it.
sky, the dividing line.
I'm brick right now.
Everything converges into the horizon, into the vanishing
and
point.
then with the point on where does the Earth end? Does it have an ending, or does it just keep on going?
No,
it goes around.
No.
So where
Nobody
does
just
the
thinks
Earth
the
end
Earth
to you?
has an end. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. Outer space vacuum is impossible. Do you realize that?
I don't really know what that means.
Well, it's outer. You got the Earth, right? According to them, there's freaking atmosphere that you're breathing right now, right? It's 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, assuming you're at sea level, right? You're breathing pressurized gas. Till your lungs are inflating. The pressurized gas, you create a vacuum in your lungs that sucks the gas in. Why isn't the gas on Earth fucking off into the vacuum of space?
Is the atmosphere or no?
How can the atmosphere contain the atmosphere?
I'm not that specific. I don't know the specifics on it.
Well, this is the problem. This is why space can't exist, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which a high pressure system goes to a low pressure system, regardless of anything else. There's no way to stop it. So what happens every freaking time? Second law of thermodynamics has no known violations. So when you ask us, does the Earth have an edge? It's assuming that the Earth is inside some gigantic freaking void.
What do you mean?
Dude, stop going into panic mode and asking about fucking photosynthesis.
I didn't ask about
Photosynthesis.
No,
I didn't
I
even
said-
hear that. You said photosynthesis?
Well, because I searched up on ChatGPT this. I just searched up how can the atmosphere contain oxygen, and it says primarily because of photosynthesis.
So it starts at the ground then. Okay,
the atmosphere is the oxygen, dude. What are you talking about?
That's hilarious. It contains oxygen. It produces oxygen, so that's why it's contained in the atmosphere through photos. Oh my god, bro. That's what
Atmosphere is supposed to be
ChatGPT
a
gave you?
mixture of gases
I didn't
that are on the surface of the Earth, including the oxygen. How the oxygen is created is fucking irrelevant. Okay, the oxygen is a constituent part of the whole atmosphere thing. But there's no boundary between that pressurized gas that's at temperature, right? That's thermodynamically active, with the vacuum, which is not. So gases try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with their environment. So the gas, trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, would try to pressurize the vacuum of space. But that's impossible, because you're breathing right now. So that can't be happening. You'd be dead. So you have a choice here. You have the second law of thermodynamics, which Einstein said was one of the one of the legs of the 3 legs of the stool of physics, right? It's a pillar of physics with no known violations. Arthur Eddington, who supposedly confirmed Einstein's theory, said that if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, you're doomed to the greatest humiliation. So their theory is that there's some sort of second law violation going on, such that there's a vacuum of outer space that you can go and hang out in, right? With space rocks and space gases. That there's gas balls in outer space forming spheres. This is their story. Or you can believe the second law of thermodynamics, which we can test in the lab over and over and over again. Or you can believe their fantasies. We don't think the Earth has an edge.
So you don't
the horizon would not be the edge of the Earth. Okay, think about it like this. Let's get back to the central questions. You want to know why the horizon is created, why you even see a horizon.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you think there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
No,
or that the
I
horizon
don't
would
think
be
that.
the edge of the Earth?
I think the horizon would be the edge of the Earth on a flat Earth.
Okay. Now, let's investigate that for a second. Now, say you're standing in the beach and the ocean stretched all the way to the edge of the Earth. You got a clear view. So let's say it's 16,000 miles away. So we're gonna pour some dye in the water 50 miles away. Would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? Even with a camera, telescope, use whatever you want. The surface of the water.
Yeah. Say again.
Yeah, would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? This red-dyed water.
Actually, yeah, probably
Think of
not.
the angle. That's the hint. Think of the angle that you'd be viewing the surface at.
You probably
very
wouldn't be
shallow
able
angle,
to.
right? Your line of sight would be nearly parallel to the surface. How would you ever see it?
I don't think you would.
Yeah, that's right. That's way before the edge of the Earth, right? That's only 50 miles away. The horizon is created by the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface. And coincidentally, and this is an odd coincidence, is that where they say the globe horizon is, if you do the calculation, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, for a 6-foot observer, that puts the horizon at 3.24 miles away. Okay? If we calculate it based upon the angular resolution of the human eye, the minimum angle that you can see where the horizon should be, it's 3.25 miles away. It's fucking nearly the identical place. Ain't that a weird coincidence? When I say angular resolution, right, if you have 2 points of light, so we see in angles, we don't see like in millimeters or feet, right? That would be crazy. It would make construction super easy because we wouldn't need tape measures. But we need tape measures because we only see in angles. So when I say angular resolution, you have a separation angle, what you can make out. So if I took 2 light bulbs, think about it like this. If you have a car's got 2 headlights, right? But if the car's far enough away, those 2 headlights look like 1 headlight. Angle resolution is the angle between the 2 lights where you can differentiate those 2 headlights being separate lights. Okay? This is the same way when you're looking at a very shallow angle. The angle between where the water is and the end of the Earth, say, is so small there's no way you could resolve it. It would just appear as a line in your vision. Right? This is what creates the horizon, the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface. Because you're looking at a planar surface. Right? And like you do this every day. So you should know this intuitively. When you go look at a screen, you don't look at it from the side, do you?
No.
You put your face at 90 degrees right from it, right? Because that's how you can see the whole thing. But if you rotated it and looked at it from the side, there would be some angle where you couldn't see the screen at all because you'd be looking parallel to the screen surface. When you're a little teeny dude on the surface of fucking the ocean, you're looking at a very shallow angle across the surface, and when that angle becomes too far where you can't resolve water past it because the angle's too small, that's where the horizon starts. And where that appears to be is based upon meteorological conditions. It's not based upon geometry. That's why they call it the apparent line. Because, Ryder, that's why when you were asked, was the horizon in the same spot, that was a shit test. We know already that the horizon moves around from day to day, even hour to hour. You could go out today, and then the next day, the horizon would, one day it'd be 6 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 3 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 30 miles away. It changes based upon the meteorological conditions, how clear the air is, whether there's inferior mirages, how much dust or opacity in the air. There's all sorts of factors that determine where the horizon looks like it is.
So do you think that, like, why do you think I got the idea of it being a sphere? Like, you think the government just
Someone told
put
you that in school?
But when I search it up, it's the same thing. What about
So
NASA?
what?
Because you learned when you were 7 years old that, and the teacher told you that it was too big to see the curve and too big to feel it move.
Ryder, would you have figured it out was a sphere if nobody told you? On your own?
Probably not. No.
Yeah. And I've asked many people by now. I think I've asked 50 or 60. I've asked them the same question, and everybody says the same thing. No, they would have never figured it out on their own. So the idea was given to you. You accepted the idea.
Wait, why did you go to first?
Would you go to, if NASA offered you to go to space, would you go?
If. Would I go?
Okay. Yes, yeah.
I'm not going on. No, I'm not going on a rocket, bro.
I
I'm
would
not being a Roman candle.
Yeah, you'll be dead. Nobody goes in a rocket ever. No one's ever gone in a rocket, dude.
If NASA makes you go to sets up a wardrobe where you can go into fucking Narnia, and you go in the wardrobe, no, I won't. Okay.
Okay, what about
I
when
just
you look
told
out of a
you and
plane
laid
window
out
and
why
it's
space can't exist, and you just like, but they said it exists, and they'll promise to give you a ride there. Yeah, right. Get in the trunk, man. It's safer there.
What about when you look out of a plane window and it's curved?
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Just stop, bro.
It is.
No. Look,
No, dude, you're correct. The plane window is curved. You're right.
Yeah, the plane window's curved. If you had a ball, Ryder, real simple. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, how high would a plane be off the surface of that ball?
How high is the plane flying? Like, there's
Let's just
many
say cruising
variables that you
speed,
can enter.
45,000 feet. How
I don't
high?
know if you would. I don't know if you.
How
Would be
high
able
would
to
the
see that
plane be
ball.
off the surface of that ball? 6 feet tall ball.
How high is the plane?
40,000 feet.
Okay, so it'd probably be 39,900.
Like how many inches
That's like
above
8
the
miles.
surface of the ball?
That's
dude?
8 miles. 8
Tell me
miles.
how high, millimeters, inches, whatever units you want. How high would it be off the surface of the ball? So 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball is equivalent to how far above a 6-foot ball? I already know the answer to this.
I know the
It's
answer.
It's 1/100th of a millimeter. There's 1/100th of an inch. Sorry. You can't see curve from an airplane. All this, even
So do you think like NASA's
mainstream
a
says
scam and
you
stuff?
can't,
Then?
dude.
Like, that's not real.
So, right, there's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the Red Bull jump, which is a skydive from 128,000 feet, way higher than an airplane. Okay, you can go on his Twitter right now, Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's also a talk where he talks and says, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. Okay, even the ISS, where you think that is 255 miles, that's only 3% of the Earth that they would see. If they could see the entire circle of the horizon, but they're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Based on their field of view. Now, let's say they have a 90-degree field of view. Okay, they're going to see like one half of 1% of the surface of the Earth. You can't see curve in that small amount of section of a sphere. So when you say you can see curve from a plane, you're talking thousands of the Earth's surface. Thousands. And here's the funny thing. We have photographs from tops of mountains of 275 miles. A plane at 45,000 feet, the horizon distance from that plane, where you think the curve is out the plane window, is 263 miles. Well, we have photographs on Earth across vast distances, namely it's called the Gulf of Lyon in France, that are 275 miles, that are farther than that. Farther than what an airplane should see on the globe from 45,000 feet. You can see from 9,000 feet across the surface of the Earth. And you know what? When they take that photos, there's no curve in those photos. So you should see a curve. If you can see it from the airplane with a horizon that far away, then you'd see the same curve from the 275-mile distance horizon.
Okay,
I don't know why you guys say you can see curve from a plane. Nobody agrees with you. Nobody. Unless you Googled that you can see curve. So you probably Googled it, and Google said you could see it from 30,000 feet. In my experience in this topic, that has changed 4 times.
Okay.
What Google said.
Okay.
Started at 8,000, went to 60,000, went down to 45,000, and now it's 30,000.
Like the dude jumping out of the space with a parachute.
Red Bull jump, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GoPro jump. It was a GoPro. It was sponsored by GoPro.
That was Red Bull.
Yeah, it was Red Bull.
It was Red Bull with co-sponsored by GoPro. That's when they released their little tiny cube.
No one gives a fuck about fucking who it's sponsored by. We're talking
Yes,
about.
it does matter. That's the cameras they use, you idiot.
Yeah, GoPro, it does a barrel distortion.
Wide angle lenses, curved horizontal line. That curvature is fake. And people believe that it's real.
Okay,
That's the
then
sad
where
part.
did he come from? If you're saying space is fake, where did he jump out of?
Upper space is fake. Like the story that they gave you about the
A
upper
hot
space.
air balloon. He jumped out of a hot air
balloon.
balloon, dude, with GoPro cameras running.
He jumped out of a
Upper space is not fake. It's what that shit you see. Outer space, the narrative, the story is fake. The billions of years Big Bang Boom monkey ball religion is fake. Everything in existence didn't come from a singularity.
Did you think that 128,000 feet is space?
I don't know how many feet it is.
Space is politically, space starts at 100 kilometers, which is 56 miles or something, or 96 miles. Well, I can't remember what it is. 56 miles?
What is the shape of Earth to you?
It's 50 miles, I believe. Or 100 kilometers, it's 62 miles.
Doesn't have a shape because it's not inside of something. What's the shape of the universe, brother? Does that question make sense to you when I say what's the shape of the universe?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
What's it inside then?
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, this is just like an infinite regression. See, you've been trained through repetition to think of when I say, "Hey, dude, what's the Earth like?" Hold on. This is very important. This is very important. That's why I'm bringing it up. You've been trained because you think about the Earth in a certain way. You think about it as if you're in some third-person shooter outside the Earth viewing it. And when you ask questions about it, that's how you're thinking about it, is if you're outside of everything. Where's the edge, man? What does it look like? Where is it in the cosmos? Like, where is this object? Right? You don't experience the Earth that way. Yeah, well, that whole idea.
Can I fall off of the edge?
Yeah, Ryder. That whole idea of possibility that you can be outside the Earth looking back at it with some God's eye view is horseshit. Your brain has been infected. That view is not possible by you or anybody else. Okay? There is no God's eye view. You are in a first-person shooter, brother. You're not in a third-person shooter. There is no top-down. There is only inside-out. You understand?
Explain
that. If I say, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
Say again?
If I say, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
I could describe all the different parts of
from memory. Not from imagination, from memory.
Okay, mountains, oceans, deserts, lakes.
Was any of that a globe?
Cities.
Did you see a globe in any of that?
No, but I saw curvature when I was in the sky.
No, you didn't, dummy.
You saw curvature in the sky. Really?
I have a question.
I saw curvature at the beach.
Right,
Yo, I got a genuine question.
Yeah, you can.
We're kind of in the middle of discussing flat Earth, and I'm sure your
I wanna
question's
hear
going
what
to be
Bila-
answered by left.
Let's hear what Bila has to say. Bila, say something.
Why do things like disappear from the bottom first?
We
if the
just
Earth is
covered this.
flat?
Go on YouTube and rewind it. You just covered this in infinite fucking detail 5 minutes ago.
Oh wait, this is on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
So why do you think that happens?
What do I think?
I'll do it again. Fuck it. I can do it 100 times. Why do you think that happens? Why do you think ships? Does this happen every time? Sometimes? How often does this happen?
Never when I see ships. They never do that.
I've never
That's
seen
why
it.
I want to capture that so I can say, look, magic ship's going over a curve, and then I'll measure that point, and then we'll know exactly how big the Earth is. But then the next day when I go, it'll be at a totally different place, and that means the Earth got bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
Last time I was at Revere Beach, I couldn't see past like maybe 6 miles. By the time I was there before, I could see 30 miles. So how is that possible? How come the
When's the last
horizon was
time?
6 miles one day and 30 miles some other day?
When's the last time, Milo, that you actually went to the beach and watched a ship go over the horizon? Not watched it on a video, but actually gone and watched it yourself.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Where?
Newport Beach.
Newport, Rhode Island?
No, California.
California.
What was the water temperature?
I'd say it's probably like 70.
64?
What was the air temperature?
Like 70.
75.
I'm gonna fact check you, dude. Are you making shit up? What kind of boat was it?
I think it was like a Boeing.
A Boeing boat? Or an airplane?
Okay, he doesn't have the smartest.
Yeah, your buddy got caught lying.
Oh,
He
wow.
tried to
Your mask
foist
fell
some
off,
lie that you
dude.
did. So would you think you'd get a buddy and try to like double down on your lie?
I didn't invite
You've
him.
never seen this. That's the fucked up thing. Is that neither one of you two have seen this?
I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
You're
what
a
kind of
liar.
boat was it? What
Yes,
kind
I
of boat
did.
was it, Ryder?
Conversation?
What kind of boat was it, Ryder?
I've seen it multiple times. I've seen it with.
What kind of boat was it, Ryder? Don't try to think of the answer.
I don't know the specific
It was
name,
white.
but I've seen like cargo
Okay,
ships.
was
I've
it
seen
a sailboat? Was it
sailboats.
a cargo ship?
I've
Was
seen-
it an oil tanker? Was it a freaking pleasure
Oil
vessel?
tanker.
Cargo
Was
ships,
it a yacht?
cargo ships, and I've seen sailboats.
You've seen cargo ships and sailboats disappear over the horizon.
Yes.
We have?
How far away were they?
And bro, I don't know how many fucking miles, but I know.
So, Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, what are you going to say about that?
Ryder, you don't live in California. How would you see that?
You're
Can
on
you
mute.
mute Mila?
No. Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, then what are you going to say? Because I'm going to post it in the chat
Oh, okay.
in 5 seconds.
All right, I'll watch this. I'll see you. Let's see,
Okay.
and you can see my live reaction.
Hey, you want to know something crazy? The visibility index yesterday was 10 miles from Newport Beach.
Why is that crazy?
Crazy for them, not for.
Oh.
What was the water and air temperature?
Water temperature was 65, air temperature 72.
Jesus.
Ooh, that would have been a
You lying
decent.
sack of shit, dude.
You would have got some good shots with that temperature.
If you saw that, you saw an inferior mirage.
Okay, Bilo was talking out of his ass. He did not see that yesterday.
Of course he didn't. And if he did, it was an inferior mirage.
He didn't
because
see
when you have-
anything. He
when you
didn't
have
see
a
anything.
when you have a huge water to air temperature differential
Are you
like
are you
that,
gonna
you'll
put it
get
in the
an
chat
inferior.
or?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay. You guys got a lot of YouTube subscribers, or?
What does that matter?
I'm just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I don't check, dude. It's not important to us.
1.5K. Nice. 26 are watching.
That's for one stream you're looking at.
26
Yeah, no, but I'm saying you have 1K, 1.5K subscribers.
That's just for that one. guy streaming. We have multiple streams, dude.
You realize that subscriber count doesn't mean a goddamn thing. That there's people with 1 million subs and they do a live stream and get 800 people watching it.
Okay. Which
you know
one
that's true.
It do like India?
Yeah. So. God damn it. So hold on a second. No, you can watch it, but I got a screenshot. Why is this freaking? Discord's acting freaking flaky, man. Yeah, I got a screenshot from the video, man. It's freaking not rendering. That's freaking weird, man. I'll use this too. Why not? So the important thing about this is that this lake is 1,000 feet long and the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So why? Two questions. Why is there a horizon at all? That's number one, because there should be no horizon. This lake being only 1,000 feet long, should be no horizon on it at all, which proves that the horizon can't possibly be the geometry of the Earth. Second of all, since we know that this is a short distance, and this distance has to be flat or the curvature is so minimal that it can't possibly hide anything. Why you only see half of the boat?
Where are you posting this?
I posted the video in politics. You scroll up to 1102. Tried to post a screenshot, man, but I'm having problems freaking even.
I got it. I see it.
I got screenshots from on the home server, man. It's like not even rendering. It's crazy. So here's another one. So this is National Geographic, right? So National Geographic did this test in their video called "Round Earth versus Flat Earth." So what they did is they took this flag, had a bunch of stripes on it, and they sailed it away from the camera. And as you can see, there's a stripe missing on this flag, a bottom stripe, it's gone. And they said, and National Geographic said, that this was the curvature of the Earth, making it so that that was hidden. The problem is the thing that's supposed to be hiding the bottom of that is behind the flag in the first place. So how can the thing behind the flag hide the flag, be also in front of the flag, hiding the stripe?
Say that one more time.
How can the horizon be behind the flag and in front of the flag at the same time? So I'm gonna post another image so you can see the whole thing.
Can you post it without those lines in it? Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so up in the top right, that's the original flag. They sailed it away, and you can easily find this if you go on YouTube, type in National Geographic Flat Earth versus Round Earth. This video will come up. And in that video, she point blank said, she's like, "Why can't you see the bottom stripe?" And the guy goes, "Because it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth." Even though this is what they're showing on the screen. This is a common thing that you'll see in this topic, is that you'll have a glober saying something, but when you actually look at what's being displayed on the screen, it doesn't match with the words that are coming out of their face. Okay? So this can't possibly be blocked by the curvature of the Earth.
because that would be blocked by the horizon, which is obviously behind the flag. So, can you tell us if the only reason you can't see the bottom of something of the curve of the Earth is why don't we see that bottom stripe?
I don't understand your question.
Where did the bottom stripe go? Why don't we see it? Is what I'm asking you.
Because the Earth curved.
Okay, then how is the horizon behind the flag?
I think it's
the
just
thing
the
that's supposed to be
angle of the picture.
blocking the bottom stripe is beyond the flag itself.
Maybe it's photoshopped.
It's a screenshot from a video. You can go watch the video, and it's National Geographic.
I'm about to watch it. I actually just pulled it up. So, do you know how many minutes into it is, or no?
Here's a zoom in. So obviously the horizon's behind the flag. Oh, I got a timestamp of it. I'll post that. Just give me a second.
I think I almost found it.
No, he just wanted to go right to it's Photoshop. You're lying, Indio.
It wouldn't be me lying.
Well, you're not allowed to post stuff that shows that you don't live on a globe. Then you're lying.
Why is the horizon behind it refraction?
Hey, guess how big the Earth would be if something 1,000 feet away was being obstructed by the curve of the Earth when you're 5 feet tall? Guess how big the Earth would be? Anybody?
In the Nat Geo video, she just goes, "Why is it happening?" And he goes, "It's because of the curvature of the Earth."
Yeah, but that can't be true. What block for the? You said ships go over the horizon. You said it's the horizon is the edge of the Earth that's blocking things. Where the curve starts. How can the horizon be behind the flag and in front of the flag, back blocking the stripe at the same time?
Well, I also think you won't see the. I think that this doesn't give
You
it
can
justice
try to
because this is
fucking
just
put
a
the
lake.
lipstick on the pig all you want. It ain't.
I don't know what that
can't
means.
settle. Look, you can't talk your way out of this. We have empirical evidence. We have a photograph. I can fucking up the color
I'd like to
values.
see
And I
this.
can
I'd like to.
negative the color
I'd like to
values.
see it do the exact same thing in the ocean in a very much more.
This is the
grand area.
Salton Sea.
Is that not a lake?
It's
I
a
thought that was just
sea.
a big lake.
It's a big sea, dude.
Okay, but it's.
Do you think somehow on another place it'll be different?
I do think so.
Why?
Because it will be a lot more vast and grand than the Salton Sea.
A lot more vast. And this is 20 miles across.
Okay, we'll take it to the Pacific Ocean and see that you.
And what does that change?
A lot of things. It's a lot more water and a lot.
A lot of things. It's different.
Yeah.
What is there a property of that water that's different than the property of this water?
What do you mean, like? What do you mean?
I want to know how it's different. If I don't use this water and use some other water, how that's different.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. I don't see boats.
It's funny watching you guys cope.
Disappear.
That because your whole premise is wrong and it's demonstrably wrong, and now you're just in full fucking cope mode. So making some claim that somehow the Pacific Ocean water is different than the Salton Sea water, and you got to go to the Pacific Ocean.
I see him disappear in the ocean.
It's not a lake.
Okay, well, it's
just
20 miles.
Look, it's fine that you've seen it disappear. Your conclusion is based upon a false premise. That it can only happen on a curved surface is a false premise. This demonstrates it. That is the point. This bottom stripe is gone. It's disappeared. But it can't have disappeared over the curve of the Earth because, according to you and everybody else, the curve of the Earth is behind the flag too. So which is the curve of the Earth? Is the curve of the Earth the horizon, or is it the thing that blocks things?
If it happens, this exact same thing happens in the ocean, then I'll believe it. But this is in a lake; it's not an ocean.
That doesn't matter. You're just saying, it's not the water I like, doesn't cure anything.
because ocean is just a word for some different water. And the difference is it's just a larger body of water. It has
Exactly.
all the same properties.
Different.
Yeah, it's no okay, what's the difference?
The size.
Okay, and how does that change something?
Because okay, I can agree with you when you're standing in like it's
Okay, if I
flat.
go
Like
to the
you're
ocean,
standing on something and it's flat, yes. But when you look at it and it's when you could see far away, then that's when it starts to curve. That's why you can
okay,
see boats go over the horizon.
okay, if I go to the ocean and look out 20 miles, where's the horizon supposed to start?
Depends.
From a
I
6
don't
foot
really.
observer, from a 6
Depends.
foot observer, how
Depends.
far away is the
So that's
horizon?
not the horizon's not Earth curve.
I don't know the specifics
Is
of
the
how far away
okay?
it is.
1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, 3.25 miles away. Okay.
You just need to
Now,
take
if I
words
go to
that I
the
don't
Salton
understand.
Sea, which is 20 miles across, and I'm 6 feet tall, and go, how far is the horizon away? Is it a different value or is it the same value?
I still don't understand what you're saying.
Is it a different value at the Salton Sea, the horizon distance? Is there a difference between the Salton Sea horizon distance and the Pacific Ocean horizon distance?
Yes, I think so.
And why would that be? Is it a different
Because
globe?
no, it's not a different globe, but I think also it has to do with sea level.
Hence the sea, right?
Okay. So sea level. What is the horizon distance calculated from?
Can you Google it?
I'll just tell you. It's calculated from the radius. Do you think even a 50-foot change in sea level is going to change the horizon distance significantly?
Well, when you compare it to that small boat that they had, like that boat was the size
So
of
this is
a
where you
kayak.
change the subject. Just answer the question.
No, because there's different factors that play in when the
Yeah, but
different
you can't
sizes.
say any of them. It's kind of weird.
Like if you put a tank, like if you put not an oil, what's the thing that carries the shipping container boat? Okay, if you put that in the Salton Sea, you wouldn't see. I bet you wouldn't see it disappear. But if you put it in the ocean, that's when you see it disappear.
How far away is the horizon?
What is it disappearing behind?
The horizon when it curves.
Okay, so you would need for it not to disappear in the Salton Sea and to disappear in the ocean, that means the horizon would be in different places. That we would have one body of water with one horizon distance and another body of water with another horizon distance. That's absurd, and you know it.
Well, I think that it also has to come into play with all the factors that are around it. Like the sea is just straight out, there's nothing but water, so you're able to see it a lot easier than when you're at the Salton Sea. There's mountains that surround it, so it's a lot harder to see.
What? What if you look across, what bay is that? Santa Barbara Bay, and there's mountains on the other side of the bay. What happens there?
Let me go to Santa Barbara. Hold up.
Santa Barbara Bay. I think that's the name of it.
Where is it?
California.
Yeah, obviously, but like
Where University of California.
UC Santa Barbara.
UC Davis. Right? You can go up in the parking lot there and you can look across the water and there's mountains behind anything. There's a little Air Force or Naval radar station. There's a bunch of mountains behind this. And there's like 7 oil rigs. And there's a guy, he goes out there. He's got something like 400 videos. He goes out there 2 or 3 times a week, puts his camera in the exact same spot 2 times a week, going on 3 years now, and does a horizontal pan across the horizon. And the horizon is always way too far. Way farther than what the globe predicts. Okay? The fact of the matter is, the globe makes concrete predictions about where the horizon should be. If you're saying that the horizon is the thing blocking boats and that it's the geometric part of the earth that blocks them, okay, and not some optical effect, as soon as you say that,
As soon as the horizon moves and appears in a different fucking place, you cannot make that claim anymore. Because that would imply that the Earth is changing size. Now, I could take the Earth curve calculator and put in the radius 3,959 miles, 0.0001, which would be equivalent to 50 feet fucking rise of sea level. And then I'm going to look at the change of the horizon distance, and it's going to be millimeters. Sea level isn't going to change anything. You need, hundreds of miles of differences in the radius to change the horizon distance significantly. Like I said, you started with a false premise, okay? You were told, hey, dude, this and only this. The only way this can happen, and the reason you think this is because you have an orthographic third fucking, third person shooter worldview, that you're outside your body looking at things. So you think that you can draw a piece of paper, and that if you draw a line from you draw a piece of paper, some water, and a boat, and that on a flat Earth, because you can draw a line from the little fucking stick figure to the boat, that's how it should look, and that the boat will always be visible. No matter how big the paper is, you can draw a freaking line, make a paper fucking 10 miles long, and you can draw a line from your little stick figure to the boat, so it should always be visible. But that's not how we see. We don't see like that. We see in what's called a projective view or perspective view. Railroad tracks, when drawn on a freaking sheet of paper in an orthographic view, are parallel. But you don't see parallel railroad tracks. You see railroad tracks converge to a point.
Okay, I don't think you're going to change my mind.
So this is how you have to evaluate what quote-unquote should be seen. You just reach it. Listen, it's common. Me and Sheepdog have done this hundreds of times. We even have a video that's up where
I don't know who Sheepdog is.
he's in this chat, man.
Hey.
He was talking to you. Anyway, me and Sheepdog went over this lots of times with other people on X and other places. You have a false premise. Okay? We've proven that the premise is false experimentally. And not only have we proven it false experimentally, National Geographic proved it false experimentally.
Okay, but what if Nat Geographic is just a bunch of bogus?
Dude, you can do this test on your own.
Okay.
The video I showed you, do you understand that in the video I showed you there should be no horizon at all? Do you understand that? It shouldn't even exist. Look, if you do the gold math on that lake, the horizon should be 2,400 feet from the camera. The lake is 1,000 feet long. Do the math. How can there be a horizon on a body of water that can't reach where the horizon should be? Because it's too small. What is the horizon then? Can't be the curve of the Earth. Has to be something else. The reason these tests are done is because we want to eliminate curvature as a variable and see if we get the same appearance, the same optical effect, whether it looks the same, right? So you scale it down, eliminate curvature as a variable, and go, hey, dude, does it look the same, or does it look at this the way you guys say it should? Meaning you see the little boat all the way across the lake, all the way to the other side, because that water's flat, and that's how you should see it. Because there's no curve on the water, so you see it all the way across. But that's not what's seen. What's seen is there's a horizon, there's a boat, the boat gets cut off halfway on a lake that's way too small. This isn't the only demonstration of this. There's a Russian guy that demonstrated it in 20 meters with a light. There's other people that have demonstrated. Frickin' AI's got a demonstration of it.
Okay. And stars?
But you can do it yourself.
Like,
you don't even have to believe us.
You're not going to change my mind on this, and I'm not going to change yours. But what about stars? You were saying how they're an illusion. What does that mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
It's a green
Who said an illusion?
I said, what about
I
stars?
didn't use the word illusion, dude.
One of your homies did.
Yeah, one of your friends did. Someone in here said illusion. So.
One of my friends? How do you know we're friends?
I don't know. All you flat earthers.
We said you can't go to space. We said
I'm
the
friends with
idea
all
of
flat
space.
earthers, dude. Are you crazy? You lost your
Space.
marbles?
Yes.
Space.
No, seriously, you crazy? You lost your marbles? Are you friends with all Globers?
What's up?
Who are you talking to?
You!
What'd I say that's crazy?
You said, I'm friends with somebody. One of your friends said that.
I'm
What?
talking about you.
Did I say that?
Your friend.
Preston, turn up your mic or something, bro. I can barely hear you.
You gotta turn me up, dude. My mic's fucked up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, man. My mic's a little bit broken.
Okay. So, Ryder, this isn't about change. I don't care if you change your mind or not. I
Okay,
showed
maybe
you the
it's not your
empirical
friend.
evidence.
Maybe
You have
it's
no
not one of your
refutation
friends,
for
but
any
it's
of it.
one of
You have
your
no
fellow
counter
flat
evidence.
earthers that are dumb as
Okay.
rocks that said stars are
Okay.
an illusion.
Flat earthers. No one claims stars an illusion. You can see stars.
Someone said that in the video. As soon as I started talking, someone goes, "Stars are an illusion."
Who? Preston said it?
Nope.
No, I would never say that. Nope, I promise you, I would never say that.
Who said that, Ryder?
Was it a
Give me like 5
You
minutes.
know
game
there's been
yesterday,
trolls
and my
coming
phone
in and
went
out of
off
here
the side.
saying random.
I can go back in the stream.
You're not in this
I just have to
combo.
go back one to I joined and started talking. Do you have a timestamp on when I joined and started talking? Because I can go back in the stream and look at it.
No, you can do it yourself. I'm not doing the work for you, dude. It's your claim.
Right.
Why would I go find the evidence for your claim for you?
Well, I was just seeing if you knew.
Yeah, but why would I go find the evidence for your claim for you?
That's
Wait,
not the evidence.
NDO.
It's when I joined.
NDO.
What, G? No, I guess not.
Oh, I'm
Ryder.
just gonna ask a question.
Hold on, G. I want to cover this. This thing he said. You think he's gonna get by? I'm not going to change your mind, and you're not going to change my mind. You've shown me nothing. I showed you empirical evidence. Science is based upon empiricism, not theory. You were asked multiple times, how did you substantiate what you're seeing is caused by the curvature of the Earth? And you don't have anything substantial, any measurements or anything like that to validate whether it is the curvature of the Earth. You just have an opinion about how it should look. Okay, it's subjective. You say, hey, man, it should look like this on a curved Earth, and it should look like this on a flat Earth. But wait, why do you just interrupt me, dude? You think, Preston, I'm gonna ban you. Okay, that's your only fucking warning. Your heckling shit is getting annoying.
I laughed because you made me laugh. Chill out, dude. Jeez,
Well,
man.
mute up,
so
bro.
I sorry, I thought
mute
my
up.
mic was on mute.
Mute up,
I'm sorry.
dude. Mute up,
Dude,
or I'll
you don't
mute
have to
you.
be so aggressive. I'm
Three,
Yo,
be aggressive.
if a
big booty
Latino
throws
some yams in a circle, don't that mean we ought to circle?
Yeah, but you're almost funny. So, y'all trying to fucking run interference, this shit ain't gonna work. We're way too hip on that shit. So, Ryder. Yeah, hip. So, Ryder, you said, what I was saying was, your evaluation is based upon you think it should look like this or look like that. I demonstrated empirically that that evaluation is factually wrong. It's not my opinion that it's wrong. It's Ryder. It's factually wrong because I demonstrated it. It's factually wrong.
Nope, your videos are AI.
You can
So
say
why
whatever
not go
you
out
want.
and test it for yourself?
So it's really funny how they were made before AI could make videos like that. That's really weird. How did that happen?
How did what happen?
These videos were made like almost half a decade ago.
Well, the government doesn't tell you certain things.
Oh, so they're government AI videos to convince Ryder the Earth is flat.
Exactly. I live in a simulation. Nothing's real.
That's not possible.
That is possible.
Okay, so you don't understand Gödel's incompleteness theorem, how that's not possible.
Man,
You
mute this guy.
can't
He's
live
not
in a
intellectually
computer
honest.
simulation, Ryder, because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It's impossible.
Can you explain what that is?
Okay, Gödel's incompleteness theorem says that any mathematical system cannot both be consistent and complete. So, because a computer simulation involves mathematics, that means that system itself will have contradictions. There are no contradictions in nature.
The police will control you.
There's no contradictions in nature, so it can't be a mathematical system driving it.
Preston's not 14 and doesn't live in his parents' basement.
Yeah, so just go on fucking mute because you stopped listening.
See, you're like, it amazes me how cope you guys just go into this fucking crazy cope and off the rails.
You know, I did want to ask him a question now.
Go ahead, I'll mute him.
Okay. Hey, Ryder.
Oh, fucking, we're fighting over it.
Hey, Ryder.
Who's talking? Can you just say your name? I just
Sheepdog.
ANG.
Sheepdog down at the bottom, dude.
Oh, sheepdog.
Yeah.
What else?
So you said something about the stars. You're gonna say what about the stars, right?
Oh, I was saying what, like, if space doesn't exist, where does it end, and where do stars, like, because someone said that stars are an illusion, so.
Well, I don't think anybody said stars are an illusion, but let me ask you this, okay?
I know someone.
What do you know about the stars?
What do you? I don't know. I don't really know much besides I can see them.
I'm right there with you, brother. That's about as much as I know about them.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah.
So we don't claim stars don't exist. We say that what the modern cosmology says they are, their composition, how far away they are, what they're made of, where they're going, their age, all those things is nonsense.
How do you think Earth started?
I don't fucking know, bro. I wasn't here.
Okay.
We don't we're not about speculation. That's the globe side. We don't speculate. We just go with what we can prove. That's why I presented you empirical evidence. We don't go with like what we think or what we believe or how we feel. We go, hey, what can we demonstrate practically by experiment or observation? Something that's repeatable, something that anybody can do, something you don't have to just trust somebody, right? I know it's an amazing thing to believe that you can trust your own eyes and trust yourself, right? I know it's a novel idea. We're saying you can too. We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat, dude.
Hey, Ryder.
I trust myself. You think I'm going to trust you?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, fuck, bro.
Ryder, I just put a video at 29 minutes past the hour in the chat. It's got a astrophysicist named Michio Kaku. He talks about how they make up space, right? All their little stories that they use and everything. It's 15 seconds. Give it a watch real quick. Tell me what you think.
All right.
We've all seen it at least 100 times.
I'm talking so I can watch it.
Well, he mentioned it's a simulation. I mean, what's the shape of the world in a simulation or video game? They're
I was
flat.
Hold on, Travis. He can't watch it if we're talking over him.
Yeah, I was trolling about that simulation.
Dude, just deafen yourself for 15 seconds. All right, listen. If you got a clip,
I don't really understand.
Listen, no, Ryder, chill out for a second. If you got a clip, just play it on the bot so everyone can hear.
I don't think we have the bot in here.
What? Are you kidding me? Hold on.
Wrong server.
Let me check.
What is it? I'm confused.
What's there?
He's saying they just make shit up in astrophysics. It's all theory. None of it can be verified. That's what he's saying. I'm paraphrasing. Okay. Think about this. Stars are giant fusion reactor plasmas millions of miles
away. Is that what they
away.
actually are, or you're just saying random words?
No, I'm saying what they say.
That's what they say.
Okay.
Okay. Can they ever actually verify that?
No, not until they visit one.
Okay. Finally, a fucking honest answer, right. So until, no matter what story someone tells about the stars, anybody on Earth who says, stars are this, stars are that, stars are this other thing, same with planets, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I think like astrology
it's speculation
and all that, like, to do with your sign is
and
a bunch
can't
of
even be.
buzzwords.
My point was it's speculation and can't even be verified within their own paradigm. The fastest object they say ever went to space ever been in space is Voyager. Voyager would take 150,000 years to reach the closest star. Okay,
they're never going to be able to verify any of that crap within their own paradigm. So they can just make up anything because none of it is verifiable.
So you don't like that factor of like that what if? Like what if it's another universe? What if it's another Earth? What if it's
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to speculate, but that's not what we're here for. We do a speculation Sunday, and which you're welcome to come and speculate away, because some people like to speculate and shit.
Will you guys be open to the ideas, or will it just be like no?
Which ideas?
No, that. I'm just saying, like, or will you shut it down with your flat?
It's speculation Sunday, dude.
Okay, well, I'm wondering.
You can speculate about whatever you want. You can frickin' speculate about Nazi moon bases. We don't care.
And the issue is if the modern like pseudoscience, the astronomers and stuff like that, just speculated and said we think you might be seeing in the past, and this star that you see might actually not exist anymore because it underwent supernova or whatever. If they just speculated their things, we'd have no issue. But they make truth claims and they have zero evidence.
Yeah, not only do they make truth claims, they know the causes of things, which is crazy. That's even more crazy. So they're doing what's called use the term science loosely in this context, observational science. But they claim they're doing, in some ways, they're doing experimental science, right? They go, well, we did an experiment. We looked at a freaking black hole. It's not an experiment. Experiments are done in labs. Experiments have independent variables. That's what experiments figure out cause and effect relationships. The only thing they can ever do is get correlations between one observation and some other observation. But that's not what they say when they frickin' talk on TV and when they give talks and lectures in front of people. They claim that X causes Y,
So
and Y
unless someone
causes
can
Z,
prove it
and
to
all
you
these
that
other
the Earth
things.
is round, then you won't believe it.
What? No, I'm never going to believe the Earth is round. Either someone's going to prove it or they're not.
Okay, but if someone proves it to you, already that it's already proved.
How can they
but
prove
have
it?
to prove
Let's deal with that. How can they
Take you-
prove it?
Take you to space.
No, that wouldn't prove it.
Why?
How would
Why
that
not?
prove it?
Because you could see it at a greater angle.
Because looking at things is a still subjective experience.
So you don't. If you look at it and it.
The
and
Earth
it's a
looks
circle
flat.
to you,
You're on Earth, and you don't believe that, dude. But you want me to go to
If you're in
space where
space-
bro, you're on Earth. It looks flat, and you don't believe that. Why?
Because when I look out, it's curved.
No, it isn't.
Okay, I'll take a next time I'm at the beach. I'll take a photo and I'll bring it to Speculation Sunday just for you.
Okay, yeah, bring the
And-
photo,
That's crazy,
and you're
so you
still
can
going to
see the
have the
curve
same
at the
problem of
surface.
having a faulty premise.
Okay.
You can take all the photos of half a boats all you want. Your premise that can only happen on a globe is demonstrably wrong. What aren't you understanding?
A lot of things.
That
I
your
just think
reasoning is
everything-
flawed. So you have evidence, and then you have the reasoning behind the evidence. Your reasoning about the conclusions
You're
you're
not gonna
drawing
change
from
my
the
mind,
evidence
we can
are
just agree to
incorrect,
disagree,
which is
you know?
why you're interrupting me, because I'm pointing out that they're incorrect.
Yeah, okay, but we're just gonna agree to disagree because you're not gonna change my mind.
It's not, this isn't an agree thing. This is a basic logic.
It's an agree thing. It's agree.
Indio.
Logic is objectively true. This isn't a matter of opinion.
Indio, don't the astronauts say that they can't tell the difference between simulation and the real thing?
Well, only with their moon launches. So there are things that are subjective and there are things that are objective. I'm talking about objective things. It's objectively true that on a flat surface you can get the same visual of a boat being cut off bottom first. That's objectively true. Doesn't matter what you think about it, doesn't matter if you like it. So if that's objectively true, the claim this can only happen on a curved surface, this visual, is factually incorrect. This isn't subjective. It isn't about opinion. It isn't about agreement.
Okay, so you'll believe me if I bring a video of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. You'll believe me.
Did you not hear what he just said?
Did you not hear what I just
He
said?
uses big words, and I don't understand those big words.
Okay, you don't understand the big words.
I don't.
Which words
How do you know what's going on?
He's just
Hold on.
waiting for you to stop talking so he can
Ryder,
say what he wants to say.
so
He's not
how
responding.
do you know it's going over the curve of the Earth and it's not just happening on a flat surface like I said and showed you?
Say again?
How do you know it's going over the curve of the Earth and it's not just happening on a flat surface like I showed you?
Because I see it with my eyes.
You're seeing the same thing with your eyes. You're seeing the same visual. How do you know one's caused by curve and it's just not happening on a flat surface like I showed you? How did you differentiate?
I don't really understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you
Bro.
do.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
How
you
did
do,
you
Tyler.
bridge the gap
You're being
from
a snake now,
obstruction?
and that I will not tolerate. Stop being a
don't-
fucking weasel.
I'm not being a weasel.
How did you know that one? How do you know it was the curve of the Earth causing that observation and wasn't just an observation on a flat surface like I showed you?
Dog, I cannot. I don't understand this.
You
I
must
don't
be
understand
retarded.
this question.
Yeah,
I
you do
don't think I'm
understand.
You have
retarded.
bottom up obstruction. How are you jumping
What is
from bottom up
bottom up? What
obstruction
is bottom
to
up
curve?
obstruction? What is that?
Meaning you see half a boat and the boat is cut in half by the horizon and you don't see the bottom of it.
How do
Just like I showed
does that
you in that
happen?
video. Can that only happen on a flat Earth? Can that only happen on a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what about the videos I showed you with it happening on a flat surface? What about those?
Those are AI.
Your table's a globe.
Yeah, you're so desperate. You thought you had a winner rider.
He had one
You
honest
really,
answer.
you really did, dude. You
I
came in
think-
with
I
a
think-
loser. Don't you think we ever
I
heard
think
this
my
before?
monitor might be
Do you think
curved.
we'd
or-
still exist here with doing flat Earth after 10 years? You know, they've been saying ships over the horizon for 2,000 years, dude. How would we still exist?
Yo,
It's
Indio, like
not
you had
true.
that
It's
one honest answer
demonstrably-
with the stars.
Rybar, it's already been demonstrably shown that it's not true.
Yeah, it is true though.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the one
videos
honest
I
answer
showed
with the
their
stars,
page.
I thought
So
we were
now I'm
like
going to
getting
post
somewhere.
photographs that I took of a ship 30 miles away, when the horizon should be 6 miles away, and that ship should be 420 feet under the horizon. Now I'm going to show that. Then what are you going to say about that? Why isn't that ship under the horizon?
Well, like you said, different.
Why
different
isn't that
conditions
ship
in
under the
air,
horizon? What?
Different visibility.
Oh, so it's not the geometric curve of the Earth blocking the boat.
No,
It's a
it is,
visual
but,
effect.
like,
It
how
is,
far you
but
can
it's
see
not.
depends
So
on how
what
far
is it?
it
Is it
will-
visual or is it geometric? Which one is it?
I think it's both.
It's both.
I
How can
know
you
it's
tell
both.
which one it is?
Because on a foggy day you can't see like a mile, but on a
No, I'm
clear
not
day you
talking
can.
about opacity of the air. I'm talking about where the horizon is. So say a ship sails away and one day it's cut off by a horizon 3 miles away and goes over the horizon. And then the next day the horizon's 6 miles away and it's cut off. And then the next day at 30 miles away the whole ship is visible. And it's sitting on the horizon.
Okay, this conversation is gonna go nowhere with my answer.
Yeah, that's right, dude.
You can
You're
can
cooked. Take
unmute
your
Van.
L, be a man. Why are you
can-
guys such
you can unmute
bitches when
Van.
you can't take your L, bro?
I'm not a bitch.
Take
but
your fucking L, dude.
I'm not a bitch, but you know.
You know, you are.
I don't
Take
know
your
if
L,
bitch
be a
is
man.
normal.
Take your L, be a man. Stop just saying, oh, it was AI before AI fucking existed somehow. He bounced. So G had a question. So what was your burning question, G?
Oh, I was just saying, I was in a Fortnite game, and I was in like a boat, and when I got to the edge,
That was almost important.
So boring. Got to the edge, you died.
So, Preston, you're up next. Do you have something intelligent to say this time?
And Buck says he doesn't.
I'm thinking. I know I do, but give me a second to think on that, and I'll get back to you.
All right, go ahead, bash those two brain cells together.
I'm trying, bro, but they're not fusing together as they usually do.
You thought you had
Man,
two brain cells, but one died
They're
of
pressed
loneliness.
in, but they're not fusing.
Man, Preston, you got a
No,
good
they're not
sense
working.
of humor, actually.
You think
Did
so?
the other brain cell die of loneliness, Preston?
Nah, my mom dropped me on my head, so I've been pretty fucked up ever since then.
Carry on.
His
So,
head got pressed in.
Should we try trap money?
I was molested as a baby, so I've been pretty fucked up ever since then.
I've been talking a lot. Anybody else want to mess around with these guys? I know this is fucking punching down big time.
India, wait, India, do you have a headache?
Why would I have a headache?
Because you talk a lot. If I talk that much, I'd have a migraine.
Well, it doesn't take me a lot of effort to think clearly.
That's good for you, man.
That's
Good for
crazy. You
you.
get a headache from talking.
Not talking, but talking as much as
Yeah,
he is.
thinking clearly. A lot of people
Like to you, we're stupid people because we believe in something. So I'll be like, oh, stupid people
no,
are giving me a headache.
you're stupid because you don't know why you believe it.
I know why I believe it.
Preston, I'll help you out with a question.
Why
you're brainwashed?
Maybe to you guys I'm
Preston, just
brainwashed,
hold
but I
on,
believe
brother.
it.
Hold on. I was going to ask you a question, man.
What's up, big dog?
So, I'm going to preface it with a few things based on the previous convo. So the guy before was saying, the Earth is curved. That's what causes things to disappear, right?
Yeah.
So the thing that's causing something to disappear is blocking it. So that would mean it has to be in front of it, correct?
I don't think so. If I maybe sound stupid right now, but that's what I'm thinking.
Now I know why fucking talking
Yep.
makes your brain hurt.
Correct.
Well, no, I just don't understand his question. Being a dick doesn't mean
Brother,
it's one thing,
if
right?
something, just all right, let me help you out. If something you can't see because it's being blocked by something that's obstructing it, that obstructive object has to be in front of the thing.
No, it has to
from
be
your
behind
point
it
of view.
because- No, it has to be behind it because you can't see it once the
No,
boat
the
is in front of it.
blocking object. Listen closer.
The blocking object has to be
Okay, then
between
yes,
you
yes,
and
yes,
the thing.
yes.
Right. So that's very simple. You understand that.
Yes.
Ryder's problem was he was shown direct evidence of something disappearing when the object he's claimed that's causing it to disappear is behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that doesn't make any sense. So Ryder was being disingenuous. He wasn't accepting reality.
Maybe you're right. I wasn't here for that part. I was using the bathroom, I guess. But there we go.
Oh, what up, guys? Stan here.
Well, but yeah, you're prefacing this to hit Preston with what?
Well,
or is that
let's get back to Preston. He said he knows why he believes the Earth is a globe. Can you inform us why?
I mean,
why
I'm not
you
going to have
believe
any striking evidence that's going to change your mind. It's just
No,
what
I'm
I
not asking you to change your
And-
mind. I just want to
and-
know why you. Why would you preface it with changing my mind? Why don't you just tell us why you believe it?
Well, 'cause I've been here for a little bit now, 2 hours now, and I can tell that your mind's not going to be changed. That's why I preface.
I'm not. Why would you try to change my mind?
Because it's a debate. We're here to debate.
Just present just present your evidence,
Why don't
and maybe
you
if it's
just
good,
tell
then
us
we'll
why
be,
you
our minds will be changed anyway.
Have you lost the plot, Preston? You said, "Hey,
You don't know what that
think we're
means. You don't
dumb," and
really
I said, "Hey, I think you're dumb because you don't know why you believe what you believe." And you
Alright, the
said,
name
"Yes, I
calling-
do."
the name calling's not gonna
Why
work.
are you interrupting me, please, dude?
Because you're mad. Relax.
I'm not. I'm not
You need to
mad.
relax,
Shut
dude.
up,
You're not gonna piss me off. So like, you need to stop being.
Preston. One more time. You said, "Hey, we think you're dumb," and I said, "No, I think you're dumb because you don't know why you believe what you believe." And you said, "Yes, I do." And now I'm asking you, why is that?
Okay, you want to know why? I grew up in California, okay, by the beach. When I look out over the beach, I see a horizon. That's why I've always thought this. Maybe I'm wrong, but all the evidence that you guys have given me does not prove that you guys are right in any
So
way.
you think
that
the
I
Earth is a
believe.
globe because there's a horizon?
Yeah, that's how I see
Okay.
it.
Would there be a horizon on a flat Earth?
Huh? No.
No.
Be fucking
Okay.
flat.
So
Because when you
okay,
look out,
hold on,
you see forever.
Preston, slow down. We're gonna walk
You need
through
to
this
slow down
step by
because you're gonna
Preston.
speak over me
Slow
again, and I don't
down.
like
We're gonna
that.
walk through this. Preston, slow down. We're gonna walk through this step by step. You said there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
The horizon is what divides the Earth from the sky. So if there's no horizon, you wouldn't see sky and Earth
I'm
at the
not
same
talking about
time.
the I'm
But
not
shut
talking about
up.
the sky's
Listen
horizon.
closer.
You shut the fuck up. I'm trying to tell you something.
Listen.
Oh my god, this guy's a fucking retard.
Dude, will you let me finish? You're trying to interrupt the point.
No,
and
you're
you
trying
know
to interrupt
why.
me, and I keep talking, then you interrupt me.
Dude, I haven't even made my point yet.
Because your point's fucking stupid. I'm trying to tell you what I'm
How would you
saying.
know it's stupid when I haven't finished it, Preston?
I've been hearing you talk about this entire fucking time.
Preston.
I won't get an headache. I do
Now,
this all day.
Preston, if you would see 100% sky or 100% ground for there to be no horizon, because the horizon is what divides the sky from the ground. So which one is the flat Earth? 100% sky or 100% ground?
I wasn't listening. What were you saying? I was reading the chat.
Which one's the flat Earth? 100% sky or 100% ground?
Which one's the flat Earth?
Yeah, you said there's no horizon on a flat Earth.
Guys, stop yelling though.
Stan, shut the fuck up. Which one? Which one is the flat Earth? You said no horizon
I'm not
on
sure.
a flat
I
Earth.
don't know the difference between those two.
You said there's no horizon on a flat Earth, correct?
I don't think so. I don't think there would be.
Okay, so that would mean it's either 100% sky you see or 100% ground because the horizon divides them, where you see them both at the same time. So you couldn't see them both at the same time,
But
otherwise
that's what
there'd be
I'm
a
saying.
horizon. Repeat to me what I just said to you.
Fuck all that. Listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay, you're banned.
That's tough. That's the first time I ever heard someone say, I'm a globe earther because the beach, because of the horizon. Like, you'd think you'd say, oh, all of the globes that I saw in school and, you know, the maps and stuff like that, but no.
Okay, Stan, you want to chime in? Chime in. What's next? All right, I'm the wrong retard.
I mean, I believe in flat Earth, but you give us a bad rep, dude. You gotta
Oh,
relax.
really? Yeah, what part did I do that gave us a bad rep?
I mean, look at the way you're talking. Like, relax.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Calm down. That's what I'm saying. Like, relax.
Oh, what? Tone policing ain't gonna work here, dude.
I mean, you're clearly just like out of your head.
Clearly, but you can't say anything very specific. What was said? That's weird.
I wasn't paying
Why
attention.
can't you say anything with any specificity? You're just making general accusations. How about you put some meat on that bone?
Are you hearing yourself right now? Relax.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear myself perfectly good.
Just take a breath, man. Calm down.
I'm squeezing your head and just shit's coming out.
Dude, I would rape you. You know that?
Indio.
You just said he would rape me and thinks that's funny.
Yeah, this idiot is sick.
No, I was laughing first off the crap coming out from squeezing his head, and then his response is just it's hilarious.
You ever heard that
he said
before?
he
If I wanted any
believed.
shit from you, I'd squeeze your head.
Gyroscope proves the Earth is a globe.
How? How, Chad? I have a gyroscope. I'm looking at it. Now what?
Explain how it works on a flat Earth model.
That doesn't
demonstrate
prove
it.
Okay.
Demonstrate it works.
Whether or not I can explain how it works on a flat Earth is independent of whether it proves the globe. Those are two different ideas.
You can't.
Because you're the one who's adding crap onto it after making a claim, dude.
Holy crap.
This fucking low tier
A
today,
gyroscope
dude.
won't work on a flat Earth model.
Really? What does a gyroscope do?
It gyroscopes.
It gyrates.
Oh man, what is this? Shakira's hips? Shakira's hips don't work on a flat Earth because they gyrate.
The gyroscope doesn't lie.
My claim stands true. So
Yeah, no, claims are not evidence, dude.
Yeah.
Evidence is evidence. Claims are not evidence. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So we're going to just dismiss you because you haven't produced any evidence.
Because your opponent's kind of ignorant, even though he
Well,
made
I'm
a
waiting
good
for your
point.
evidence. The evidence to back your claim that a gyroscope proves the globe. I'm asking you how. It's for where I started. Still asking you how.
Okay.
What does it do? In what way does it prove a globe?
He wants to know how.
He's resorted to spamming.
Right. Really? I'm disappointed in you.
Gyroscope keeps its axis pointing in the same direction. As Earth turns, the gyroscope slowly appears to drift because the ground under it is rotating. That drift matches Earth's known spin rate of 15 degrees per hour. A flat, non-rotating Earth would show no drift.
Yeah, it's awesome that you're a stenographer for ChatGPT and just like read that verbatim. But guess what? That was wrong, and you're too dumb to know it's wrong.
And
so the Earth
claim
rate
again, it's not
rotation
evidence.
is supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude, and you'd only get 15 degrees at the poles. Okay? So, Chad, stop relying on a fucking probability matrix that you've anthropomorphized into some thinking fucking rational being called ChatGPT or Grok or whatever. You're basically spitting out a mathematical model and giving a probability matrix of some fucking words that follow one after the other, and you end up with word salad, like the shit you just said.
Yeah, it's a grok.
Look inside chat. Read.
Yo, Indio, when you set up your gyroscope and you like counterbalance it and stuff, and basically like zero it out, and you let it run, does it have any precession at all? Any drift
Yeah,
at
dude. Hold on a second. Remember when I said claims are not evidence? See, you made the claim. You're just repeating this person's claim. I'm looking at the link. I don't see any
Nobody's
data
falling
in
for your
there.
fucking
Chad,
logical
Chad, there's
fallacy. You
no
gotta be trolling
data.
at this point.
Chad,
You're
there's no
just
Chad, there's
trolling.
no
You're
data.
you're just trolling.
Where's
That's all you're doing.
Chad? Yeah,
That's
now
all
you're in
doing.
full
You
cult
don't
mode.
understand
Mute him,
physics.
mute him.
You're in full
Mute him because
cult
he's
mode.
telling the truth. Mute him.
No,
Mute him
because you're
truth.
basically just making an assertion without evidence.
No, so your claim, your evidence for your claim was somebody else's claim.
He ran away. A douchebag.
Fuck, dude, this is pathetic. Now, Ryder, that dude is not a flat earther, dude. Why do you think he's a flat earther? Ryder.
Oh, I was unmuted. Oh, because he was in.
Why
your
did you
chat.
think he's a flat earther?
He was in your chat.
So what? Why do you think he's a flat earther? He's new to this server.
So am I. I wasn't. He was in your chat saying.
You don't have a little new thing next to your name like he does.
This is my first time here.
Not you, him.
He has a new thing next to his name.
You don't see the little frickin' flower thing? I'm new here. Say hi.
I didn't know that. That's
You don't have that.
Well, this is my first time here, so.
Yeah, that's horseshit, dude.
On God, I can put my hand on a Bible and do that.
Member since February 19th, 2024. Did you forget that it's in your profile when you joined the server?
That's a Discord thing, not a.
They have two of them. They have Discord member and server member. They're right next to each other.
It said I joined this server in 2019.
No, 2024, bro. Let's listen. February.
I said
November 13th, 2025.
My friend sent me the link to this server tonight, and I joined it tonight.
Okay, so why do you think he's a flat earther?
Because with me, so that'd probably be the opposite of what I think, right? No.
I've never seen that guy before in my entire life.
How was I supposed to know that?
Dude, read what he's posting.
Yeah, he posted that after the fact that I found the
Dude, I'm just scrolling up. I can't believe you people think you know anything and you don't know the sky is an illusion. The sun is a farce. It's so obvious. You can't figure out that this dude is trolling.
No, because I didn't.
Maybe he thought force instead of farce. The sun's the force.
Are you serious, Ryder? Shut up. This is probably your fucking friend.
No, it's not. On God, it's not. I don't know who it is.
On God. You don't even believe in God, Ryder.
I do believe in God.
Okay. So why would you lie
to tell me what I do and don't
over the
believe in?
horizon? You know lying's a sin, right?
Who are you to tell me what I do and don't believe in?
Look, bro.
No,
I'm not
you
telling
look,
what you
bro.
do
You
and
don't
don't believe in.
understand.
Well, if you actually believed in God, you wouldn't be fucking lying in this chat.
I'm not lying.
Oh, you really think that was AI video?
No, obviously not. I'm trolling when I say that.
Yeah, you were lying when you said you saw ships over the horizon. You've never seen that,
Nope,
dude.
I have seen that.
Nah,
Let me
no, you
translate. Hold on, I got the New Urban Dictionary. Translation. Trolling. Coping. Oh, you were coping with the facts of reality. I got it now.
That's
anyway,
good,
it's obvious this guy isn't a flat earther. Okay.
No,
Is that really the best
Indio,
you
you're
can
just
do?
an imbecile that like you don't have the right mental capacity to believe or understand that the Earth
I don't
is
have the
round.
right.
And it's
You're right.
okay.
I don't have the capacity to believe.
Exactly.
I don't
So
want
you
to
agree
believe.
with me.
Believe means
You agree
acceptance
with
without
me.
evidence,
You agree
Ryder.
with me. And all you do is just get angry when people try to make their point.
I'm not
and you don't let
angry,
them
dude.
talk.
You listen. If I
You
was
have it
angry,
with
I'd be
your tone
fucking
of,
screaming at you.
you have it in your tone of your voice. You have a very angry
Yeah,
tone.
look. Don't try to divine my tone. Listen, I'm a city
Well,
boy. I live in the
I
city.
am
This is how we
because
talk. I live in
you're
Boston.
okay. That's great. I didn't
Yeah, it's how
actually
we
know.
talk here, dude. Sorry, you're a little bitch, fucking soy boy.
A what?
A bitch soy
Ever
boy.
dumbass. Oh.
You guys are all freaking in your fifis all the time. Oh my god, he's talking to me aggressively. Oh
Yo.
man, I'm pissing myself.
Indio, I got a good point, bro. Let me say something.
I fucking highly doubt it, but let's hear it.
You know how I know that
Indio,
the
you
Earth
just
is
say, like,
curved,
stuff.
bro? You know how I know that the Earth is curved?
Let me hear
He's
it.
already laughing. Come on, delivery, man. Work on your
Hey,
delivery.
you ready? You ready, buddy? Hey, shut up.
No, you're gonna go on mute, dude. You fucked up the punchline.
That's
No matter what
anticlimactic.
you said wouldn't have been funny with that delay. If you have to say, "Are you ready for the joke?" Your joke's not funny.
Give him another chance in a couple of minutes. Practice your delivery while you're on mute.
No.
No, but like me and my friends, we had a talk. My other friends that were in here, when we got out, we had a talk. And literally every time we try to say something, you just say something that you know will make us mad. Like you have valid
That
points.
I
and
know
I
would
can
make
agree
you
with
mad.
that.
Now I'm a psychic fucking angry person. Fucking amazing. What other skills do I got?
See, exactly. You're doing it again. You're like putting words in my mouth that aren't not what I'm trying to say.
You said
But
I know we would make you mad. The only way I could know what you would make you mad would be to read your goddamn mind.
no, not certainly. But you just because
How
you've
would I know
argued
what
with
makes
so
you
many
mad,
people.
Maybe you're an
Ryder?
empath, Indio, like him. Maybe you're in touch with your emotions and you can.
I don't fucking know you. How would I know what makes you mad? I have to be able to read your mind. I know what makes you mad. Realizing the Earth's not a ball. I know that's gonna make you mad. Is that what's making you mad, Ryder?
No, I'm not. I'm not mad at all. I just
Do you
like
live in a
I just
cartoon reality?
it's not a cartoon reality. It's real life, but for sure.
Oh yeah, real life that you've never experienced. Where is it real exactly? Okay, I'm gonna ask you again, Ryder. And I when I asked you about the memory, do you remember that time you saw the Earth as a globe?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where were you?
At the beach.
At the beach.
And I saw the curvature.
So what was it? Where was that curvature exactly? What did it look like?
On the horizon?
So the horizon was the curvature?
Yeah, you could see the curvature on the horizon.
So the horizon is the curvature or the horizon's curving?
The horizon curves.
Left to right, right to
That's
left.
crazy.
Which way does it curve in?
Both sides. It's curving. You could see it curving.
So if that was true, then the horizon wouldn't be equidistant from you.
Once again,
How can it be
big word.
equidistant from you? Because horizon, the
I'm
actual
not gonna
Greek
argue with
original
you.
word
This is
means
gonna go back in the
bounding
time. Like we're
circle.
literally just gonna keep on
So
doing the
this
exact
is
same
another
thing.
thing which I know that you don't believe in God because now you're just being a lying schmuck.
No, I'm not being a lying schmuck.
Yeah, you are, dude.
No, I'm not, dude.
Yo, Ryder,
You know
what's
you
the
don't
word for
see
something
left to
that's
right curvature.
perpendicular?
No one claims that they see left to right curvature from the surface of the Earth. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Ryder, what's the word for something that's perpendicular to vertical?
Horizontal.
Okay, so horizontal, pertaining to the horizon. Why do you think they named this straight line
perpendicular to vertical, something that's pertaining to the horizon.
Say again? Sorry, I was trying to read Travis's.
Why would they name this thing horizontal, pertaining to the horizon? The straight line.
I don't know, because it looks flat from up close, but when you're far away, you could see the curvature in it.
No, man. The horizon looks like a straight line. That's why they called it horizontal.
It looks
pertaining
like a
to,
straight line, but
you know,
it's
the
not.
straight line.
It looks like one, but it's not.
But you just said that you saw it not be. You're saying it doesn't look like one
Yes,
from far away.
because there's certain parts when you look at it, it's curved.
How did you measure that's curved?
Because I saw it with my eyes.
It's not a
Oh,
measurement.
Oh my goodness.
I saw it with my eyes. It's not a measurement.
Travis, that's not even a real photo.
Look, I want you to build a house by looking at the parts. Is tell your go get a carpentry job. Say, hey, I don't need the tape measure. I measure by looking at it.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I know that's not how it works. So you didn't measure it by looking at it.
Okay, well, building a house and looking at the horizon is completely different.
In what way?
Because you have to have specifics when building a house so it doesn't fall over.
So we want specifics on how you know the horizon's curved.
My eyes.
So for the record, before you said that you saw the
Like I see
ship
the
being
point that
obstructed.
you're trying to make, but
Well, we know you're just making shit up because it's well known that the human vision can only see in 5 degrees. Your central vision you can focus on. So that if you're at sea level, you're seeing about a section that's like 400
I'm above
feet.
sea level when I'm
That
doing it.
section would be equivalent to 0.001 degrees of curvature. There's no way you could ever see left or
What
right
you're
curvature
saying-
from the
what you're
surface.
saying is going
Why are
above
you
sea
interrupting me?
level.
There's no way mathematically
I'm
you could ever
interrupting
see
you
curvature from the
because
surface of the Earth.
I'm
And
interrupting
if you did see it,
talking,
Ryder,
you talk
Ryder,
because it goes in one ear and it goes out the other because I don't understand what you say. Like the 0.001, whatever you just said, I don't know what that means.
okay.
So it's just a
You're
waste of
making
breath.
shit up, and it's really easy to determine you're making shit up because we can do basic mathematics to show what you're saying is fucking impossible.
Alright.
Ryder, at first you were saying
It's
that
like telling us
there was-
you're 50 feet fucking tall.
I'm not 50 feet tall.
I know, but when you're saying you're seeing the curve of the horizon, you claiming you're 50 feet tall is more likely than you seeing curve of the horizon.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's not. How is it true?
Because if you're looking at the ocean, central vision of the human being is only 5 degrees. So you have to say, hey man, when I look at the horizon, it's 3 miles away. How much? Why are you interrupting? You asked the question.
Yeah, but no, you asked me if I wanted to hear it, but now you're just saying all this nonsense with all these numbers that I don't understand. Like if I understand,
You don't
then I get it,
understand
but-
3 miles.
No, but the decimals that you're saying I don't understand.
What are you talking about? 5 degrees. You only see 5 degrees. Now think of the sun, right? Multiply the sun times 10. That width of the sun, that's your central vision. Okay? That's how wide you can see until you're into your peripheral vision. It's the only thing you can focus
they
on is
find that
5
out?
degrees. Do you understand?
How did they find that out?
Testing with charts, fucking lines, grids, shit like that.
You got proof for that?
You want papers from like the fucking 18th century?
Yep.
You're being attention obtuse now.
Yo, Ryder, before you were saying that the ship was, blocked from the bottom, it's obstructed from the bottom. That's proof of it being a globe, right? Now you're saying that you see the horizon, you don't even need the ship anymore. You just see the curve on the horizon. Do you have a photo of either of them? Actually, I don't need a photo of firmware. Like I've seen bottom obstruction, but do you have a photo of the surface of the horizon
Wait, so
curving?
you just said you've seen bottom up obstruction?
No, forget that. Do you have a photo of you seeing a curved horizon?
No, but I can go take one next time I'm at the beach.
Yeah, cool. Do that and
good.
come back.
If you take a photograph of a curved horizon at the beach from 6 feet, I'll give you a fucking $100. I'll give you $100, dude.
Will you also believe that the Earth is?
No, I'll give you $100, dude. If it's an unaltered photo with a normal non-fisheye lens, like a 45 millimeter camera or 22 millimeter,
not
you take a photo and show a curved horizon at the beach, I'll give you a fucking $100.
Okay. How do you want to pay me?
Doesn't matter. Get the photo. You can't. You're trying to tell me you're gonna take a photograph that can't be taken. I don't know who you think you're kidding, dude, or fooling. You're not fooling anybody on YouTube. You're not fooling anybody in here. You're full of shit.
All right, that's what you think. I'm full of shit.
Why does horizon mean bounding circle?
What's up?
Why does horizon mean bounding circle?
I don't know what you're saying.
The word horizon, the etymology of the word means bounding circle.
Okay.
You know what that means? That means around you in a circle. You can see a distance. So listen, that you asked me a question, and again you interrupt when I answer. Why do you keep doing that?
I don't know.
And you got an echo going on, Ryder.
It isn't Ryder echoing, it's someone else. It's AI echoing. AI, dude, you're echoing. Anyway, so it means bounding circle because if I look straight in front of me and I see 3 miles, if I look 90 degrees from me, I also see 3 miles, and then another 90-degree turn, another 3 miles, and no matter what direction, shut up, no matter what direction I look, no, shut up, dude.
No, you shut
up.
No, you shut up.
Grow up, dude. So no matter what direction you look in, you see 3. No matter what direction you look in, you see 3 miles. That's a circle. That's why horizon means a bounding circle. Now, if I see 3 miles in a circle all around me, that's a straight line. You are in here trying to say you can take a photograph of a curved horizon by looking from the center of a fucking circle out. You're in the middle of the fucking hula hoop looking out, and you say that you can make the hula hoop look curved from inside of it. That's horseshit, Ryder, and you know it.
Hey, can I ask you how much money are you making from these people?
All you know is horseshit. All you know how to do is mute. And
I didn't mute you.
Okay, then who did?
I didn't mute you, though.
Because you wouldn't shut the hell up.
And now you're going meta because you have no rebuttal. Now either get on topic or get out.
How many people do you think that I can convince of you?
I don't have to do the debate if I get banned. Is that your tactic?
No. I just want you to kick me so you guys can be.
No, we'll just keep you mute and make you listen. You're gonna have to leave on your own. Nobody unmute him.
I told you, no one takes this seriously.
Mansky, you were refuted by a Goldberg. The night you said that, remember when Matt came in here?
Okay, excuse me, do you think no one knows your name?
Yeah, what? Yeah, what? But yeah, what?
We're seeing that now. None of these people coming in here are seriously engaging with you guys.
I don't.
Just a joke.
Yeah, he was. No, they seriously engage when they think that they're gonna win. And
do you think no one knows your name?
They have a mental breakdown like you've been having for about 3
have.
months now, Mansky.
I'm breaking down constantly.
People don't enjoy the game when they're losing.
They do what all children do. They say, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Did you hear the other guy that tried to not only blow up the brain in the jar, he tried to set fire to it all, and then he tried to set fire to the fire. Okay? He's like, prove to me China's real if no humans
Do you think
exist.
this is free?
Well, that means he wouldn't exist and I wouldn't exist. So how could I prove him anything?
Do you think
this is where you guys go? You go to absurdity. It's not trolling. It's a fucking
Do you think we
cult.
don't know?
It's not taking us seriously. It's a mental fucking refuge. So you don't have to deal with it.
There are people right there who spend
You know what happens when people are traumatized?
They
go in
their
a
savings,
state. They'll rock back and
who spend
forth.
their savings
They'll stare off and be unresponsive
on
to
you.
external stimuli. Okay.
And you
They also freak out and have nervous breakdowns.
and you just
what
talk.
you're witnessing in here is a nervous
You
breakdown.
talk.
Sometimes
You
people
keep
go
talking,
catatonic,
and you
but
don't
that's
feel
much more rare.
ashamed.
Most of the time, you just see the
And
nervous
that's
breakdown.
incredible. You know why? Because we actually
Nancy,
know
You've
you.
interpreted the nervous breakdown as not
Of
taking
course.
it seriously.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
the thing is, they're taking it too seriously and flipping the fuck out. And you're
Yeah.
coping, trying to say,
course.
oh, they're not really taking it seriously. All that question, that fucking 2 hours of the debate where they tried to prove the flat earther wrong and lost, at the end, they started
Are you done?
fucking making fun of them and said absurd things. So they were never taking it seriously for those 2 hours.
Are you done?
No, they take it really seriously.
Are you
So
done?
they can't deal with it
I don't
no
know. I
more.
think they're just fucking with you.
Nobody really cares what you think, Mansky. Your evaluations suck.
Are you done? Okay.
This is
So-
like when Jerry Maguire quits the job. All I want
What's
to
wrong?
know. I'm not going
What's
to do
wrong?
what you think I'm going to do. And that's freak out. All I want to know is who's coming with me. That's Mansky right now.
It's so weird that some of them are so afraid of getting caught up in a gotcha moment that they can't answer a simple yes or no question.
Because, the modern Zoomer class, dude, it's about appearances. They're fake as fuck. I actually heard a comedian talk about, which is so funny, is that people only used to have to be. He was complaining about how stupid Zoomers are, right? Because everybody now is fake as fuck. They don't say what they really think anymore. Because afraid of offending somebody. And he was complaining because we only had to be fake at work. But as soon as we got out of work, we could be our real selves. But now you can't even do that.
Damn.
Ryan's in the house. What's up, Ryan? Long time no see or hear. Shit. Fucking flat Earth QR code. Dude, man, how many hours of gameplay is that shit, AI?
But that?
Dude, you're still playing that game?
Heck yeah.
You close to the end, man? You've been playing that for like 3 days now.
Looky here.
That's only
I'm
playing
on
for
the
a couple hours.
bridge. I'm on the bridge.
Oh shit, you're about to
I
fight
already blew up.
Shodan.
Yeah, I already blew up the whole station.
Good job.
Nice.
I gotta download that game, dude. The graphics look fucking fat, dude.
Dude, this
What's the
game is
name of it?
awesome experience.
I forgot what you said the name was.
System
Dude,
Shock.
you know what? You know why I'm not downloading this is because I want the other one to be better than this one because it was originally.
but it seems like this remaster is way better.
Yeah, they really put all their love into this.
Maybe they'll remaster the remaster and do it with this engine.
Well, what they did for this game is they actually did a Kickstarter. They got like a 1.5 million to get started.
Really?
Yep.
Ew, I need to do a Kickstarter as a freaking mod up System Shock 2. But that game's way more complex as far as like the, you know,
yeah, the scope
all
of
this stuff.
I'm a globetard.
Welcome there.
You proud of it?
Of course.
Why?
Because space is wheel, Earth is not flat. I'm a globalist.
How do you know any of that?
Almost every country, if not every country, acknowledges that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'm asking how you know it, not how you think everybody else knows it.
I think it'd be a really hard lie to pull off.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me how you know it.
That's my
You
thinking.
keep making statements about other people, though.
That's my thinking.
Is that you evaluated other people, and that's how you know the Earth is a
That's
globe?
generally how science works, is you evaluate.
By science works by evaluating other people. Could have swore they use experiments.
It's almost like the experiments they've done proven it. And like
No,
the
results of the experiments.
Who was the guy who was in Antarctica? Who was a
What
flat
means
earther?
that guy?
The man
You're just talking about people. This is like gossip. I want to know how you know the Earth is a globe. What was the evidence that you saw?
The pictures from space.
Oh, the pictures from space.
Globe.
How did you evaluate the pictures from space?
I looked. Is it flat or is it
You just
globe?
looked?
I mean, how else am I supposed to evaluate a picture?
Well, I mean, say I showed you a picture of a horse, right? You've seen a horse before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could evaluate whether that's actually a picture of the horse.
Yeah.
So how did you evaluate a picture of the Earth being a ball?
You can see it.
What did you use as a reference?
Well, what do you mean? It doesn't.
The reference, like you said, hey, here's a picture.
I grabbed a rubber ball and I looked and I said, "Oh, this looks like a ball."
So that's what the blue marble looks like. It looks like a rubber ball that you held in your hand.
Yep, big version.
It doesn't look anything like that.
Big version. Why? Okay.
No,
how
it doesn't. Not
how
even
did you
remotely
prove,
like
how
that.
did you prove the Earth was flat? Let me ask you that.
By measuring it.
By measuring? Let me look at this. A guy in Antarctica. This guy in Antarctica who's a flat earther, and he proved himself wrong that the Earth isn't flat.
No, he didn't prove anything, and it's not even possible to prove fucking the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. It's not even possible logically.
Logically. Ugh.
Yeah, logically. You can't prove the thing by looking at something that's not the thing, dude. You can't prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house, right?
Interesting.
Is it really? Is it that deep?
It is.
So go to your neighbor's house, and if it's made of brick, go, my house is now made of brick because my neighbor's house is made of brick.
You
Makes no
turned
sense.
me into a flat earther already, please.
No, we're not trying to change your mind. You know, we were just trying to give you information that you actually don't know the Earth is a globe. You believe it because you were told it. You never would even have figured it out on your own. If nobody told you, the idea would have never even come into your head at all.
So can you prove to me that Earth is flat then? Like that's what I'm here
Yeah,
for.
we
I
can
want to
just
learn.
measure the surface and show that the surface of water is not curving. And since the surface of the Earth is mostly water, that water has to curve for the Earth to be a ball. You can't
How
have
come
a.
when I go on a boat and I look
Why
at
don't you repeat to me what I just said?
Water no curve. It can't.
Yeah,
it can't curve.
that it has to curve for the Earth to be a ball, right?
So when I go to the ocean and on a
Right.
boat, I guess so. When I go on the ocean,
I guess so.
When I go to the ocean and I'm on a boat, and I can only see so far because the water eventually disappear. In essence, does that mean it's flat or not flat?
Look at the side track.
Mm-hmm.
When you looked up the local weather and it said visibility 10 miles, that wasn't because of the Earth as a globe, bro. They didn't do the globe calculation to see how far you could see.
Interesting.
Visibility is related to the opacity of the air. The technical term is called optical extinction. This is well known. You can just type in visibility meteorology, go to the wiki page, and fucking read about it.
Interesting.
So, but that gets away from the measurement. The measurement that we can measure the surface of water and show that it actually does not curve. So this is how we can actually test those pictures from space you were talking about. They actually can be tested because they depict curving oceans, right? So blue marble shows ocean, surface of that ocean curves. Okay, we can go on Earth and say, hey, does this ocean actually curve? Click in the picture, and you know what? It doesn't. It means the picture's fake.
So why would why would every nation? Let me ask you this: why would every nation in the world deny a flat Earth? What is the purpose?
In what way did they deny a flat Earth?
I have yet to hear a nation
You're
come
just
out
making
and say the
that
Earth
up.
is
You
flat.
don't know what
No.
they said about the shape of the Earth, and
I
they
have
don't
yet
even
to
have
hear
a
a nation. I have yet to hear a nation come out and say the Earth is flat, and I want to
yeah,
know why.
okay. So what? I'd like to hear a nation come out and say the Earth is a globe.
What? Okay, I guess I could pull it up.
Well, why don't you show me an official document that says the Earth is a globe issued by a government? Hey, I better yet do this. Show me someone swearing under oath of penalty of perjury that they know the Earth is a globe, or that they've been to space. Single person, just one.
1 second, I'm finding you this first. So, like, would NASA work for you or no?
NASA does not represent the United States government. They're an agency of the United States government, and
So,
in fact, it gets even better.
United States
No,
government.
so it would be something that was passed by Congress or a presidential declaration.
So
something that I can go to the Secretary of State's office and get the
so you're
official
saying an
position of the United
institution.
States.
You're
Why don't you
saying
let
an
me finish?
institution because you're saying stupid shit. You're saying
No,
the institution.
no, I'm looking for the official position of the United States government.
So you think an institution of the United States wouldn't hold an official?
Sub agencies of the United States say all
yes or
sorts
no?
of things.
Yes or no?
Sub,
Yes or no?
I'm looking for the official position in the United States. Sub agencies in the United States.
Institution funded by the U.S. government because it's part of the U.S. government makes a claim. You're saying the United States does not support.
What is the purpose of NASA?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer the question.
No.
Yes or no?
The answer is no.
Yeah, you're stupid.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to hate this. So there was an executive order that Trump signed. Shut up. There was an executive order that Trump signed. Shut up, dude. There was an executive order that Trump signed that made NASA's primary mission, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues.
So it's working with Space Force. So it's working with
no,
Space Force?
not Space Force.
I said it's working with
counterintelligence, and national security issues. That means they're no longer a space agency. Their primary purpose is not space. Their primary purpose is, just like it says in the executive order, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. The same with the National Weather Service now. The same with the U.S. Patent Office now. So he made a whole bunch of agencies under the Department of Commerce. Primary function, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. NASA is one of these agencies. So nothing that comes out of NASA is believable anymore because now it's national security. And
Okay,
they can say
let me ask
anything.
You this question. Let me ask you a simple question.
Yeah, let me ask you a question why you're not going to address anything I said.
When I'm on the ocean, right? And I'm on a boat, and I see another boat in the distance, far, far away. How come the boat eventually disappears? Let me ask you that.
We just covered this. Visibility.
Visibility.
Yeah, meteorological visibility. It's a thing.
What is that? Explain to me, my dear kitten.
The meteorological conditions limit or restrict visibility. Okay? So you can look up your local weather. You got a weather app on your phone? Look it up. Look at the visibility. So today it'll be one thing, tomorrow it'll be another thing, the next day it'll be another thing. So what they do is they measure the number of particles, the humidity, the clarity of the air, the temperature, all those things determine how far light travels through air, right? So that's limited by the local meteorological conditions.
Okay.
It's not limited by the curve of the Earth. It's meteorology.
Interesting. Interesting. I see.
So I, for one, have seen a ship sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles on particularly good visibility day.
I've never seen that.
Well, do you live by the ocean?
Yeah.
Which ocean?
Pacific.
So you're on the Pacific. What's the longest amount of time you've watched a boat?
Probably about 45 minutes.
You know you can track them with marinetraffic.com radar?
I am not.
Tell you where the boat actually is.
I didn't know
So
that.
this is what I did. And 30 miles away, I could still see the boat from 15 feet above sea level. The Goldberg says that ship should have been 420 feet under the curve of the Earth.
I know. I saw it disappear.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't. I know when you guys are lying. You would have started with that.
With that? I would have started
You
with
would have
that?
started with that. You wouldn't have started with a fucking sociological argument.
No, I just like to hear dumb people.
Well, how far away did it disappear?
Yeah, we want to know.
I don't know how many miles.
What kind of ship was it?
It was a smaller fishing vessel.
A smaller fishing vessel.
You know the ones when you go out and you want to go fish, but you don't own your boat, so you pay someone to pick you out?
What beach were you at?
Well, I'm not going to give you all this information. Hello?
Every time.
You're not going to dox yourself? Why would you dox yourself? Like, you sound retarded you sound right now? You're not going to dox yourself?
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking stupid?
Nobody cares where you... Like, you saying the beach you were at, is your house on that beach?
No, I go to college.
Okay, then. Nobody... So someone's going to figure out where this idiot on fucking Discord who is going to college because you said what beach you went to watch ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, it's like relatively.
That's ridiculous, bro.
It's relatively easy to know what college.
You didn't make any observation. You're lying, and you got caught.
You
didn't know what beach to say.
Hands crossed.
Yeah, like you're like the third person today to get caught doing this.
Well, how far was it? Was it 10 miles, 20 miles? Give us an idea.
Hold on, Travis. I want to bring something up though. Ironically, you asked why would they lie when you just did the thing that you can't believe they would do.
But what's the reasoning? I didn't lie for.
Why did you just lie?
Reasoning? I didn't.
Why did you just lie?
I'm not going to tell you the beach I was at.
Why did you just lie?
I didn't lie, kitten.
Yeah, you did, dude. You know you did, and I did. So why did we both know you lied? Everybody in this chat knows you lied. You can't tell how you made the observation. You can't tell any particular details about it. You lied your ass off. So I'm asking you, why did you lie?
Why did I lie? Why did I lie? Tell me why I lied.
I don't know. I'm asking you. You think nobody would lie about this?
I didn't lie. I don't know why you think I'm lying.
Then give us the particulars of the observation, dude.
I saw a small boat take people. Not by the dock. It was already out because the dock's not where I was at, or at least the boat landing, wherever it was from. I would assume, I'm not good distance. I'm gonna assume it was probably a mile and a half out, not like crazy far out, but still like relatively visible. 45 minutes later, and it's just what's it called when you're just like going and you have the lines in the back? I can't remember what it's called. I fish too. This is depressing.
Yeah, keep going, dude.
I'm trying to think of the fucking name, retard. Can you give me a sec, Flatty boy?
Well, all we need to know is what you saw. We don't need to know the name of the freaking particles of the boat, dude.
Oh, well, about 45 minutes later, I don't know what speed they were going or whatnot. I saw the top of the boat, but I couldn't see the bottom part of the boat. Like it wasn't like fully disappeared, but I would say like a third of it's gone, and I can see the top 2/3.
Now, can that happen on a flat surface?
No.
No. So when I show you that it can, then what are you gonna say?
I can demonstrate it.
I mean, maybe on a fucked up road or something where the road's
No, not a fucked up road. On water.
Show me on water where that happens. I still haven't got to the point to where you told me why every government's lying.
You are. I
Okay,
still don't believe you.
railroad again. This is what I said. I said
I
on water.
still don't believe you, bro.
I said show me on water, not on something that has its own curvature.
You don't see. You don't understand what hallmarks of lying are, so you don't understand what you did that proved you're lying. And I'm not going to tell you either, because then you'll start doing it more. You try to eliminate that shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So right,
You know you've never done that. Okay.
I have.
Your story don't jive. 45 minutes wouldn't even be long enough. You're sitting there say 1 mile. The goddamn horizon should be 3 miles away. You don't even understand your own lie. You don't even understand what you're saying. You
I
just
understand what
heard
I'm
it on
saying.
the internet.
You're not
The
listening
ships
to me,
disappear
son.
over the horizon,
You're not
and
listening
you're
to me,
trying,
son.
bro.
Man, you're not
This
listening
is
to
what
me,
you
son.
don't understand.
No, open your ears,
You're
son.
trying
listen,
to.
listen, son. Open your ears. Open your ears, son. Listen.
So really simple. You're trying. I know the difference between somebody reading on the internet what they think they're supposed to see versus what people actually see. You understand? You're recounting what you heard somebody say.
No one said this. I'm telling you the truth. Why are you lying?
This fool's triggered.
Unbelievable.
And you still haven't told me why the government would lie to us.
The same reason you lied to us.
What's the reason? I didn't lie. What's the reason?
I don't know. You did.
I didn't lie. Why would every government acknowledge the Earth?
It isn't every government. Okay,
Show me
you're
a
just
government
making
that
that
doesn't
up.
acknowledge it. Show me a
The
government.
government doesn't take an official position on the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. Because you can't. Because you can't.
Dude, first of all,
It's okay, kid. Hey, kid.
will you let me
Okay.
finish? You done fucking monologuing? No government in the world takes an official position on the shape of the Earth, so they can't be lying. And first of all, governments can't lie because they can't have intent. Okay, governments don't lie. It's not possible for a government to lie. People lie.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I proved you wrong. It's not your fault.
You proved what wrong?
You'll learn. And it's
so you proved that the Earth is a globe by saying governments don't lie.
I know what I saw, and I know the government's position is that the Earth is a globe, not a flat. I have yet to hear
can you show us where their position is at?
Do I need to pull up NASA? Oh wait, you want to accept NASA?
No, NASA's a security. NASA's an intelligence agency. That's like pulling up the CIA.
So they would lie? Oh, the CIA probably would lie. I'll give you that one. The CIA would lie.
NASA's an intelligence agency, dumb fuck.
Prior to what it is now, was it?
It's always been an intelligence agency. In fact, NASA was created. Bro, I'm going to show you.
It's okay. Hey, it's okay.
Dude, shut up, dude. Okay, shut up. Yeah, you left. Yo. I was invited.
Oh, sweet.
Invited. How old is that DM? That was today.
Yeah.
November 12th. 9:37.
Right.
Yes. Here I am. Be here or be square. Okay, I'm posting in the main, and I'm gonna post in the main server in the announcements. Get their ass in here.
Or else.
So you have event perms? You can run events now?
Yeah.
Word.
I'm not too sure about broadcasting it in the politics server as an event while an event is running. I gotta figure that one out.
Yeah, doesn't it like auto delete even politics server Discord links?
Yeah.
That's the stupidest thing. They can't make the bot make an exception for their own server. Don't advertise our server in our server.
Yeah, exactly.
Were you in here when I talked to Stone last night when we were talking to Stone?
I don't know. Was it in politics?
It was in here, yeah, I think it was in here. I don't know where the frick I was, dude. I don't even know anymore.
I know we had an event in here a couple of days ago.
No, it was English Hub. So we were talking about the Shiva thing some more, and because he was talking to Kevin Samuels while he was interacting with Shiva, because the airplane test was actually his test, and he would not. Stone was like, Shiva would not bring him in, dude. Even though he was going to comply with all the diktats and all that stuff, he would not let Man of Stone in. Dude's trying to stack the deck, man. Trying to bring in a bunch of dummies. Not that Kevin Samuel's a dummy. I'm just saying is that he was just trying to stack the deck. But anyway.
The person who actually came up with that test was willing to be on there, and he said no to him and said no and said yes to a person who was just going to like regurgitate it. That's so weird.
I just said no, dodged him.
Wow.
Just like they dodged Yoder, right? They dodged Yoder. Yoder was actually going to comply with their I call them diktats, right? we have this is our criteria. You must comply. He was even going to comply conditionally. That the biological information was going to be secure. That's my understanding. Because why biographical rather, not biological.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know Yoder was going to do it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
I think he was going to do it. I think he said he was going to.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even talk about it though. That was the thing in my messaging. I'm like, what the hell does the biographical information have to do with the scientific method? How is this relevant to the experiment? And they never said anything. They said, thanks for replying. Bye. That was it.
Yeah, that's weird because then they had people that had pseudonyms that were there.
Oh yeah, because they got death threats from flat earthers, right?
Has he produced any evidence of that?
Of course not.
Dude, if I was a scientist, I'd give myself a death threat so I could get out of doing it.
Look, McTuna's an annoyance. Why would anyone want him offed? I mean, if Whitsitt did, I'd understand it because of the stuff he said about Whitsitt. Stalking him, talking about his family, talking about his children, all that stuff. I mean, not offing him, maybe catching a beating, but freaking death threats. Bullcrap. Just like he lied. I mean, just like he lied about being banned from our server. Those are just a blatant lie. And that he's been saying it on X, and he says it in other places that he's banned from 24/7. No, he's not. He's not banned. He's never been banned. Why would I ban him? Why would I ban the frickin' Globetard Dunning-Kruger frickin' hero? Why would I ban him? Then how are we gonna stomp on him if he's banned? But McToon is all about narrative. I swear, like he's just all he does is spin. 90% of what he says comes out of his mouth is narrative spin. But I don't want to talk about them because they're not important.
Oh, I was allowed to post it, the link. Maybe we'll get some customers.
Also, death threats from Demok don't count.
Yes. That's just Tuesday, man. Like, what are you talking?
It's like I received a death threat. What from?
Dude, freaking Demog death threats himself. Death threats from Demog, dude.
Well, first of all, maybe you should take his death threat seriously 'cause he does get a little unhinged sometimes. But he just throws that out there. That's just like normal Tuesday. As inventive as Globers are about like inventing their own flat Earth in their head, Denmark is 10 times more inventive about inventing like the consequences of a globe. They're so funny. He comes up with some stuff, man. Just like, if you had a globe, then you just go see this whole thing of nonsense that would happen. It's funny. He's very inventive when it comes to that. Dude, he don't remember saying it, but I heard him say it one time. He said, you can't have water on a globe. He said, you have to have a container. You ever try to eat soup out of off of a globe? He don't remember saying that, but he said that a long time ago. It was so funny. I was dying. But he's got a point, right? You gotta have a liquid. You need it in a container. You can't have you can't. And he's just like, I want some soup, right? I got
Not me, dude. I like have a nice ball of cornflakes in the morning. It's just great.
A ball of cornflakes. Dude, I'm making sports bottles with frickin' that are a globe.
Man, I'm trying to remember some. He really would come up with some great ones. I mean, side view, of course. And can you do that in a lab?
Yep.
Yeah, that Shiva Summit thing was absolutely painful. Just, yeah, a completely spun story, almost arguably worse than TFE or whatever the hell that was, but arguably the exact same tactic.
Yeah, definitely the same tactic, right? I'm gonna do something, and like the real mission is to disparage flat earthers and show the whole world that they're dishonest idiots that don't really want to know the truth. That's his real goal. That's what he thinks he's gonna do. That's what Duffy thought he was gonna do, is that he was gonna do this Antarctica thing and no flat earthers would sign up and no one would go there and they would do whatever, right? That's what he thought would happen.
Okay, so what do you think that the flat earthers are running from? Like the constant monthly threats of a meteor crash coming from some like weird Oort cloud billions of galaxies away, the continuous false promise of civilian flights to space, the constant BS about colonization. It's just like there's only a handful of things that belief system really offers, and none of those have ever been fucking provided. Ever.
I'm still waiting for the space hotel, man. Think that it was supposed to be this year.
Me too, dude.
2025 with the space hotel?
Bro, I wanted to Jake Paul the space elevator, just like get to the bottom and just press all the buttons right before everybody goes up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, take that.
Well, you'll get younger as you go higher out of the gravitational well, right? So you'll age less. So you'll make it to the top before you're 100.
It's just an absolute spanked religion. That's all it is. Peer pressure from dead people. Somebody said it's a ball one day, and then somebody's like, yeah, it's a ball. And then they just kept running with it for some reason. Because 2 sticks and a dude in the desert, give me a fucking break. I can get the same results on my basement floor with fucking paper towel tube.
Bro,
So, like,
bro, you just coined a phrase, brother. 2 sticks, 1 dude. Man, why is it all the globe stuff got to be so sexual innuendo? hilarious.
You know, lesbians should be a natural ally because they're against balls, and they should just be on our side, just naturally.
Well, my question to them is if they're like, well, we're going to colonize space one day. And I'm like, what, are you going to go there and be depressed too, you globy? Like, he's going to go there and be depressed? You fucking idiot.
No, they dream of cat alien wives.
I don't know if there's enough Xanax to last the trip there, you globies. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what they're hanging on to and what makes them hang on to it so tightly. It's like, bro, you're not going to space, man. Like, is that it? Is that what they're hanging on to? Or is it just like anything, like the input? Like, I don't get it, dude. I just really don't get it.
Dude, I've had them say that they don't want to lose space. I said, yeah, but you're never going to space in your lifetime. But they're like, yeah, but it's just the idea of it, and like maybe people in the future will. I'm like, dude, who cares about what people in the future are doing? Like they have to imagine in the future their great grandkids are going to be starfighter pilots or something, you know, challenging the Kodan Armada.
Yeah, and first contact was made.
I used to get so tripped up about those pyramids they saw on Mars or whatever, or like the face, you know, and I'd be like, man, people used to live there. I bet somehow we got over here.
Bro, they're spending millions of dollars to just find like one little thing of bacteria, and it's like, bro, do you know how much life is down here? Like, it's all right here, bro. Like, you know, like if you just want some like culture, like I can make you some yogurt. Like if you want some bacteria, like holy shit, it's super strange, bro. There's nothing out there. Like even in their system, in their model, in their little creepy story, there's fucking nothing out there, dude. There's literally nothing. It's wild, and they're still like, it's worth it. I want to believe.
There's so much nothing that there must be something.
Yeah, they're turning stuff into things. Like, yeah, true. That logic, dude. More cheese is less cheese. The more Swiss cheese you have, the more holes the Swiss cheese has. The more holes, the less cheese. So more cheese, less cheese.
I actually had a student the other day. What's today, Wednesday? He asked it on Monday. While I was drawing on the board, I was drawing some section, drawing with some trees, and you know, basically just doing a tutorial of orthographic view, because you still have students drawing a elevation view and trying to shrink trees in the back. Anyway, he randomly asked me, he goes, "Sir, is the earth flat?" I go, "That's an interesting question. What do you mean?" And he answers, "Well, you know, the ice wall." I was like, "Ice wall? What ice wall?" He's like, "You know, Antarctica." And I was like, "Antarctica's an ice wall?" He's like, "Well, yeah." And I was like, "You've been there?" He's like, "No." But in front of the whole class, you know, everybody starts quieting down and eavesdropping on the whole thing. But they also, I don't know, I hope they noticed that I didn't really say anything at all, but simply just ask questions. They're getting more bold about asking or speaking up. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about star forts and old architecture sometimes, or you know, even buried architecture situations that I find even in our hometown. But I don't know. It was an interesting take because I've never had a student just blatantly ask in the middle of class. I'd say it's there's an uptick.
That's good. Yeah, that they asked it, and yeah, you just taking it seriously and then questioning further. It's a good response.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. He goes, well, wasn't there somebody who went to Antarctica? And I was like, who? Admiral Byrd or Captain Cook or who are you talking about? You know, he starts smiling because he goes, oh, you do know about it. I'm like, know about what?
Yo, do you guys want me to invite the people from English Hub over here?
Are they Globies?
Yeah, there's I think a few of them in there actually.
Yeah,
Is it dead
I was
over
just.
there?
Well, I just got into it with B-Man and a friend that he had about rockets and space. So they're amped up right now over in English Hub.
Time to crash a party.
I can go tell them to come over. I don't think anybody's. I don't even know if there's anybody. I was listening over on YouTube. I was on the phone.
Yeah, if it's fizzled out, definitely bring them over.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Did you hear me with B-Man last?
Oh yeah, I did. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna come over.
Who is B-Man? Is that Robert Utah?
No, he said he used to listen in on our old server, but he's like in his 20s, so I think he's mistaken. But he's a young kid, Glober. He likes to throw out claims with no evidence.
Dude, I like to throw out claims with no evidence too. Thrown out.
Yeah, I've talked to B-Man in the past. It's been a while.
I mean, he's a nice kid and all. I mean, he's not, I guess he doesn't like Indio, but.
What? Who doesn't like Indio?
He said the guy that has the Asian guy with the white goatee, he's got a avatar. He's really mean.
You're such a dick.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming over. He's talking with his friend right now, talking about Polaris.
I hate that guy. Imagine having to see him every day in the mirror.
Bro, India, I was talking about you, by the way. He said you were being a big meanie to him.
Well,
wow, yeah, you made a big impression on him.
Gotta do it again.
Well, hopefully he comes over.
I probably wasn't listening, and I was getting irritated that he was just like waiting to talk, which is typically what the kids do.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that Life Forever guy. Holy. Hold on.
That's what he was doing just a little bit ago. Like I asked him, I was like, what did I just tell you? Repeat what I just said. And he didn't know.
Let me. What is it?
How did I guess? The people that say I'm mean are the people that I don't tolerate, like ignoring me. I do get mean to them because they're being rude. If you're in a conversation with somebody in real life and they're ignoring you, that's rude, dude. Like,
he mentioned you, then he mentioned Matrix. He said he talked with a lot of us. I don't even remember him. He said he talked with me though, but I don't remember.
Well, Matrix is pretty rough sometimes.
I feel like he's normally like that only if they're being dishonest. I mean, granted, a lot of us are like that when people are being dishonest.
Plus, he gets a little bit of a handicap being Australian and all.
We all can't be like Flatloid.
Dude, is that a mental handicap or a technology handicap?
That's a loaded question. He means well. But yeah, I mean, he's passionate. was trying to think of the meanest flat earther, and I think what's his name? Justin. He was a mod back in 24/7. He would just like rip somebody a new one for no reason. Like, dude, relax. Oh, Vlad can get pretty mad too, but almost for no reason.
Guess you went around for Ace McSuper Loud. He would literally
No.
everything in the BC, including the flat earthers.
No,
Are you a
wasn't right
teacher?
for that one.
Are you a teacher, Flatlight?
Yeah, I teach architecture.
Oh, you do. Cool. What part of the United States, if you don't mind me asking?
The Third Coast, Central Texas.
Oh, nice.
You mean the southern provinces of Canada, actually.
Oh, finally found it. Okay. You guys are gonna love this. No screenshot. Damn, I didn't think it was from 7 o'clock this morning. I had to scroll back so far. I'm gonna post it up in the side chat right now for you guys.
No, it's observational science.
So I'm just trying to get from him. Oh no, he left. He was over at English Hub right now. Oh wait, is he still there? Oh no, yeah, he's gone. Never mind. I was arguing with him the whole time. He just kept calling us dumb the whole time. Said that we're ignoring observational science. I was like, what is that? He wouldn't answer me the whole time. Oh no, let me see.
He didn't leave. He's in Ask a Christian. He's in the Ask a Christian channel.
Yeah, that guy is a dude.
He's just an atheist troll, man.
Was that the same guy from this morning who was saying that a circle equals a globe?
Oh, I don't know if he said that to me.
It was hilarious. I mean, he quoted it, Joe, verbatim, super nicely. And he's like, yeah, a circle equals a globe.
I had a guy earlier also. He said that he was going to give me the scientific method for a triangle. Because he said that the triangle geometry is science. He never did that either, unfortunately.
Yeah, some of them are really hard to explain science to. And honestly, in my lecture courses, I don't know, I kind of double down on it in terms of making sure the class actually knows what the word objective or subjective means, but also, defining science and pseudoscience. Because we talk about it honestly a lot in architectural theory, at least in modern architecture. There's a lot of different like sustainability theories, if you will. For instance, it's kind of like the stuff we talk about here in terms of like, sure, you can have battery cars, right, or battery houses, but at what cost to the power supply or the power plant that's truly burning coal or gasoline or natural gas anyway? But it definitely comes up, right? Like, what is science versus pseudoscience? A lot of people start to realize when I start to go, yeah, that theoretical physics class, that's what it is. I mean, sure, maybe they're basing it off of actual science in some cases, but it starts to get a little woohoo if you ask me. We have this in a lot of cases. You'll have, practical physics and theoretical physics, but the same thing happens in architecture. You'll have different schools that focus more on the pragmatics and practicalities of design, such as like, Japanese architecture and an interlocking system that requires no extra hardware. or modernism in a way, postmodernism still really, and the rejection of the international style of the 1920s, kind of still going, I think. But people are waking up. I'm starting to ask questions for sure, and I think that's why I particularly like architecture, because it does give me the ability to really talk about anything. Sometimes even how level the earth is, especially when we draw it in perspective. Fun. And it's a really good outlet.
Did I ever tell you about the Trinity Church in Boston?
I think you'd have mentioned it once. I'll look that up now.
My friend had the guy that invented the steel cantilever bridge. He went to a architecture and engineering school. Back then they were combined. It was like an art, architecture, and engineering. It was a combined school, like where you went to learn all those things. And he made a glass etching, right? So you etch in the glass of the Trinity Church, and my friend had it. My friend, and I don't know if he got drunk and broke it or sold it or what the hell he did with it. But I was like, dude, this is like, I'm like, this is a glass etching of the Trinity Church from like freaking 1912 or something. And then I looked the guy up, and it was like the guy invented the steel cantilever structure. I think a bridge. It was like the first time that they were ever used. He invented the technology, and he had an original work of the guy. Have you ever seen the Trinity Church? It's quite nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Super old world looking. Yeah, it's kind of got a Romanesque look with the half circle arches instead of any pointies.
It's like in a giant courtyard, and like right across from it's the Copley Library, which is a whole nother thing altogether.
I think it's got that checkered pattern at the top too. It's extremely ornate, and it's got I forget what those are called. I should know. Almost like little guppers, if you will, on the edges or the ridges of the top roof.
Yeah,
it's much more like a French architecture thing, or French style. Honestly, the base looks kind of weak compared to the rest. You think there'd be more? There's only like a small stepping. And that's crazy. That's beautiful. You had a piece of glass from that?
A piece of glass that the guy that invented the bridge, he etched. He etched it into he etched the drawing into glass, and then what they would do is that's how they would print. They'd print the like posters. Right. They would rub ink on the glass. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The ink would go in the grooves of the glass. They used to be called ink prints or something like that. Glass ink prints. So he must have did it as like some project when he was going to school, because it had like so in the bottom right corner it had his name and what he made it for and the date and what it was of. It was like a little freaking metal placard thing. It was about pretty big. It was like maybe like 18 inches by 3 feet.
Posted up some more highlights in the side chat if anybody wants to look at those.
We use mathematical sciences to calculate geometric features. Just throw science in there. That'll work.
When you find your belief
goes against the greatest minds.
Fucking dude, is this dude bricked?
I'm telling you guys missed out today, man. Over in the English Hub, it's going crazy over there.
Yeah, there's some gold nuggets, man.
The definition of brainwashed.
The funny thing is, 100% this person's an atheist. 100% certain. And it really like grinds my gears when I hear atheists say something's right or wrong. Like, motherfucker, you don't believe in right and wrong. That doesn't exist, dude. Bunch of chemical reactions in your brain isn't right and wrong. There's no right and wrong in your chemical reactions. When you find your belief is not a belief, and your position goes against the greatest human minds in history, you know something is terribly wrong. This comment will break all of you.
But he was copying and pasting that statement like 40 times in the side chat. Like I was going crazy.
Oh my god. If you were never born, how would you feel?
This guy's high, man.
Yeah, that was funny. That was good. Good stuff.
You know he was being serious, right?
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
That was actually him releasing some trauma right there.
Exactly. It's like when Mimas would say, this is actually just a therapy session. And Globy's just constantly projecting left and right.
I heard a physicist say that mathematics was a natural science. I almost like shit my pants.
I discovered a wild 2 and 4 yesterday in the woods.
Well, I stepped in number 2.
That counts. That's math.
Yeah, did you guys already go over that video with Dr. or PhD, whatever, Shiva, whatever that dude's name was?
Almost wish I didn't.
In detail. And
damn, I missed
on
it.
level, hold on. Actually, I gotta say something. Everybody freaking sub to On the Levels Clip channel, man. There's good stuff on there.
Yeah, can you post it up in the side chat for me?
Yeah, I'll post this channel and I'll post a link to the breakdown of Shiva.
Yes, please. Yeah, I missed it.
For getting me the links. Everybody's doing their part. He did all the work. I'm just pretending I did something.
Because I remember somebody said they were going to be going over it, but I was like, oh man, I don't even know when that's going to be. I'm probably going to be working. Oh yeah, there you go. All right, cool.
So, Majin has created a channel and there are like a bunch of clips, but there's only 20 subs. I mean, that's a catastrophe. There should be way more than 20 subs because he's got lots of videos up there. So they're clips from the live stream ranging in between 30 minutes and 5 hours.
Oh shit, 5 hours. I was about to say.
Oh, this? Yeah, this is because his video was 2 hours to 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
it took that amount of time to go through it.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to this.
Science Summit. But we also veered off a couple times where we weren't actually talking about it. So
I'm gonna go like 2 times speed or something to get through this. There's no way I can. 5 hours is.
I mean, you could probably just start listening at the freaking end, like in the middle. Quite honestly, I would just skim through it.
Okay. It's like 2 Lord of the Ring movies right here.
He's also got playlists that he made for different people. So He's got one playlist: Amicable Conversations, Globe Zealot Naughty Corner. I don't know what that means.
Ooh, that sounds like a fun one.
Hey, Overlord, taking your job, whatever that means for a playlist. Yoder, the Indio Files, and just episodes. I don't know what that means. So he's got a bunch of. He's organized it in playlists, which is pretty great.
Wait, who is this guy?
Majin, Majin. He doesn't ever talk. I think he might be foreigner, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's the guy with. He has an anime profile picture too, doesn't he? The guy with like the short black hair.
I don't know.
I'm like, I only ever remember people by their.
He's always
freaking.
He's around a lot. I'm just glad he's doing it. Someone finally. I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time, and no one wanted,
seriously, because I do not have that kind of time.
Responsibility, of making a clip channel. I was actually talking about you, Flat Lloyd, like, because that's like a thing. Like, I was talking to somebody about this. How, like, I've always said, like, we'll help you do whatever you want to do, but we're not going to do it for you, because people come up with ideas and then they're like, hey, I have this great idea. Now you go do it. Like, no, we do it yourself. We'll help you do it. We'll do everything we can. And I use an example. Like, nobody told you to go start a secondary channel. You just did that shit, right? And and look where it is
Yeah, I mean,
now.
for the most part. I mean, CB was like, dude, we need another channel. I was like, well, I do have this computer right next to me. So that day, I just started making it into a OBS station.
Yeah, but you get almost as many viewers as Helio does.
It's getting up there,
I run both of
actually.
them at the same
There's a
time.
lot of subs.
Well, I mean, because yours is presented a little bit different. Helio's is like you can see just your screen layout's a little bit different.
Right.
So people probably just prefer that layout. And then you guys are staggered, so even if like Helio misses something when he's down, it'll be on yours.
Exactly.
It's super useful.
Unless Eli has a really good point.
That's going to be more than freaking. That's at least 3 streams, dude. What are you talking about?
I did notice that. Because I checked myself and I was like, no way. Did that really happen? And I know it definitely happened to him twice and I couldn't believe it. So I've been trying to stagger it a little bit better too.
Oh, it's happened with Helio shitloads of times.
Is it a flat earth?
And like, I don't know if you do this, Helio, but
is this like for real?
Thinking that Helio, he's like, oh my god, they're having a great conversation. I'm going to restart the stream, and then he freaking misses the freaking good parts.
Is this about flat earth?
Yeah, man.
Like for real?
Yeah. We were all taught the globe. You were taught the globe too, right?
And what?
You were taught the globe also, right?
No, please. I don't want to be gaslighted, please.
So you weren't?
Are you that scared of this question?
Yes, I was.
Right. We were too. But have you ever actually tested that globe for what you see in reality?
I mean, I want to go to the moon in like 10 years.
I mean,
I want to pay like the ticket to go to the moon, and I'll see that like the.
You like we're talking about planets. You're like, I want to run away from the Earth and go to the moon.
Yeah, I'm going to Mars in like 7-8 years. So I'll tell you. Yeah.
Gosh, I've been looking for someone who actually thinks they're going to Mars. So you really think you're going to Mars?
Yes, if I have money.
How long do you think? When do you think you're doing this?
In 8 years.
8
Is it going to take like 8 years to get there too?
So you were saying it's never going to happen.
I didn't say anything. I've just been looking for a few months now for like a real person who actually believes that
looking
story.
for you too.
Yeah.
I've been looking.
Do you actually believe that though? Are you just like joshing us, or do you actually believe you're going to Mars?
It's my belief, yeah. It's one of my beliefs.
Why do you believe that?
I guess I come to the wrong channel.
No, we're asking you why. Why we want to understand why you believe that that's a possibility.
Yeah, technology is advancing.
Like, which technology now indicates that you're going to Mars?
Which
Is
technology?
it the moon base? Oh shit, we don't have a moon base. Is it the
Which
people that are hanging out
technology?
on the moon? Oh shit, there's no people
I
on the moon.
mean,
Is it
when I
because
look,
people can
when
survive in
I'll tell
confinement
you. Wait,
experiments
wait,
for a
wait,
long
wait.
time?
Calm down.
Do you remember that?
Calm down, calm down.
Do you
When I
remember
look
the
at the sky,
I am calm. Shut up. I am the biosphere. Do you remember the biosphere project, or was it
when I look at
biodome?
the sky, I see like satellites and planes and
No, you don't.
everything
Okay,
on
stop,
the
dude.
sky.
No, you don't. You're not seeing something the
That's
size of a
why
refrigerator
I'm telling you
3,000
that.
miles away. Come on.
What?
Stop it. So,
What did you
do
say?
you remember the biodome thing? Or are you too young for that?
I don't know what you're talking
They
about.
made this biodome on Earth, and they were testing to see if people could survive on the long trip to Mars. And they put them in this biodome. Would they last two?
Okay.
Yeah, dude, you're not lasting. Like, you're not going to Mars, dude. You wouldn't last.
Okay. Okay, well, where do you want
Because
to
you're gonna
go?
have to produce all your own oxygen. You can't bring it with you, so you have to produce your own oxygen, own food, own water. You gotta make all this stuff.
I mean, I don't know about that. That's something science should know. That's something that my astronaut suit should have. I would probably carry like some kind of tank with me, right? I'm
Yeah,
not
how
a
do you get it up
scientist,
there?
so I can't explain you that. You should
Yeah, how do you
probably
get up
ask a
there, dude?
scientist. What?
Ask the scientists.
Yes, or read a
What if
book or
you ask
something.
the scientists, and some scientists, which they do, say going to Mars is bullshit?
I mean,
Do you know
but
who doesn't
I'm
say it's
not.
bullshit?
I'm
It's
not just
Elon
talking
Musk.
about.
Elon Musk is the only person that says it's not bullshit.
I'm not
Everybody
just
else
talking
says it's
about
bullshit.
Mars. I'm saying like the flat Earth thing you're talking. This channel.
Hold on, dude.
I mean, I think
flat Earth
there's a
what?
lot of experiments you can do on Earth that prove the flat Earth is wrong.
Oh, like what? We just talked about that.
Like a
Flat Earth
light.
Right just asked you if you did any of
I'm
them.
gonna tell you, but do you know when they let me talk?
Yeah, but Flat Lloyd Wright just asked you if you did any of them, and you said no.
Did what?
Any experiments to test?
I mean, living on the flat Earth.
No,
but
you
if
believe you're
you
living on a
believe
globe.
it, if you believe it, there's a lot of experiments like putting like a light kilometers away, and putting like a target, and if the light is above the target, it means the Earth is the globe.
Yeah, but we've done these with lasers of 40 kilometers.
And what was the?
So the laser
result?
started at
The result was it's flat.
Yeah, the result was it's flat.
I mean, I've seen like a lot of that say otherwise. That say
no, you're lying. Post it.
I'm
Post it in
lying?
the chat right. Post it in the chat right now. One of them. You said you've
I
seen a lot,
didn't
so
save it,
surely you
but
can post one.
I mean,
Post one, dude.
I'm not
You know
arguing
you've
with
seen
you.
a lot of them, V. Post one.
I've seen a lot of them.
Then post one of them.
I didn't save the link of any of them.
Oh yeah. Where did they do it?
I can send you if you want.
Yeah,
I can
then
search for it.
describe it. Then if you can't post us the link, describe it to us. Where did they do it?
Where?
Yeah, where?
In Earth.
Where on Earth did they do it?
Like a lot of places. United States.
Yeah, name which one. The one you're thinking. The one. Okay, do this. Do this. Imagine in your mind the best one, the one that proves the globe the most. Where did they do that test? How long was it? What laser did they use?
I think the best one is from space.
Talk about the one on Earth that you said you saw.
On Earth that I think I saw. I think they were in the U.S.
They're in the. You think? How long was the distance they shined the laser?
I mean, I didn't do the experiment. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
But you saw a video, dude, and you think
you
it
shouldn't
proved the
ask
Earth?
me. You should ask like the scientists. I don't know about the
Yeah.
details.
So, well, why don't you ask the scientist to post the video in the chat?
I don't know about the details.
You don't need to be a scientist to make a measurement.
So let me get this right. This is your position. Laser tests have been proved the Earth is a globe. You don't know the details, but you're sure there's a whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of what?
Let's go with that. Let's
Just
go with
saying
that.
a whole bunch of things to prove that the Earth isn't flat.
No, you said there's a bunch of tests, these light tests. That's what you said.
No, there's a bunch of proof.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you proof that the Earth is not a globe right now, and I'm going to give you details.
Okay, please, please give me.
Okay. So
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay, let me finish. So, one of the tests that was done, they went to Lake IJsselmeer, which is in the Netherlands. It's a saltwater lake that they enclosed from the sea. Okay, so it's sea level water. They took a laser 10 meters above the water. They beamed it 40 kilometers, and at the other end, the laser was measured to be 1.5 meters above the surface of the water. Now, if the Earth was a globe, that laser should have been 127 meters off the surface of the water.
Okay, and where was this? Where was this
Lake
again?
IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. That's what I started with. Were you not paying attention? I literally started with the location.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm a little tired.
Okay, I'm sorry. So someone, Dandelion, just posted a video of it in the chat. If you don't want to watch a video of them doing it, that's long. I can just post the report that was generated. So they did 5 of these tests. They did 3, and then 2 weeks later they did 2 and replicated the first 3. The longest 2 of the first 3. The longest.
But it was like a little above, right? The laser was a little above.
A little above what?
You said it was like 1 point something meters.
It started at 2 meters and ended at 1.5 meters.
So
hard
it
to aim a
like
laser across 40 kilometers exactly. Do you know where the laser should have been if the Earth was a globe? You shouldn't have seen the laser unless you were on top of a 42-story building.
Okay.
Yeah, 42-story building. They're pretty tall, right? So that's the only place you should have been able to see the laser from is from up there. But they saw at 4 feet above the sea level. Not 400 feet, 4 feet. Not 127 meters, 1.5 meters.
Okay, and you think that's enough to prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's different than what the globe predicts by 2 orders of magnitude.
It's undeniable proof, bro.
It's 2 orders of magnitude, right? So it's way outside any measurement error, any uncertainty. It's way outside what the globe predicts. Not a little bit outside. It's not close. 2 orders of magnitude. You understand what that means, right?
Dude, he's got you. Just admit defeat.
Shut up, tourist. We don't need a fucking heckler.
Well, I don't even know.
So that's just one test, right? So during this test, they also brought meteorological stations where they measured the weather conditions, right? So what they did, they just tested the globe. What does the globe predict? We're going to do the test. What are the results? Now, they got the result they got. This has been replicated, though. This isn't like this is a one-off event. It's a bunch of laser tests that are across way too far distances than the globe allows because the curve of the Earth should be in the way, right? So these tests have been done over water, B. Now, any individual test doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It's the logic that proves the Earth is flat. The surface of the Earth is covered mostly in water. And if that water does not curve, right, then the Earth must be flat. If the oceans of the world don't curve...
Do you know, what's your name? Sorry, India, right?
Why are you interrupting? Am I talking to you?
This is an important addition to your discussion. That's why I'm interrupting. Yes. The FECO model. I've been listening to your FECO argument in the Netherlands lake, right? Do you know about Snell's law?
Yeah.
Or do you know? Do you know if any of Do you know if they knew about Snell's law?
Yes, I know about Snell's law, Fermat's principle, complex refractive indexes. Dude, don't even try. You're not the smartest person in the room, dude. If you picked the wrong topic to try to be the smartest person in the room.
I'm not trying to be the smartest person in the room. I'm simply saying, do you think the Thakor model accounted for for proper refraction? Did they apply Snell's law correctly?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because even if you applied the gold standard refraction, it would only move the laser down 5 meters.
Right. So this is
so you need 100. You need to move it down another 122 meters.
Right. So all of your conclusion is invalid.
So I just want to ask this: what else?
Okay,
What else do you?
Shut up. Why are my conclusions invalid?
Because you think the refraction was negligible because you misapplied the Snell's law.
No, I just said standard refraction. I just said standard. The standard refraction prediction would move the laser down 5 meters.
So let me ask you a question.
The prediction is 127 meters minus 5 meters is 122 meters. Where'd the other 122 meters come from? Where'd they go?
Where did they go? The negligible refraction index.
Look, it has to match a radius of 65,000 miles, bro.
If you don't understand it, right? Just say you don't understand it, and I can explain it.
Oh my gosh, are you not even hearing him? In addition, I put the report in the chat there where it explains how they took what the refraction into account. It's like he's not even listening. He's just trying to reframe the conversation.
I'm gonna prove your Dunning-Kruger pretend clownery. Okay. So Snell's law. Snell's law. Shut up. Snell's law is not equivalent. You cannot use Snell's law in a gradient refractive index media, which is what the air would be. It's not mathematically valid.
Why not?
Look, I'll post it in the chat.
No, you explain it.
No, I'm going to post the paper in the chat because sine theta is not equivalent, right? Because you don't have a well-defined boundary in a gradient index media. I'm going to post the paper.
Okay. Do you know what? Do you know what?
Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question, bro.
Required.
Snell's law.
You don't even
Snell's
need to
law
do this advanced mathematics to prove the Bloeb model.
Bro,
right?
Snell's law is a
but even when you
you're trying to run away from your claim now. Now that you got
I'm not trying to run away from it. We can speak about it. I don't think you understand
You totally are. You're trying to say it doesn't matter. First, you were trying to pretend like Indio didn't understand when clearly you don't understand.
Shut the fuck up. All right. Let's hear it. Explain it fully. Snell's law. Go ahead. Let's see.
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle, which is well-defined.
It's negligible.
Dude, shut up.
No,
Snell's law, Dunning-Kruger, is a special case of Fermat's principle. True or false? True or false?
Dunning-Kruger?
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle, the principle of least time.
Did you just say Snell's law is Dunning-Kruger?
Snell's law, yes or no? Is Snell's law a special case of Fermat's principle?
I'm not joking, dude. He just literally said Snell's law is Dunning-Kruger. Why?
For the third time, yes or no? Is Snell's law a special case of Fermat's principle?
Did you just say Snell's law was Dunning-Kruger?
I told you Dunning-Kruger, you dunce.
Or Dunning-Kruger.
No. That's what he just said. I heard him say it.
Yeah, we record this. Now you're embarrassing yourself.
I'm not embarrassed.
The little bot up there, the little YouTube thing, all this is recorded. Anyone can just rewind and see what I said 3 times.
Okay. Go for it. Go do it.
What little credibility you had, you just shot away.
What credibility? I'm not claiming to know its own entirety, but even I can tell you're talking out of your ass.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm posting.
So you don't have a comprehensive understanding of Snell's law. You don't have a comprehensive understanding of the mathematics.
You're not disagreeing with me.
You say the refraction was negligible because you don't understand how it was. So the Thakor model fails.
No, explain to me how it works then. Explain to me how it works. Give me the model that accurately predicts refraction. Go.
Why do you want me to explain to you? Go look it
Because
up
how would
yourself.
you know?
Do your
How
own
would you
research.
know? How would
I'm
you
not
know
doing
if
your
I'm
research
using the
for you.
wrong model? How would you know if I'm using the wrong model if you don't know what the right one is?
Because I just listened to the fucking
How would you?
video.
How do you know that's wrong if you don't know what's right?
She's a dumb fuck like you as well. So
How
who
do
gives
you
a
know
shit?
that's wrong if you don't know what's right? Yeah, that's
Because
right.
they
It's
also
called
use the
terrorist.
FACO model in that video they just posted
How do you know
in
it's
the
wrong if you
Netherlands.
don't know it's right?
I just looked at the video that she just posted, the 55-minute video that she
Yeah.
posted.
Okay,
That's
and
a FACO model, right?
and it's wrong. Why?
Because it misapplies Snell's law. Same as what I
then
just said
show us the
earlier.
right application.
Why do I need to do that? I don't need to spend money to disprove this shit.
If you don't
do
know
your
what the right
research.
application is, you can't use Snell's law even in this context.
Okay. All right, listen, dumb fuckers. All right.
No,
I don't need
yeah,
to do
that's
all
the
of
last
these.
time you say that.
Okay, peace
Oh,
out,
yeah.
Harris. Peace out.
Yeah, you're about done.
Hey Harris, listen, Harris, I'll let you speak again if you post any application of Snell's law at all in any context in the chat.
Look, if you can even define Snell's law without reading
No, I
it,
love the fact that you guys really believed it and you're very
yeah, we don't care about your social commentary.
enthusiastic
Zip it,
about it.
Zip
and
it. We
really
don't care about you. Either bring globe evidence or shut up, bro. We don't care about your social
Ringo,
commentary.
bro, I'm trying to be positive here. You're being negative.
No, you're giving social commentary about flat earthers. We don't care. We want the globe evidence
what's
or
that?
shut up.
I'm just trying to be positive. I'm sorry.
No, you're talking about us saying, you guys really believe this. No, don't talk about us guys. Talk about the topic. We're not the topic.
I mean,
sorry, I was just trying to be positive.
Yeah, shut up.
Every flat earther has
You're
their own
failing.
different-
You're
And now
failing.
you're
That's what
doing
you're
it,
trying to
Taurus.
do. You failed.
Now you're doing the very thing I just told him not to do.
Dude, I'm a flat earther as well. I'm allowed to say what I believe.
You are.
Who the fuck
What's
are
the
you?
best evidence for a flat Earth that you've seen?
No current found.
I mean, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't tornadoes and hurricanes be impossible because they only occur on a globe Earth?
That's idiotic.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's idiotic, dude.
Well, it's one of their arguments for globe Earth.
Is that hurricanes and tornadoes are impossible on a flat Earth?
Tornadoes and hurricanes, yeah.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is they only spin in one direction. And that proves the Earth is spinning. You don't even know the fucking argument of your own side.
I'm a flat earther, but now I'm going to be a glober out of
just like Taurus, right? You never were like you couldn't tell me what single flat Earth argument.
Christopher Columbus, when he was sailing and looking around for the Americas,
Yeah, just go on mute, dude. Fucking troll army, dude. They all called each other. Come in there, let's troll the flat earthers. Do you know what you guys aren't doing? You're not producing evidence of a globe. That's what you're not doing. So Harris, we're gonna try you again. We're gonna try you again, and you're gonna answer a simple question. Do you know what the model of the standard refraction model used by surveyors is? Oh. Yeah, you're unmuted, Harris. You can get out of your DMs and come back in here.
Oh, I'm unmuted?
Yeah, you're out. Get out of your DMs with your little buddies here.
Fucking echo chamber,
Your
dude. What the
fellatio
fuck
party
is
that
this
you're
here?
having with your buddies. Okay.
Dude, this is literally an echo chamber of some illiterate Americans.
No, it's look, bro.
You're all
Harris,
illiterate.
it's not echo chamber. It's echo chambers. We have echo chambers. We have three servers. We have three servers.
Right.
So it's
Oh
echo
God,
chambers.
you're sweating. Fucking idiots.
We have echo chambers, buddy. Get it right.
Functionally illiterates. Read a book. Did you pass high school?
Yeah.
What's the highest qualification you
I
have?
went further in academia than you did, Harris.
Did you go to college?
Yeah, and I graduated.
Really?
Actually, in fact,
What was
1,
the qualification you got? What was the field in?
3, 4.
What was the dandelion fella or girl or whatever his name is?
6 flat earthers in here graduated university.
What course was it? Socialism?
And Harris, you didn't. Harris, you didn't.
No, I did. I did.
I can tell you. No, you didn't.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
What was the course? What was your course, by the way? Was it flat earth?
What was my class?
Yeah, what was the course that you graduated from that your qualification was?
Course? You take lots of
Yeah.
courses at university, Harris.
I fucking thought so. She's like, you didn't graduate from university. Fucking liar.
You take please. You take lots of
Yeah.
courses at
So
university.
don't pretend like you graduated from high school. I don't think you even graduated from high school. You don't know any mate.
You can't even tell me anything about Snell's law.
I don't need to engage with the
taught in high school.
You don't even know what basic calculus is.
Snell's law is taught in high school.
Have you taken calculus before?
Yes.
You know what integration is? Do you know what differential?
Yes.
Right.
I know what derivatives are. So this is. So did you see the paper I posted? So using the calculus of variations, it proves that Snell's law can't be used in an index for
you're just
index reflection medium.
I looked at this 50-minute video.
It's not the video; it's the paper I posted, Harris.
And I know distinctly that what the principal error that they made, right? The principal error is they misapplied Snell's law, which gave them far too little bending, so they concluded that refraction was negligible.
Give us the right application.
Why the fuck do I have to do why the fuck do I have to waste my energy and my education entertaining dumb fucks like you? No, you get a diploma. You do the
I have one. I have a few.
Do it. So I don't need to do a play.
No, Harris, it's really simple.
Do you want me to show you, right, a far more easier experiment that you can conduct without anything, right? You don't need any high-powered laser, okay?
Yeah, you're trying to change the subject, Harris.
No. I'm just showing you.
Harris,
I can
Harris,
base arithmetic.
Harris, how do you? What refraction needs to exist to get that experiment?
I'm not going to have an
don't interrupt me.
With you.
Don't interrupt me. I'm going to ban
you're
you.
Not an intellectual person,
3,
right?
2.
I will not engage.
Yeah, that's right. You will not engage.
Let's talk to the Christopher Columbus guy. True self.
Yeah. That's
Hold on. I'm gonna finish my thought though.
Okay, do.
Because he was trying to mute me by filibustering. Okay. I want to know for anybody in this chat if they calculated refraction wrong. What refraction has to exist to get their experimental result? That was the question I was going to ask them. Which refraction has to exist for them to measure that? For them to get a beam at 1.5 meters off the surface of the water over a distance of 40 kilometers. What atmospheric refraction has to exist? And how did that same atmospheric condition happen again 3 weeks later? If you can answer those questions, then maybe I'll take you seriously. But carrying on.
Wait, me?
Yeah, Columbus boy.
Oh, I thought the other guy, because he sounded smarter.
Oh my gosh, really? You thought he sounded smart because he gave no evidence, True Cell. He only kept making claims, kept trying to insult us, so on and so forth. He didn't understand what he was talking about. He wouldn't answer the question that Indio just asked, which was an amazing question. You can't just look at, he obviously did not look at, he looked at neither the video nor the PDF summary of the FE core experiment, because if he looked at it, he would see that they accounted for refraction that was already accounted for. So he had no idea what he was talking about. His purpose was to fool people who are not examining the evidence in an objective way, who are just interested in emotional appeal, fallacies, and arguments about the person, into thinking that he had the upper hand in the conversation when he never had the upper hand in the conversation. He never presented any information. What information did Harris present that made you think that he sounded smart, True Cell?
He used big words, but I do got 4 questions though. Four honest questions.
I got a question. Have you ever heard "In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king"?
No, that sounds cool though.
Yeah, you're a blind person, and you think the one-eyed man
that doesn't sound
king.
cool. Okay, I got 4 questions though. One is, I thought flat earthers don't believe in the Earth is spinning or gravity.
No. Flat earthers isn't the topic.
But it's my question.
You were a flat earther.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
so
wait.
Just ask yourself what flat earthers believe.
Okay, wait. 2 is there a dome around the Earth, like, and space
Unknown.
is fake, and you can't like exit out
That's
of
a bunch
space.
of questions. No one knows if
Well,
there's
yeah.
a dome, but we do know it's contained. And space is fake because it's impossible
to get to, right?
No, it's just impossible to exist in the way they say it exists.
What do you mean? We can see stars and like planets and stuff from telescopes.
Yeah, can you see how far away they are away?
I don't know. Maybe you could calculate it.
How?
I don't know. I'm not a math guy.
Okay, so you don't know. So this is the problem. Is that what they say is those things are in a giant vacuum and that we have air pressure next to that vacuum. But we know from experiment and real world experience that you can't have air pressure next to a vacuum without some sort of barrier separating them. So if you want to say planets and stars exist in some vacuum, there's no way you're going to get to them because there must be a barrier preventing you from getting there if they're in a vacuum.
Okay. And 3.
And we know because this is called the second law of thermodynamics, which has no known violations in the history of mankind. So what we have is the second law on one hand and what it says, and people showing you images on a screen saying they're violating that. And then if you ask them, they'll say gravity creates the gas pressure. And you say, okay, demonstrate that with an experiment. And they can't. They can only talk about it. And then if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in that to describe what gas behavior is.
Right.
Because gas is unaffected by gravity.
That makes sense. Okay, I think last question is...
It's not that it's fake. It's that it can't exist, period.
Okay.
Violation of natural law.
I get it. Then, like,
the dome is more of a claim about the shape of what the barrier is. We don't know what the fucking shape is. Could be a fucking pyramid. Could be a fucking, I don't know, a rough fucking surface. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows if it's even solid material? Like, I don't know.
Right. And then my second
question, dude. We only talk about what we can prove. We don't talk about speculation. We don't speculate here.
Right.
We only deal with what we can prove. Dome, we can't prove that. Gas pressure went out of container, yeah, we can prove that all day long. Go try to pump up your bike tire without a fucking tire.
True. Yeah, that makes sense. But how does no one fall off the Earth if it's flat? Is there like an ice wall?
Fall to where?
Huh?
Why would anybody fall anywhere?
If it's flat, wouldn't there be like an edge? Like a coin kind of situation? No. I mean,
I just told you there's no space. That means Earth is not a space disk. And why would you fall? The whole idea of falling is, there's this thing called gravity. Okay? Why would I fall off the edge of the Earth? Where would I fall to?
So are you saying there'd be
where
a barrier?
Would I fall to? Can you answer where I would fall to?
I don't know, like off the Earth somewhere.
To where? Would I fall to space? Would I fall to space?
I suppose. Perhaps. No, that's it. I guess that makes sense.
Can't fall to space. There's no edge of the Earth. There's no fucking big void universe where there's a bunch of fucking objects inside.
But if it's flat Earth, like you say, there is an edge.
You got questions, I'm answering them.
Yeah.
Earth is not some fucking object in a giant fucking void. Okay? Get that idea out of your head. That's like thinking like the universe is inside of something. What's the universe inside of?
Probably God or something. I don't know.
The universe is inside. What's God inside of?
The Christian God.
Okay, what's inside of that? What's that inside of?
I mean, the Christian God is...
with this? No matter what you say, I can ask what that's inside of.
Well, the thing is, God has no beginning, so it kind of stops it there.
Wait. Well,
it wouldn't be God if you had a beginning.
No, God,
like the universe has a beginning.
I'm talking about freaking space, dude. Metrical space.
Hey, so I have a question for you, though.
No. Wait. Okay. I fucking hate when you guys do that shit. We're getting right to the fucking point.
So, like,
what is the universe inside of, right? Does the universe have an edge?
No, it's apparently infinite according to NASA.
No, it's not infinite according to NASA. They say it's 90 billion fucking light years in diameter.
That's pretty big.
Okay, what's outside of it? What's it inside?
What's inside the universe?
Yeah, where's the edge? The question you just asked me, I'm asking you. Where's your edge?
like in my mind for the Earth.
In the modern cosmology, the cosmology you believe in, where's the edge of the universe?
I don't know.
Well, then it don't exist. Then the universe don't exist.
The universe doesn't exist.
Well, obviously it doesn't exist because you can't tell me where the edge is.
Well, yeah, because I'm not like some space
it has
guy.
to have an edge, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Because everything has an edge, right? Everything.
True. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Everything does not have an edge, and it was proven a long time ago that you can't actually prove with math, geometry, logic that there's a boundary on anything. It's called Zeno's paradox, because you can subdivide shit by half forever, and you can never reach the boundary condition. So using discrete mathematics, you can never actually prove there's a boundary, and that's what you're using when you say, "Hey, where's the edge?" Hey, if I walk a certain distance in some direction, where does the Earth stop and become something else? There is no place where that happens. The only way you leave this Earth to get outside is when your heart stops beating.
I see.
Okay? There is no physical boundary to the Earth in which you can go fucking to. You can't go knock on where the dome meets the Earth. You can't. The Earth is not a disk in space. It's not the third disk from the sun. It's not a space pizza. So what you've done is that did he bounce?
Oh yeah, I guess he did. Oh, that's too bad. Well, at least he was able to at least have a back and forth more than Harris.
Okay, Colonel Brad. He freaking crashed and burned.
All right. So my question is,
your voice sounds oddly familiar.
Who knows?
Have you been in here before?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So as far as that as far as the like Earth being round or Earth being flat, how do you kind of account for flights like air travel being faster if you follow supposed curvature of the Earth rather than a straight line?
What does that mean?
So like the time difference between flying at in kind of an arc around what would be a spherical Earth, the curvature of the Earth. How do you account for that if it's flat? How
There's
it would be
nothing to
faster
account
if it was
for.
at
Everything
a
you're saying
angle.
is factually incorrect.
What's factually incorrect
Because you're
about it?
confusing the projection of a coordinate system with the fucking actual Earth. So if you take the projection of a spherical coordinate system like latitude and longitude, and you project it onto a grid and map those points, a straight line is going to become a curved line. And if I take a curved path and a polar coordinate system and map it to that, it's going to show a straight line. But planes don't actually fly like that. Planes actually fly in international and domestic flight corridors. So they don't fly point to point in the first place. That's why I said everything you said is factually wrong. It's totally abstract. You looked around the web and frickin' looked at some Flight 24 projection onto a frickin' Mercator map. And we're like, hey, it's taking a curved path. It's not taking a curved path. It's a projection of the coordinate system. That its location in that coordinate system is a curved path. Because that coordinate system, latitude and longitude, does not exist on the surface of the Earth. You understand that?
Yeah.
Latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. Contrary to popular belief, they're in the sky. And what that coordinate system represents is when you're under a certain set of stars at a certain time. That's what that coordinate system is. So if I asked you find your latitude and longitude using only the ground and nothing in the sky, it is an impossible task. You can't do it. No one can do it because there's no reference to the ground within that coordinate system. The reference is secondary. Right. We make the celestial sphere coordinate system, and then we assign locations on the Earth to be underneath it.
Right.
And they used to actually write this in books at the end of the 19th century. This is what they would say. They wouldn't say you're on the equator. They would say you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, or that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. This is how they would write it down. They wouldn't say you're on it. They would say you're under it.
All right.
So when you take that coordinate system, right, of a plane is flying somewhere relative to the stars, and then you take some flat Mercator map, which is also made with that coordinate system, but turned into a cylinder, and then you map the celestial sphere to a cylinder coordinate system, and then you place it on a square grid, you end up with a curved fucking path. That's what it looks like. But that's just what it looks like. But if you were above the plane looking down on it, it wouldn't look like that.
All right.
This is confusing the map with the territory. This is a known fallacy. It's called the map territory problem. Look, don't feel bad because a lot of people don't understand.
Oh no, I'm here to learn.
Cartography and
I always
cartography and coordinates and differential geometry and all these little subtopics. They're presented with it in a very oversimplified rendition of what's actually going on. Because I can post right now in the chat pilots inside the cockpit showing their flight route on a polar projection, and it shows it's completely straight. Right? They're in the fucking cockpit looking at their fucking sky chart.
Yeah.
So but if they took that, right, their map, and they were like, oh, let's put this on the Mercator map, it would then be curved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show this for everybody. You can look at it too if you'd like. Just gonna find it real quick. That's the video, but I'll post a screenshot of the map. That's a clip of that section of the video. That's a screenshot of them looking at their map, right? And this is a straight line right across the map. And I think they're flying, could be like Buenos Aires to, I can't remember exactly. Oh, did I post that in the wrong thing? Yeah, I did. Hold on a second. Let me post the video. I didn't post the clip from the video. Anybody else want to chime in? It's weird how it didn't embed right.
I can't wait to China takes over, man. That's gonna be so awesome.
Oh, wow, oh, you want to be unmuted, Taurus? See if you can contain yourself, dude. Here, talk. Eddie, who wants to talk to Taurus, man? Taurus needs a freaking.
Hi, tourist.
Thank you. Most gracious of you to give me my tongue back.
Were you the one who your flat Earth evidence was Christopher Columbus?
No, dude. I got muted for no reason. That guy talked over me.
That was a guy called Trayless.
Yeah, that's the guy that left. Yeah. That's the guy that had 4 questions.
Well, you guys are brothers in arms, man. He was also a flat earther. You guys both are.
I'm a different kind of flat earther.
Like the globe kind?
Well, no. And then you'd be a globe-tard, wouldn't you?
What made you a flat earther tourist?
I don't know. Flat Earth to me is more of a philosophy that rejects constructionist dogma. But I mean, you know, more power to you if you want to take it like insanely literally, you know, because I mean that still aligns.
So you're
He's like, where do I go with that?
Wait a sec. Does this ring a bell? Does this ring a bell, tourist? Earth is flat, Jack, flatter than a flapjack. We bow to flat smack. Globers, get your backs packed. I'm with my flat pack. Globes in the trash sack as I move an equidistant map upon my snapback. Flat smacking everybody in Joe's crab shack.
Damn, better than Eric Dubay.
That's from.
Was that you?
Well, that's from Channel 5. But yeah, I have been known to rap that occasionally in this channel.
Oh, so you didn't write that?
No, that's from like the Flat Earth conference that Channel 5 went to.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Because I saw you post it one day and I saved it.
Yeah. Dude,
Alright, so that's not.
Fucking legendary.
I liked T-Dub's performance of it. That was great.
Yeah, dude, it needs a rendition.
I don't know. Harris is back. He's claiming he wants to go through this model step by step. I don't even know what model they're talking about.
Oh, yeah, this should be funny. I really want to entertain this. Hell yeah. Okay, Harris. Tell us the refraction conditions that existed to make this observation possible, these measurements. And again 3 weeks later.
So, do you have a scientific calculator with you right now?
I don't need a scientific calculator.
Then how could you follow my calculations alongside step by step?
I don't need to follow your calculations, dude. I need to know I need to know the model, the variables that you're going to use.
I will use it to be consistent. I will use the original measurements.
What are your variables?
What variables? The measurements that they were taken?
Calculate refraction that can account for this observation.
I will follow exactly what the original.
Look, the fact is, they measured the laser 1.5 meters off the fucking ground. How did it get down there?
What? The fuck are you talking about?
They measured the laser 1.5 meters off the water. It's supposed to be at 127. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
I'm going to explain
You're going to go back on mute. Last chance, dude. Don't interrupt me again, dude.
Why are you scared? Why are you scared?
Let me finish my sentence.
Let me explain it.
No,
Let me explain
I didn't finish my sentence.
You unmuted me so I can explain it and go through the
I didn't finish my sentence, dude.
I don't need to hear you yapping.
You're very bad. Yeah, you're very bad at taking turns, Harris.
I don't care.
Can
I don't
you hear
need to
me?
give you guys any respect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you don't need. Yeah.
Stay at home. Mom has nothing to do better.
Mm-hmm.
I love when they get muted right when in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he has problems taking turns speaking. We're trying to have coherent conversations here. Gosh. His cohorts, his compatriots were much more civilized and better able to hold a conversation.
The funny thing, they consider him the smart one of them.
I know when that guy said he was smart, I'm like, oh my goodness. I mean, he's just, that was crazy.
Used big words.
He said that, yeah. When I said, what made you think he was smart? He said, because he used big words. Yeah, that was funny.
What's that? The sesquipedalian authority fallacy. Dude, what big word did he even use? Refraction.
Yeah, I think so. 3
Probably
syllables.
calculus. I
Yeah.
think calculus is the longest.
I was going to say that.
Oh, he also said integral. Or no, he said integration.
Dude, I think he was
Yeah,
just
he only got
covetous.
3 syllables.
I think he was covetous of the capaciousness of your Capus cavernosa.
Well, Drace and Carmen must be the smartest because they got that word that has like 27 syllables in it.
Yep, definitively. Were we answering something for Colonel Brad, or did he get answered?
Honestly, I can't really think of any other questions that would really draw anything right now. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm pretty tired too.
Have you ever considered that the Earth looks flat because it actually is flat?
I don't know.
So crazy, huh? It's crazy. Flat things look flat. Wow. Like, don't you find it odd that that's the crazy claim that the Earth looks flat because it is flat, and that's considered the delusional claim? When if you say the Earth looks flat but it's curved, that's not delusional. I think that's odd.
Well,
No, if you evaluate it just the same way as you evaluate everything else, like this, say you were in some other topic, and this is how the topic went: is that the truth was the opposite of what it appeared to be, in that you had to reject the impression that you got for some theory. You would probably never accept it in another context, and most people wouldn't. But for some reason, in the context of flat Earth versus globe, people are very willing to accept experiences which are 180 degrees, or accept claims which are 180 degrees from their experience.
as far as seeing it's flat, what about when you're at high altitude and it appears that there's a bit of a curve to it?
There's no curve at high altitude.
Yeah, but if you're at high altitudes and you look out and it appears as if there's a curve.
Yeah, nobody says that, and it shouldn't. Even an airplane is nowhere near high enough. You got to remember, they say the ball is 8,000 miles in diameter. Airplane flies at 10 miles. You're 1/800th above the surface. No plane would ever go high enough. Even the ISS, where they say that is at 250 miles, that would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth if you could see the entire circle of the horizon. But you're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Whatever your field of view is. Say it's 60 degrees. Now you're only seeing like less than 0.5% of the surface of the Earth. How are you ever going to see the curve of the Earth when you're seeing such a small fraction of it?
I don't know. The video.
Even mainstream claims you can't see curve from an airplane. It's not just us. There's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Remember Felix Baumgartner? Do you know who that is?
I don't know.
He had the world record for the highest skydive. He jumped from 128,000 feet.
He had a video, right? It was like
yeah. Red Bull. It's called the Red Bull jump. Yeah. He died in another accident just recently. I think this year too. He died of doing some other crazy thing. But he skydived from 128,000 feet. And Neil deGrasse Tyson gave a conference and was talking about that jump and said there's no way you could see the curvature of the Earth from that elevation. And that's way higher than an airplane. That's more than two times higher than an airplane flies. So it's not nowhere even near high enough. Because you got to remember, that you have to see a significant portion of the Earth to see the curve of the Earth, because you have to see it as a circle, right? And if you're so close to the surface and you're looking across it, every point on the horizon is equidistant from you. It can only ever appear as a straight line until you're far enough away from it where you're seeing the Earth as a circle around, which is pretty far away. My estimation is like over 1,000 miles. I mean, there's hundreds and thousands of pictures of people taking pictures out of airplane windows that show no curve. And Dandelion posted Felix Baumgartner. The other thing that's important about the Baumgartner jump that people don't realize is that part of the video they made of it, so they take video from looking at the same shot, like looking out the window, when they're 10 feet off the ground and he's standing in the door, right? And the horizon cuts him right at midline. Well, right before he jumps out, he's at the door again, and the horizon's cutting him right at the midline. Well, according to the globe, the horizon should be dipped down 6 degrees. Right? That's 12 solar diameters. That's 12 widths of the sun. That horizon should be dipped down. It shouldn't be still lined up to his torso.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people aren't actually seeing any curve at high altitude. What made you think that they were?
I don't know. The videos kind of looked like it.
Well, the human eye is not capable of seeing past like 5,000 meters accurately.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really have that good questions. I'm tired. And
no, I mean that's fine, dude. We're not. There's no pressure. We're here 24/7. So if you look in the chat, so what I was just talking about, the horizon cutting him in half right at the waist, it's in the same place. So this is 128,000 feet and 10 feet. If he's going up higher and the Earth's a ball, that horizon should be going down, down, down as he's rising above the ball instead of staying at the same level. Because one of the arguments we hear from Globers, right, is that if you go up in a plane and you try to measure the horizon has a dip. It's dipped down, which proves the Earth is a ball. But this is evidence that that actually doesn't happen. In fact, the horizon is not the edge of the Earth at all. The horizon is purely an effect created by the meteorological conditions, purely optical, which is easy to demonstrate. Because if you go to the beach and you go repeated days, you'll see that the horizon will appear to be different distances on different days, which means it can't be the physical edge of the Earth unless the Earth is getting bigger and smaller. When I say physical edge, I mean a visual edge where the curvature starts, right? That's the end of the curvature. You can't see any ocean past it because the Earth is curving down and around into a ball. But if that location moves around and it's 10 miles one day, 3 miles another day, and 30 miles another day, that can't be the curve of the Earth. It has to be visual. So a lot of the premises of the globe that the horizon itself is the edge of the Earth, it's just wrong in the first place. Like, I can see the curve of the Earth from the airplane. Yeah, I mean, that assumes that that horizon is the edge of the ball that you can see. The limit of your vision is the edge of the ball, and that's determined by that. But there's even a NASA paper published that the horizon, a high altitude, is not measurable as a location because it's too opaque. It's too what would you call it? It's too diffuse. It's not well defined enough. Even if you're an airplane, even if you're in an airplane and you're like over pristine freaking ocean in the most perfect weather conditions, when you look at the horizon's a little blurred.
a lot blurred.
Yeah.
At 200 kilometers, I could hide a 100-meter object. You never see it.
Probably bigger than that if the color was a certain color. Painted it white or blue, you'd probably never see it. You'd probably be 1,000 meters tall and you couldn't see it.
Yep.
I got a college class in the morning. I should probably head to bed.
All right.
It's good to talk to you. Yeah.
It's nice to meet you guys. I'll have to pop in here another time. When I'm more awake, you know. All right. See ya.
Peace.
Yep. Bye bye. There's no globe.
We live on a globe. The Earth was spinning, he'd never get to sleep. Who said we live on a globe?
Moving in multiple vectors would be worse than seasickness.
I bet it was Mansky that said that, wasn't it? He wanted to have the last word. There's no globe, Colonel Brad.
What stage of grief are you in, Mansky?
The best one.
Is denial the best one?
It's not just a river in Africa.
Acceptance. I accept the Earth as a globe.
Okay, so denial then.
I think he's in testing. He's testing the realistic solutions, and then he just said, I accept the Earth as a globe. That's not a realistic solution, buddy. Mansky, at least you'll never admit this, but I know that even if you realize the Earth is flat, you could never tell anybody because of the amount of ridicule you'd suffer. And that would lower your social status, and that would upset you greatly, so you never do that.
I could believe the Earth is flat and never tell anyone.
Yeah, you could, including us.
I don't care if I tell you, but I'm not going to go around telling people in real life.
Why? Doesn't matter, remember?
Because they'll think I'm fucking crazy.
Why would they think you're crazy? It doesn't matter.
Man, I sport my cap around everywhere. It says, the Earth is flat. Didn't you know that? I wear it everywhere, man. Nobody says a word to me. That's cool. And everyone's friendly.
Mansky would call the police. We got a flat earther out here walking around with a hat on.
Hilarious. I also wear, like today I was wearing it, and but at the same time I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt. It's got a big stormtrooper on it.
Dude, I love it. I love it, man. Dude, you're making me like, you know how they got like a NASA shirts with a globe? NASA shirt with a fucking flat earth space pizza. I bet you'd sell a ton of them. I gotta start my t-shirt company, man. I got a bunch of freaking t-shirts I thought of.
Have you talked to Allison Angel, fitness trader girl or whatever?
No.
He never really talked a whole lot in Flat Earth Fridays, but she goes by Allie Angel. on X, Twitter, whatever, and she has like a True Earther .com website that she sells like she sells shirts and she prints them as you order them, right? Like she's got this whole system set up for it and everything. And so I bought a few shirts from her, and my wife wears my shit all the time when we go to the immigration buildings. So I got one that looks like a Coca-Cola bottle, but it says Flat Earth. It's the real thing. She wears it all the freaking time. It's hilarious.
I love it, dude.
That one, and then
I'm slacking.
That one, and then there's another one that she wears. It's a little sheep, like a little cartoon sheep with a mask on, and it says "Think while it's still legal."
Yeah, like you can start a company, basically an online store, and that another person will basically print your T-shirts for you. You just got to come up with the design.
Yep.
Which I plan on doing, actually. I just haven't done it yet. But I got two good. I got one really good one. I'm not gonna tell you guys. I'll steal the idea. Dude, normies would buy this one, especially if I make two versions. Especially around here, because like college nerds would like get it. You know what I mean? We'd get it too. Like people around here, we'd get it, but like, it's just funny. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, I posted up a picture of the shirt my brother got me for Christmas one year because I told him I was a flat earther. I like the shirt, but he just has the freaking pizza earth on there, man. I was like, damn it. I wish that wasn't on there.
Yeah.
I know, man. That ruins it.
Yeah,
Is pineapple on that pizza?
No, not even pineapple on it.
I think it's intentional like that, though. I think that's created by some retard.
I think it's intentional too.
Even if it was just the words,
flat earther, is he just trolling you?
Oh no, nobody else in my family and friends. Nobody is. I try talking with most of them. You know, I'll bring it up once, give them some basic proofs, and I'll never bring it up again after that unless they want to talk about it with me.
Dude, you gotta make a 2-minute pitch. After that, they're lost. Basically, yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I listen. I know. Okay, when you told them, as you're telling them, you can see them fading. They can't keep up, dude, because they never thought about it. You're giving them stuff that's making their brain explode. Right? I'm serious, man.
No, it's true.
That hamster wheel starts running so fast, dude, that they can't because people, they think complexly. They don't think you say something to them, right? And they think, oh, the consequences of this. Okay, that would mean the Earth is flat. But then their mind don't stop there. Then they start thinking about the ramifications of that, and then you drop another fact on them, and their mind starts wanting even more. They're going at freaking light speed in their freaking brain. So you can't dump too much information on them, dude. You got to make it, because literally you can see it in their eyes that they can't.
They check out.
They can't keep up. Dude. They check. They have to check out, man. It's like a self-preservation thing.
Yeah, okay, so none of us.
I'll hang out. We can listen to it. Sure, I'll mute up.
Okay. I mean, I was actually told you might not want to listen to it because it'll probably annoy you. So that's why when Yoder said we should have an event, I'm kind of like, okay, well, if I'm going to listen to it, then I want it to at least have purpose. Like, I don't want to just listen to it and just sit there and yell at it in my living room. You know what I mean?
So, like other people do?
Yeah. So, yeah, if you guys want to say something, we can pause it. I don't know. Can you guys pause it also? Do you have the bot? Can you go to?
I can pause. I can. but I'm driving. I mean, I can keep my
Okay.
eyes on it and
Well,
everything.
if you want to say something, just start talking and then I'll pause it. Or I'll just if there's something interesting, I'll pause it. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen because, like I said, I haven't listened to it before. I'm not going to be like some people and pause it every 30 seconds. I'm not going to do that, just so you know.
Pause it for 30 seconds, talk about it for 15 minutes, and then unpause.
Yeah. I'm not doing that. Okay, here we go.
Example of applying the scientific method. Points 1 through 6 should occur in no more than 15 to 20 minutes. And then we're going to jump into the meat of this, where we're going to review proposals for exploring the question of round versus flat Earth using the scientific method. And then we're going to review each of those proposals on one specific.
Can we pause?
On a bunch of criteria that we agreed to in the pre-meetings. We've held 2 pre-meetings. Can you actually do these experiments? Cost? Is it?
Sorry, I'm going to go to the bot commands. That way, I'm at least there with you. But oh my gosh, we're going to use the scientific method to discuss flat Earth versus round Earth. Like, how wrong can you be on this conversation already? Like, okay, what's the independent and dependent variables in this, right? What's we can go with the hypothesis, but then what's your null? What's your what method are you going to use? Like, I don't know. It just, the whole thing seems off, right? What do you think?
Oh, I'm glad you're pinging people. I was just thinking we should ping people to tell them we're actually doing this. Thank you, AG. Yeah, I know that's what some of the comments were saying. Yeah, that, I mean, that's what the disappointment is really, that you have this academic person, Dr. Shiva, that seems totally clueless. I don't know if they're actually going to address that in the talk itself, if anyone is going to discuss that from the flat Earth side, but yeah, just using the scientific method for this question is ridiculous. There's one comment that was highlighted that AI Arden highlighted that was really good. Oh yeah, it was Sovereign Supreme America 8295 said, "Dang, Shiva is triggered. Measuring the ground is geometry, not science. LMFAO." Yes, and then Theo Megawordy said, "Perhaps he needs to audit a 7th grade science and geometry class." So yeah, some people did call that out in the comments, which was cool. I don't know if anybody is going to call it out in the actual event.
And just to kind of point this out, like, do you remember what Dr. Shiva's specialty is? Like, he's way out of his element, just first and foremost, right? He's coming in as a person of authority because he holds a PhD in a field of science and decides that he's going to be the arbiter of the conversation on something that's not even a science question. So it's a geometry question.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll press play.
Viable and can ideally, we want to make sure any citizen can do it, any one of you listening. We don't want to make these experiments so esoteric, so hard to execute, that it becomes only reserved for a few set of people. And then one of the things we agreed to is the skills of mathematics seem to vary. On the round Earth side, when we go to the introductions, you'll see we have a number of people who are actually engineers, have degrees in engineering, advanced degrees. And it seems like on the flat Earth side, there's a very sparse background in mathematics. So therefore, in order to be fair, what we did was we decided after today, we're going to give people a week to go do their mathematical formulations. So if they want to go consult experts, ChatGPT, Gemini, go to universities, open book, like an open book exam. We want to do that because we don't want anyone moaning and groaning saying, well, I didn't know math or I didn't know this. Everyone can go consult as many experts. So we're going to do a follow-up next week. So first of all, I want to welcome everyone. What you notice the way we've done this summit is we have the audience here. The three, one of them is missing. It's very unfortunate because we spent a lot of time organizing this, multiple emails my assistant set out, and it seems like some people are just sloppy. And it perturbs me because we spend so much effort organizing this. But nonetheless, we're going to move forward, even with the absence of one individual. Hopefully he'll show up. But I want to welcome everyone because this question of flat Earth has been put out in the audience. And I want to review how I got involved in this. I do various interviews, and a guy by the name of Flat Dave or something, had me on an interview. And he said, you know, the Earth is flat. And you guys can go see it, it's all public. And I said, whoa, stop. I said, can you describe the scientific method? And again, you guys can go see this. And I was horrified that he didn't even know what the scientific method was. And this guy's promoting, he makes quite a bit of, he has his own website, he promotes this, and you guys can go look at it. He didn't even understand the scientific method. So we have a larger problem, particularly in the United States, and for that matter, different parts of the world, where young people, perhaps it's the STEM education, public school education, or private school, people aren't learning what the scientific method is. According to the latest statistics, less than 5% of people actually know what the scientific method is, even have mastery of it. And
they're probably flat earthers.
And I decided, I spoke to a bunch of my friends who are educators who spend a lot of time teaching. In fact, I spoke to one of my high school teachers who's in his almost 80s. And I explained this to him. So my mission in doing this was to give a broad reset, hopefully as people see this video and the commitment of various people who come, to understand what is the scientific method and to make people accountable to the hard work it takes to apply the scientific method. We have grifters who seem that they can say whatever the fuck they want without any accountability to evidence. And the reason this has occurred is the educational system, and B, what is evidence? By the end of this summit, or through the summit, you will understand that evidence is reproducible predictions. Those two words are very powerful words, and I would again say probably less than 5% of the public actually understands what evidence is. Evidence in science is reproducible predictions. And we're going to, as we've had our pre-meetings, we're going to make sure everyone adheres to the science. Otherwise, anyone can say whatever the fuck they want. And that's not science. Okay? So again, my motivation in this was not about the question of flat or round, but as a PhD, as a guy who spent a lot of time educating people, spent a lot of grueling hours solving problems, it became evident there's a whole set of people, particularly on the internet, quote unquote influencers, who have no regard for science, who can talk a lot. They can talk very beautifully. And people think they're saying something, but when you take away the layers, they're saying nothing. And this is not only among the grifter class, but also in universities. And I'll show you an example of that. So we live in a very dangerous time because anyone with a microphone and a camera can say what they want, but they don't have to back it up. But today's summit, the way it's organized is you're going to have to back up what the fuck you say. And I'm using some of these annoying words because the level of conversation needs to be seriously elevated. And I think what we're doing today is a public service. This summit is brought to you by the International Center for Integrated Systems, all volunteer run. There's no one grifting here monetizing this. This video is not being monetized. We're doing this. A number of people here have families. They've taken time out of their weekends to do this. So I appreciate all of that. So that's the background. We don't want to let people get away with saying stuff that they cannot back up. They got to be able to back it up. And we want to create a consciousness that people demand that of these grifters, as well as their politicians and public officials. And so I want to thank.
Oh, I just paused it because we had a bunch of people that just came in. I heard you start to say something, Matrix, if you wanted to say something. If anybody, wants to comment, if you can get into the bot room, you can just pause it and comment, or you can put something in the live stream voice text and I'll pause it.
All I was going to say was when he said that there's only about 5% that know the scientific method, they're all the flat earthers, that 5%.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the way he's framing it is I haven't heard the whole thing. I mean, this is the first time I've listened to it. Some of you probably already had, but yeah, it seems like a giant setup just the way he's framing it, especially knowing who I do happen to know who his Globe Earth guests are going to be, and if those are the people he's saying are going to present evidence and uphold the scientific method, that's pretty questionable from the start.
Well, he did say, and I'm pretty sure that it was only just in the last minute, that whatever they put out, they've got to back it the fuck up. So when was the last time McToon backed up any of his claims?
Ever, never.
Oh, hello. What are you flat earthers still doing in here? I cannot believe you're still on this.
They say, boo.
I don't know who that is, but you flat earthers are seriously still doing this. Then the lion, I don't know why you're talking.
I know it's because my mommy and daddy told me the Earth was flat. Don't you remember our last conversation?
Yes, I'm still wondering why you're still doing this. You could just Google the facts. Everything says it's a globe. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, so Yoder had this idea of having an event reaction to Dr. Shiva's video, so that's what we were doing. I don't know if Indio can stomach listening to it again. I know he already listened to at least part of it.
I'm not the flat earther, by the way. I'm here just making fun of you guys.
Oh,
That's
Jared
kind of
earlier.
minute.
I've been in one of these.
What'd you say, Jer?
I said it's been a minute since I've been in one of these.
How many minutes?
Oh, it's been well over a year at least.
Wow. And
Oh yeah,
why are you still here?
he's a globe earther. We don't need
That's my fellow
Russian
man,
here.
my fellow factician.
What happened last time you were here, Jer?
Nothing actually. It was pretty chill. We just kind of chatted, and I met some pretty cool people.
Oh, good.
Dandelion, ask how old he is.
I'm not doing that. That seems kind of rude.
Jair, how old are you?
I am 35, believe it or not.
That's fucking cap.
Do y'all have video available?
Hey,
I can turn it
on.
No, don't worry about it.
If you want video, there's a YouTube.
What'd you say?
I'm not gonna try to be mean. Jer, are you female?
Nope.
Gosh, you guys aren't trying very hard not to be mean. You should try harder not to be mean.
I mean,
so anyway,
I get it.
Anyway,
It happened at night.
We
want to know the facts up front.
Anyway, just to kind of recap what we're doing right now, Dr. Shiva held a panel this weekend on a flat Earth discussion and how it's a serious problem. And there's a discussion that's being taken place. He's given his opening remarks, and then he's going to introduce his panel. I know nothing about what's going to be said in here. Some people have watched it already. Do you have anything to add, Daniel?
No, I have nothing to add. I'll just press play again unless somebody else has something to say.
Wait. So the thing actually happened?
No.
Oh, it didn't happen.
The planning part happened. For some reason, there was two Gobras, one flat earther, and Dr. Shiva, who goes in the Glover category. So I don't know what happened to like 6 and 6 or whatever the original plan was. Everybody going to Cambridge and, coming up with ideas on a whiteboard over a period of hours and coming up with a concrete plan that everyone can take and filling out a fucking ethics declaration and yada yada yada. Apparently, I don't want to poison the well because you guys haven't heard it, but it's fucking whatever. I'm disappointed.
Wait, so who was the one flat earther?
You're breaking up, dude.
Do we know who the flat earther was?
It's Kevin Samuels.
Who was the flat earther?
Kevin Samuels.
Wait.
There's a Kevin Samuels flat earther. He's German.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I know him from X and from my DMs and from Telegram. He's on Telegram.
I'm a PhD.
He goes by Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, that's his name, Kevin Samuels.
Wow. I mean, that's awesome. Dandelion, do you know who that is?
No, is that someone famous?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
What's he famous for?
He's gonna hate him, bro.
Hang on a minute. Is that CB having a shot at someone else's name? CB, tell everyone what your real name is. Oh, is that his real name? Does he actually go by that?
Oh, yeah. Good point. Might as well be. My grandfather worked for John Deere. Yeah, that is a good point, though, Matrix. I do have, like, a famous name. Dandelion, you know my name?
Don't do it, CB. Just stick with CB.
I'll DM it to you, bro.
Okay.
Kevin Samuels. Wait, he's, like, known for... People think he hates women or whatever. He's misogynist.
Oh, people think that. Kind of like people think that about you, but it's not true, right?
No, I am misogynist. I am misogynist.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he isn't, but people think he is.
Correct.
Unlike you are, and people think you are.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Peace.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay, so there was one flat earther.
In the opening statements, just so you know, Dr. Shiva said that he was going to use the scientific method to discuss whether the Earth is flat or round. And then he also went on to say that it seems like a lot of Glovers have advanced degrees in mathematics and science, and flat Earthers, in many cases, don't even have a bachelor's.
As if that matters.
Right. Matters to them.
I'm just saying that's what he let in with.
Yeah, and that's just made up bullshit.
This was a discussion on authority.
Yeah, exactly.
If that's the case, he's talking out of his element. If that's the case.
Okay. He just made that up.
Literally, it's made it up.
Hey, since you're here, India, did you see the interview with him and Dave Weiss?
Yes, I saw the thing with him and Dave Weiss. I remember everything that he said he was going to do, and he hasn't done anything.
Did Dave walk him through the scientific method? Because I'm pretty sure Dave knows the scientific method.
Yeah, he just talked down to him, and he just made up his own scientific method, basically.
That's what
If you listen to this, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear. You're going to hear. Go on mute, bro. So you're going to hear.
Sorry.
I'm gonna fucking mute you. Fuck you, dude. So Dave. She was going to go through his version of the scientific method. Okay. It's going to be a version of the scientific method you ain't never heard before. And then he gives an example, which is retarded. And you'll find out. You'll just listen to it. And like, the whole time is just like this talking down, fucking, the same shit we deal with, the condescending bullshit that we deal with all the time. He does it in spades. And like I said, this McToon, some other dude I ain't never heard before, obviously anti-flat earther. Somehow McToon got his way into this shit, as he usually does. Right off when he announced, so he did his interview with Dave, then he started posting on Twitter that he was going to do it. Right away, he started retweeting fucking McToon shit. Like, right away. He wouldn't take people like Stone, for instance. You know what Stone is? He's a grass?
Yeah, man of Stone.
Stone. Yeah, he wouldn't take him for whatever reason. He's got a degree. Been electrical engineering experimenter for fucking 30 fucking years or more. Wouldn't take him. Wouldn't. He wasn't going to take anybody legit. He's trying to stack the deck. This is nothing but a propaganda fucking exercise. Yeah. Fucking Will Duffy. Except for it's even worse because this is even more fucking shitty.
Yeah, it makes it easier to say flat earthers are dumbasses when you've stacked the deck like that. Put all people with PhDs and whatnot on one side, and people that walk without dragging their knuckles on the other.
No, McToon. First of all, neither one of those dudes had advanced. Neither one of the dudes on the panel. I don't know about the German guy, Kevin Samuels. He might have. But the other two, McToon said he studied engineering. He never said he got a degree. And the other dude said he was a radar tech or something like that in the military. He never said he got a degree in any. Neither one of those two said they got a degree in anything. I mean, maybe they have degrees, maybe they didn't, but they never explicitly said they did.
I noticed the only people in this subject matter that get somewhat upset about the whole degree thing is those that have spent their whole life just professional students. And when they come in here and say, I've got a degree in X, Y, Z, we all sit back and go, we don't care because you don't need a degree to study shapes.
Yeah, you don't need to be smart to degree either, and he proves it. I mean, I would just play the audio. It speaks for itself. I don't really need to qualify it or talk it down. Just listen to it. It speaks for itself. Now, you're probably going to get irritated and angry, so I suggest, take some calming, freaking, I don't know, chamomile tea or something. Calm down.
This is me you're talking to.
Infuriating his attitude. and then his attitude, and then just utter nonsense bullshit just comes out of his mouth. It's endless.
Well, I can tell he's coming off as like some kind of patriot, like he's a badass or something like that, standing up for America.
I had
and the world.
but no, actually, I liked Shiva. I followed him. He ran for governor of Massachusetts. He ran for the state senate. I was aware of him, pretty well, and this has made my opinion of him has fallen through the fucking floor. Like, I'm actually kind of very disappointed in this whole thing. I got to reevaluate my evaluation process.
What year did he run for governor?
In Massachusetts? I think he never made it past the primary process, if I remember right.
All right, well, I can press play again, but I just wanted to say, Jer, we're glad you came back after 1 year, and don't let these guys drive you away because the Earth is flat, and we would like to share that information with you. Oh, somebody let CB off of his leash. What's going on here?
Dude, stop disrupting this fucking show, bro.
That's what I do.
Flat Earth server. We're gonna send you over to English Hub, dude.
Okay,
Wait,
well,
so you guys are playing a clip right now?
we were playing it, and then I'm going to press play again. But if anyone else
How much longer? How much longer?
feel free.
2 hours. Come back in 2 hours.
2 more hours? No.
2.5 hours. It's 2 hours and 48 minutes, and we just got through the opener.
I would rather hear
you hit on the
Dandelion
dude some more. Or you hit on a guy some more if you want to do that.
I'm trying to. All right, I'll just slide in Dandelion DMs while it's playing.
You could do the.
That was a girl.
Go to Livestream.
It did sound like a girl. That's crazy.
Yeah, Hey, stop that. Jer does not sound like a girl at all. Jer, you do not sound like a girl. Don't listen to them.
Well, listen to Creation.
It's all right. Look, I'm aware. I kind of sort of do a little bit. I'm aware of it.
Hey, Dandelion, you need to tell the truth more often.
It's all right.
No, it never even crossed my mind. It never even crossed my mind. I have 5 sons.
For some reason, CB is not disturbed by the fact he was hitting on a dude.
Wait, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
I wasn't.
You're trying to get fucking bio info, dude. You're about to slide into
That's why he wants. You're right. I didn't even catch that because he always wants to know how old people are because he has that age cutoff thing. Oh my gosh! I didn't even
35
catch
is
that.
We all start singing. CB Sims, dudes.
I thought you were worried about Discord TOS. Indio has totally got your number.
No, I thought it was TOS.
Yeah, my gaydar is going off big time.
No, that's why I asked, because it seemed like he was too young for the Discord TOS.
You are so wrong. Indio is right. You were wrong. You are not right about your motivation.
No, I thought it was like...
He said he was a misogynist. I mean, come on. What more signs do you need?
I know. I don't need any more.
He hates women. He's trying to pick up dudes on Discord.
What the fuck?
Spends 45 minutes doing his hair.
Let it. Oh my god, that's good.
Take Jared a live stream too.
You spread rumors about you, CB. I watch it.
That's fine. I'm here for it.
We're supposed to have 3 on the flat Earth side, 3 on the round Earth side. 1 person's missing on the flat Earth, and then we have other people we invited to, if they just want to be in the Zoom audience, and then we're also streaming it. So let's go back to the agenda here. Let's introduce the panelists. I have a picture of all of them here. Let's start right here. Let's introduce, we'll do the round Earth side first. If the people can just say your name and a quick background. Let's start with Dr. Dieneker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prabhakar Dhyanikar. I am a biomedical engineer, trained as a chemical engineer, but I did my postdoctoral studies in biomedical engineering, and my interest in my interest in this particular topic is solely for the fact that we need more scientific method in answering any questions, especially the questions that such as whether the fundamental questions such as whether the Earth is flat or round, and these need to be nipped in the bud in the sense that these need to be taught in a school level. It shouldn't take a summit like this to have a clarity on such a fundamental questions. So that's my interest.
Thank you, Dr. Dieneker.
Thank you.
Then we have Michael. Mike, you can introduce yourself. I know some people don't, for anonymity, you don't want your last names. Believe it or not, some people like Mike have actually gotten death threats by people on the flat Earth side. And this is of serious concern. And those people were not invited because they seem to be nuts. And so this is a serious issue. It seems like if you go against some narrative that people are monetizing and making money, you actually get death threats. So Mike has shared that with me. It's very unfortunate, but we did not include those people here. Go ahead, Mike.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
People on
thank
our
you.
side have had that happen to
University of
them.
Studies
No
in
one gave
Electrical
a rat's
Engineering and
ass.
Computer Science. I've written software for my
What they think just because they're making money that it happens? Bullshit. People on our side have had death threats, told to go and do nasty things.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
McToon is like the last like, how do you introduce McToon and say flat earthers are making money? Like, it's crazy, dude. And what did he say? Did he say he has a degree in computer science? Did he say that?
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything yet.
He just said something.
I hate
I didn't hear it.
Let's do it again. You can't rewind it. Fuck.
No.
All right, carry on. I guess.
professional career. And for the last 7.5 years, I've been engaging in this flat Earth and globe Earth discourse, and have a channel, MC Tune Live, and another channel, Conspiracy Tunes, where I look at these two things. I debate flat earthers often on my live channel, and anybody's welcome to come watch if they like to see a 2+ hour interchange between myself and some people that don't generally understand science.
All right, Mike, thank you. And then we have Dan here. Dan, go ahead. I think Dan's good.
Yeah, hi. My name's Dan. I started off in signals intelligence in the Navy, doing radio and satellite networks in during combat deployments. Been a telecommunications engineer with radio and fiber optics for the better part of 25 years now. Originally, I started in this primarily as a byproduct of my teenage daughter having TikTok and seeing some of the videos that were on there about flat Earth and things like that. I've been doing this roughly about 2 years now, started on X, and have now migrated over to YouTube, and can be found on Unfornicated on YouTube, where we do some science communications about things in my background, to kind of teach people about things like radio, fiber optics, and the EM spectrum, and like speed of light, and then also we go into some of the more obscure history things that aren't taught in schools to kind of shine a light on some of those things that that matter.
All right, thanks, Sam. All right, let's go to our team on the flat Earth side. Let's begin with Kevin Samuel. Kevin, kindly go ahead, if you can give people your background.
Mute me. Now I'm unmuted. You hear me? Yeah. Media economics. It's I did online courses after that in alternative money systems. I criticized the nowadays money system a lot, so I think I have something in common with you, how things are bad in economy. But I peeked into other stuff, and I also saw too far in a vacation. I could see an island I couldn't see, and I got interested. I researched that. I digged into theories a lot, and I did a lot of some experiments I did myself. I did experiments with a fishing line, stuff like that, and I like to present something today, which I think can be decisive and includes the scientific method. And I hope we keep calm, everyone, and keep it to science.
Great, thanks. And Kevin, you're out of Austria, right? Just to let
yes.
3 people are in the United States. Kevin's overseas, so we want to thank Kevin. I don't know what time it's there, Kevin, but it must.
No, it's okay. Today it's okay. The pre-meetings were late. Today it's 5:30 p.m.
Okay, great. Let's go to Ryan Shea. Ryan's here in the United States. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So my name is Ryan Shea. I am from Dallas, Texas. Currently in Houston, driving right now. I've got an undergraduate degree in marketing and management, master's degree in leadership. Most of my professional career was in coaching college soccer, then have now been in real estate as a realtor and investor, entrepreneur. And it was probably about 5 years ago, someone, when I was in a tall building, said, "Hey, we can see pretty far here, can't we?" And brought up the flat earth. So I was like, I had no idea. I mean, what I was taught as a kid was we're on a globe spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, hurtling off into space. And there's this solar system and all this stuff. And I just took it for what it was. And I started doing my own research, doing my own testing. Have done a light test across the lake that was around 7 miles, and done many other independent research on this subject. And when Dr. Shiva had brought up using the scientific method, I thought, oh, this is great. This is good. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to have facts and we want to know truth. And another part, I think just quickly, is that I'm also a part of the Truth Freedom movement. So I would say what we do here is it's all about facts. I don't care about anything other than what the truth is. And when our freedoms and health is actually absolutely diabolical right now in this world and country, it's not okay. So that's what attracted me to Dr. Shiva in this bottoms up movement that I'm also a part of. And then so with this flat Earth, I wanted to get involved at flat Earth, round Earth debate, and do what I can to help. So that, thanks.
Okay. And the third person let's have is, I think his handle is Globe Slayer, right? Bobby, but he was supposed to be here and he's not. So before I started, I was frankly annoyed because we spent a lot of time communicating to people, getting people out here. And I wish people would follow through on their word. But anyway, we're going to start. Let me go back. So thanks everyone for those introductions. I think people understand the mission here. It's to really apply the scientific method. And across what I've seen, from this past year, when you look at this question, it's been unfortunate that people haven't applied the scientific method. So the part of what we wanted to do in the next 5-6 minutes, I did this in a long video.
Okay, I just want to point something out. So that's 3v3, right? And one flat earther didn't show up. Anybody else?
Yeah, and it sounds like both of them are very outspoken, proud conspiracy theorists that are like anti everything, and they're gonna like try to expose them.
Out of all, why did he pick those people? Shit, right? Originally, he said it was going to be 6v6, and he was going to fly everybody out to Cambridge. Doesn't seem like that happened. It's 3v3, and I don't think he flied anybody anywhere. Flew anybody anywhere. And Globe Slayer, now I've seen him on X, but like, who the hell even is he? Like, for a flat earther, I don't even really. I mean, I've seen him bicker with Globers, but I have no idea who he is.
The only thing I've known that he's done recently, he sent up a makeshift satellite with a helium balloon and sent a camera up, and I don't know what that entails. I just know that he recently sent it up, so he's probably taking a look at it, seeing what he's got. But that's the shtick that he's got going right now.
Okay, so I just want to also say this. So he just says no flat earthers have ever followed. This topic, no one's followed the scientific method. Okay, let's just deal with that for 1 second. Assuming his method, his definition of the scientific method is correct. When Dave Weiss tried to show him evidence, he said, "I don't care about that," 11 times in a 1-hour interview. I know it's 11 times because I counted how many times that Dave tried to present him evidence, and he said, Dave, never mind that. I don't care about that.
and wouldn't even let Dave explain what was done to him at all. What was done at all. So him saying that nobody did anything, because his idea of evidence in the scientific method is his own personal definition of evidence equals reproducible results. Now, I've searched and searched. There's nowhere in any tech science or engineering textbook which defines evidence as quote unquote reproducible results. That's going to be his personal definition. But that being the case, even within that, him saying that that wasn't done, how would he know when he refused to look at any evidence presented to him to even evaluate what was done? Right? If you can't, like, it's like, oh, I don't see anything, but your eyes are closed. Of course you don't see anything. Your fucking eyes are closed. So I just wanted to like point that out.
Yeah, also, I just wanted to read what Plain and Truth in the live stream voice text 33 minutes after the hour. He said, Globe Slayer backed out because he thought the other two guys had the wrong ideas about Flat Earth. He's a genuine guy.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, I should also point out Yoder. I'm going to read what Yoder posted. Chat. I've got screenshots somewhere of Dr. Shiva welcoming me to the flat Earth side of the panel, only moments later to reverse it and then blocking me. I asked Dr. Shiva because during his interview with Dave Weiss, I asked him. He said everyone participating is going to sign an ethics declaration that they're basically going to rigorously follow whatever is agreed upon and not tamper with results and not fake it. An ethics declaration. I asked Dr. Shiva if he was going to sign the ethics declaration that he was going to have everybody else sign, and he blocked me. Okay? I can easily prove I got screenshots of it. I got that time he fucking blocked me in the post at which he blocked me at. So, yeah. Anyway.
You can't play unless you play by the rules. But then when you ask him if he's going to play by the rules too,
nope. And he's
well, how are you going to create your own rules and then not sign it? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, apparently it seems like no one had to sign any ethics declaration anyway, and it just didn't even end up being what he said it was going to be. When he went on Dave Weiss and interviewed, I'd suggest go watch it. And that is like a harbinger. You got to kind of see this in the sequence of events, how far down. If you watch that Dave Weiss interview, then go on his X feed and see when he started posting, because there was like a 3-month lag when he started posting about this and what he started doing and just going fucking ballistic on flat earthers. And the messages of DMs of like, hey, all the flat earthers are checking out. He got lots of fucking messages from flat earthers to participate, including myself. And the reason I decided not to participate is because his thing was submit all this biographical information. Name, address, phone number, headshot, educational background, work, all this crap. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. That's irrelevant. Doesn't matter where I'm from. Doesn't matter what my name is. The experiment is the experiment. Okay? So, I don't trust this dude as far as I can throw him. But regardless, I'm going to play it.
But to the audience out there on social media, plus the audience here, what is the scientific method? We wanted to review it. We've had pre-meetings on it. We've gone over the terminology. Everyone's on board. But we just wanted to level set for everyone else, because that framework is what's going to be used for anything we do. And that framework is what's going to be imposed on anyone, the panelists who are participating on both sides. Is that clear? That's the ground rules. So let's review what is the scientific method. Let me go back to the slides here. So in the scientific method, you begin with an observation. Okay, let's say you have a car. There's some force put on the car, F. It's of some mass. and then it accelerates. Okay, so you see this phenomenon. You could be sitting on a park bench and someone's pushing a car. That's a force. The car is of some mass and it starts accelerating. Okay, so the scientific method begins with an observation. You see an apple, Newton saw an apple fall supposedly from the tree, and he wants to understand that. Okay, you may see the clouds move. You want to understand that. You see the world heating up or cooling. You make these observations and you want to understand that. So the scientific method begins with an observation. Okay? Begins with an observation. So that observation typically leads to some question. Okay, so in this case, if you see a force impinging on a car of mass m, accelerating, you may make a question, and that is denoted as a hypothesis. So, and this is what's important to understand, is the hypothesis is always expressed as a mathematical equation, which means you need to know some math, okay? And if you don't know math, you got to go get someone who does know math to help you. And in this process here, we're allowing people to go get experts. That's why in developing the hypothesis, we're going to give people a week. But nonetheless, you can look at this phenomenon and you can say, oh, there's a force, the car is of mass m, and it accelerates. And you may say, I believe that the relationship between the force and the mass is related by this equation, force equals mass times acceleration squared. Okay, so the force.
Okay, I gotta point out how fucking Dunning-Kruger this shit is. What are the units of force? Anybody? I already talked to Mary Mom about this, so you can't answer. What are the units of force? Nobody knows? Newtons. Newtons is a unit of force. Okay? 1 Newton equals 1 kilogram times meters per second squared. Okay? Force is an abstract quantity. You can't measure force. You can measure mass. You can measure distance traveled per time. But you don't actually measure force. Force is an abstract unit. So him saying, hey, this thing's creating a force. It's Dunning-fucking-Kruger, dude. It's the worst Dunning-Kruger I've ever heard. Force doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a force. It just don't exist.
I never thought about that before. And like when I was a paramedic and I worked with blunt trauma and penetrating trauma, like gunshot wounds and stuff like that. They talk about ballistics and cavitation. Like, never once did I think of like force as a measurable unit. Like there were factors involving that would determine like what force would look like, but never once did we consider measure.
Look, you can take the bullet grain, right? And then the velocity coming out of the barrel, 1,000 feet per second, right? Or whatever it is. It'll be way higher than 1,000 feet per second. Let's just say it's 1,000 feet per second. Now those are actual quantities which exist. The force part doesn't exist. You can take those two quantities, multiply them, and make this abstract unit called a force, right? And you say, hey, like, we're going to just use, it's easier to just use this single variable instead of using these two combined variables. So let's just multiply them times each other, invent a new variable, we'll call it a fucking force, and we'll use that in our equations. Simple, right? Well, you can't test that to see if the force exists and to see if the mass times acceleration squared equals a force, because force is defined as those two things in the fucking first place.
Did he start that by saying a hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation? Did I hear that right? Is that what he said?
Yes,
Oh
you
my
did.
goodness.
Yeah. hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation. Told you. Seriously disappointed. Anyway,
Yep.
moving on.
I'll go get my stress relief tea while you press play.
I know, I might have to go with the peppermint / cameo tea or something, man. I need some sort of sedative at this point.
Indio, I do gotta add this though, real quick. Since you're talking, there's other factors. The weight of the bullet, depending on whether it's made out of brass or it's made out of lead, that could be a factor. Hollow point versus
Yeah, but that would go with
full
the
metal
mass,
jacket.
right?
Huh?
Well, that would go with the mass. And you'd measure, like, in that case, you could express it in newtons, but you'd probably do, like, foot-pounds, right?
Yeah.
Foot-pounds per second. Yeah, something like that, right? Which is the same, which is just a different, but what does that mean? Foot-pounds per second. From pounds you can get mass, right? Per second, there's your time element, there's your acceleration. So it's when you say a force, dude, you're just saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing. You can't test that hypothesis because it's circular in the first place. To find the force, you need the mass and the acceleration because that's how you define the force. That's how you know. That's how you define what a force is in the first place. It's so fucking dumb, dude. It's beyond dumb. Like this dude supposedly has 4 degrees. I'm like, are you shitting me?
To move that mass m has to be ma squared. That's a hypothesis based on your observation. It could be wrong or it could be right. Okay? So if you're a round earther, you're going to come up with some observation. Could be, an airplane, how it moves. It could be, I think Ryan said a fishing line. It could be the sun's motion. There's many observations. But you use that observation, and based on your assumptions, you come up with a mathematical equation. Obviously, technically, a mathematical equation will vary if the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat. And I'm sort of foreshadowing some of this. But nonetheless, you do an observation and you come up with a hypothesis. In this case, someone is saying that force is equal to mass times acceleration squared. Now, if that is true, the evidence will point to that based on what m and a you plug in, you're going to get different forces every time you plug in that m and a, particular m and a. That's why we say evidence equals reproducible predictions. Okay, so the next thing you would do is you would do some experiment. Okay, you're going to have to design the experiment, and experiments are difficult. You have to have the right methodology. You have to understand the errors. It's not trivial. It's a lot of hard work. And the next thing you do is you gather data and you organize that data. So you would do an experiment. Here we have 3 variables, F, M, and A. And you would do experiments and you organize. I just did a little table here. Column 1 is F, column 2 is M, and the last column is A, acceleration, okay? So you would organize, it's actually A squared. Sorry about that. Actually, this is right. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so you would organize the data like this, and these are the results you get from your experiment, okay? And then you would see what this reveals. And you'd find out that the results are force is actually equal to MA. There's no squaring based on this data. Everyone see that? F, in this case, M times A, M times A, M times A. So the hypothesis was that F equals MA squared. In this case, F would have been 1, but in this case, the second case, F would have been 4, and in this case, F would have been 16. Everyone see that? But it isn't. So when you come to this point, you have to deal with the reality that your hypothesis, F equals MA squared, was wrong. In fact, it's F equals MA. Okay? And then you have to deal with the reality that if the results match the hypothesis, which they don't, if they do match, your hypothesis is accepted. If not, it's rejected. This is a scientific method, okay? And we can look at this, but this is what I'm saying is, unfortunately, if you go out on the street less than 5% of people actually know this. So if less than 5% of people know this, and there's billions of people on social media, and someone's just randomly saying what they want to say, they could bullshit people. So this is a framework why you have an iPhone, okay? Why this works. Because people have to understand Maxwell's equations. They have to understand all sorts of very, very complicated things. And the unsung heroes in a lot of this are engineers. Engineers are the people who actually have to apply science to creating practical things. It's where the rubber meets the road. Engineers are like the boat tech people doing science, okay? So anyway, this is a scientific method. Now, we want to make sure that this is applied in the case. By the way, let me just point out one thing. I was literally walking through my woods here, and I live in a very interesting community of a lot of academics. And obviously I run for Senate. I'm running for Senate again. Some random guy comes up to me and he starts talking about climate change. And he goes, the climate is changing and I don't agree with you. It's obviously the Earth's temperature is increasing based on CO2. And I said, look, evidence is reproducible predictions. And he didn't even know what that meant. And I said, what's your background? He's apparently a humanities guy who happens to run a nonprofit, which gets quite a bit of money promoting the climate change narrative, okay? Anyway, I said, have you read the IPCC report? Because if evidence is reproducible predictions, then you should get the same answer for how much ice is going to melt, right? Well, if you actually look at the IPCC report, this is what you get. And this is just an example. There are about 100 different models of ice melting on the Arctic. And each one gives a different answer. So one model says 100% is going to melt, and another model, this one says 0% is going to melt. So when you see something like this is garbage in, garbage out. This is not reproducible predictions. Okay? So if anything you learn today at a high level, besides flat Earth, round Earth, evidence is reproducible predictions. So if you ask someone, someone developed a mathematical model for looking at the two fluids, the air and the oceans, and then they computed how much ice is going to melt. Well, none of them are coming with the same answer. Everyone see this? It's like the Baskin-Robbins flavor. Multiple results. And if you bring this up, you're viciously attacked for just pointing this point out. But anyway, this is occurring not only among the grifters on the internet, but at places like MIT. Okay? The only professor who brought this up was Dick Lind.
So, I mean, I don't know. I figure we have to talk a minute about
yeah. So
debating the question.
So he does show the graph in the video, and the graph does have like 100 different trend lines. They generally the same. All they are is they're different in magnitude. So there's a whole bunch of them, but one of them actually matches what was actually measured. Okay? So he said, it's all garbage. You're supposed to make reproducible results. Well, one of those models did make a reproducible result according to his definition of what a reproducible result is, right? One of them did. But he dismissed them all because what they did as an organization is they threw shit against the wall and hoped something stick. Which is what he does.
I saw that he understood that.
In his professional fucking he has a company called Cytosolve, which basically uses that technique. It throws shit against the wall and hopes something sticks. It models the human cell in combinations of drugs, and it does basically what's called Monte Carlo simulations, and spits out the one that it feels is most likely. But that doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes you'll match, sometimes you won't. Just because you're running millions of fucking simulations. Millions.
I was just saying, don't get me started on healthcare and why doctors practice medicine. Throwing shit against the wall, just
practicing. Practice. Talking about practice.
Anyway, it didn't take him long to get to the ad homs. He was begging the question the entire paragraph that he just spoke.
This is the calm part. Oh, wait till he starts talking to frickin' McToon and the other guy and the frickin' Kevin Samuels.
It already feels like
he's totally so Kevin Samuels is German. He's not an. Well, you'll find out. You'll see.
He sounds Indian. He doesn't sound German.
Kevin Samuels, the guy, the flat earther. He's not Indian. He's German or something. He's a white boy.
Sound like is he?
The person who was just talking, was that a flat Earth argument?
No.
No, he is a Dr. Shiva Adware. He's Indian or from Mumbai or something. He hates the world because he was a what do they call him? Talent or something like that? An untouchable. The lowest of the low in the caste system. He was untouchable. But he came to America. And now he wants vengeance on the world or some shit. I don't know. A Dalit. That's what they call it. A Dalit. Dalit? Is that it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, I'm going to play this.
And he was vilified by the other 100+ professors. But the point is that we have a serious problem when people aren't following the scientific method. But what you see is, in this case, there's no evidence of ice melting because these models are completely varied, okay? All right, so what we're gonna focus on in today's discussion is, what is the observation each team is proposing?
Did you hear what he just said? He said there's no evidence of ice melting because the models are wrong. So they drive a boat up to, the North Pole. There's no ice there when there's supposed to be. Apparently there really is ice there because the models are wrong. Dude, this is the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
And what is the model and a brief framework on the experiment? These three things we're going to focus on. All right. So again, to be clear, this model always has a set of inputs, variables, and a set of outputs. Okay. So each team here, based on the observation, and we may have multiple, right? I think we've already discussed two. Maybe there's the flat earthers want to do one, and the globe earthers, fine. But it still has to follow this stricture and this framework. But you'll define your inputs and you define your outputs. Okay? So if we want to talk about a fishing line or a laser over thing or the sun's motion or an airplane, you still have to come up with an equation because we want to follow this process. Okay? This is the structure that both teams have agreed to. Globe earthers will have to do the same thing. So for example, the globe earthers may design their inputs. This is just a function.
Real quick, Indio, or anybody here that's listening, can someone give me an equation for two parallel lines?
An equation for two parallel lines.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, m would equal 0, or x squared would be equal 0, right?
They're just the same. The slopes are just the same. M is M. I mean, that's how you tell if they're parallel or not. If their slopes are equal, then they're parallel. So M is equal.
Thank you. Teacher gave me light.
And which should predict their outputs. If for any specific input, they get an output all the time, reproducible prediction, then there's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Alternatively, if the flat earthers have their inputs, and they can make whatever assumptions they want. You know, the globe earthers can say, is the sphere an ellipse or is it a perfect round globe? Similarly, the flat earthers can say, is there a dome about this flat disk, or is it whatever they want? It's full freedom. But you have to lay out the assumptions and you have to build the model, okay? This is not trivial to do this. Therefore, I had originally wanted people to literally get up on a whiteboard and, you know, derive the models. And in the pre-meetings, we realized that people have different mathematical backgrounds. So we're going to give people a week and they can go consult anyone they want. And then November, 15th, we'll come back and people will present their models. All right, so I'm going to stop there. But that's the framework of the scientific method. Okay? We can take, specifically on the scientific method, we do have an audience here. But if anyone has any questions, I don't think we've opened up the chat. Wait until the end of the time. But the bottom line is, this is the framework of the scientific method. All right, let's, I think the next part we're going to move on agenda-wise is we want to now go to, let me go back to this. We want to go to we reviewed a simple example. We want to now review proposals adhering to the scientific method. So each team is going to propose what the observation they want to use across flat Earth and globe Earth, and then what's the methodology, the experimental methodology that they're going to use. Okay? So we'll start with the globe Earth people proposing theirs, and we'll go to the flat Earth people, and then first we just want you to propose your idea, and then we'll have a Q&A across both. Does that make sense? So we want people to have the opportunity to fully talk about what they want to do. People can take notes, and then we'll go over, and then each team can critique the other team, and then hopefully what's going to end as a result of this is a transcript of this, but more importantly, a document, a draft document, a white paper, which will lay out the experiment or experiments. We do have talked about the outcome of this, based on if the methodology is clear, can potentially be published in a decent peer-reviewed scientific journal. This has not been done to date, potentially in the field of science education. And I've started looking at some of those journals, which means all the 6 participants will be authors in that. So who on the globe Earth team wants to present their proposal? Mike? Oops, you got to unmute, Mike.
All right, yeah, so a real simple thing and something that everybody can do, I think, is very important. So, and everybody experiences where the sun is in relation to them every day of the year. So I propose just applying geometry. It's pretty simple. It isn't even a university level thing. It's generally high school, even middle school. Where is the sun in relation to any person on the surface of the Earth? So I propose saying, given a date and time and location, where is the sun in relation to where you are, both in a horizontal angle and a vertical angle. And those are typically called azimuth for the horizontal angle, and either zenith or elevation angle, or shortened often to just elevation. The angle is not often said then, but it is an angle. So where in relation to any person is the sun. And so I can put together a model. The rest of us on the panel here can put together a model that will predict for any location and time the position that we expect the sun to be in relation to the globe. So that's I think pretty simple. And then once we have that, anybody on the Earth can test that. We don't even need to go travel anywhere. We can even do things like pull up some different webcams in different areas of the world to see if those are matching, or anybody can just contact somebody in a different country and see if they can measure it. And most people's smartphones.
So, you just hear him?
Yeah, basic geometry.
Hold on, Sheepdog. So, guys, so here's the funny thing. I interacted with McToon on X, and I showed him definitively that the solar position does not use a globe to find where the sun is. Okay? He searched and just tried to throw shit against the wall to prove me wrong, and then fucking ghosted. So, that being said, he knows already because he's been told. I'm going to pull up the thread in a second. I'm going to post it in the chat. He's been told that they do not use a model of the Earth to find the solar position, and he conceded they use that because it's simpler. But whatever reason it is, I don't care about the reason, they still don't use the Earth. And he knows this. And he's still trying this. I guess he didn't get enough traction out of the 24-hour sun.
Phones can measure both of those angles with either for free or for rather cheap. So it's pretty easy to do and very reproducible.
So Mike, I'm just going to reiterate what you said, and then so I'm here. You guys may be able to see. I can look out of my window there, right? I got a big window. Boston's over there. So what you're saying is, if you're looking out in a frame, at any point the sun is across somewhere in the azimuth, which is a horizontal, and it's up at a particular location, right? That's some X1 and Y1, or X2 and Y2.
Yeah.
So everyone right now, if you look out your window, you're looking in a certain direction, and you yourself are located at a particular point on the Earth, globe or flat, and that's known as your longitude and the latitude of where you are, and then you're looking out. And Mike, the proposal here is we're looking at the location of the sun, and the globe earthers will come up with their model of taking in the location of the individual, the date and the time. What is it right now? It's 12:01 here, Saturday, November 8th. That will be the input into your hypothetical model or your hypothesis, and output will be it'll predict where the sun should be. And then anyone here can go do that, because hopefully this will be published somewhere online, and someone can say, oh, the globe earth model says if I'm in this location, looking in this direction, the sun should be over there, and it is indeed over there, or it's not over there. If it's not over there, the earth is quote unquote not round, right? If you use your formulation. The flat earthers will come up with their own formulation, and if the sun is in that location, then they're right. If both are wrong or both are right, that means it's inconclusive.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Great. Let's go over to the flat earth team and let them propose their proposal. One of the things we talked about is there's three sort of features we want. It should be ease of use. Anyone could be able to do it, because we want anyone listening here to be able to do this. So it's not like an elite group of people, only they can do it with specialized equipment. The other thing was the cost, which means it's viable. It should be relatively low cost, and it should be ubiquitous, meaning it can be done anywhere. So those were three important criteria we discussed in the pre-meeting. So let's go over to the Ryan, Kevin, and Bobby, but who wants to present here?
I will present, yes. You see my screen share?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, let's make it screen share.
Yeah, you have it. Everyone can see it.
Yeah, I need to make it full screen.
Okay.
So for decades, pilots have relied upon a pair of focused, precisely angled radio frequency emitters. And I suppose the radio frequency plane test with the ILS system.
Dib wants to say something.
When are they going to actually start talking about flat Earth? They're just talking about the sky.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was actually just starting to type. I can see what Plain and Truth said earlier, that the third person backed out because they didn't want to be involved with this train wreck. When he said they had a pre-meeting, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see where if he could see what was going along here, and you have to come up with a model, and you have to have these conditions, and we're going to pretend that that this is a hypothesis, that this model, it's just it's absurd. Like anyone, if they had a pre-meeting, yeah, anyone who is all about empirical evidence would not want to be involved because the conditions that they're setting up are going against what he's claiming the whole thing's supposed to be about, which is the scientific method. It's completely absurd from beginning to this point here, and I'm assuming it's going to continue to be so.
Yeah, they're bloating the conversation with a bunch of bullshit in the beginning. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Start talking about the ground. Jesus.
FYI, the guy that was just about to speak, he was giving his argument for the flat Earth using airplane logic.
All right, thanks
Who's
for
gonna
pausing.
use
I'm
it?
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one more. Why is he strawman
this globe Earth
flat Earth position?
Observation.
Like he's just blatantly like, okay, well, on the flat Earth side, you guys would say this. It's like, no, we wouldn't. Like, who even said that about the sun? Like models. Like, I feel like even Land of Misfit Toys would do a better job at these idiots.
If I had to guess, I bet McToon set the parameters, and Dr. Shiva was like, "Yeah, we'll go with that."
Yeah, and he probably was.
He was saying it in Dave Weiss's interview. It was pretty much the exact same thing he was saying in that interview, which is before he interacted with McToon, as far as I can tell.
Interesting.
Sorry to
Yeah,
cut
you
you
can
off.
see. Oh no, that's good to know. I wouldn't have known that, but yeah, I was just going to say you can see why he wanted to not have certain people like you and Dio and Yoder and other people. I don't know who else he either said no or he cut off, but you can see he was probably looking for a certain kind of person for the flat Earth. All right.
Is that really the case? Like, they're not looking for proper competition. They're looking for like the low tier people. Like, if that's actually the case, that's like just super disingenuous. But like, I don't know if that is. Like, who knows?
Well, they don't want to platform the truth. So yeah, there's that.
I would agree that it's disingenuous. I'm not even a flat earther, and I think that's disingenuous. If there's one thing I've learned here, flat earthers aren't dumb. That whole cliche. It's ridiculous. But y'all pay more attention, talk more about measurements and stuff like that than I've ever even given thought to in my life. So it's just one of those silly things that.
Yeah, I'm glad you can see that, Jer. I mean, that's the thing. It's when people come into this forum in particular and continue on with that idea that flat earthers are dumb and so on. I mean, it just makes them look dumb because they're obviously not listening to the conversation that's going on around them. So, yeah, it's a good sign that you are able to see that.
Yeah. So, Jared, I appreciate that. So, what you're listening to is what is the actual topic? that they're going to end up talking about. And they keep alluding to flat earthers. Flat earthers are the topic. They're not really talking about. So how much time was just spent on discussing the veracity of McToon's experiment versus how much time was spent talking about flat earthers? Flat earthers do this and flat earthers do that, and they're giving this dude death threats, and flat earthers don't have degrees, and blah blah.
And they're snappy with words.
Yeah, exactly. So they spent the word count for that subject matter is 10 times what it is about the actual fucking experiment. They did zero analysis about McToon's experiment that he proposed. Didn't think about it they didn't even discuss it for 1 fucking second. Now, like I just said, I just posted in the chat, McToon knows that the methodology for predicting the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, solar elevation, solar azimuth, those things that he said, which he's going to come up with an equation for, that equation has no globe Earth in it. He knows this, and he's going to try and bamboozle people. Okay, I just posted in the chat. I know he knows it because I fucking told him myself back in March.
He says, there you go, lying again.
I literally showed diagrams, showed citations, told them where to find it, right? I'm lying. No, it wouldn't be me lying. It would be them lying.
They got to put us in our categories first before they start talking shit about us. Remember that.
Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, Jared, what you might know is there's 2 kinds of Goldbergs. There's two things that's happening in this conversation. Either the topic is flat Earth versus globe, or the topic is flat Earthers. That's it. It's never. Yeah. That's it. When they can't address the issues, they make us the topic of conversation. All you flat Earthers do this, and all you flat Earthers think that, and you're like blah blah blah, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the drawing a whole bunch of people. I'm not a fan of categorizing a whole bunch of people by one stereotype, no matter how you, no matter who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, good or bad, because that's the other thing they do. Well, the scientists. Why would all the scientists be wrong? Okay, and when we ask them, name one scientist. They can't. Name one living scientist. How do you know what scientists think? All the scientists think, okay, what experiments did those scientists do? Like, it's the same thing, right? These are what I call sociological arguments. They're not actually still addressing the issue. They're saying, there's some people over here, and there's some people over there, and why would I think those people think this, or why would I think these people do that, or why would these people over here do this thing, and why would I listen to you people, right? Where the argument comes about people, and it leaves the topic about what the nature of the Earth itself is.
Right. I'll be the first to admit that I definitely do lean on appeals to authority.
Why?
Just because. Well, it's just because I.
Tell the truth.
I haven't really.
Because you're lazy, dude. That's the reason.
Well, I mean.
That's why people do it, because they're lazy. They don't want to research it themselves. It's easier to just say, well, I'll just read what that person said. I think they researched it. I'll just go with what they say.
It could be. I guess I just haven't. I haven't really thought about it that much. Honestly, this is the first time in well over a year that I've even, wondered about the, thought anything about the topic at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna play the audio, but
you're right, Indio. The reason why people submit to the authority is because they're lazy. I was lazy. Hell, there's things I'm still lazy about. Like I admit to it. I'm not gonna lie to anybody here. But
me too. I'm lazy about some things. It's like, oh, I can learn about that for myself.
Or I can just like, yeah, but it's not really that important to me. I'll just defer to the authorities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's what it is. It's laziness at the end of the day, because every single person in this world, generally, there are some dumb people in this world, but every person in this world has the capacity, if they're driven
Yeah, want to know
to.
who the dumb people are? We settled who the dumb people are. The people that think that Trump got a big W by giving them $2,000. Like somehow they're actually getting $2,000, and that's a net positive. Those people, they're the dumbest people.
You kind of put it succinctly for me, though, as far as my feelings on the matter when you said, "Oh, I don't really." I don't really care that deeply about it or whatever,
Yeah.
so I'll just. And that's the thing. I genuinely don't really have very strong feelings about this topic personally myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, it's not really that important intrinsically. It's not intrinsically important other than in the sense of what you would call an existential worldview, right? Because there's a whole lot of different connotations to whether the Earth is flat or what Earth is a fucking ball in a fucking near infinite vacuum, exploded from the Big Bang and you evolved from fucking goo, right? Those two it's called cosmogonies. Those two cosmogonies have different ramifications on how maybe you should behave in life. One supports the solipsist nihilist worldview, the materialist atheist worldview, where nothing matters because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway, and we're all just going to be vaporized into fucking molecules, versus the Earth being a created place that's unique and not like any other. Now, if you think that Earth is just one of a million, infinite amount of specks, and you're an infinite speck on that speck, versus the Earth is a unique place, you're unique in the all of reality and existence. This is a unique, only one of a kind experience. You're important. Your life is important. And everybody's. That's a totally different connotation, sociologically, politically, in every possible way you could think about, like how it should affect human behavior, because it's a fundamental thing. Where you are is fundamental. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see. I understand.
That's the only important part. Whether it's
Yeah.
flat or globe isn't important. Like the shape isn't really important. It's the connotations of one versus the other, really.
Right, because I'm not, I'm definitely not a nihilist. I'm very I'm very into, everyone is unique, everyone is special, everyone is created. I believe everyone is created.
Me too. But the thing is, the nihilist worldview couldn't even exist if 100% everybody on Earth knew 100% the Earth was flat. Nihilists couldn't even exist. There'd be no way they could support their ideology. It'd be impossible.
Yeah, it would completely wipe it out, because it would pretty much cement purpose for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
India, did you mention that? Oh my goodness! Now it just freaking slipped my head. That they were like having discrepancies on whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Is that what you said? I kind of missed the first part.
Just now?
Yeah.
Well, we weren't talking anything like that.
No, okay. You mentioned something about the shape of the Earth being.
Oh no, I said the shape of the Earth
globe.
isn't really that important, whether it's sphere, globe, triangle, like what it actually is. It's the downstream connotations about that matter, right?
It's the primary rung.
That.
I get what you're saying, but yeah, I just like.
This goes to the question you ask all the time too, Sheepdog, where like, if the Earth's not curving, then what is it? They can't even entertain the idea for a second that the Earth would be flat. because then their mind will continue on the downstream connotations of that. So they don't even want to think about it for a second. Because if I said, hey, hypothetically, if I said to just a normal person, hey, hypothetically, just imagine that you live on a flat Earth. What would be the metaphysical consequences of that? That's fucking scary if you're a fucking hardcore atheist Goldberg.
Yeah. No, the thing I was going to hit on. The thing I was just going to hit on, the reason why I thought you were talking about like whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Like the thing that I always try to point out to people, and this is off topic, but I just wanted to throw this in there. When they're like, "Oh, it's not a perfect sphere; it's an oblate spheroid." Look, if the oblate spheroid is 7,000 pixels in diameter, and you're complaining about 26 pixels, I think you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, no, you're right. It absolutely has downfield connotations. And you were going to touch on that, Dib?
Yeah, I was going to say that a lot of things change whenever you realize it's flat. I mean, gravity goes out the window. NASA needs to refund us a lot of money. I mean, everything falls to the ground. That's what they're scared of, to be honest.
You know what happened for me? All of a sudden, I stopped imagining myself being somewhere that isn't reality. And this world itself became a lot more interesting. I started looking into like what the different plants of this world are capable of doing when it comes to interacting with animal, the animal side of things, right? Like when they eat it. Why do dogs eat grass when they eat it, or why do animals eat certain things when you don't know what's going on? Oh, it's because they were feeling this, and so they had to do this. What is it? A crow
there's natural remedies for everything on this planet for us. I mean, we don't need anything.
Yeah. No, a crow will go and...
Someone wrote a book about all different species of animals that eat certain things to get fucked up. There's something, it was like a 200 different species eat shit to get fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this too. But I was just going to say, like...
The dolphins and the puffer fish, dude.
Yeah.
You ever seen? Yeah, it's freaking crazy, bro.
They do it to get high.
I can't remember who told me this, but I think I remember hearing somewhere. It had to have been when I was in high school, so it was a while back. But someone, I think it might have even been one of my teachers, said that we actually know less about our own oceans than we do about space. And I was shocked.
That's correct, yeah. So, hey, I'm going to take the piss out of Shiva right now, Sheepdog. Check this out. Now, our observation is dolphins playing with pufferfish. Now, according to Shiva, our hypothesis has to be in the form of a mathematical equation. So, what is a mathematical equation for dolphins playing with pufferfish? See how stupid that is, dude?
It's so stupid.
Maybe we could do a mathematical equation on why pigs can breathe out of their buttholes.
Oh, I saw that today. Jesus. Stop it, bro. Cut it out.
I couldn't believe it. This video come across my feed on Facebook.
Is that actually true? I couldn't watch it.
Yes.
I'm afraid of what I see.
No, this lady was like, "Oh my god, I thought my pig was gonna drown because he wouldn't lift his head up out of the water, and his face was like buried in this like kiddie pool, and he would not lift his head up, but his butthole was above the water." And so he was apparently she found out that her pig can breathe out of his butthole, and so I looked it up, and yeah, some mammals can breathe out of their butthole.
Some mammals can exhale out of their buttholes only, though.
Count me in on that one.
There's a joke somewhere in there.
Oh, God.
Globers can probably breathe out of the
moving
bubble.
on, dude. Fucking before this gets worse. Fucking in play.
And the intro is that one RF emitter of that tower is focused direct in line with the horizon. The second is angled upward 6 degrees above that. They do this so that the plane's radar equipment can sense the signal strength of both. The pilot's primary flight display shows the results shown here in the circle of a process which is merely a comparison, constantly made by the aircraft receivers of the strength of those two radio frequency signals. When the received signals are the same strength, the primary flight display indicates that the craft is currently on the prescribed path of descent to the runway, typically a negative 3-degree slope, because as you see here, the midpoint between 0 angle from the bottom one and the 6-degree angle from the top one is 3 degrees. This slope is also called the glide slope. Airports, as a matter of safety, constantly update their local runway barometric pressure for the benefit of the pilot, in proper precise calibration of the altimeter on board the craft. This ensures the most accurate measurement of altitude during the test. So the objective is to fly a Cessna on a fixed altitude ILS intercept course, crossing the signal at either 20 or 90 nautical miles from the runway, and we are taking barometric altitude reading at the intercept point as well as a distance measurement using the ILS system hardware seen here. The approach and measurement can be made several times during a single flight in order to reduce the uncertainty. As you see here, the pilot will circle the approached runway multiple times. This figure is a representation of the approach pattern and distance for the CYVR airport in Vancouver, Canada. As shown here, choice of airport will theoretically depend on whether the approach path is completely over water. The pilot will file a visual flight rules plan. Those have no mandatory flight levels to maintain for an approach pattern which conveniently uses an airspace which is farther away and at a higher altitude than the avenue which is typically involved when ATC is setting up a standard runway approach routes to the airport. The pattern should be flown at a fixed altitude of 6,360 feet above runway altitude. In flying at a static altitude, we eliminate any delay in the altimeter's reading of altitude, thusly optimizing its accuracy. In cases where the craft's autopilot hardware settings may only, I'm too far here. In cases where the craft's autopilot hardware settings may only permit 100-foot altitude resolution, the duty to fly at the proper altitude will rest on the pilot's ability to manually maintain the proper altitude, because the pilot can still visually see increments in between. As you see here in the circle, this primary flight display's altimeter has a 20 feet resolution, but we can see the 10 feet in between of the 20. The independent variables, meaning the factors we control or change on purpose, are the speed of the craft, the altitude of the craft, and the angle of the beams from the ILS tower. The dependent variables, meaning the outcome we want to measure, are the alignment with a 3-degree angle and the distance to the ILS tower, both shown on the primary flight display. A more detailed description of the entire process will be handed as a method document, which the pilot will use both as a guide to the flight particulars as well as the data collection he will need to fill out. We will do a run-through of that at the end. Just a quick overview of what he needs to fill out. So the prediction is, as shown here, the Earth is flat when flying at an altitude of 6,360 feet above the runway altitude. The craft should intercept the glide slope at 20 nautical miles from the ILS tower. If the Earth is convex, the craft should intercept the glide path at a point substantially closer, approximately 19 nautical miles to the tower. The math to that is the following. In the case of scenario A flat, we apply this sine function, opposite divided by hypotenuse, and solve for the opposite divided by vertical side, the opposite or vertical side. The sine
Now, I want everyone to pay attention to how much detail he's laying out here compared to what McToon laid out. Now, McToon laid out a fucking very simple thing. Said we'll make a model to predict where the sun is, and she was like, "Yeah, great, awesome, cool." Now this dude's up and he's laying out very detailed with specificity exactly the procedure for measuring, instruments used, independent variables, dependent variables, inputs, outputs, outcome, all the shit she even wanted. Now just watch what happens.
function of that 3-degree angle applied to the distance of 20 nautical miles yields a vertical distance above the runway of 6,360 feet. Hence, a craft which flies an approach of 6,360 feet above the runway altitude should intercept the 3-degree angle at a distance of 20 nautical miles from the ILS tower. Conversely, in the case of scenario B, the globe, the same sine function will yield conversely, the same sine function will yield the first vertical component of that distance of 6,042 feet. Add to that, due to the supposed globe's convexity, the value, which comes from the standard 8 inches per square miles, which is very accurate for up to 1,000 miles. The result is 318 feet. We obtain this value by applying the cosine of that same 3-degree angle in order to produce the x, or ground distance, component of 115,288 feet, or 21.83 miles. The total of these two components also yields a vertical sum distance of 6,360 feet to the ground from the craft. At this point, the craft should be 19 nautical miles from the ILS tower. Conclusion: this experiment involves a use of a collection of hardware which has been utilized for decades, where lives are at stake, in assistance to pilots of all kinds on approach to the runway, a process which makes use of a very necessarily precise light-based guided system. This method is easily replicable and repeatable. Replicable meaning multiple trials in one go, and it is as well repeatable at different locations and by different people. As the time it takes a Cessna to travel 1 nautical mile while flying at around 100 knots is approximately 36 seconds, there exists a rather large margin of separation between those two distance values. This method objectively serves to eliminate virtually all uncertainty in the distance measurement itself. Through sufficient replication by a number of pilots flying at a number of airports, all uncertainty can be completely eliminated. So a video introduction I show now by a side-by-side animation which shows what the pilot will see in the PFD when on approach. The glide slope indicator involves a pink diamond, as we saw in the beginning, moving vertically on the gauge. When the diamond is in the center, that is the moment of interception of the 3-degree path. When the diamond is 1 dot above, the craft is intercepting the angle of 2.65 degrees. That is the point where the recordings of each approaches should begin. And we see the approach begin here. And you see the diamond here and there. The altitude is fixed. We let this run through to have this on camera, and I show just a quick summary of the file that the pilots will get. You see the nautical miles are different, and the angle starts at a different time. So I stop this and start the method. Wait for me to pull up to show you the method. It's just 5 points, 5 sentences in there. Method file is here. Screen share. Method. I don't see it. I will screen share the full screen. How do I do this? Full screen. Objections revised. Pull it up. Here. Transaction method is here. Okay. Screen share again. Workplace, where can I screen share? Here, full screen share, full screen, method document. Close the assistance here. So we see that we show the pilots that step 1, he chooses an airport. The entire approach must be over water. Step 2, which plan he needs to file. Step 3, check the weather conditions as we show in the document later. Use the meta source for that, which is a public source. Recorded parameters must include airport temperature, wind speed, wind direction, barometric pressure. We pretty much thought that it's of not so much importance, but we want to make sure the data set is very clear. Step 4, plan the recording. It's about the recording here before takeoff. Make sure that you put the camera stable in front of your PFD screen or help someone with assistance. Make sure that your altimeter is properly calibrated. And when you take off, begin the flight patterns we showed and try to repeat it as much as possible, but of course it's dependent on cost. And perhaps 5 or 6 passes should serve as adequate. To minimize random error, you can do more. And then land and secure the craft. Use the camera also to make a screenshot of your file which you fill in, and forward all recordings to the author. And yes, so date and time, runway, ILS name. So this the ILS angle from this airport, the altitude, and then in 1 hour steps, 2 hours before the flight, 1 hour before the flight, what is the data, temperature, wind direction, etc., etc. All of that, relative humidity, visibility, and you get this from radio. You can just record that. It's not hard to get. Yes, that's it.
Right. So, so we have 2 experiments being proposed. One, so this experiment, Kevin, is you need an airplane, right?
Yes.
So not everyone can do, but those, you have to somehow go get an airplane. And then you have to, so the airplane can make multiple advances towards the tower by circling, and each one of those will give a data point, right? each
Yes,
time
yes.
it circles back, right? All right. Okay. So maybe since you just finished, we'll ask, and then we'll go back to the globe earthers. Globe earthers, if you want to ask any questions about this again, today is merely looking at the formulation of the hypothesis. So Kevin, in your case, you're saying that there's a formulation of the globe earthers. You've actually claimed that you formulated it, and then the flat earthers will have, and then you proposed an experiment. So any of the globe earthers have any questions that you want to raise?
I have some questions about the precision. So, Kevin, you listed off the variables you were going to capture, but I missed what I thought was probably going to be the most critical one: is the margin of error of the slope angle, and the margin of error of the second, the width of the beam, and third, the margin of error of the width of the beam.
The width of the beam is 0 degrees is the one. The second is 6 degrees, and because you have you check the interception point of those two beams, you can see the interception points, and it's in between. You measure the strength of both, and when they are at the same strength, you measure that multiply. It multiplies. I saw it on the. I showed it on the how the beams come out, but there is no because there are multiple lines which are on a line of those interception points. There is nothing out of that line. It cannot be out of that.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question. What is the margin of error of the slope of that beam? You say it's 3 degrees, but it's not exactly 3 degrees. It's 3 degrees plus or minus something. What is the margin of error, and how do we know that margin of error?
The slope angle is 3 degrees on most airports.
Plus or minus something. What is that plus or minus?
It's 1%. In less miles, the margin of error, and it.
Wait, hold on. Is he literally saying that, like, when you do a math measurement, geometry measurement, like, okay, you got a triangle, and your slope is 3 degrees. Your hypotenuse is 3 degrees, or whatever. I kind of missed what he was saying, but there's a plus or minus in like the angle measurement for a triangle. Like, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, sheepdog. I wasn't paying attention. I'm waiting for them to start talking about their so.
This is the part that goes over my head because I hated taking geometry, and it was it's just my brain just does not agree.
I bet you wish you paid attention now, huh?
Well, it's one of those things, a lot of the arguments made on either side, it involves a lot of that stuff, and I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah, I get weirded out because they call it an experiment. More so just it's really just a measurement. But I'm a little bit more aware that Matone is asking about this margin of error. It doesn't seem like far as the distance of him taking this angle measurement, especially when he's talking about nautical miles, which is supposed to be parallel to statute miles. It don't seem like it's even far enough for him to even talk about the slope to begin with. And even if he's going to even put a slope in there, he was going to need a level in order to compare that slope to. Still not doing nothing with nautical miles at all. So I don't know where like Matone is trying to go with this. This is basically still proving.
Well, that's not McToon is talking about. It was another guy that presented some German guy presented like the flight path of airplanes when they're getting ready to land on a runway, and how they take an angular measurement based off of a right angle triangle as they're coming into land, and they're trying to strawman this into a science experiment, and they're trying to be like, oh, well, what's your plus or minus? Like, bro, I didn't know you could have a plus or minus on a triangle. Like, I think it could be a 30, 60, 90, but it could be plus or minus 5 degrees. I don't know.
Say like it's some type of slope, but yeah, a triangle is a triangle. So I don't understand. Like that's what I was saying. It's kind of weird that Matone is talking about there's some type of plus or minus. He's saying there's a margin of error, but
oh,
I don't. You're gonna have to.
You missed the beginning opening statement. So this is all based on the scientific method for the geometry of the Earth. That's the title of this conversation.
This ain't science, so I don't know where he's going with that. There's no independent variable here. You don't have to talk about none of this. Like, it's geometry, math.
I agree with you, man. That's why I'm confused when he's like, well, what's your margin of error? Margin of error on a triangle? On a 30-60 triangle? Like a right triangle? 2070? Like, what do you mean margin of error? Like, there's only one measurement, bro.
I literally think Platone is just an idiot. There's no margin of error in the measurement. This is like if I'm doing like anything anything a home improvement, I mean, I'm taking a measurement. I mean, what would be the margin of error? I'm just taking a measurement. Like, I don't. Yeah, I think they make it more confusing than what it have to be because they try to make it a science project when it's not. It's really just category errors. It's really mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, measure twice, cut once, I guess, but like that's just because like people sometimes are lazy when they move across the measurement or whatever. So just be sure before you make that cut, 'cause you don't want to have no excuse for a piece later or whatever. So I agree with you, man. That's why I'm confused. Like how are you? What's the margin of error you're going to do for a right triangle?
Right. I think Matthew just confused. I don't know.
No, he's not confused. I think he's sticking to the script of how they're going to make this a scientific is like using the scientific method to determine whether the Earth is flat or round. That's basically what he said in his opening statement. Not McToon, but Dr. Shiva, the guy who's hosting it.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no science here. I mean, he should know that. This is geometry. Plain and simple. So I just think Dr. Shiva just don't know what he's talking about. I mean, he went to school, right? So I mean, you can't say he really don't know what he's talking about. I just think he's not really too familiar with this topic because he should know the difference between mathematics and measurements and science.
Yeah, no. We'll try to get you a copy of the video. But man, he makes a whole bunch of fallacious reasoning in the beginning of the video. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play again for everybody. Keep moving forward. If anybody has anything to say, speak up. We'll try to pause it as quickly as possible. Okay.
There's still this 30 seconds time frame in between, more than 30-second time frame.
Okay, I'm sorry, you still didn't answer my question. What is the published margin of error of that angle of the glide slope?
It depends on the airport. Whatever airport you go, you have a different angle of the glide slope. You maybe don't understand the method.
No.
The method is
what is the margin of error, not the angle, the margin of error of the angle. I know that published glide slopes are 3 degrees or varying amounts of degrees, but what's the margin of error? Because at 20 nautical miles away, it's not going to be a pencil thin line. There's going to be a variation because the installation isn't absolutely precise. So we need to know, because at 20 nautical miles, any margin of error is going to be magnified when you're 20 nautical miles away. So what is the margin of error of the different airports you've looked at?
He's just making a claim. Like, he's not really explaining.
There's a idea that the
what's up, Ray?
So Matone is just making a claim instead of like setting like an example of what he's not clarifying what he's talking about. He's just basically just making a claim saying, well, we know this, but I'm like, yeah, but you're not actually clarifying what you're talking about. Because I literally just think that Dr. Shiva just don't know what Matone is talking about.
Well, so Dr. Shiva apparently has like 4 doctorate degrees. Very intelligent guy. Like, I think he's got his degrees in healthcare, right? So, like,
he's got 4 engineering degrees, and apparently he said that engineers don't lie, scientists do.
Yeah, he got like 3 like chemical. He like a chemical engineer. I know he got 3 chemical engineers. He was the one that tried to expose the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, he was one of them that tried to get out in front of that. But yeah, so that's pretty much what he's doing. He's strawmanning the flat Earth. The whole thing was basically meant to, like Indio said, it was to basically point out how crappy flat earthers are and how they don't know anything. But in doing so, he's using the scientific method incorrectly. He's basically putting it on a model and then using the scientific method on the model instead of like what we observe out in nature. So he's using the scientific method completely wrong. It doesn't even need to have science in certain aspects of the conversation, right? Can you do science with it? Yeah. I mean, there's observations people have done where there is science involved, where they change the temperature of the environment that they're in, or maybe increase the pressure or something like that. But again, that's like a different conversation. This is strictly a math thing. And this guy, I don't remember the name of the guy, the flat earther that's talking, but he did a good job pointing out that flights, when they're coming into land, they use a right angle triangle from 19 miles away, which is interesting.
That the beams can multiply outside, but it's not in our observation. So I don't see that there's a margin of error beyond 1%, what I mentioned. I don't.
But that's just a guess, right?
No,
you're just guessing 1%.
We tried that. It has to be absolutely precise. You cannot do it different because millions of dollars and lives.
No, hold on a second.
Millions of dollars depend on and lives depend on how the airplane descends. So you cannot.
You're correct, but
it's 1 degree more or less.
Kevin, if that glide slope is 3.1 degrees, the plane will still land just fine. And if the glide slope is 2.9 degrees, the plane will land just fine. So there isn't a security or not a security. Hold on just a second. I'm not done talking. Okay. There isn't a safety problem if there is a 1/10 of a degree or a 2/10 of a degree margin of error. The plane will still land just fine. And then the second thing is, what is the width?
It's not about landing.
Beam?
Sorry, it's not about landing. You asked the question, but we are not landing the plane, and it's not about if the plane lands fine. The plane will be at an static altitude, and we have the sine function. It's math. and we are not landing the plane. It will land fine, okay, 2 meters above or below the what it's expected, but we are not landing the plane. We are looking.
Yeah,
at,
I didn't
at
claim
what,
that.
You said the plane
try
will just
listening
land
to
twice.
Yeah, so gentlemen, let me just jump in here for the audience here. I just did a very simple, I think this is what, Kevin, you're bringing up. Let's say that center line is that 3-degree line, okay?
It depends on the airport. Most airports have 3 degrees. You can.
Well, let me finish, Kevin. You got to stop when someone.
But you asked the question if it's 3 degrees. It's not always 3 degrees. It can be 2.9 on some airport, but it's
yeah.
then,
So let me just finish. That's what we understand. Your experiment proposes 3 degrees, and in science, if you've used any instruments for measuring anything, typically the company that provides you that instrument will provide you a plus or minus margin of error if you've done a measurement of any kind of thing, you know? So if that center line is your 3 degree, which is what you're formulating, it could be above or below based on error. It's essentially in a cone, right? It's essentially a region. That is not going to change the nature of the airplane landing safely. However, I think the issue is that can have a significant impact based on the margin of error on the calculation.
Yes, but it's in.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Please. Okay. So the question is, are you aware of what because you're using instruments to measure this? Are you aware of what the margin of error is? Because the margin of error varies. That's going to directly, you have to put that into your hypothesis, and that's going to affect the output, which is going to affect whether the Earth is flat or round, and you're essentially introduced something.
Is this guy the moderator?
Dr. Shiva is, yeah.
Why is he making the argument for Matone?
I have no idea. This is how it always goes for the globe side when a globe earther moderates.
Why is he making an argument for Matone? Because Matone couldn't even explain it. And then him and Matone is talking about two totally different things when they talking about margin of error. So he's making instead of letting the guy answer his own question. It's not the guy's fault that Matone don't know what he's really talking about.
No, I don't disagree, man. I think the guy made a very valid argument. Were you here for McToon's argument?
No. Yeah, I just heard the guy presentation. I mean, I guess his name is. I heard his presentation, and it seemed like he was spot on. Besides the fact that attempted to say that it was a science, it was some type of experiment with a hypothesis, but it seemed like he was just basically talking about geometry. He was basically saying, "Hey, this is how planes utilize right-angle triangles in nautical miles and statute miles in order to land planes." I don't know where they coming with the margin of error. It seemed like the only thing that they're talking about with margin of errors would be more factored in pitch data, but in this, you don't need that.
Yeah, no, and if you had been here in the beginning, not that it's your fault, man. I'm just letting you know. McToon didn't even make a 2-minute long argument. Maybe it was 2.5 minutes at most. And Dr. Shiva didn't even ask any questions. Just moved right on to the flat earther. The whole idea was that to create a model for McToon, create a model for the location of the sun based off the rotation of the Earth, and based on your time, the sun should be in a specific location. That was his argument.
So Matone should be the one explaining those details, because that burden is on Matone to prove that the Earth is rotating, and that burden is on Matone to prove that the Earth is a globe in the first place. So Matone shouldn't be having no 2-minute presentations whatsoever. I mean, it seems like this guy's talking longer than Matone is.
He is, and he was very detailed, and I appreciate what he brought to the conversation, because you can tell he read into it, and he has a good understanding about just this portion of the flight, and like how it's at its distance, this is the triangle that it makes.
inconclusive a priori. So the issue is, do you know the margin of error? I think that's Mike's question.
Yes, and I answered him twice. He can look it up. 1%, 35 nautical miles away, and this will not affect this experiment. You can still would have 30 seconds of change of both predictions. The vertical margin of error was measured at 1% of the vertical height, and you are in the experiment still works very well for both.
But you haven't done the experiment, so you don't know if it's going to work.
There's something similar where happened, like pilots observed their.
Yeah, but time out. Again, this is in science. You have to do the specific experiment using the specific. If you did something else, that's not this experiment. So we want to talk about this experiment. Has this experiment been done? This exact experiment? Okay. So this is a proposal. That's great. But the issue is, if you work out the math in your equation, this is just some feedback to you, you're going to have to include that margin of error, because that margin of error is going to affect the output.
Yes, it is 1/5 of the difference. And it is, yes.
I have I can show a little more detail maybe for the audience if I can share my screen here. I have it up.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead. You can. I think you can share.
Yeah, I'm sharing it right now.
We don't see it.
You have to select on your tab at the top of the screen. You should see that my presentation is being shared.
Does everyone see it? Oh,
Dan says he sees it. Okay.
I don't see it for some reason. Is it being broadcast to everyone? Let me see if it's being broadcast.
Yeah, it's on the.
Oh, okay.
Okay. They see it on YouTube. Okay.
Okay, they do. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So here's an approach for an airport in Denver, Colorado. And down at the bottom here, it shows the exact same thing that he's talking about. This is the ILS slope there. And it's got those the gray borders around it, above and below. And that's showing the margin of error of the width of the beam, not the margin of error of the glide slope. The glide slope margin of error is not stated in here. And this is the same for every airport. Here's another airport, another airport, another airport. All of these have that gray top and bottom to the glide slope. You see that there? And so that's showing that the glide slope isn't an exact 3 degrees. It's a broader angle. And so here's a diagram that I put together showing that, you've got this in the middle here. This middle slope is showing the exact 3 degrees, but based on an approximation of 0.7 degrees, which is what I get as when I've done some research on what is a potential average value, but we'd need to get the exact value for any particular experiment we did. But you can see here, when the airplane maintaining constant elevation will enter into that cone at 26.1 nautical miles in this example, be in the center of the beam at 20 nautical miles, but there's no way to measure that directly, and then exit that at 16.2 nautical miles. Now this is my my computation for flat Earth, and my computation for the globe here is similar. It's just a slight different one, and it enters in at a different point based on the two models. Now here's the problem. Here's those two overlaid, and you can see there is a different intercept based on globe, this curving one, which is exaggerated. Don't take that to mean exactly what it is. The horizontal scale is not to scale with the vertical. And then the intercept here for flat Earth is on the top there, and it's a different width, different entry point. But the problem is now, if you don't know the glide slope margin of error of the center, you get this. The center is that, but you actually can't measure when you're at the center very well. You can measure when you enter and measure when you exit that beam. And so what actually happens is this is just looking at the glide slope margin of error, the unknown margin of error. Kevin doesn't know it,
No, it's not
this
the
is
margin
what
of error. You're showing something wrong. The gray section was merely showing the 0.35 spread, degree spread, and the pilot expects this to see on his gauge.
Exactly.
It's not showing.
So
exactly,
it's not
but it's not showing
possible.
error margin.
Yeah, so it's not possible to measure precisely the kind of precision that you want. This is
23%.
just a second. I'm still talking. This is just a visualization of the margin of error of the glide slope. Now, if we add in the unknown width of the beam, because we're just guessing at 0.7, then this in big boundary here gets even larger. So there's no way to differentiate exactly precisely when you enter and when you exit and get to the center of that beam. There's no method to do that.
Why this is 23% error margin you propose is preposterous. You couldn't land any plane with this.
Oh, you can easily land the plane with that. You see down at the bottom left of this where they converge. So no matter what, you'll get to the runway at the right elevation, because the margin of error shrinks as you get closer to the runway. So when you're out 20 nautical miles, it's fine to have a really wide beam, no problem for safety at all, and any pilot can land the plane just fine, and then they get guided down, and it gets tighter and tighter as you get close. But you're not proposing to be close, you're proposing to be 20 nautical miles out, where you do not know the margin of error of the angle or the beam width.
But it's not 23% as you proposed.
I don't know where you're getting 23%. I just drew random. I didn't put any numbers in here.
You have showed.
Oh, the 0.7. Yeah, the 0.7 is what I got doing research. Yeah, but so if you had any documentation of the width of the beam, then that would be useful. But I've not been able to find any hard documentation, because, like I showed, these different airports, they don't document
and exaggerate it like
exactly crazy. You can't 100%. You can't approximate, and so you would need to provide, and we don't have that. When we look at the documentation that airports have, there is no documentation that I found of precise beam width. They just have this rough gray area here around it.
Radio frequency, it's in a very low frequency. I can look it up for next time. Never mind. I can look up how the lower the frequency, the stronger it is, and the less it diverts. So I will look up the exact value, but we were in what we looked up was 1%, and your 23% were not in any way.
Kevin, if you're talking about beam divergence, it has less to do with the frequency, more has to do with the antenna design. Also, in your presentation, you said that you were measuring the distance off the ILS system. Is that using the DME system within ILS?
Which system?
How are you measuring the distance, the glide slope distance, from the plane to the airport?
Yeah, you have it in your. I showed it on the bottom left. It shows on the primary flight display.
Right. So that's that. Okay. So because you don't know, that system's called DME. It's part of the ILS system, but it's a separate system entirely from it. Do you know what the margin of error is for the DME system for just random airports as far as the range difference?
Dr. Sheba again talking?
Okay, so it's 0.2 to 0.5 nautical miles. So when you add just that error margin into a 1 nautical mile difference from your, not even discussing Mike's idea about the beam width, just the measure of the distance, your now margin of error has taken your 1 mile and taken it to possibly half a nautical mile.
It's near zero. Say again your numbers. It is in 20 nautical miles.
You said there's a mile difference between when we enter, if it's globe or whatever. There is a half nautical mile margin of error for the DME system that measures the distance.
Show me the reference. I don't believe this. It's the error margin is near zero. If you had half a mile error distance, again, Very
because your
hard to.
distance isn't necessary to land. The glide slope is. So your distance could be off by half a nautical mile because where the DME is located and where the transmitting antenna is located on the airport is going to affect what the DME measurement is. And a DME measurement measures the glide slope length, not the overland length.
Fine. Oh, but
So
even
those
half
two
mile.
so anywhere from 0.2 to 0.5 nautical miles on the high end, you've now taken your margin of error of 1 nautical mile between the globe and the flat Earth and made it half a nautical mile. And that's before you can even address the beam width issues that are expanded upon at 20 nautical miles away from the airport.
With that, we're exaggerated. We can show this. We will look for the reference, but even if it's half nautical miles, the error there with the distance, the experiment is still valid. You could still
wait, Kevin. Let me just step in here just to explain to the audience. There in science, when you do measurements, there's something called margin of error. Okay, so you take a measurement and you think something's 1 inch, and if the margin of error is half an inch, that means it could be 1.5 or 0.75. Do you understand that, right?
Yeah, but you cannot come up with some numbers.
Wait. No one's coming up with any numbers. Stop.
Yeah, 0.5 miles.
No. Stop. Don't interrupt. You kept saying Mike was coming up with 23%. He didn't say that. So take that off the map because I don't want that to be perfectly.
I showed them off.
No, he never said 23%.
It showed 0.7.
No, he said that the beam width, he gave an example. The bottom line is, so let's be clear, because what I've seen happen is people are taking words and then say, he said this. It's not what he said. Okay? So let's stop it right there. That's not science. That's called bullshit. So let's stop it. He didn't say that. What he is bringing up in a very rational way is a concept of margin of error. If you don't know the margin of error, any measurements you make thereafter are subject to being highly dubious. Okay? Or you have to incorporate that into your hypothesis. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all we're saying. So in order to do that, Dan is saying the DME, he knows as an expert in the field, and you should go do it independently, is half a nautical mile.
I haven't shown any reference. It's 20 miles. Don't believe this. 100 miles maybe.
Wait. So where do you have the reference that what he's saying is false?
Because I saw some tests from 10 miles.
No. Wait. Stop. In science, there's something called a citation. You have to give a reference. So if you don't have the reference, don't say he said something.
Yeah, he didn't show reference.
Dave Flat Earth said something.
He didn't show reference. Exactly, no. He didn't show reference.
Okay, let's define reference. A reference is a reputable source where someone's done the experiment and it's being used. So I think what's outstanding is Dave has proposed here that he has a reference. Okay,
I'd like to see.
Okay, but you don't have that reference right now. So you can leave it as an unknown. Agreed? It's an unknown variable in your area, and perhaps you and he should connect offline, but in our white paper, we're going to say the margin of error is not known for your measurement.
Yeah, no worries. It's two researchers.
So Kevin, just so you're aware, it's an ICAO standard of 0.25 nautical miles plus 1.25% of the distance being measured. So I gave you the benefit of the doubt by just saying 0.5 at the high end. So if you want to do the actual math of it and everything else, the operational accuracy is a half mile or 3% of the distance, whichever is greater. And that's reliable up to almost 199 nautical miles. And that's from the ICAO.
So Dan, why don't you send that reference over? I think
I'll send it over right now.
That the landing of an airplane using the glide path can happen very safely and securely. That's independent of measuring something in that range that we're talking about concerning the Earth being flat around, okay? One is a measurement issue. The other is a plane landing safely. And I think Mike's point is when you're 26 miles away, you're in some region, but as you get closer, you're always going to be able to land the plane. But in your experiment, you're proposing that you have to measure this at 26 miles, which is a significant distance away.
So just a quick, my observation on this, he's strawmanning the hell out of it, right? Like the whole thing isn't about landing the plane. The whole thing is about being in like a level pattern above the Earth at a specific altitude as they get ready to engage with the beam. And that location becomes a right triangle once they engage with the beam and start their descent. If anybody disagrees with me on my understanding of this, please speak up, because I'm learning more and more about this particular thing as the discussion goes on. Seems like the guy that did this, Kevin, did his due diligence, but now he's being picked apart by 3 different people.
Yeah, it seemed like it's 3 different people, and they all saying something kind of different. It sound like what they're saying. It sound like they're on the same page, but if you really listen to what they're all saying, it's kind of they basically all making different arguments. So they scattergunning them. Number one, and then even the guy even admitted it in the last part of what he was saying. He was saying that, well, Matone is making an argument based on the plane not land. You will still be able to land the plane. So Matone is straw manning them by saying that the guy is saying that he won't be able to land the plane correctly. And then the other guy is saying that he's incorrect because he don't have a reference, so therefore he's making an unknown claim since he's making a claim of science, which is this is not science, it's a category error, it's mathematics. And then then another guy, and then there's a third argument with another guy that's basically saying that he's incorrect because he gave him the benefit of the doubt, I guess, of some reference that he made a claim of. But like you said, I didn't hear him earlier. So, but they're not really
It sounded
letting
like
it.
one of them was saying that because he doesn't understand the names of the systems being used, and he's using the abbreviations, right? He's not even using the actual name of the system. He used the abbreviation to get him to like, well, what do you mean? And oh, so you don't know, right? Like that was one of the arguments that I was hearing.
And it's like, well, they're not really letting the guy really explain. He do know. So, like, so that he say one sentence. I mean, you really not hearing what Kevin's saying right now. So they let him. They heard like a little bit of his presentation, and now they just jumping on the guy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if they even get to McToon's argument. Supposedly, also, there's because of the situation where people are not experts in their field, whatever they misunderstand or unable to give evidence for in today, they have like a week to use like basically what he said was an open book source where you can do any kind of search, Google, Chat GPT, Grok, whatever, and help create an argument with references that will lend credence to your argument. Another straw man.
I think that's really fair because if the guy is arguing against the mainstream, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're running uphill in ice.
If he's making an argument and he's going against a narrative of the mainstream, I mean, where is he going to find looking through the mainstream media in the first place? So,
no, I agree.
Against Christianity, why I'm gonna pick up the New Testament to prove something that I don't agree with in the Christianity. I mean, the only thing I could do is just show a reference point that I don't agree with,
Right.
Or if I don't believe in something in Scientology, why would I go? Like, oh, find me, go to the Scientology book. Like, why would I go there? Like, I'm just going to point out something in nature that doesn't make sense, So, I mean, we could go basic fundamentals of measurements and geometry.
No, for you, Heartless.
Okay. If I have to.
What's up? What's up, Kingsley?
I think he was hot micing. But yeah, but I was
he was in here before, but go ahead.
Yeah, but man, that's kind of like that's kind of like not fair what they doing with him on that point. That's all I was saying.
No, you're right, and I mean,
say that that somebody else said something. I don't know, somebody named Mike or somebody. They tried to say that he said that Mike said something, and I don't know.
You missed like maybe 20 minutes before you started, because like you came in right when Kevin was starting his thing, right?
And then, like when Kevin was making, like probably like the middle part of his presentation, right before I interrupted him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, oh wow. So you came in at the end of his presentation, and then yeah, like if you listen to how everything opened up from the beginning, and then what Kevin presented, you'd be like, oh damn, dude, like he actually put some effort into this, and so kudos to him. There was a third flat earther that was supposed to be there, but and Indio said that originally it was supposed to be a 6-on-6, but they were strawmanning everything out of the gate, and it's a long story. But there was a third flat earther that was supposed to be there, but after sitting in the room with everybody, he realized that the other two flat earthers may be um, be- believing in things that they can't back up with real world observations, and so he backed out at the last minute. Um, so I don't know the whole story, but I'll say this just to be objective. If that is the case, kudos to him for recognizing a trap and seeing it. Like I got to give Kevin his dues. He's making he's holding his own. But if this whole thing was a straw man to make flat earthers look like the problem, then kudos for him for backing out at the last second.
All of these are like that with McToon. McToon's never going to agree to record something and put it on the internet if he's not going to win the argument.
Oh yeah, and like Indio said that Dr. Shiva was talking about these things prior to McToon even getting involved, but I think McToon's been involved a lot longer than what we're being told, or maybe somebody else put Dr. Shiva on, and then that's kind of like in McToon's circle, and so that's where we're at. But Dr. Shiva definitely understands this a little bit too well. Anyway, see, Planet Truth. Initially, they were going to have PhDs there against the flat earthers, but then McToon obviously contacted Shiva and told him even a baby flirt could destroy a PhD. Oh yeah, that was right. McToon did say that in a debate. Flat earthers can destroy PhDs. That's what McToon said. So they ended up getting anti-flat earthers instead. Shiva is arrogant, but not a complete idiot. I agree. I agree.
I don't understand what having a PhD matters. I mean, it's Glovers that don't pay for PhDs that believe something, and it's a PhD that paid all this money for his education to believe something, believe the same thing.
Well, PhDs generally are well read, and they typically have a higher capacity for retention. So I give them that credit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put it back on play.
Between a PhD is just, I mean, and an anti-flat earther is that an anti-flat earthers have his own rhetoric, and they easy to lie within a debate and straw man you. They good with debate tactics. Where just a PhD is just gonna just go over what he's already studied. He's gonna come with the mainstream narrative, and he's just gonna repeat what he learned in college. I mean, you probably would get a more honest conversation with a PhD than an anti-flat earther, because a PhD will school an anti-flat earther more on a mainstream rhetoric than an anti-flat earther teaching a PhD. So it's not like an anti-flat earther is smarter than a PhD. It's just that a PhD is more honest. Like if you read a book, like say it's like if you going over a topic with a PhD and you read the topic, pretty much the PhD is only going to talk about that topic and how it's actually been written in a textbook or how it's actually been studied. Where if you talk to an anti-flat earther, he'll probably try to gaslight you into believing something and come up with his own narrative to win a debate.
Yeah, but what if you talk to a PhD and you tell them something they didn't think of before, and then they realize they wasted all their time and all their money going to school to learn something that's a lie? Don't you think they're going to be a little bit biased? I mean, I would.
There's PhDs that have changed their mind, so.
Yeah, they're going to be, but for the most part, they only going to go off of what they read. Where anti-flat earther is going to make up some other thing. They're going to try to spin it in a way where they're trying to win the argument. Like a flat earther could even show them something in their own textbook and use it as a hostile witness against them. And then the anti-flat earther will go, "Oh, well, no, you're wrong anyway." Like everything that the flat earther would say is wrong, even though you're using their own education against them as a hostile witness. Where a PhD would be like, "Oh, well, that's correct." But it also says this in the textbook or something of that nature. And you have to point out, well, why it's wrong or why you disagree with it. And then that will probably force a PhD to actually think about it in reality and be like, oh, well, maybe this is wrong or something. Or maybe you just say, well, it says it. I'm just going to believe it because I went to school for 8-10 years studying about it. So what do you know? Well, the anti-flat earther would just say, well, you're wrong. It doesn't say that. It says this. It doesn't mean this. It means this. You know.
Yeah, I agree with Joe on the anti-flat earther. But the PhDs, yeah, there's some out there that will be honest and they'll realize that they missed something there. But then there's some that are like, they spent so much time, so much money on their education. They want to hold themselves higher than you.
Yeah, I think they're quite arrogant. They all gonna think they're smarter than you.
But at the end of the day, it's a pissing contest, right? Like, you gotta figure they went to school for such a long time, and then like as they were graduating, right? Like even after they graduated, they went through a phase where like they went through a mentorship and they were told like you have to be arrogant. You can't let anybody take your PhD from you. You have to stand on it, right? And then it becomes like a marketing tool more than anything else. At the end
Sounds like religion.
It's sales. That's all it is. It's sales.
Yeah,
They're selling you on the idea that they know something you don't.
Yeah, it is a marketing tool. I mean, school, college is a business.
Oh yeah,
it breeds as a marketing tool,
and it's not cheap.
Nope, no sir. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and push play for a little bit. Let's see. I'm not sure how much is left. I'm sure it's a timer on this.
And as you get farther away, if the margin of error, whatever that margin of error is going to significantly affect your delta, or whatever your delta H, the height. Is that the point you made, Mike?
Yeah, the entry point when the plane is coming in at that same elevation, they'll get into the entry point where the instrument will say you're in the zone earlier than right at the center of the beam, because if it was just at that very center, if it was super pencil thin, you'd hit that and then instantly you'd be past it. The pilot needs to know when they enter it, give them time to adjust the plane to decrease elevation so that they can stay within that zone. If it's pencil thin, they'd be past it and they wouldn't know.
Yeah. So I think the outstanding piece in that experiment, or let's put it this way, so you don't take this personally. In your model, the margin of error must be included.
Real quick, when they talk about this beam, when they're talking about this beam, and they're talking about elevation, from what?
Obviously from the baseline.
Yep. So they're talking about an elevation angle.
Yep.
And the beam.
Never mind the was it the 29 miles or 19 miles that the plane is away when it catches the beam, right?
Right, but the purpose of them catching the beam is for the plane to land, right?
Well, so the beam doesn't land them. They just have to, like, have you ever played a piloting game? Like, you have to stay within the tolerance level as you're landing, and if you're above it or below it, it beeps at you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But but that is to make sure the plane is level when you land it.
It's to make sure you're taking the correct angle, because if too steep or too shallow, you'll overshoot the runway. Too steep, you'll come in hard and crash.
Yeah, you come in hard and crash. But you still have to.
That's why Kevin made the argument at the beginning when McToon tried to get in on him. I'll just say this real quick. McToon tried to get in on him early, and Kevin was like, "Bro, there's millions of dollars and hundreds of people's lives at stake. They can't afford to make a mistake of any margin of error."
Yeah. Because Matone is making like, oh, well, it's never precise. But landing a plane is, you definitely have to be like, I don't get what Matone is trying to say here. Matone is trying to say like it's never precise. There is a margin of error. You will be in error. The margin of error means that you are in error. It's just a certain average of error that you're going to be. Like, no, you have to be. The purpose of the beam is for you to have the correct angle to land a plane, and you have to have the correct pitch as well. So I don't know where Matone is getting that. Matone will have to show where he's getting that from. That's what I would have asked him. Like, you have to show where the plane, you could just land the plane at an average of incorrectly, because that's what you mean when you say error. Error means it's incorrect. That means the angle is not accurate and it's not correct. That's what error means. So what do you margin of error?
With all due respect, dude, I'm not too sure how significant this point that you're making is. Okay, because it's one thing to have a three degree descent, right? But does 2.999998 degree of a descent make that much of a difference? Because technically speaking, you're right. There's an error there. There's an error there by. Hang on. Let me finish my sentence, please. Right.
Let me finish. You cut me. Hold on. You cut me off.
I thought you were done. Though. Go ahead. If you weren't done, please go ahead.
You cut me off. You guys are making a point of saying a margin of error as if you're not supposed to be precise when you are landing a plane in descent. And the beam is utilized for what? Is it for utilizing for you to still be in error while you land in a plane?
By a certain amount, that's the argument. So precision, right, is just by how much you are off by anything, right?
It's just,
you take a ruler or whatnot. Look, if you weren't done, please don't let me interrupt you. I thought you were done, so I wanted to just throw this point in here. But if you guys had some more to go on, please do.
Don't cry about it. Make your point. But there is no argument.
So I can speak then. Okay, I thought you were going to go ahead then, but I'll go. Okay. The point is, dude, yeah, there technically can be an error. This is what precision is all about. So when they're asking about how much allowance can there be, This is not a statement of we're obviously in the wrong or we're making a mistake because we're off by so much of an amount. Okay, it's highlighting that we're always off, because in that entire sort of environment, right? You're out in the plane. There's ups and downs. There's all sorts of things. How much is that is there an allowance for that to allow while maintaining our numbers being within the bounds that we can expect? That's all it is.
Okay, did you hear the first point that we made, right? When you're landing the plane, you have to be at a correct angle while you're landing the plane. You can't be too steep. That is the purpose of the beam in the first place. If you're below the beam, you descending, you're going too steep. You may crash, or if you're too high up above that angle, which means the pitch is too far up, you're going to fly past the runway.
Well, I'm going to add this in real quick. I tagged 20 Cup, but if you need me to tag you, I can. So there was when I did a Google search, it said signal integrity. The ground equipment is designed and maintained to strict International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and Federal Aviation Administration, FAA standards. For the ground equipment, the glide path angle must be adjusted to maintain a tolerance of 0.075 times the nominal glide slope angle. Example, for a 3-degree glide slope, the tolerance is plus or minus 0.225 degrees.
Perfect.
And then the point is that the point that I'm making is that it's a null point anyway, because none of that invokes a globe in this first instance. You're still measuring, you're still doing geometry, measuring angles, going and flying horizontal on a runway.
No, you're right, and I just want to make the statement real quick that the 0.225 degrees plus or minus, that's where the pilot's judgment comes into play. That's why they remove the computer error malfunction, and the pilot has to land the plane going into the landing. So again, it's not significant enough to throw a pilot into turmoil and say, "Oh my God, I can't land the plane."
Of course not. Or it wouldn't seem like that to me. Absolutely, yeah. So technically speaking, anywhere plus or minus 0.225 degrees, if they're within that range, they're doing it correctly. There's no, it's off by 2.225 degrees, or 0.225 degrees. So you can argue, oh, well, they're in error by plus or minus 0.225 degrees, but it's tolerable, right? That's all I wanted to get at, because the term, it makes it so strict, that insinuating that they can't deviate by 3 degrees at all, otherwise they're, quote, in error. It's like, that's why it's called a margin that's acceptable. That's all he was trying to point out. I'm not saying that the argument was very valid or was of any value on their side by going into this. There's probably more that we can speak of. I don't want to tangent off.
What he was trying to do? That they're flying the plane at a set elevation, and when they get into the glide slope, they're going to measure the distance to the airport.
Yeah.
The globe distance is one thing, the flat Earth distance is another. And what the bitch is that the device is not precise enough to measure the distance.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So,
and his citation was just nothing. Like the citation wasn't actual. Like, hey, here's the equipment manufacturer says this is it. No, it was like some fucking goddamn manual, or not even a manual, like a, I don't know, I have to pull it up, dude, but it was garbage. It was absolute garbage for a citation. It's not an acceptable citation. If you're going to talk about the limitations of equipment, you need to know what why is, like, what is the hardware or software reason that it's that precise? Is it because the wavelength? Is the precision based upon that? Because say you have 1 meter wavelength, that's the maximum resolution you can actually get, right? So is 1 meter, right? You can only be precise within 1 meter at a 1 meter wavelength. Like, obviously you can't have sub wavelength measurements. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that citation was just like garbage, like from a brochure or something. I find it very hard that they can't measure a distance within 0.6. Was it 0.6 of a mile or 0.6 kilometers? Do you remember which one they said it was?
Yeah,
I
think it was a mile.
To me,
That's
I
what I
don't know.
remember.
Maybe I missed this. They got really far away from that part of the conversation, and they're now focusing on like basically what he does not know about FAA
Yeah, he
guidelines.
became the topic. He became the topic, dude.
I remember that. They were digging into him like it was like the main show.
That was the show. That was the main show. Kate, I don't know why you guys that was the show. This show, there was one flat earther, two globe earthers, one obviously anti-flat earther for one of the globe earthers, and Shiva, who's pretending to be a globe earther or pretending to be neutral, which he's obviously not, right? Who's making running commentary, disparaging comments, faceless fucking claims, making up his own bullshit definitions. Didn't do what he said he was going to do in the first place with 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers, flying them out to Cambridge. He didn't do any of that shit. Didn't have an ethics declaration. Didn't fucking have everybody in a room on it with a fucking whiteboard. He didn't do anything he said he was going to do. The whole purpose of that is it's the same thing. It's literally the same Duffy shtick. It's what all these guys do. Yeah. I'm going to have something. I'm going to invite flat earthers. And when the flat earthers join, I am going to make them a spectacle.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to make a spectacle out of them. And that's it. That's the whole purpose.
And yeah, because I thought like Dr. Shiva was one of the participants.
No, he's the one putting it on. He's supposed to be the neutral benefactor of the whole thing. So, Reg Joe, he had a interview with Dave. With Dave, he said, I'm going to have all the participants sign an ethics statement, an ethics declaration, saying they're not going to lie or do all sorts of stuff. I posted to Shiva on X. Are you going to sign the ethics declaration that the people participating have to sign? He blocked me. He blocked me as soon as I posted that shit. That should tell you everything.
That should tell you everything. Yeah, these guys do the same thing over and over again. And it's funny, Mattoon is always in the middle of it.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, how does this dude end up injecting himself into everything?
Yeah, I noticed earlier on, I only watched maybe about 10 minutes before they started getting into the presentations, right? And maybe about 20 minutes or 30 minutes worth of that Kevin dude's presentation. I didn't watch the rest.
They only analyzed his. McToon said, we'll just do an observation of the sun.
Yeah.
And Shiva was like, yeah, that would be super easy. Yeah. And that was it. That was the debate about that. That was over. And then the other dude said what he was going to do. That was not analyzed at all. She was just like, yep, we'll just go with that. But Kevin's was hyper analyzed.
I saw that was the first, that shit stuck out like a sore thumb to me, man. I was like, I asked myself, did they, was it because they didn't grant time to scrutinize any of any of their points, or maybe it was delayed or delegated to later on, or just because nobody stood up to ask any questions that there wasn't any? I wasn't sure about that. You know, like if you guys saw the whole thing, maybe you can confirm.
The part?
Yeah, where he's like, oh, you just take an angle to the sun, and somebody else will take another.
He didn't even have that. He didn't even have the model or anything. Well, we'll make a model where you can use a webcam and you can look at the azimuth and elevation angle of the sun and from anywhere on Earth. Oh, man, that sounds great.
Yeah.
That's it. That's trash, dude. That's trash.
It was like 2 minutes. It was like 2 minutes. And she was like, yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. And moves on. I was like, what? No questions? Like, does nobody have any questions, or are they not allowing for it? Like, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe they would open that up later on.
Who gave the most detailed presentation?
Kevin.
Yeah. Who got the most?
Kevin by far.
Kevin.
So I'm not even gonna lie. Like when I heard the thing, I just thought it was an opening statement, and then when they started laying into Kevin, I'm like, wait. I thought we were just like giving like a brief overlay of what was going on, and then once everybody got their thing out, then we would have the discussion, right?
That's what I thought. I thought everybody was going to present their thing on the table, what they wanted to do, and then they were going to go through them, which ones were feasible, which ones weren't, like how much time they would take, how much time they would cost, right? You get all because that's usually how you do it, right? You get all the proposals, and then you weed out the proposals, right? You go through each proposal one by one, and critique them and analyze them, get cost benefits, whether it's dispositive of flat Earth versus globe, because the McToon one and the other guys wanted it or not. As soon as he said fucking there can be ducting, that means if he doesn't get a radar horizon, he can just say there's ducting, right?
Yeah.
So you can't disprove the globe in his paradigm because he said there can be ducting, right? Okay, so you think the radar horizon is supposed to be 30 miles? Okay, you got a detection at 100 miles. Well, that could be ducting. So when we measure no radar horizon, the blockage you say is there. Now you're going to invoke a special pleading weather condition that somehow allows the globe to be flat.
Yeah, it sounds like the fucking RF
Same thing every
equivalent
time, dude.
of the refraction.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's refraction in UHF, right? And he's like, there'd be no radar, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. Well, the horizon's not physical, and the properties that make a visual horizon on a flat Earth are the same things that would make a radio horizon on a globe. And because the wavelengths are longer, it's going to be further away. Because when you have, like, say the wavelength in UHF is like 1 meter to frickin' 100 meters between the wave peaks. So that's your resolution, depending on whatever the wavelength you're using. Visible light's in the nanometer wavelength. Right?
Yeah.
So if you do the simple formula for diffraction, the diffraction limit, the Rayleigh criteria, and you plug in the wavelength, okay, obviously you're going to have a horizon at a longer wavelength farther away. It's super simple. But he thinks the horizon, radar horizon, is a physical globe horizon. But within radar itself, right? They have subrefraction, they have refraction, they have super refraction, they have ducting, right? So no matter what your radio condition is, they have a meteorological condition that. So you start with the globe, right? Earth's a globe, and then if it goes 30 miles when it's supposed to go 10 miles, you have super refraction. If it goes 5 miles when it's supposed to go 20 miles, you have subrefraction. You don't really know if you do, but it has to be there because, Earth's a globe. And there has to be a weather condition that's stopping the radar from traveling. Because it can't be Earth curve, so it has to be something else. So we'll just invent the meteorological condition.
Like I said, I commend this dude for like putting together a very nice presentation at the beginning before I got interrupted.
I was gonna say, AKA circular reasoning.
Exactly. That's all it is. Globular reason, spherical reasoning, infinite circles.
Do you think anybody made any money off this? Like any of the people that are in this debate or the channel?
For sure.
Okay. Like
if
step outside. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. I'm gonna speculate. I don't want to speculate.
Christina's channel, ain't it?
Yeah, McToon always has fools who will give him money.
McToon was broadcasting.
Like the way I view this, it's like a UFC fight. Like no matter who wins or what happens, like everybody's making money. And I think they're just doing this and they're They're just poking the flat Earth bear over and over and seeing the reactions, that they're getting, and they're getting views. They're not serious. They're not being serious about this at all.
Well, no, the goal, like India said originally, was to just eventually get around to pointing out how flat earthers know nothing, and then talk only about flat earthers.
That actually is an interesting question. Do y'all get like grifters and stuff often?
There's grifters everywhere, dude. It fucking doesn't matter what it is.
The world is a grift.
Barbie dolls as grifters.
Everybody's trying to make a buck. Like, honestly, as much as like the globe earthers make, like, I don't get mad at all when a flat earther wants to make $1. I really don't.
Yeah, but I'm really not.
Sure that.
I mean, I know it was everywhere, man. Boy, at a time,
Make the money.
All right, give me a second. I'll put it back on.
Yeah, my apologies for the long derailment there. I just wanted to hone in on something earlier there. Didn't mean to detract too much time.
No, that's what the point of this is, man.
Don't apologize. That stuff is mind numbing.
Yeah. Cool.
That was. We've been the
Just because I did jump in right mid sentence on Reg Joe there. That's what I mean. Sorry about that, dude.
Oh, that's fine. I do it to everybody. You got where you left off at?
I'm getting ready to hit play. I just say, like Reg Joe said, quit crying about it.
Something about 26 miles. 20 miles is fine. Even 10 miles would be fine to measure this. And we have data for 10 miles.
Right. So, Kevin, whatever you want to do, going back to the scientific method, in that formula, you have to include those variables in your mathematical model. Does that make sense? That's the feedback.
Yes, thanks.
So right now your mathematical model says, can you bring it up again? It says what? Something like sine y or something? What is that? Can you bring up your formula?
Oh, yes. Wait, the screen share again. Need the PowerPoint. You want the flat or globe? The
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you're still going to have to include.
Right. Yeah, wait.
So you're going to get an answer which is plus or minus something.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. You see?
Yeah. So that
20 nautical miles, not 26, and
right. But that sine 3 equals y. That formula is not correct. Yes. You have to include a margin of error.
Oh yeah. But still, the formula is correct. But you can include this 1% if you like.
Okay, I have to point this out. So they already talked about the accuracy, the margin of error of the DME, right? Right? Earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so check this out. So
it's less than 1%.
He cited, hold on, I'm going to show you. Watch. I'm going to post in the chat. I'm going to post a couple things in the chat. This is a screenshot. He cited this paper. And he highlighted this part. So I'll get that. And he highlighted this part, that highlighted part. Now, I'm going to read you the highlighted part because I have this paper right in front of me. And this was his reason, him saying about the accuracy. Today's DME, this is the highlighted part, is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles. This is seen in the DME overall range accuracy specifications presented in Table 15. Okay? First glance, that's what he's arguing. Hey, dude, it only has an accuracy of 0.6. And Shiva listened to what he said. Well, if he would have read in the beginning of the paper, want to know what this paper is about? That the actual tested accuracy is better than the specification. Yeah, that's right, dude.
That's wild, dude.
Paper examines DME accuracy, starting with its performance today. Accuracy values from several data collection efforts are presented. A top-level examination of range accuracy is done using FAA flight inspection data. The results show that the measured DME ranging accuracy is generally much better than the listed current specification.
That's wild.
That's wild, dude. That's fucking wild. Because
I wonder if they gave that.
He put this because the reason I'm saying this is important, right? He lectured, so dude made a claim. Kevin made a claim, and dude lectured Kevin about citations. And then dude's like, okay, I'm going to go get my citation. Even though Shiva never lectured him to go do that, he went and got it. Now the citation he brings back, Shiva just takes that as face value, that it supports what he said, when in fact it absolutely contradicts what he said, and the paper is about